Are you mad right now? Do you want to be? I saw a video today that was pretty infuriating. This lady is behind the wheel of a rented vehicle from Turo. This is allegedly posted by the owner of that vehicle after, spoiler alert, she gets into an accident here and then tries to lie about what happened. This was posted in response to that to show what actually happened, and if you've got some keen peepers on you, the astute observers may have noticed she's texting while driving. But to be honest, I don't even think that's accurate to say because she is doing more texting than driving, so she's like occasionally splicing in some driving between her texts. It seems like she's in some kind of heated argument, and that is like her primary focus is sending these text messages while on the road. I'm sure I don't need to educate you on the dangers of texting while driving. I'm not the DMV. I'm also not your dad. I imagine most of you know that, and this is one of the most egregious examples of texting while driving I've ever seen. She could easily have just pulled over and sent those messages if it's that urgent, but instead she said, fuck it, we'll do it live, so she's doing it while on the road, risking her life and the life of those around her. I guess she's really got places to be in those messages. That's like fucking utmost importance. If you're not first, you're last. If you're not pooping, you're shitting. Even while her car is veering off the road and blasting a mailbox, she is firmly grasping that phone. She is gripping the shit out of that. She still will not set it down in the act of crashing this vehicle. She treated that phone like it was the fucking Tesseract there. She was not parting with it. It's not until it is finally stopped that she sets the phone down and then puts her head in her hands and then immediately picks the phone back up after like 3 seconds. It's like she can't be separated from it. It's her fucking umbilical cord. It's unreal. It's actually a miracle she didn't just have a head-on collision here. I counted too. She looked up from her phone only 5 times in the amount of time that she spent on that single lane there. So she spent the vast majority of her time there behind the wheel looking at the phone, glued to it. In fact, she even double-fisted the phone at one point to get two-thumb action in there. No hands on the wheel, not looking up at the road. It is actually an act of God that she didn't kill herself or somebody else there. Just an unsuspecting, innocent car that she could have easily veered to the left instead of the right and just hit with a head-on collision, which would have potentially been fatal. Also, her squeals that she lets out, oh man, that is ear-piercing. And then she has like that full-blown like angry middle-aged mom scream after it like comes to a stop when it's entirely her fault. Apparently, again, the story is she's like a nurse practitioner and lied to the Turo owner here of this vehicle about what happened and why the car got crashed. I haven't seen too many details on all of that, but it's entirely her fault. You can see here in the footage, she is texting the vast majority of the time that she spends on the road. And I imagine this isn't an isolated incident. This is probably how she goes about her daily commutes. You can tell people till the cows come home how dangerous and bad it is to text and drive, but then you're still going to have people like this doing it. And it's actually, to me, it seems like becoming more common. Like, I know there was like even a trend a little while ago for streamers to do like car streams, and in some of them, they were just texting and reading the chat while driving, like while being filmed doing it. So it seems like people don't really grasp how important it is to not drive distracted. But anyway, this is probably the most egregious example of it that I've seen. This is unhinged. It's like she totally forgot she was operating a motor vehicle. She was so engrossed in her phone. That took priority over everyone's lives around her and her own life. Now, I don't know what the outcome of all of this was. There's not a ton of information I can find on it, other than, like, she's apparently a nurse practitioner and apparently lied about how the car got crashed. But the owner of the vehicle had the interior-facing dash cam as well as the other dash cam. People were debating if that's even legal to have like a rented car with an interior facing dash cam. I looked it up. It is, but you just need to disclose to the renter that it's there, which I imagine is part of like the signed contract between them or something. I've never used Turo. I'm not super familiar with it, but it seems like the owner is well within the right to do that. And I could definitely see why people that are renting their car out might want that as like a bit of a security measure here, as this case beautifully illustrates, where your car gets wrecked and then all of a sudden the person that was driving it starts farting out a fairy tale about how it's not their fault, and then you've got no evidence that it was their fault, so now you're stuck with your dick in your hand and you're going to have to pay for that most likely. So I can see why you would want that there, and in this case it probably saved them a huge headache because they can instantly point to this as her fault, because it is her fault. Entirely her fault. Anyway though, enough blabbering about it from me today. A little PSA for you. Don't text and drive. That's really about it. So yeah. Nobody wants to be a parent these days because then you have to like raise a human being. And what's the point in doing that? When the stork drops off that baby, why should you be the one responsible for raising it when you can just instead have technology do it for you? Sit that child down in front of an iPad, or if you really want to make sure they're set up for success, just have AI raise it. That's the era we're living in now, and I think that's pretty exciting stuff. No doubt we're going to be seeing a lot of superhumans amongst our species very soon, thanks to this upbringing. And I just watched an insightful, inspirational interview from Sam Altman on The Jimmy Fallon Show, where he talks about how he can't imagine raising his baby without ChatGPT.
And do you use ChatGPT when raising your baby?
I do. I mean, I feel kind of bad about it because we have this like genius level at everything, intelligence, sitting there like waiting to unravel the mysteries of humanity. And I'm like, why does my kid stop dropping his pizza on the floor and laughing? Like,
I like how disconnected from humanity this android is. The thing he feels bad about isn't relying on ChatGPT to instruct him on how to raise a child. It's not having to entirely suckle on the titty of a chatbot to raise his own baby. What he feels bad about is that his questions aren't good enough because he's asking about like pizza on the floor, which is a dog shit question, admittedly, and he deserves an atomic wedgie for being such an insufferable dork. Why are you even bothering to ask that? Well, that wouldn't even be something that I feel a normal parent would Google, because the answer is who cares? Your child will stop dropping pizza on the floor and laughing when it stops finding it funny. Shit, I'm 31 years old. I'd slap a pizza on the floor and maybe giggle about it right now. I don't even really understand why this would even be something that he'd need this information for. He finds it necessary to know when this behavior will stop, needing to know the exact ETA on when my child's going to be a grown-up. When's he going to stop pissing his little britches and just be a fucking adult about it? Put some hair on his chest. Now, what I could understand, and something I do see value in, is having that ability to ask a quick question and get, like, a quick answer to help you better understand something you're confused on. Googling shit has been around for 2 decades now, and I think that has been an invaluable tool for a lot of parents to get information on things, especially when it comes to, like, something generally medical that they could learn about in regards to raising their kid. But what Sam Altman is describing here is not that. What he is describing fundamentally boils down to like asking the ChatGPT service for advice on how to raise this child properly. It is basically getting AI's permission on what is normal, what is acceptable, and what he should do as a parent to raise this kid. That is so very different from what I believe the usage of something like this should be, which is just quick questions that a parent that actually wants to be involved in their kid's life, actually be a good parent, would utilize, much like Google has been for like 2 decades. But even in that case, we know Google's not infallible. So you would always get this information, take it with a grain of salt, but you would utilize it as a parent to do the best you could with whatever you were confused on. AI, we know for damn sure, it is far from perfect, and it is far from omniscient, contrary to popular belief. It makes innumerable mistakes. It fucking hallucinates. So using AI as the sole source to raise your child is a recipe for disaster. And that is exactly how a lot of parents, no doubt, will utilize it. And the way Sam Altman describes it, it feels like that's exactly how he's already utilizing it, where the AI's word is law.
Yeah. You know, and so I feel like I'm not asking a good enough question, but it is, I cannot imagine having gone through that, like figuring out how to raise a newborn without ChatGPT. Clearly people did it for a long time, no problem.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
So I know it, like, it's,
He was on to say he understands it's possible to raise a child without AI, which my jaw was on the floor when I heard that. I didn't know you could raise babies without AI doing it for you, so that was a shocking revelation hearing him explain that. And then he says that he personally just relies on ChatGPT for so much because it's such a huge part of his life, obviously. And then he spends another like 3 or so minutes just kind of pitching ChatGPT to everyone on why they need to be hooked on that drug too. Why everyone should be using ChatGPT for everything. It is fundamentally just watching a marketing push for why ChatGPT should infect every single part of your life, and everything you do should be filtered through ChatGPT's permission to do so, and all of your knowledge should come from ChatGPT's fucking butthole. That is basically how this Jimmy Fallon interview goes, but he sprinkled in this nice little nugget here about how he actually uses AI to teach him how to raise a baby. And I'm being very generous when I say it teaches him how to raise a baby. He's just letting ChatGPT do it. At this point, Sam Altman, the human, is gone. The flesh and blood is not there. It is now just ChatGPT working him like a puppet, like a ventriloquist act. So ChatGPT is really the one that's raising this baby from the sound of things here, not Sam. Sam is gone. There is no Sam. Only Zool remains now. That's the parental figure to this baby from the sound of things. And it just happens to be wearing the mask of Sam. It's so fucking sad and pathetic, man. And I know he's far from the only one, and there's going to be, I imagine, so many parents that solely use ChatGPT to raise their child for them. It's actually nightmarish. One of the most basic functions of being alive is the idea of raising your offspring. Like, that is like one of the most core components of living. And we have reached a point now where a lot of people like Sam Altman just, I guess can't do it without the advice of AI whispering in his ear what he should be doing. That is scary. And again, he's not going to be the only one. He's probably not even the only one right now doing it. But that is just so alarming. These geniuses here can't even just raise a child, something that humans have done since before we even had the ability to speak. We are now losing the ability to do because we rely so heavily on technology to fucking jerk us off and everything now. We can't do basic tasks. And people just proudly, willingly, just wiping their ass with basic knowledge that we've accumulated from so many years of learning because they'd rather have AI just do it for them. I read like a really interesting study like a month or so ago that was aiming to see if students at a handful of schools that they were studying were reading at the proper reading level for what grade they were in it. And they found that a large percentage of the students in these grades were not capable of reading at that level that you would expect them to, at least based on all of the past data and what grade they're in. They were not reading at the appropriate level. And my hunch, this wasn't necessarily in the study, but I would imagine it's because AI has become so prevalent and so many students shamelessly, openly, willingly talk about how they rely on it to do the work for them fundamentally. So like, if you're getting assigned a reading, report or something, they'll just have AI spit it out for them. Or they'll just have AI summarize the things they need to know for whatever the assignment is. So a lot of kids are growing up without even being able to do what kids from the past were able to do. So even though we have all these advancements, humans themselves, they are like provably not as adept as past generations. And I think it's because there has become an over-reliance on things like AI to just do it for you. And you got fucking goofy goober Sam Altman here, who's really leading the charge. He's getting up there like LeBron James. I let AI raise my child, and you should too. It's so good. AI, teach me how to raise a baby. Wee. It just sucks. That's what it boils down to. It is just fucking awful. Now you're taking the humans out of parenting itself. Eek. That's no good. Boo. Boo, Sam Altman. Boo. Very bad direction. Very bad thing to be preaching about the value of using AI to basically raise your kid. Anyway, though, I'll stop blabbering about it. That's about it. See ya. Hold your horses. No, this video is not about One Punch Man Season 3. If anyone out there has eyeballs and you've unfortunately subjected them to the torture of One Punch Man Season 3, You probably know that not much has changed since the last video I made on it in terms of how disastrous this season has been, but I want to give credit where credit is due. The most recent episode, episode 8, is the first time this season I felt like I was actually watching an animated series. We had a fight sequence with characters that actually moved in this episode. Whoopee! Yeah, we fucking got there, baby! Anything is possible! This is the first episode where the fight scenes actually have motion. There are moments in the flashy flash fight that I think are really good. Is it perfect? No. But compared to the rest of the dog shit we've been fed, this was a gourmet meal of an episode. And I think what this shows, at least to me personally, is that JC Staff can deliver quality at least to the same level they did in season 2 of One Punch Man, which in hindsight, pretty solid, but Bandai is the reason why season 3 is so shitty because of lack of budget they were willing to allocate to the season, lack of time they gave JC Staff to work on it. Somehow they still had it be just like rushed out and farted whatever they could get on the table. Even though it's been 6 years since season 2, I think Bandai is the main villain here that has caused season 3 to be so awful, so rough. And episode 8, I think, is irrefutable evidence that JC Staff can deliver good quality animation if they have resources and time to do so, which Bandai deprived them of, just left them fucking emaciated, malnourished with no money and no time to work on it. But I was pleasantly surprised at the quality of episode 8. The flashy flash fight I thought was really solid overall. It doesn't salvage season 3, like it doesn't redeem it, but it is a nice treat. There's only a handful of episodes left in season 3, so this is very tardy to the party here. This would be like me finally hitting a growth spurt and reaching 6 feet tall by the time I'm 85 years old. You know, at the ripe age of 85, I'm finally living my dream of being 6 feet tall. But you know, it's a little late. Kinda cool anyway, I guess, though. Point is, I'm glad episode 8 was good. It's finally a step in the right direction, and maybe I'm just suckling on the supple bosom of hopium. Maybe I'm just latched onto the titty here. But maybe this is a sneak peek at things to come, that the next handful of episodes, it's going to finish on a high note instead of this sad whimper that the rest of the season has been. Probably unlikely, but who knows. What I do know is that we here at Cheeky decided to extend the Black Friday sales offer to today. So today will be the final day for the 20% off of all of our soaps using any creator codes. So go to usecheeky.com right now to get the best soap in the universe at an incredible deal. Anyway, like I said, this video is not even about One Punch Man, but I wanted to mention that really quick. This video is actually about a different anime, one that a while ago I said I didn't like. And I dropped it after like 5 or so episodes. It just wasn't hitting for me. But recently I wanted to give it another shake, another spin, because I've seen perpetual glaze for it, and I thought, let's just really commit to it and let's watch the series. And I really, really like it. Frieren. Frieren is a show that I'm sure you've probably heard of in some capacity because people love this show. And when I initially watched it when it first came out, I just had a hard time getting into it. Like, it was a very nice looking show and it was very comfy and cozy, but I just wasn't getting invested into the world or the characters. But I just keep seeing and have always seen so much praise for it that I just thought, you know what, let's just watch the whole thing, and if it's really not for me, it's not for me, but at least I, consumed the entire thing to know for sure. Which is typically not a philosophy I subscribe to. I think, like One Piece, for example. I, out of spite, committed to watching the entire One Piece series, but it took me like fucking 400 episodes to fall in love with it. I don't think it's reasonable or rational to expect everyone else to go through with that level of headstrong commitment for something that you weren't, immediately loving. I think it's totally okay to drop something after a few episodes if it's just not feeling like it vibes with you. But for Frieren, I just continue to see amazing things. So I said, let's do it. I want to give it another shot. And I'm really happy I did, because this time around, I genuinely thought it was like a masterpiece. I think Frieren is incredible. And now I'm super pumped for season 2. I think it was such an amazing experience. I don't know what demon crawled up my ass the first time I watched this, but it must have been clouding my vision with sin and folly. Because I was a big dummy back then, I suppose. And looking back on it, it's weird because I've never had an issue with slow burn in media, whether it's games, movies, shows. In fact, some of my favorite are more of a slow burn experience, which Frieren definitely is. But I don't know, I guess just initially I didn't get hooked by the concept, and Frieren as a character wasn't someone that I felt I could care about across many episodes. And I think that's probably because the show does something I don't think any other shows I've ever seen have done. It starts you at the end of a hero's journey. Frieren's previous party had just completed the major task, defeating the ultimate evil, saving the world. You as the viewer don't get to see that happen. You don't watch the show that focused on that hero's journey. You are watching the show of what happens next through the eyes of Frieren, who is an immortal being. She is an elf, so the 10 years they spent on that journey saving the world, that's not even a blip on the radar of her overall lifespan. And the way she views the world around her is very distant and removed emotionally, because everything she is experiencing is so trivial in the grand scheme of her never-ending life. Her extraordinarily long life, all of this will be meaningless at some point. So she's very apathetic. There is a comparison I drew on my first watch that I still think is somewhat applicable, where there is a game, an amazing game I played a long time ago on the Xbox 360 called Lost Odyssey, that kind of tackles occasionally similar things as Frieren through some short stories in the game. And I don't know, I think maybe I just got the wrong impression for what the show was really about and where the show was going, because I didn't give it enough of a chance. But I'm just so happy I went back to watch Frieren, because this show really is special. And even the first 4 or 5 episodes this time around, I was a lot more gripped by. And the show does, really gather a lot of steam after you get through, the initial building blocks and the foundation that it lays. My initial impressions of Frieren was that she was just going to be kind of a generic stoic character, an immortal, where everyone she could ever care about will die, so what's the point in caring? Which is something I've seen in other shows where they have a character that feels kind of like a robot, like an emotionless husk. And I thought that's what they were setting Frieren up to be, where eventually they'd start to crack that shell slowly but surely. She is immortal. Time is very different to her, but she has emotions. She has tons of emotions, and she conveys them in her own way, and she subtly changes as well in her own way as a result of all of her experiences and everyone that she meets. And she starts to have regrets, and she starts to care to learn about these people that she has a party with. So it's a very cool growth to see across the season, and I just think the show is beautifully done. It has action too. It's not just dialogue and doing chores. Granted, a lot of it is them making stops in their journey to do certain things, but the stops are also a really valuable experience too, and they're not boring or anything. I actually think some of the stops are the most memorable parts of the show, with what you get to learn and what comes from their experiences at these stops, where she's collecting grimoires and whatever is payment. It's just unlike anything I'd seen before, and I think my initial impressions were that it was going to be kind of boring, maybe even slice of lifey, so I just maybe didn't tune out and connect with the themes. But going back this time around, man, it fucking hits. Time has always been a very grand, scary concept to me. In fact, 2 of my tattoos are time-oriented pieces, as corny as that sounds. It's just so interesting the things you can play with in this ballpark when it comes to time. And the way Frieren uses it with her, I think is brilliant. The show is just truly a complete package. It is visually breathtaking. I think they've knocked it out of the park with the animation. The emotional beats really resonate with viewers clearly, because it's one of the top rated anime of all time. But even me personally, a lot of the themes that we're coming across, they do hit, and it feels very poignant. It is a well-executed show when it comes to its emotional moments, and its characters, I feel have a lot of depth and are very well fleshed out and established, and it makes you care about them and their journey. And it does also have action, and I think the action is great. I'll probably wait to do a full review on Frieren after Season 2, because it's right around the corner. But for now, I just wanted to put this out here about how wrong I was with my initial impressions of Frieren. This show slaps. I think Frieren is a masterpiece. So I definitely get the glaze now. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. The algorithm's got me by the sack right now. It's holding my peepers open, Clockwork Orange style, feeding me videos of horrible drivers now. I made 2 videos recently, one with that lady that wouldn't stop texting and driving and then crashed her rented car, and then one about the guy who wouldn't stop drinking and driving and crashed his car multiple times. And because I watched both of those videos, now I'm getting fed tons just like it. And I can't resist yapping about 2 of them in particular. This first one here is despicable. This guy should 100% lose his license forever. He should never be allowed behind the wheel of a vehicle ever again.
That'll be moving in the truck, but I don't think he'll say, hey, Al, I need to move in the truck, or if not, I gotta go, or anything like that.
Crash detected.
Oh my god, dude, I just fucking wrecked Israel's truck, dude.
911 assist.
Oh my god!
A 911.
Oh my god! Oh my god, dude! Holy Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh!
This guy's acting like a toddler in the backseat of his parents' car. He just has both hands glued to his tablet. Allegedly, according to the post title, he was playing Candy Crush on it. I don't know if that's confirmed. It could have been Clash Royale. Maybe he was trying to get some Robux or something. Who's really to say? But what's very clear is he is not looking up at the road at all. This isn't even distracted driving. It is the act of not driving. He is fundamentally just behind the wheel of a missile right now because he doesn't even look at the road a single time. He is just completely fixated on that tablet. And apparently it's not even his truck in the first place. He has turned this vehicle into a weapon. He is not operating at all. He just has his foot on the gas, fucking plowing straight forward come hell or high water. He is just playing on his tablet the whole time. This is like, I guess, what happens when an iPad kid gets their driver's license. I don't know. This is scary stuff, though. He truly should never be allowed to operate a vehicle again. I'd even go a step forward. He should never even be behind the wheel of anything that resembles a vehicle again. Like, even those, like, electric toy cars that toddlers ride around in, he shouldn't be allowed to touch one of those. He shouldn't even be allowed on a fucking scooter. And I don't even mean just an electric scooter. I mean even just like a push-powered razor scooter he shouldn't even be behind. So he crashes this truck that, again, doesn't even belong to him. And he doesn't even seem to care that he just hit another car, which has human beings in it. At no point does he ever even express any concern for their well-being. Instead, he just keeps reiterating, like, how bad it is for him. And then he starts, like, playing Bop It with every single thing he can find in the truck. Like, he just starts, like, fondling every single thing in that vehicle's cabin. I don't know if he was trying to fish around for the tablet because he can't be separated from it. That's probably what he was doing. He was probably desperately looking for that tablet. But you can hear him talking to somebody on the phone, and he just doesn't even seem to care that he may have just potentially killed people there. He is just only focused on, like, oh, jeepers, zoinks. I just wrecked Israel's car here. Oh, goodness gracious. Shucks. What a shame. This one made me furious. I don't know how it's possible someone would do what he did. Both hands off the wheel, staring deeply into a tablet like it's a fucking crystal ball that you're trying to see the future with. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about that douchebag. The next one here is a viral one. As far as, like, bad distracted drivers go that I've covered recently, like with the woman who wouldn't stop texting, the guy who wouldn't stop drinking, this guy that wouldn't stop playing mobile games on his tablet, she is not in that category. She was filming an Instagram reel for Hit Me Baby One More Time and then crashed.
Hit me, baby, one more time!
So apparently the car slid on the gravel and then flipped over like this. And it came right after her saying, "Hit me baby one more time," so it was pretty crazy circumstances there. Now I don't know if there's a longer clip that exists, like how distracted she was with the recording here, like if she was doing like a full-blown fucking music video here for Hit Me Baby One More Time, her karaoke version of it. But she doesn't seem to be, like, overly focused on the phone. She glanced at it briefly, so it doesn't seem like it's to the level of, like, some streamers who are, like, reading chat and donations and shit and not paying attention. Though, I do think just don't record while driving. That's the simplest, most obvious solution here. Just don't do things that distract you while driving, like fucking filming Instagram reels and TikToks and shit behind the wheel. It's just not worth endangering your life and the life of everyone else on the road. When I was younger, my perspective on it was a little different, so I filmed like a couple of like rant videos while driving a long time ago. And nowadays, I just wouldn't do that. I was under the impression that as long as you're paying attention to the road, who really cares if it's being filmed as well? But I wouldn't do that anymore these days. It's just not worth the risk at all. Just pay attention to the road. Now, she caught a lot of shit from people for grabbing her phone after the crash, like, oh, look at this generation. They just have to get to their phone first thing to do after a crash. Typical. I personally find that take a little silly. Because I don't know how many of you have been in accidents, but it's a very panic-inducing affair. And typically, once you make sure you're safe, or if you got involved in an accident with others, you make sure other people are safe, the first thing you do is call for help. Like, in this case, it seems she recognized it was a single-car accident, so after she, came to, the first thing she does is reach for her phone, presumably to call for help. Meanwhile, people were clowning on her, saying oh, look, she had to make sure she posted her reel before doing anything else, when I don't think that was the case at all. I don't think the first thing she scrambled to do after being upside down in her vehicle was try and post the clip for some internet updates. I imagine she tried to get the phone to call for help. So I don't think this was a really odd reaction to what happened here from her to grab at her phone or something. Again, most people are going to call 911 in an emergency, which this is. I don't know. Maybe that's a hot take for me. I couldn't tell you. Anyway, though, just wanted to blabber about this. That's about it. See ya. The new Running Man movie just came out, and I've seen a lot of people aren't loving it. It hasn't been getting the standard Edgar Wright glaze. A lot of people have been saying that it's just not amazing. I haven't really seen anyone call it outright bad or anything, because it's not, we're not talking about a War of the Worlds level catastrophe here of a film or anything. Most people are just saying that it's kind of underwhelming and mid. And I've just now watched it, so I'm here to tell you definitively that's kinda right. It's far from a bad film. It's just a very standard one. It's very generic. It's an action film that has some very good action sequences, but it has quite a lot of problems, and if you are someone that's a big fan of this director's work, if you are an Edgar Wright superfan, I would wager my left shoe that this will probably be towards the bottom of your list of his movies. This is a shockingly studio-safe production, it feels like. It doesn't really inject any of the creative personality that his films are known for. It really feels like more of a paycheck than a passion, which all I'm saying right here probably doesn't matter if you don't really care who the director is. If you're not the biggest Edgar Wright enthusiast with dick in hand for every single thing that he slaps his name on, it probably won't matter to you because you're not going to be holding it to this higher standard of what his previous films have had. And I think that's totally fine. But I think pretty much anyone that watches this will walk away being oh, that was an enjoyable action flick, but nothing beyond that. So this film is not at all related to the 80s Arnold movie, which I haven't seen in a long time, but when I was a kid, I remember really liking that movie, and this one is very different, and I think that's probably a good thing. As I understand it, this borrows more from the Stephen King novel that it's based on, which maybe fans of the original works will appreciate, but I just think that by incorporating a lot of these elements that I imagine were present in the book, it leads to a little bit of bloat in this film where it starts to kind of have these pacing issues where it kind of just wants to stumble through scenes to get to a bigger moment without building a real connection to characters. It feels like it was more focused on getting things from the book onto the big screen without really making it flow super well. And to kind of elaborate further on what I mean by that, a lot of Ben Richards' survival in The Running Man is kind of out of his own hands, where he just happens to luckily run into someone that is far better equipped to win this game for him, and is able to kind of piggyback off of their ideas for survival and kind of just go along with their plan. Which I imagine in the book is probably not exactly how it plays out, but in the film here, it just feels like a very convenient plot armor for him, where he just happens to run into these guardian angels that literally sacrificed their lives in order for him to win the Running Man. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but this is what I'm saying, where it feels like it has these issues where it gives you this action, and then it wants to give you the next part with the action where it's like a couple days further. But in order to do that, you have to meet this character quickly, like in an alley that gets you to that point, and you don't spend a lot of time with that character. And then you get to the next action scene, and then you have to meet another character because that's going to get him a couple more days into the future for the next action thing. And if that character dies, you don't really care because you don't fucking know anything about that character. It just feels a little wacky when it comes to its pacing in that regard, which makes it feel a little underwhelming when a lot of the times Ben Richards isn't the one who's like really beating the network. So I've kind of already dove into some complaints, but like I said, I think it is a fun action movie, and I think the entire premise is very fun. So it's set in a world where barbarism is entertainment now with this thing called the Running Man, where you have this team of 3 that gets chosen, and then they use basically AI or whatever technology they have in that universe to fake all of these videos and stuff to paint them as horrible, terrible people, so that way all the world roots against them and wants them to die. And the objective of the game is to survive while they're being hunted by their fellow civilians that hate these people because they're led to believe that they're scum of the earth, truly irredeemable garbage, and they're also being hunted by hunters who are professional killers. And again, the goal is just to survive. If they survive, they get $1 billion. They basically get set for life. And the objective is to last a month for our main character, Ben Richards. We get a little of his backstory. He and his wife have a daughter who's sick, but because Ben tried to be a good person and report like some injustices in his business, he's been blacklisted across every job imaginable because the network that owns the Running Man owns the entire country. So he can't get a job and he can't pay for the medicine for his daughter that would save her life. It's the flu, basically. And he can't even pay for that because he can't get a job. It just leads to him signing up for the Running Man in order to go through this death gauntlet. And the movie is very on the nose about its message with all the propaganda and how it like alters all the videos to make people hate each other. And so that way it like ignites this fire. So they want to kill Ben and the other 2 people that are chosen with him. And it's like a very fun world that it builds here, but I just don't think it explores it overly well. And it doesn't do a good job of like balancing humor with seriousness. This feels like a movie, and I imagine in the book too, that needed to be more serious. Like the wackiness in Arnold's 80s film, I think fits in that context of the Running Man, which is drastically different from this one. Like some of the campiness in Arnold's, I don't think should have been tried to, emulate in this 2025 one. It just feels like a tonal, like, clash there. It feels like you need to buy into the seriousness of everything happening in that world, but then that's undercut with every character Ben meets, and even Ben himself, joking pretty frequently. Like, I wouldn't say it's like MCU levels of quips and quirkiness. There were just a few times where it felt really out of place for that. Like, it didn't do a good job of weaving that in there in a way that didn't feel jarring, especially because the humor wasn't really landing in my eyes. Like, I don't think many of the jokes were knocking it out of the park, we'll say. Like, I don't think it was worth sacrificing some of the seriousness that I think probably should be there to make you really care and buy into it, for the sake of like a quick line or 2 that's a silliness. But it's not the biggest deal in the world because the movie really relies on 2 key factors. Its action sequences, which I do think are good. I think they are filmed well. I think they are really exciting action moments in this movie, and there is a lot of them. And 2, Glenn Powell as the main character, Ben Richards. Glenn Powell does a great job. I think he was a really good action movie star here. I think he did a good job of being someone you can root for, and also being a psychopath that does have like the natural, X factor to make him realistically have a chance of winning this game against all of these experienced killers and just literally every stranger on the street. So he does a good job of being like a dad that you want to see win and get back to his family, as well as like this psycho that you're really excited to see kill some hunters. I think it was very good performance from Glenn Powell here. So overall, I did enjoy the movie. I think it is an entertaining action film. No, it's not the strongest action movie or anything like that. And yes, admittedly, it is one of Edgar Wright's weaker films. But I still was entertained. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I was going to turn on the desk light here to illuminate it a bit better so it doesn't look like I'm telling scary ghost stories, but I decided I kind of like this vibe for the topic. Because this is a scary topic. Too many people are sleeping on an incredible show. I'm not seeing enough glaze. I'm not seeing enough movement. I'm going to be honest. There is a show that I just finally finished that only just recently ended that I am just not seeing get proper nut care. Like, I'm not seeing enough people fondling those balls. It's To Be Hero X. So far, it is my favorite anime of 2025. I do still have a couple others to catch up on, but I can't really imagine any of them somehow surpassing this in my eyes. I think the show is extraordinary. The first, 3 or 4 episodes had me under a very different impression for what kind of show this was going to be. Immediately, it's pretty clear that the animation is beautiful, and it's a show that uses multiple styles. So, it'll flip-flop between, an arcane vibe and then a traditional 2D anime style. And it does it with the snap of a finger. The best hero, the strongest character, X, you will sometimes hear snap his finger, and that's when it flips from arcane to some of the most breathtaking 2D animation you'll find in a show. It's not to, Demon Slayer Infinity Castle level, but it's really not far behind either. It excels in its visuals. So, it is majority 2D, but for the first arc, the first character you follow, Nice, it's mainly arcane-ish. And I think it is so cool when it flips back and forth. It is so creative. It doesn't feel like a gimmick or anything, because it doesn't need to rely on it. Like I said, it's mostly 2D, but it does go between them occasionally. And it is so unbelievably pretty. Now, don't worry, Puppet Pals, I am going to gushing grannies further on its visuals, but before that, I want to tell you what the show's about. So, this is a world where there are heroes and powers, and those powers are directly tied to how much others believe in them. It's trust value. So if people have faith in somebody, that trust value goes up and it makes them stronger, or if they don't have any powers, gives them some based on people's perception of that person. For example, there is a character, a hero named Firm Man, whom always stands tall, standing up straight, firm, and basically nothing can crush him or move him or anything, because when he was a firefighter, he caught some debris that was about to fall and kill a child, saving her life. So when that story broke, people started to believe in him with that perception of being immovable, firm. So it gave him those powers. It's a creative spin in the genre. I actually really appreciated it. But there's also another force out there that's starting to take hold, and it's fear. Fear also grants people some extraordinary abilities, and of course these two forces clash. That's kind of the big point of To Be Hero X, but it also has a really interesting format where instead of following one character in a story across a season, it follows multiple heroes. And when I say multiple, I'm not talking 1 or 2, I'm talking 6 or 7. So they'll dedicate 2 or 3 episodes to a hero giving you their backstory, as well as setting them up as a domino in an event that has happened. And now these dominoes are falling over, so everything starts to collide and everything plays together. And what sounds like it could be really messy and convoluted, or even annoying, jumping from so many characters in so many different positions, it's not. It flows so well. In the last 5 episodes of this season, I could not turn it off. I literally could not pull myself away from watching it. It was so gripping. I think it is just a really, really well done story. And the first handful of episodes, had me believe this show was going to be something that it's not. Because it felt very, like, slice of life-y, and it felt like it didn't take itself super seriously. And it was more, like, about, you know, maybe comedic aspects or something like that. It's not. Like, there's nothing, like, childish about it or, like, slice of lifey or anything. It's a really, like, well-done, deep story that gives a lot of emotional depth to its characters, and it's not afraid to kill people off as well. It was very refreshing. It does feel very different from pretty much all other superhero anime. Now, in this world, there's also a, like, ranking tournament that goes on, where the strongest heroes will fight each other in order to establish their trust values, because everyone's going to watch and they'll see, like, who's the strongest, what's going on, and the strongest character gets crowned X. And typically, when someone gets crowned X, the strongest, they only hold that title for, like, a very brief period of time, because everyone else is able to catch up and surpass them in the next tournament. But the new X is someone we don't know a whole lot about, but he defeats people in an instant. With a snap of his fingers. He's just victorious at all times. And this guy aura farms like a motherfucker. He is super cool. Like, he is such a cool character. He has very, very, very little screen time, but every time he is in an episode, he's like the highlight of it. And it just gets you glued to it. I really, like, I cannot praise the show enough. Like, it's not just carried by outstanding visuals. It is the complete package. But anyway, since I did mention the visuals again, I can't stress enough just how good looking this show is. I think this has the best fights of the year as well. Pretty much every single episode has a huge battle, like a big fight between characters. And they do not cut any corners. Holy shit. It is so well animated and well choreographed. They are like drawn out long fight sequences, just full throttle. And they are outstanding, especially like Queen vs. Boa, I think is the best example. That whole episode is basically that fight, and it is so fucking great looking. Like, I highly encourage you to just like watch that clip of Queen vs. Boa. We are talking like Ufotable level animation to its action. It's so fucking good. Like, I really think that what they've done here is something special, and I am shocked more people aren't talking about it. Another thing about this show, it has really good music. It has boner jams. Like, I'm telling you, they use the music in some very hype moments, and it elevates it to a new level. There is one thing, though, about this show that I really wish they didn't do as much of. Since they are telling so many different character stories, it's more of like an anthology than anything. Which, again, I actually really like the way they do it here. But there is one thing they do a lot that kind of got annoying towards the end of the show, where they will reuse the exact same scene that you've seen before and then sprinkle in like the new spin on it from the character's perspective. So for example, when they're about to go investigate an alien ship, this is a pivotal moment, and you'll see it from one character's perspective, like when he was recruited to it, and then another. But instead of just showing you that character's perspective when they get introduced to it, they will reintroduce the entire scene to you. So they will repeat literally whole scenes sometimes because, again, they revisit it but from a different angle. But instead of just showing you that new angle, they show you the whole scene again and then add the new angle. So there was a lot of times where I was like, oh fuck, I've already seen this before, and I contemplated just like fast forwarding through it because, again, it's the exact same scene with no alterations until the character comes into the fold there for it. So I think they did that a little too much. Maybe that was for budget reasons. I would think that's probably why, because obviously they've already animated that, it's already finished, so if they reuse it, well, they save some money there having to do something a little different. I think that might be the reason, but it did get kind of annoying. Overall, I highly recommend the show, obviously. I do think it is underrated right now. I think this is flying way too under the radar. This is a show that I really would expect more people to be hyping up because there are so many, like, notable fight sequences. At the very least, I thought this would be something that people would be sharing, like, a lot of clips of from some of the bigger fights. So I'm really surprised to see that's not the case. So I really think this one, like, for me personally, is my anime of the year, and I really think a lot of people would really enjoy it. They maybe just haven't heard of it. So I'd say check it out. TB Hero X slaps. That's really about it. See ya. Anybody remember Atari? You know, the gaming company that pretty much started video games as a mainstream hobby? Well, they are embarrassing now. I don't know if any of you ever keep up, because I know you don't hear about them, because they don't really do anything, and when they do, it's a catastrophic failure from all that I can find. But the most recent thing that they're peddling is an Atari hotel, which is apparently some kind of licensed partnership with some developers where they're going to be making a gamer hotel, and they used an AI video to showcase it. It is a blatant, obvious, fake thing that even as a concept piece, I think kind of falls flat on its tits, where it basically wants to be an all-encompassing gamer utopia where you have RGB rooms and you have an esports venue, a concert venue, a sports venue where you can bet on sports and watch the big games, and arcade cabinets out the wazoo. And they have this AI-generated video that probably took them like 45 seconds to make to show all of this. And my god, does it look like shit. Everything about it is terrible, but the most shameless part is they're using this as a pitch piece to try and get every Joe Schmo out there that happens to stumble across it to give them $500 as an investment so they can be an investor in Atari hotels, and they have it structured like a Kickstarter thing where you can go all the way up to like $50,000 where you give them 50 grand and you get a brick. It's so fucking stupid. This company has to have one of the hardest fall-offs in corporate history. Like, at least Blockbuster, when it fell off, it had the dignity of dying with its boots on. Atari has just existed in a pitiful state for decades now. And despite not doing anything like meaningful for decades, their brand is still extraordinarily recognizable. That's how big they used to be. Yet they can't do anything good with it. So now they have this shit slapped on there for a hotel project that I think absolutely is dead on arrival and will crash and burn if they ever even get it off the ground. To be e-begging as Atari hotels is so laughable. Seeing the latest gaming scam, the Atari Hotel. They have Atari Hotels Official. We're building someone no one else has, the world's first Atari Hotel. This sounds familiar.
Something bold is rising in downtown Phoenix.
You love to hear the immediate AI voiceover. Very cool. That inspires confidence. Atari Hotels launches regulation offering inviting fans and community to own a piece of the future of hospitality. Well, maybe I was too quick to judge. Maybe this is awesome.
The world's first Atari Hotel.
Can't
Become
even say
an
the
owner
name
for
right.
as little as $500. Set in the heart of the city's arts and entertainment district, where culture, nightlife, and creativity collide. Rising at the intersection of Roosevelt and Central, with a walk score of 95, this will become
Hell
the
is a
pulse
walk
of downtown.
score.
Picture yourself on our rooftop pool deck, surrounded by music, energy, and skyline views. Step inside, every space tells a story. An immersive playground built for gamers, dreamers, and creators.
Nice. This is already looking really cool. You had a bunch of fucking mutants in here. Nothing tells me surefire success quite like having nothing to show besides AI-generated renders. Yes, I can't wait to book my $500 stay right now. Here's an article written about it. Let's see. Atari Hotels, a first-of-its-kind immersive entertainment and hospitality venue, today announced the launch of its Regulation A Tier 2 equity offering, giving fans, gamers, and community a chance to become true owners. Yep. Throw that in the wastebasket right away. That's a load of fucking barnacles. Scam! Scam! Atari Hotels recently acquired over 1 acre of land in Phoenix's arts and entertainment district, Roosevelt Row, seeking between $35 to $40 million to fund the development of its flagship location. How is it reimagining hospitality for modern gaming, pop culture, and sports? What is it doing? Adding RGB? Is that it? That's how they're reimagining it? Does it say?
An entertainment experience like no other. Your ultimate all-in-one destination.
How is it like no other?
Recharge
Tell
in
me.
Next-gen suites, where comfort meets the latest in gaming and streaming tech. Catch every moment in our
Whoa!
next level sportsbook and gaming lounge, where competition meets connection. From live concerts to esports battles, our 2,000
Esports battles in Atari hotels? How stupid do you think I am? Yeah, I'm sure.
1,000+ person event center is built for unforgettable nights. Here, nostalgia collides with the future. Classic
Damn, look at this arcade! Holy shit! They got like a whole closet full of cabinets.
icons
Reimagined fun.
Be a part of it with as little as $500. You can own a piece of Atari Hotels Phoenix. Atari Hotels, play, stay, live the game. Brought to life by Intersection Development, with over $350 million of projects built right here in this neighborhood. Designed by Rack House, where architecture becomes emotion, and every space is an experience. Masterpiece designs by Top Rank Original. Design tough, built tough.
Design tough, built tough for tough gamers, god damn it. Oh. I'm investing, I have to. I'm losing money not investing in this, my god. It'll fuse nostalgia culture with futuristic technology from high-tech guest rooms and creator studios to 2,000+ person esports and concert venues, sportsbook, and layers of immersive bars, restaurants, and shopping. With $14 million invested to date in the Phoenix project, Atari Hotels is inviting the public to join in on the next phase, a strategic decision to accelerate development while building a deeply engaged community of stakeholders. The Reg A offering provides participants with actual real estate ownership, including preferred returns and access to exclusive experiences starting at a minimum investment of $500. So they have invested $14 million and are looking for 35 to 40, even though this is backed by apparently fucking Goliath companies here like this, responsible for $300 million worth of developments across their resume, and the most they can fork over is $14 million here. Even if it hits the funding goal, let's say it goes like bananas, $80 million or whatever gets raised, how the fuck is it going to be anywhere near this? $80 million is not going to get you a facility like this with state-of-the-art reimagined technology rooms, a fucking immersive bars, restaurants, shopping, concert venue, and esports arena. That is so stupid. No way. No way! The second video goes over the scam in more details. This one? This is the same video. They just re-uploaded the same video. They did it twice. No, not that one. Oh, this one.
This AI-generated slop hotel is the epitome of marketing buzzwords, but it's apparently also really cheap to get in on. An official Atari hotel is popping up in Phoenix, Arizona, and it's pretty safe to assume the branding is completely meaningless at this point. Their juiced-up website is projecting that the cyberpunk-esque building will be done at the end of 2028, and that the whole shebang will be super walkable, convenient, and luxurious for gamers in particular on account of all the arcade cabinets and whatnot. The thing is, though, their whole promo shtick is essentially just begging you for investments on the project. In a move straight out of Kickstarter.com, Atari Hotels is asking for a minimum $500 US in exchange for partial ownership of their not yet existent building, inclusion in the...
But just like Akon City, it's coming. And look at how sad all of us were that we didn't get a chance to invest in Akon City. Now we can with Atari.
Hotel's loyalty program and a personalized printable PDF of a certificate of ownership. The promo video for the hotel literally ends with these, but hey, at least you're guaranteed a physical brick with your name on it if you fork over 50 grand on the thing.
And I mean, it's a team you can at least trust. They have a combined track record of creating and structuring over $500 million in real estate deals and $4 billion in successful tech exits, blending a strong financial track record with creative execution. With deep roots in Phoenix's Roosevelt Row, including the successful launch of 15 hospitality and residential projects, this team boasts a rich understanding of the local neighborhood, which is why they're so confident in it. They only invested $14 million of their own money, but want $40 million of your money. This is a grand slam waiting to happen. It's going to be like that Willy Wonka amusement park in Scotland. The Willy Wonka experience, yeah, for hotels. Unbelievable, man. That's crazy. That's so shameless. Well, it's coming pretty soon. It's starting in 2026. We'll get to see it from the ground up. I can't wait. The people who get nostalgic about Atari are all in their 50s and probably fall for AI, so who knows. I mean, that's still kind of a stretch, though. Like, I don't think people in their 50s are going to be like, $500? Alright, I'll give it to Atari Hotels. This is exactly what I want. A place where I can watch esports events. Like,
battles.
The 50-year-old Atari fans are not going to care about the esports event space or anything like that. I don't know. I think it's just... I just don't think this has a chance of getting any real human beings to put money into it. You'd have to be a fucking beyond degenerate moron to throw $500 at this. Like, they couldn't even do the bare minimum of AI generating something that looks realistic. Like, just look at this. You can stop at any single frame, and it is just a disaster. Like, everyone's fucking face is melting. This guy's arm has fallen to the back rooms. Like, every single thing here. And they're all just like, these hills have eyes, like mutants everywhere. They're not even using, like, the newest AI videos or anything. It's whatever the cheapest, fastest shit they could churn out was. And even just as a concept, the hotel has a terrible idea. Yeah, it doesn't even have a strip club. Well, not yet. That's if you donate the $50,000 to it, you get a brick and a lap dance. And a free 1-year subscription to Sohids. Would have been better in Vegas, like a gaming casino hotel. I guess... I don't think this is a hot take. I think this should be a pretty obvious take. But the thing is, if you're trying to market to gamers for a social experience, you're fucking stupid. Like, the last people that would want a gamer hotel would be gamers. They're not gonna go. If this actually gets built... Oh, yeah. I mean, you can just stop it right there if this actually gets built. It won't. Here's what I think. I think they will start construction on something. I think whatever they end up finishing construction on will not be Atari Hotel. It won't be a gamer hotel. I think it'll end up just being another one of their endless hospitality projects, and this was just going to be a fucking failed concept. They'll just pivot. Wait to hear about the Atari's next project, Atari Airline that takes you to Atari Cruise. Genius. I know you're making a joke, but it actually is incredible to me how Atari was so early to video games. They had such a stranglehold on it, and they floundered. And now, all they coast on is their once powerful name. Despite not having any real, like, products or anything of value for the last, like, 2 decades, almost 3 decades, they still coast with this name because it's so recognizable, but they won't do the bare minimum of just trying to make good games or anything again. Like, they are just totally content to do nothing except try and cash in goodwill on the Atari name. It's crazy to me. No, it's the actual Atari business. As far as I can tell, this is the actual Atari business, yeah. This isn't like a knockoff or anything. This is an Atari partnership, from what I can tell, based on their website here. Though, I did just Google something that came up with a Reddit post from someone who's been looking into this. So, I'll take it with a grain of salt for now. According to this post, it's a hotel with the Atari license and branding, but totally unaffiliated with Atari. Which sounds very par for the course if that is true. Atari just... They probably got a cold call and an email like, hey, for like $50, can we, like, use the Atari name for a little something we're cooking up? And they're like, yes! Yes, God, please! Anything! Basically like Nickelodeon Hotel. They just use the brand and IPs, but it's actually run by Holiday Inn. God, the Nickelodeon Hotel is a classic. Oh, it's so good. These new gen scammers don't know how it was back in the day. They actually had to work to scam people. All you need now is AI. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, like, you're making a joke, but it's actually super true. You actually had to try to scam back in the day. Now, AI does it for you. It's such a shame. There had to be some level of intelligence to a scam. No longer the case. Bernie Madoff with AI would have been unstoppable. Yeah, they would have never caught his ass if he had AI in his tool bag. A few days back, Big Bubba Bill Clinton, as well as Hillary Clinton, were talking with a panel about the Epstein files and their involvement in it and the photos and what they all mean, giving their perspective on things. While not being formally accused of wrongdoing, they were there to try and explain their side, so they'd, spaghetti out a bunch of lore here, and that was really it. And not a whole lot to come from it outside of, clips, of, Hillary Clinton getting upset during it, and Bill Clinton in particular, who I really want to yap about, because he was giddy. He was like Howard Lutnick anytime Epstein's name gets brought up. He couldn't stop laughing and smiling, throughout the whole thing. And there's one particular moment that we went over on stream that I have just got to show you, because it is certified wackiness. This is actual bozo clown level insanity here. He goes through the Epstein files and some of the photos there like he's scrapbooking. Now, apparently one of them was about a painting of him in a dress or something that he was giggling about. I don't know if that's confirmed or not, but that's the speculation based off of what you can kind of see when he's turning one of the pages. But it is weird. And to me, it showcases just how little they actually give a fuck about the Epstein files. They treat it like a joke. Bill Clinton treating it like a joke. The entire fucking administration, Howard Lutnick in particular, actually busts a gut every time Epstein's name gets brought up. The powerful people know they're going to get away with it. And I really think this whole hearing is just a farce. I think this is just a little song and dance for the plebeians to enjoy. Look, we're doing something about Epstein files. Look, here's the Clintons. No, we're not actually accusing them of doing anything wrong, but we're pretending that we might. Even though the administration has reiterated multiple times to just drop it, move on, and that there probably won't be any real investigations henceforth. And Perjury Patel likes to keep lying about it out the wazoo till his whole anus falls out, till he full-blown prolapses on his lies. So I don't have a whole lot of faith in this, a committee here that was asking the Clintons questions. I think it's just a sham. I would love if they really did investigate them and everyone in the Epstein files, but I don't think that's coming, and based off of Bill Clinton's attitude here, I think they're also pretty confident that nothing like that's on the horizon anytime soon. Did you see the Did you see the clip of Bill Clinton smiling while looking at old Epstein photos while his lawyer was trying to take them away? Oh my god, yeah.
And for the record, what is happening in this photo?
He's smiling at me, looks like he's talking to me.
Can you describe the circumstances surrounding this photo?
Are you asking if he recalls this?
I do not. I have no idea.
You appear to be comfortable with Mr. Epstein in this photo. What do you disagree with?
I'm comfortable with a lot of people. I'm comfortable here. I'm not happy, but I'm comfortable. Let me see it.
Damn, they don't have the whole thing. So in the whole thing going up to this, he looked at it, he started smiling, his lawyer took it away, and he goes over with a big smile on his face. He's like, give me it, give me it, give me it, give me it. And then he reminisces. But they're cutting out all the bits. It's so shameless. Just look at the way he follows it. It's like a dog when you take their toy and they're ready to play fetch. It's unbelievable. Hey, that's enough, Bill. No, wait. Stop. I was having fun. You wouldn't believe the story behind this one.
Mr. President, we have about 5 minutes remaining in the majority's first hour, so I just want to ask you some questions related to
crazy.
The crimes.
It's crazy.
Epstein and Miss Maxwell.
Unreal. Bill being nostalgic is crazy. I know, man. And his lawyer is like, okay, this, come on. That's enough. Those were the days, off face, yeah. Can I get a copy of that? Like, the way he starts pointing at it actually makes me feel like he's asking for, can I check out some more of these? Okay. He's having so much fun. I think this is the happiest Bill Clinton has looked since he got the fucking Blowjoptimus Prime from Monica Lewinsky. This guy is glistening. He is like radiant with glee going through these Epstein files. And I've seen some weird defense of this where people are claiming that the reason he's acting that way is because he's taken aback by the comical attempt to pin bad stuff on him with the Epstein files here. So he's not taking it seriously because they've done such a poor job. It's actually a galaxy brain chess maneuver from Bill Clinton here to show that he's not guilty. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? This makes him look significantly more guilty, at least to me it does. And I imagine this probably is pretty poorly put together. I imagine they haphazardly threw this committee together without any real teeth or any real drive for justice, probably just as a way of trying to, appease the public, showing that there is movement on this front, since most sane, sensible people aren't dropping this. But what Bill Clinton's doing here doesn't show like he's not guilty. It shows that he doesn't take this seriously as if it's a big deal, when it is. The administration keeps trying to hammer home the point that you shouldn't care about this and that it's not a big deal and we need to move on, which I think is the most unhinged shit imaginable, because this deals with the largest sex trafficking operation in this country's history. Like, the abuse, the trafficking, the potential murder, of children at the hands of Epstein and Epstein's clients, and nobody has been arrested outside of Maxwell, who again gets to just go to a fucking summer camp instead of a prison because of this administration. It's absurd. You should care about this. And then you have people like Bill Clinton here, who in front of this committee is now just giggling about it and looks like he can't wait to keep reminiscing going through these files. He's probably excited to get back in that chair to look at more photos. And even in the slightest, literal tiniest iota of a chance that Bill Clinton isn't guilty of any wrongdoing, the behavior that he's showcasing here, I think, is still completely unacceptable because of the severity of this case. This is a child sex trafficking operation that went on for so many years, implicating some of the most powerful people on the fucking planet, and nobody's taking it seriously in the government here. It's unbelievable. And Bill Clinton can't stop laughing about it. And people in the administration can't stop laughing about it. It's just crazy to me. And I don't know how anyone could watch this and defend it. Now, throughout the deposition, both Bill and Hillary maintain that they didn't do anything wrong. There was nothing sexual or anything like that ever happened. When Bill was pressed about some of the photos in the files, like him and Maxwell in a pool with an unidentified woman, he said, that was actually at a hotel, nothing sexual, nothing freaky, nothing weird. And I imagine that's where the investigation stops. I have no confidence, no faith in anyone actually pursuing real justice against the evil co-conspirators, the fucking heinous, vile monsters, the clients of Jeffrey Epstein. I don't believe anyone's actually going to seriously try and get anyone thrown in the slammer for it. I really do think this committee, this little hearing here, is just a performance. See, we asked Bill Clinton the hard-hitting questions, and then he said, that's a bunch of fiddlesticks. And we said, well, if Bill says so, we did all we could. Hands are tied. Because that's kind of been the whole attitude about it. That and making a mockery of it. A joke out of the Epstein files. Bill Clinton laughing about it. Administration constantly giggling about it. They're slapping their knee every time Epstein's name is brought up. It's fucking scary. It's so out of control, man. But anyway, I had to yap about this Bill Clinton clip in particular. There's actually a few moments like this throughout the whole thing, but that one's the most egregious, so that was the one that I wanted to show. That's the one I think most people have probably seen by now, too, because it's so ridiculous. But there are quite a few moments like that throughout there. They just don't last as long as this one did. He really got lost in his happy thoughts, reminiscing in his Epstein days, his glory days. Anyway, though, that's really about it. It's fucking sick stuff, man. Absolutely twisted. Alright, see ya. Well, look what we have here. 8:30 p.m. on January 7th, the sacred date that was prophesied by the conformity gate enthusiasts as being the release date for the secret 9th episode of Stranger Things, the real finale. But bad news, sports fans, still no pickles. Episode 9 is not here, still seems to be misplaced. Perhaps they're scrambling to get it to us right now, or maybe this whole thing was a load of big fucking baloney. And in fact, if you check the Stranger Things Instagram account, The Real Dirty Dan, they are even seemingly trying to squash it themselves. All episodes are now streaming, like they're all available. There is no episode 9, despite the multiple days of cope, people coming up with crazy evidence to suggest that there's a secret episode, and this is all part of the Duffer Brothers' genius scheme. It's Vecna's final ploy. But now, as the sun sets, reality begins to wash over Conformity Gate like a plague, where they have to come to the hard realization that the Duffer Brothers just kind of fumbled. That's about all she wrote there. Or all she didn't write when it comes to the Duffer Brothers, with all the fucking plot holes here for season 5. And it sucks. You know, it doesn't feel good. It's not like I wanted to say I told you so. Now, of course, I'm not above doing that. I'm 5'6". I'm barely above this desk right now. But, you know, I did tell you so, as did 98% of the people on this planet. But that 2% that really latched on to the titty here of Conformity Gate, it was a sizable movement. Like, thousands and thousands of people. It got big to the point where a lot of people genuinely did buy into it, thinking that there's really a legitimate possibility that there's a secret episode airing tonight. But that's just not in the cards. That was never on the table. Something similar happened with Sherlock, apparently, but I don't remember that. What I will say, though, is that some of the theories were very entertaining, so at the very least, I think some people at least were able to squeeze a little bit more joy and whimsy out of this whole Conformity Gate thing, in lieu of, like, a disappointing finale. And like I said, it's not even the worst finale in the world. It did what is oftentimes the most unforgivable sin, and it was mid. It was just okay at best and left a lot to be desired, which is oftentimes worse than just being outright fucking terrible. So, a lot of people were trying to come up with an explanation that isn't just like, it's a little flat. And in doing so, I do think they cooked up some very interesting, thought-provoking ideas. Most of them, though, however, I do think we're just really grasping at straws. It's coming out January 7th because if you look at this clock and then close your eyes and then fall asleep and then hit yourself in the head with a sledgehammer, you can start to connect the breadcrumbs that the Duffer Brothers have very intentionally, subtly laid for us to find. Oh, it's chef's kiss. It's great. Like, a lot of it had the same energy as people that think they found the winning lottery numbers in their fucking Lucky Charms cereal bowl. So, like, a lot of it wasn't great when it comes to evidence, but some of it I found to be at least compelling to some degree, but there was never any world where they were going to have a secret finale. That is conceptually a terrible idea, to intentionally have your series finale 10 years in the making be not amazing on purpose, so that way you can come back at a later date to surprise everyone with something of higher quality. That's just a fucking terrible idea, to tank the reputation for that long, and then even go on like a PR press tour getting spanked by every interviewer and every fan ever, like basically a humiliation tour, only to then come around with a good episode. Like, that whole thing just doesn't make sense. So that was never going to happen, and I'm still pretty surprised that this whole Conformity Gate idea blew up to this level. So look at it in a more positive light, maybe to shine a little, like, you know, inspirational message on top of that. It shows what a community that's passionate about a project can do when they come together and set their mind to something. In this case, the idea that there's a secret episode. I think that's pretty cool, and ultimately it is harmless. The worst thing that happened is a lot of people got disappointed all over again because their hopes were up because they had watched so many theories and so many videos about it. And when it didn't happen, maybe they were a bit let down again, but it's not the worst thing in the world, because I imagine that journey was probably a really fun one to dive into. So, like I said from the get-go, the whole Conformity Gate thing is a harmless, you know, movement that was there. Though it is very silly that people genuinely bought into this as something that was going to happen, and like really grasping onto the most loose of nipples. Like last night during stream, I had so many people come into my chat telling me how wrong I was on my Conformity Gate take, because Vecna was on Jimmy Fallon and he scratched his head when Jimmy Fallon made a statement about Vecna's death, which is clear evidence that it's not over yet, that kind of thing. That was a little annoying in chat, I'll be honest. But again, it's coming from a place of passion, so you can't even really be mad at that or anything. It's just, maybe going forward, just set your expectations that it might be fun to dive into these fan theories, but it's probably not accurate if it like pertains to a secret finale or anything in that regard. That's just not going to happen in any product. It's just not. That being said, though, I think fan theories are sometimes significantly more interesting than the actual lore that the writers come up with. Best example is Darth Jar Jar. I think that is the finest bit of fan theory ever cooked up. Also, Snowpiercer taking place in the Willy Wonka universe. I do love fan theories, and Stranger Things has a very interesting set of fan theories that, unfortunately, were kind of proven wrong throughout season 5. I'm talking outside of Conformity Gate, but I really do like diving into that kind of stuff for products and IPs that I really like. I think it's very interesting, and honestly, I would really like to see, writers kind of lean more on that. They can see these fucking fan theories and shit. I would like if that, sparked some kind of inspiration in their noodle, well, maybe we use this in some way, or maybe we can flesh this out in some way, and that's a pretty good idea. I think that'd be very cool. I don't see that happen super often, but it would be nice to see, maybe occasionally, for some of the more high-quality fan theories. But now I'm getting off on, a side tangent here. Overall, Conformity Gate was a lot of fun to watch from an outside perspective without ever really believing in it. And while it didn't happen, it's not like I'm really celebrating it. I would love if there was a better ending to Stranger Things. It's just, I think it was pretty obvious from jump that wasn't going to happen. This was the series finale. Anyway, though, no need to yap about it any longer. That's about it. So, yeah. It's so crazy. It's so despicable, and yet it's stopped being surprising now. P. Diddy just got sentenced to 50 months in prison. Yeah, he got 4 years in the slammer. That's it. Basically, the Jeffrey Epstein of the music industry gets away with a slap on the wrist. I mean, they're probably going to be supplying him with baby oil in the cell at this point. He just got 50 months in prison. That's it. And truthfully, I'm not even confident they're going to keep him incarcerated for the full 50 months. I don't even think he'll be in there that long. He'll be in and out of the slammer lickety split. I feel like it'll be like that scene in SpongeBob where SpongeBob and Patrick steal a balloon on free balloon day, so the cops close the cell for a split second and tell him to scram. That's what I think's going to happen with P. Diddy here. This is just abhorrent. 50 months for the diddler. We gotta start looking into the judge here for a second to see if he got invited to the next freak off when he's let loose. Because how is this even possible? I had been keeping up with the case. I had already given you the update about the things that they found him not guilty on, which was absolutely stunning in the first place. But it's just insanity. It's absolute insanity. Everybody knows he's guilty. There are decades of evidence, mountains of evidence about all of his crimes. A vile, evil worm. And he gets 50 months. This is just clear, irrefutable proof unfolding in front of your eyes that some people genuinely are above the law. Actually, it's not conspiratorial. It is just the facts of it. It's crazy. Your Honor, did you stop to consider for a moment that my client has an unbelievable amount of money? Okay, just take that into consideration. I'm not gonna bother going into, the particulars here about where apparently P. Diddy was so broken about, the 4 years he has to spend in prison, or the strong face the judge put on there for a second while shaking his finger, waggling his little digit here about, justice and all the sick shit that Diddy did. Because it's all just fucking performative. It's not real. Because at the end of the day, justice wasn't really served. 4 years in jail for the diddler? The fucking baby oil behemoth? That's unhinged. That's just so twisted. But that's the times we're living in. It is crazy the times we're living in. I also just saw today fucking Benjamin Netanyahu just openly stating in front of the whole world his plans on brainwashing because so many people are turning on Israel. So he was asked what he plans to do about it. And you know what? Since I'm just yapping, I'm just going to go ahead and go on this topic now too.
I guess I'm curious about what's another game plan if we lose evangelical support for the state of Israel. What's our backup plan to be strong, outside of the diaspora?
Christian influencers. Okay. You said we talked about the woke right, and you said I call it the woke Reich. That's a brilliant observation. The woke right, because these people, you know, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane. They're loonies.
Yeah, that's his strategy, a galaxy brain chess maneuver here. Call everyone that doesn't support Israel Nazis. Whoa, holy shit. This guy's, he's alting right now. Wow. So basically, if you're not, like, eating out of this guy's gooch and supporting Israel on everything, you're a Nazi.
To secure that part of the base of our support in the United States, that is being challenged systematically. A lot of this is done with money. Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, vaster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers.
Just in case you forgot, Israel literally pays influencers to suck their wiener and just be like these loyal little lapdogs to always just lap up whatever Netanyahu's gooch is sweating out. Like, it's unbelievable. And he's just being like super open about it. Like, he is just saying that in front of people's faces and nobody seems to care.
And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is TikTok. TikTok, number one. And I hope it goes through because it can be consequential. And the other one, what's the other one that's most important? X. X. Exactly. Very good. And, you know, so we have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy. He's a friend. We should talk to him. Now, if we can get those two things, we get a lot, and I could go on other things, but that's not the point right now.
Spoiler warning for those without thinking caps on. Censorship. He's talking about censorship. Damn to free speech, Benjamin Netanyahu's got other ideas. It's something he's talked about plenty in the past. He's not exactly shy with it. He's very loosey-goosey with the censorship topic, and he's talking about it again. He recognizes how everyone sharing videos and information about the atrocities and all the slaughter of the Palestinians at the hands of the IDF is making people turn on Israel. So now genocidal freak is going up to Elon Musk. Oh, Mr. Musk, can we do something about, like, all these pesky voices sharing all of this? It's censorship. Super weird, by the way, how a foreign nation seems to have so much pull over things happening in our homeland. Why can Netanyahu come out with his full ass on display, talking about like how algorithms on the platforms here need to cater to him, and also he should be talking to Elon about Twitter so they can do something together in regards to like the people not liking Israel anymore and what they're having access to. Why is that? Like, that shouldn't be allowed, right? Like, what the fuck? This guy gets to come in and, like, completely wash our fucking freedom of speech in order to fit his censorship agenda? Cool. How about no, goober? Like, come on. This should be an outrage to everybody, but it's not. It's just not. And that's just the signs of the times that we're in. Like, I made a video the other day about Ted Cruz with his slip-up where he said to stop attacking pedophiles.
Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? I want you to look at what happened when the National Guard went to D.C.
Quite the Freudian slip. And as I said, there's no way he meant to say that. But he never corrects it or anything. No one points it out. And what he's talking about didn't pertain to pedophiles at all. His crime statistics were robbery, homicide, and rape. 2 out of 3 of those he covered previously. The last one, robbery, that doesn't relate to stopping attacking pedophiles. Like, those two don't connect. You can't put the square piece into the circle hole on that one. And I saw people saying that it was intellectually dishonest to paint it as anything other than just like an embarrassing flub. Which is fair enough, I suppose, because I'm not trying to make the claim that this is him fully admitting to things and he's going full mask off. Ted Cruz did, notably, reject the release of the Epstein files. Like, from all available information, it seems he has been against the release of the Epstein files, judging from his votes in regards to it. So I did pose that, here's a little food for thought. There may be a little something there, possibly, but overall, the video, I was just taking the piss out of it. That's really it. But that was somehow incendiary and made people mad about, like, to portray him clearly having a flub there with his words is absurd. And I just don't understand how we've reached this point where you can't even, like, point out the absurdity of something so fucking preposterous like a politician saying, stop attacking pedophiles. It's crazy to me. But I saw people putting words in his mouth saying what he meant to say, stop defending pedophiles. But again, that doesn't fit with what he's actually talking about here in the full context of what's going on. So why is he even bringing up pedophiles in the first place? It's super fucking weird. That's all I was saying, and making fun of him for it. The same way I've made fun of other flubs and weird stuff from politicians, like Biden, when he'd talk about, like, kids rubbing his leg hairs and shit like that. But things have just changed so fucking drastically. It's a totally different ballgame. But I'm gonna harp on Ted Cruz for a moment, because I just don't understand the glaze. I don't know how he has fucking hog riders. I do not get the pedophiles that will defend him tooth and nail, when he himself has said that the reason he got into Congress 13 years ago is to defend the interests of Israel.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. And I've worked every day to do that.
So you are an American politician whose sole purpose for being here is to defend the interests of a foreign nation here, domestically. I just don't know how that's not treasonous. I'm just going to say it. I don't get how that is not just like full-blown treason. I saw quite a few takes when it came out about Israel paying influencers for like positive PR and stuff, and people were tossing the word treason around in regards to that. This is that times 50. I don't know how this one gets a pass. I don't get how that gets a pass. He is supposed to represent the state of Texas. You would think as an American politician, you would be prioritizing the interests of the nation that you're representing. But instead, he is openly saying that he got into this for the sole reason of supporting a foreign nation here. Now, again, I'm not the most politically savvy guy on the planet. I'm a fucking Neanderthal. I get that. I am a Cro-Magnon man when it comes to this. But I just don't understand. I cannot wrap my head around how people will support that. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. He's also never there anytime Texas needs him, like in the event of like tragedies and shit, like with the flood, the freeze from quite a few years back. He always seems to be on vacation. Like, it's just, it's... I'll stop harping on Ted Cruz in particular. I'm just fucking blabbering here. It's 4 a.m. Obviously, it's another insomnia-fueled evening, so I can't help but just blabber. But my God, it's just crazy, the times we're living in. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. Well, hello there. Yep, haven't slept again. How'd you know? How could you tell? Is it the grease? Is it the bags under my eyes? What gave it away? Huh? Yeah, no, I couldn't sleep again. What? Big whoop. Want to fight about it? Anyway, decided to use this insomnia as like a superpower here to grow my brain here, get real big and smart, and look into something chat told me about that I kind of wrote off pretty quickly as being probably nonsense about NASA discovering potential evidence of ancient life on Mars. This is a headline I've seen regurgitated like once a year, every year for the last 31 years of my life. And it never actually leads to anything, it never goes anywhere, there's never any confirmation, and a lot of the evidence, in many of the cases, feels very flimsy, where it's like, well, using this rover, it drove over this grain of sand that reacted in a weird way. It made like a whoopee cushion sound, which means that was most likely probably some microbial life playing a prank on us. We knew it all along. Maybe. So I've kind of just instinctually started to write it off as most likely horseradish. So when chat was telling me, I kind of was very dismissive of it. But since I couldn't sleep, I decided, well, let's take a peek. Let's see what all the hoopla's about, huh?
This very well could be the clearest sign of life that we've ever found on Mars.
So last July, NASA's Perseverance rover found a leopard-spotted rock at Mars. And scientists immediately knew. It was interesting, we hadn't seen anything like that before.
What we saw in this rock were these layers of very fine-grained, rusty red mudstone that had in them these incredible features, these things that we took to calling poppy seeds, which are the sort of dark black spots in the rock, and leopard spots, which are these kind of ring-shaped features that have dark rims around them.
I'm not a geologist, so the significance of this rock kind of eludes me. I do think they do a good job of breaking down why it's a big deal and what it actually indicates. But in my sleep-deprived state, I unironically thought when they were showing the leopard spots, I thought it was going to be something like fucking eye-popping, having my eyes go out of my skull like a cartoon character. I thought they were going to say, like, and these leopard spots here, these dark rings, well, it turns out these are cigarette burns, indicating that we had tobacco-smoking doobie lord monsters on Mars at one point, or just something unhinged. I don't know why I was expecting that. I guess maybe with the way chat was talking about it, kind of just planted the idea in my head. But even still, the actual, like, real explanation is still cool, just not quite to that level.
We've done the analysis on these leopard spots, and we think they are potentially made by some sort of ancient life. This finding by our incredible Perseverance rover is the closest we've actually come to discovering ancient life on Mars.
The discovery of a potential biosignature or a feature or signature that could be consistent with biological processes, but that requires further work and study to confirm a biological origin.
That's the quick and dirty of it. That's kind of the rock in a nutshell and its importance. Basically, they found this very peculiar geode here that they don't have a way of explaining how it could be like that without life being involved in some way. They have a null hypothesis where they attempted to prove that it's not life, but were unable to prove that. But I wanted more information than just that. I wanted more than just a surface level dive on it, so I went to a YouTuber named Anton Petrov, who covered it beautifully. I highly recommend you check out his full video. I'm going to play a couple clips for you here.
For several years, this rover has been moving across the Jezero crater in order to collect several samples and in order to possibly find life. And here this crater was chosen specifically for one reason. Researchers believe that this used to be some kind of an ancient lake, and also very likely contained a river delta, both of which are environments considered to be prime targets in the search for extraterrestrial life.
Now, this is something I did know about, and I think a lot of people get confused about with like the mission of the Mars rovers. A lot of people are under the impression they're actively looking for water on Mars or life on Mars, like they're going to stumble into a fucking frat house or something up there. The goal is to put these rovers and explore areas where they believe water once was. So this area was chosen because they believed it could have been an ancient lake. So that was something I was aware of, but I wanted to put it here just in case people were still kind of confused about like, well, why are they looking at, a fucking rock? I thought they were up there trying to, get water samples and stuff. That is not exact. I mean, if they could do that, if they find that, that'd be huge. That would actually be like game changing, but that's not like the primary directive here. They're not expecting to somehow find that.
And it actually stood out because of these somewhat bizarre markings. They were referred to as the leopard spots, with the initial scans revealing that it seemed to contain organic compounds that might have come from some kind of ancient life, or at least showed us that there were clear evidence of liquid water in the past, and so life did have conditions necessary to exist. And it also contained these flecks, or these unusual spots of iron and phosphates, from various chemical reactions that, though could have been just chemical in nature, could also have been produced by ancient microbes that possibly used this for energy.
So that's how it ties into ancient life, why this rock would be potentially indicative of ancient life. It could have been used by ancient microbes on Mars, the fucking Martian microbes, as energy, and what we're seeing here is kind of the result of that. Or it could just be a chemical process in nature that the scientists aren't overly familiar with at the moment. And since it's not exactly a convenient trip over there to grab the sample, nor is it feasible to send the sample from Mars back to Earth because we don't have a retrieval mission scheduled any longer, I actually learned from Anton Petrov here that the retrieval mission, which was supposed to get the Mars sample to study them on Earth in our labs, where we could actually do some real heavy digging on it and figure out, what the fuck is going on, get into the bare butt cheeks of it. Apparently that has been put on an indefinite hold. So right now, there's only so much they can do to analyze that rock, and at the moment, they can't prove that it's not, indicative of microbial life because it is peculiar and there are some markers that it could be.
And this is a really interesting study. Now, first of all, this is really good science. There are no speculations here. There are absolutely no assumptions based on some kind of a preconception. And most importantly, this whole study is based on a null hypothesis. In essence, they're trying to prove that whatever they discovered is not life. But at the end of the study, the conclusion is that they're actually unable to do so. They don't have an explanation for what was discovered if it was not produced by life.
As he mentions, that's good science. That is chef's kiss, what you want to hear. And, not to toot my own horn, it's how I approach ghost hunting. About as far removed from science as you can get real quick, but just hear me out. I approach all of our paranormal investigations with the sole intent of proving empirically that ghosts are real. My, biases about I don't think that shit's real play no role in my science. It just happens to be that all of the science points to ghosts don't exist. So even though I'm going in there for that, I always end up proving so far that they're not real. But maybe one day that'll change. Actually, the more I talk about this and say it out loud, it's not really a null hypothesis at all. But it did just somewhat remind me of my ghost hunting methodology and how I approach it. Anyway, though, as he says, the report here is very good science, and it is super interesting. As far as these life on Mars claims go that I've been privy to over the 31 years I've been alive, this one so far holds the most weight to me. Like, this does seem pretty significant.
Which usually contains iron phosphate, and greigite, which contains iron sulfides. But what's really key here is how these minerals were arranged. Because on Earth we usually see very similar arrangements in water sediments where microbes are physically eating organic matter and then breathing out rust and sulfates. This is usually referred to as redox cycling. And so the presence and distribution of these minerals in the Martian rocks potentially suggests similar biological processes that might have happened here before. And one of the scientists from the study, Michael Theis, essentially describes this as something that would be very easy to explain if there was life, but something that would be extremely difficult to explain if it wasn't. So if this was just the chemical or geological processes, it would be super difficult to explain.
And that right there is kind of the bread and butter of why this could potentially indicate ancient microbial life, because the geological and chemical processes that we're familiar with, they would very much struggle to explain the presence of what they found on this rock. Meanwhile, if it was microbial life, that easily explains it. It's not to say that 100% confirms it or anything. There is still wiggle room that maybe there is just a process that we don't know about that is geological and chemical and does not have anything to do with life at all. It is possible, but it is seeming more so, at least to me, that it is likely explained with ancient microbial life being responsible for that, which is pretty cool. And I was looking up people's reactions to this, and a lot of people are downplaying it as not a big deal, who cares, not a three-titted goth alien babe, why should I even bother giving a fuck? And I think that perspective is kind of dog shit. I want to go ahead and show you Anton kind of going over some of the implications if this truly is ancient microbial life.
It would have profound implications on life existing elsewhere in the universe. It would basically suggest that developing life on different planets may not be as difficult after all. And so if life arose independently on two different planets in a single star system, it may suggest that life is not rare, but there's also this idea of panspermia. Maybe life started on Mars and then got transported to Earth, or I guess vice versa. And so maybe what we're seeing here are two different cousins that eventually ended up on two different planets. And finally, this idea also brings up the very important Great Filter hypothesis. And so if the simple microbial life is common, why don't we actually see intelligent complex life as well? And so is there some kind of a filter that's stopping everything? And is there something really major basically preventing life from becoming super advanced? And if so, what is it?
Of course, this is just some of, I imagine, many discussions and questions and things that would arise should this actually be confirmed as ancient microbial life. I find it to just be really fascinating. Any kind of proof that we're not alone in the universe, I think, is a big fucking deal. Truly. The Great Filter in particular is always such an interesting thought, because if this is ancient microbial life, it would really then need to be, thought about deeply. why we're not finding complex life. Because if we can prove that we're not alone, we're not like the first and only civilization in the universe, here's proof of ancient microbial life on Mars, well, what happened, to prevent other civilizations from, sprouting up elsewhere that we would have probably at least seen inklings of by this point? What is stopping it, if there is anything at all stopping it? It's all just so big in scale. I don't know. I always find shit like this very cool when it is legitimately something worth getting excited about, which I do think this is. I really appreciate Anton's coverage of it. Again, I recommend the full video. It'll be in the description. And chat wasn't lying. Like, they weren't overhyping this. I did think it was pretty huge. It seems, to me, like pretty strong evidence of ancient microbial life, but I guess we'll see as more tests get conducted on it. I guess as many tests as they possibly can do from this distance, since they can't get it into labs here or anything. There's only so much available to them, but for now, I'll just try and keep my finger on the pulse of it. That's really about it. So yeah. It's been a little while since my last video covering Pokemon card-related crime, and that's not because things have started to slow down. It's not looking any better. In fact, I'd argue it continues to get worse. And I just thought, you know what, let's take a peek, see what's going on here, and I'll show you two of the most recent break-ins where thieves made off with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards, including one of them, an armed robbery where one of these fucking degenerate fungus worms actually brought a gun into the Pokemon establishment and then started breaking the cases while pointing the gun at employees and people that were just in the area.
You see it right here, caught on camera, a person smashing through an Everett gaming store, stealing thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards and other collectibles.
So this one was a classic smash and grab where this gentle sir busted through a window and then went to the Pokemon card display case and tried to kick it with his leg to break the glass, but he's so fucking weak and pathetic he couldn't do that. So then Goober here, Secret Agent Shitstain, had to retreat through the window to grab an axe to actually get into the display case because his noodle arms and his papier-mâché legs weren't cutting it.
You could see where a thief smashed through to get inside this Everett gaming store, and this isn't the only store in Western Washington that's picking up thousands of dollars worth of damages while thieves take off with cards worth thousands more.
Card shops have to be getting robbed more often than gas stations and jewelry stores combined at this point. These fucking freaks continue to just burglarize local card shops, which, mind you, the majority of the time are just family-owned and operated businesses, in order to steal their products to scalp it online for like $5 worth of profit. It's so fucking absurd.
As surveillance video from Mugu Games last Thursday shows someone breaking in the store and try to make off with valuable Pokemon cards, which we see this person was willing to go great lengths for.
Went back outside, grabbed an axe is what it looked like, came in, smashed the window, grabbed some stuff.
Owner Michael Doran says in total, over $40,000 worth of Pokemon cards were stolen.
Just piece of shit, man. It actually infuriates me seeing just how common this has become with these card shops being burglarized. If I was a local card shop owner at this point, I'd be booby-trapping this bitch like it's Home Alone. I'd be having all kinds of traps that I'd activate at night when closed. You know, like a boxing glove pops out of every window if it gets, like, broken into. Fart spray deploys if the glass is broken. Like, all kinds of shit. Like, a giant log comes through and just blasts them or something. And then probably what I would also do, and what I imagine a lot of card shops are going to start doing, is I would never put any real product in the displays. I would only put proxies in there to represent the actual merchandise. I would keep the real cards separate. Because at this point, you cannot have real product on display in these shops. These locations are constantly being broken into.
Dorn says this isn't new.
We've been broken into 4 times. We've been armed robbed once. We've had multiple snatch and grabs of thousands of dollars worth of product.
And his store isn't the only one in Washington this week cleaning up thousands of dollars worth of damage.
I was watching it in real time. It's a little frustrating and a little scary. Have some dude, grabbing all the stuff off the shelves.
Again, like I said, it's extremely common. Owning a card shop is like strapping raw meat to your body and then jumping into shark-infested water. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when your shop gets burglarized. It's fucking tragic. and mostly it's Pokemon right now, but I don't know how many of you keep up. Scalpers are starting to transition to One Piece because Pokemon has been so infested with scalpers that even scalpers are getting discouraged from scalping it. They have now transitioned to another popular card game called the One Piece trading card game, which is a trading card game that's kind of near and dear to my heart considering I've competed in One Piece tournaments. I think it is a fucking wonderful card game. And one of the things I used to talk about with this card game is that it was like price accessible for a lot of people. Some of the top decks were actually like really cheap, especially when compared to other TCGs. That is now no longer the case because scalpers have fucking latched onto it like a hemorrhoid, and now prices are shooting way up because of it, and now a lot of real players are having a hard time getting their hands on product. It's a disaster. The entire TCG space has just become a cesspool because of these kind of fucking worms, these parasites.
But Dorn says what really has him frustrated is the lack of accountability when it comes to those who've been caught stealing from him and other businesses, which he feels is why others keep leaving.
I mean, there's a reason why businesses are moving out of Snohomish County, Washington. I'm here every day, and nowadays I feel targeted.
Totally reasonable. That makes a lot of sense why he would be fearful of keeping his business in this location, especially if authorities are doing nothing to actually catch the perpetrators here. From the way the owner of Mugu Games is talking about it, I get the impression that even if they do catch the thieves, there's not like harsh punishment doled out to them, which I have seen cases in the past where authorities will catch like a TCG scammer or someone that stole from a card shop and they just get like a slap on the wrist. They don't even go to jail or anything because they don't view it as like a serious crime. I mean, it should be viewed as a serious crime. This is a fucking crime that should be punishable by time in the fucking slammer. Like, they are a danger. As you mentioned, they had even been armed robbed before. So this was a snatch and grab, which again, thousands upon thousands of dollars in stolen merchandise, which is a huge blow to his business. And the authorities, I guess, aren't doing anything to make him feel protected, to make him feel like it's safe to continue to operate there. So, of course, he's going to be playing with the idea of leaving, as he should.
Armed robbers, they burst into a Pokemon store in the meatpacking district and started smashing display cases and grabbing items. The store owner says that they made off with more than $100,000 in merchandise.
Now, this is footage of the armed robbery that I referenced at the beginning. So, two thieves went to a pretty new location here. One of them pointing a gun at the employees, and the other went behind the counter and with a hammer just started breaking the display to start scooping in the merchandise. And apparently they made off with over $100,000 worth of product.
You can see those robbers walk in the store. They're wearing all black with anime backpacks on around 6:45 last night. They smashed the glass display cases while pointing a gun at shoppers. Now, along with the $100,000 worth of merchandise that they stole, the NYPD says the robbers also stole $1,000 from the register before running away westbound on West 13th Street, where this store is located.
Imagine being such a useless, worthless, loveless, dickless loser that you and your buddy hold hands and go on down to the Pokemon facility located near you, armed with a gun, and start pointing it at the people there and smashing the display to steal the merchandise, all because they believe they can somehow make a killing by flipping it somewhere, which, again, is not super easy, not really a slam dunk, especially if you try and sell it to another shop or do business in person. There have been numerous cases where people have tried that and got arrested for it. In fact, I'm going to show you a very recent one because, spoiler alert, turns out it's not exactly easy to do that. And trying to flip it online, again, isn't guaranteed because you're mainly selling to scalpers, and scalpers aren't going to be paying some kind of fucking premium for this shit. They're probably out there robbing stores too. And it's just crazy that this keeps happening. Like, I know I keep using that word, but it actually is insane. And based on the surveillance camera footage here, these feel like they're probably like kids. Like, I don't even think these are adults. One of them's wearing like some kind of like comic book backpack. I don't know. It looks like Carnage crossing over with like a fucking Labubu or something. I'm guessing that is the backpack he takes to his fucking first year algebra course. Like, that is actually probably like a 15 or 16-year-old that is handling that gun, pointing it at the people in there. And then his friend, the way he's handling the hammer, makes it feel like he doesn't even know what he's holding. Like, it's some kind of alien artifact. It seems like he doesn't even have the strength to lift the hammer. It's like fucking Thor's Mjolnir. Like, he's struggling to even hit the things with it. Like, the hammer is controlling him. Like, these are not adults, I don't think. I bet these are actually kids who continue to see like the Pokemon hysteria and convince themselves that this is how they're going to make like $1 million.
The Poke Court is a Pokemon store that was opened by a group of friends who grew up watching Pokemon and traded cards. And the founder says they opened the store 2 months ago and the robbery happened in just 3 minutes. She says the store was filled with more than 40 customers for its first ever community event when the robbery happened.
They were all brandishing firearms. They pointed them in the faces of my employees and my customers. And then they, like clockwork, went to our high-end display where we keep all of our most valuable items. They smashed the display. They looted over $100,000 worth of merchandise.
This business didn't even make it 6 months. It barely lasted longer than a mosquito's lifespan before it was burglarized. Armed robbers busting in there for the Pokemon cards. That is how out of control this phenomenon is. It sucks, man. This shit blows major ass. My heart breaks for all of these local card shops that continue to just be brutalized by these criminals, this fucking scum. Now, I want to end this on something kind of positive, though.
3 people are behind bars for stealing thousands in Pokemon cards and then trying to cash in at a Fort Myers shop. Deputies arrested this trio, Deshaun Boyd, Jimmy Satan, and Jermaine Warren this afternoon.
They took 10. Big W. Finally, a case of the thieves being caught, arrested, and thrown in jail. One of their names was Jimmy Satan. She said Satan, but it's literally Satan. Is there a more fitting name for someone who steals fucking Pokemon cards, literally trying to rip the joy out of what is supposed to be a hobby for children in order for his own personal gain? Like, unbelievable how fitting that is. Fucking Jimmy Satan here with Team Rocket.
$1,000 worth of the Pokemon cards from Gorka's Pokebarn in Collier County, then tried to sell them to Dynamo Collectibles in Fort Myers.
And said, that's them, call cops.
Busted! You're watching Lee County deputies walk in on 3 thieves trying to sell $10,000 worth of Pokemon cards. Mark Nesticos says they walked in his store with 29 booster boxes filled with packs of Pokemon cards.
It's so satisfying finally seeing an arrest here from these Pokemon thieves. Oh, I bet they were so excited too, just filled with jubilation. Easy $10,000 payday, let's just go offload this over there at that other shop, only to be arrested in a matter of minutes, walking out of there in cuffs.
He called 911.
Joking with them, having a really good time. We let them open free packs.
Less than an hour before, deputies say the trio stole them from Gorka's Pokebarn in Collier County using a fraudulent credit card.
We hadn't had advanced knowledge that they were stolen. They almost 100% would have gotten away with it.
They really tried to speedrun that, so they used a fraudulent credit card to steal the merchandise, and then an hour later tried to sell it to another shop. That's galaxy brain scheming right there. And that's the level of intelligence that these TCG thieves have. Like, these are actual Neanderthal brain idiots that are doing this. The people that are breaking into card shops to steal Pokemon singles, or the people that are taking a gun into a Pokemon event to steal the Pokemon product. These are actual idiots. Like, legitimately dangerous, stupid fucking idiots. And I pray that more and more arrests like this happen, because it is out of control and something's gotta change with it. I really think any card shops out there should really seriously consider only putting proxies in the displays in order to protect yourselves from these kind of idiots. So that would be my recommendation. I can't really think of anything else you could possibly do to combat this, because even the stores that take security extremely seriously, like one of the stores that I covered a couple months ago was literally inside of a storage unit with a giant garage door, basically a fucking vault door, to prevent thieves from breaking in. And you know how they still gained entry? They crashed a U-Haul into it. So, like, no matter what you do to try and, like, protect it, like, prevent thieves from getting inside of it, people will still find a way. So I think the only thing you can really realistically do is just try and cut your losses by not having the actual product in those cases, like the real singles and all of that, and instead keep those off facility somewhere else. And if someone expresses interest in buying those high-value singles, you let them know, like, hey, all right, we'll do this deal, but we've got to go, grab the actual card. I don't know what else the solution could be. This shit sucks. I just wanted to give you a little update that it's not getting better, it's only getting worse when it comes to these TCG robberies. That's really about it. So yeah. It's that special time of year again. We're looking at what are the worst 5 games of 2025. Now, this was a pretty stacked year for gaming. I've said that quite a bit. There were some bangers in here, some slappers, but for every hit, there is a shit. And there were plenty of shits this year. However, I think as far as worst game of the year goes, this one was pretty easy for me to choose. But anyway, I think the other 4 might be kind of surprising and worth mentioning. I even did some real-time analysis on stream, seeing if there were any other terrible games I might have missed, and I played them on stream. I won't show you the footage of me playing through them before the finalized list, but if you want to watch the full playthroughs of those, of course, they're on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. So yeah, anyway, get your popcorn out. It's worst games of 2025 coming at you raw. Brought to you by Cheeky, powered by Cheeky Soap. The only thing worse than bad games is bad hygiene, so go ahead and fix that with the best soap in the universe. Go to usecheeky.com. Also, our Chainsaw Man soap, our collector's boxes for the Chainsaw Man movie are about to be restocked the next day or two. I'm not sure when this video is going to go up. They might be restocked by the time this is live. I already know what the worst game of the year is, but I'd have to really think on what second, third, fourth, and fifth place would be. I played so many games this year. Unlike last year where I missed out on a lot, this year I played like the entire kit and caboodle of like everything that came out. If your old 4th grade English professor found Unity assets and put something on Steam for $50, I probably played it at some point. I played everything. And yet this year was so stacked, I still missed some bangers that I need to go back and play. But this year, I've got a firm handle on like every game that came out. You skipped every Nintendo game. Yeah, well, aside from Nintendo games, I literally played 0. They can hold my Johnson. So I already know what the worst is. Now we need to find what's almost as bad. I don't want to cheap out on it and do like the really small, terrible indie games that I've played. I don't think that's super fun. I feel like that's a little too easy. And there's nothing that I played that was so incredibly shitty in that area that I would put it there. So I really gotta think. I gotta rack my brain. I want to give an honorable mention to something that, by all definitions, is not a good game, but it's probably one of the most unique experiences I've ever had gaming. It is I can't even remember the name of it. It was called like Learn to Fight, Fight with Me, Time for Fight and Fighting or something. Hold on, I have a video of it on the gaming channel and I can't remember the name right now. But I want to start with an honorable mention here. Honorable mention to this game right here. This is such a fun one. Hack and Slash Fury. That's what it is. Hack and Slash Fury. Time to blow me away. This is very... Just look at this.
All impressive. The Dark Warriors. To beat it much years ago with an earthquake. Yeah, it was very much time ago.
It was indeed very much time ago. Hack and Slash Fury, legitimately I had a wonderful time playing, but you could make an argument that it's not an incredible game. I want to give it an honorable mention here, but also a recommendation, because that shit was special. Okay, and now to the core 5. So far, nothing super terrible jumping out at me here. I really, really didn't like Assassin's Creed Shadows at all, but I'm just not a huge Assassin's Creed fan. So I don't think it's necessarily like an objectively shitty game. It's just a game and a franchise that I am so beyond bored with. I'll keep it up there as a just in case, because it is my top 5 list. I'm not scientifically looking at the worst games of the year. It's the ones I had the least amount of fun with, and that would definitely be in there. No, yeah, it was coming up in June. FBC Firebreak is definitely going to be on the top 5 worst of the year, though, that's for sure. Oh wow, June is where the worst game of the year came out, too. Big month for shitters, holy. I'll get more into Mind's Eye later, but I think everyone knows this is the worst game of the year. And it's not even a close competition. This is, not only is the game disastrously horrible, but everything that happened afterwards is just a remarkable clown show. With Leslie making a fool of himself constantly, saying that the only reason it's getting negative reviews is because of sabotage and, like, jealousy or whatever. Well, we'll get more into that one in a minute. FBC Firebreak is definitely in the top 5 worst of the year, no doubt. Didn't play Poppy Playtime Chapter 4. Finally sat out one of those games. Much to the chagrin of chat. I don't know how many times I had to reiterate I'm not playing that. I just do not like the franchise. I might put this in my top 5 worst games just because of how miserable chat was for me not playing this. Hunter x Hunter Nin Impact I was going to play, but everyone said it was really bad, so I didn't play, and then it looked like there was a lot of very fun, crazy tech in it, and then I was tempted to play it again, then never did. Killing Floor 3, similar story. Was pumped to play Killing Floor 3, everyone said it blew ass, and then I just didn't play it. Maybe I should have, just for the sake of the top 5 worst games of the year. Oh, this is definitely in the top 5 worst of the year. The House of the Dead 2 remake. Holy shit, did they butcher that. That was a disaster. We're almost to the end of the year. And I actually only have 4 games that I genuinely really didn't didn't like. At least from, like, the big releases. Little Nightmares 3 was pretty disappointing just because of how short it was, but that definitely isn't enough to put it in the top 5 worst by any means. But it was pretty underwhelming. It wasn't made by the original Little Nightmares team, which explains it, but still. Kind of a shame. Skipped King of Meat. Did I? That's what I was looking for. Was King of Meat in here? Oh, you're right. It just doesn't even have its own Wikipedia. Imagine paying unfathomable amounts of money, no doubt 7 figures, for like a Mr. Beast dedicated video and all of like the streamer influencer marketing, and not even being big enough to have a Wikipedia page for your game. That's crazy. Wow. Definitely King of Meat, though, in the top 5 worst of the year. Not even objectively one of the worst games of the year, but very similar to like a Concord level failure where tons of money was clearly poured into this project only for it to be a complete colossal flop. So that definitely has to make it just for that reason. Oh, now I gotta go all the way back. Call of Duty Black Ops 7. Didn't play it. First Call of Duty I skipped in a long time because this shit just looked like ass. Oh, Let It Die. The new Let It Die game. That would probably... Man, maybe I should play some of these, like, absolutely terrible games just for the sake of this top 5. Because I know the new Let It Die game would definitely be on there. It's a pay-to-win disaster. We went over it on stream not long ago. I know if I played Let It Die or Killing Floor 3, they'd probably squeak out a spot on this. I think I should play both of these, because I have no doubt they will both probably make it. Because if I don't, then my top 5 would include Assassin's Creed Shadow, which even though I personally didn't like it at all, I know that it's not an objectively worst game of the year for top 5. Let It Die Inferno is $25 and still filled to the brim with microtransactions? No way, right? I thought it was free. According to Metacritic, you only played 1 out of their 10 worst games, which was Mind's Eye. What were the other ones? That's crazy, I missed all of the big stinkers this year. Usually that's all I play. That's surprising. Second place was Blood of Marin. Or third place was Blood of Marin. Second place was Fire Emblem Mobile. The hell is Blood of Marin? Oh, this looks like my kind of bad game. Wait a minute. We might need to pivot here in a second.
Stand up. Now, I demand. It's my sworn code to end your life with a sword.
Oh man, that's music to my ears. Yeah, we gotta do that. How long do you think it'll take to beat? I'm definitely not beating Blood of Marin, I'll tell you that much. I'll probably put like an hour into this puppy, and it'll probably be enough to let me know if it's a top 5 worst game of the year. I then played through Blood of Moran and then Let It Die Inferno just to give them a fair shake and see if they were going to be a worse experience than Assassin's Creed Shadow. I'm not going to show you those playthroughs here. If you want to see the full playthroughs they're on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. That was fun. Does it make the top 5 list? I'll be honest, I don't think so. I had more fun playing that than I did Assassin's Creed Shadows. Granted, I think this is obviously a much worse game. But it's my fucking top 5, and I enjoyed this more than Assassin's Creed Shadows. The new updates to Killing Floor 3 are quite good. Is it not as shitty as it was a couple months ago? I don't know if anything will beat Shadows. You were so miserable playing that. Yeah, I just can't in good conscience put it in the top 5 worst of the year, because it's not. I just fucking hate Assassin's Creed. I hate that series so much. Alright, Let It Die Inferno. I actually played this when it came out originally, the first Let It Die, and it was enjoyable. Apparently Inferno does everything wrong. So I guess we'll see how they massacred my boy. Okay, so what is a room match, I wonder? Room creation is unavailable in the standard edition. Please upgrade to the deluxe edition or higher. What? Okay, that probably just landed it on my top 5 worst games of the year. That is egregious. Are you serious? What? I just paid $25 for this and I can't even use an actual, like, standard feature of hosting a room? No way. Is the deluxe edition a free upgrade? No way, right? There's no way they would paywall that. I didn't even notice there was a deluxe edition. Let's see. Deluxe edition is $45. So I paid $25, and I need to pay $45 in order to do a room. That's crazy. There's also one more edition, the Ultimate Edition. That's $60. Is there also another game mechanic that's paywalled there? That's nuts. Am I misunderstanding something? Because this feels like absurd. And I could see like this game being fun, like getting into it, but this is absurd. Like that is crazy. Like I heard the microtransactions were bad. We went down that rabbit hole. We already knew, but I didn't see anyone mention this. To me, this is just beyond greedy. Okay, so now I can comfortably finish the top 5 worst games of the year. Assassin's Creed Shadow does not make the cut. At number 5, it'll be House of the Dead 2 Remake. This is probably one of the worst remakes you'll ever find for anything. When I played through this on the gaming channel on a whim, I didn't know it was so bad. They completely ruined House of the Dead 2. So that comfortably gets number 5. At number 4, Let It Die Inferno. Like, after having just played it for, what, hour and a half or something, which isn't a lot. It's barely enough for, like 2 or 3 Hellgate runs. It's slower than the first. But the reason it's here should be pretty obvious. It literally paywalls you from basic content. So I bought the $25 game, which I already knew was littered with microtransactions. But when I tried to create a room, which is what I believe to be a pretty basic feature, and it's right there at your fucking fingertips, when you try and create it, it says you can't do that unless you upgrade to Deluxe Edition, which is $45. That is unfathomable amounts of greed that I just truly cannot believe exists. So that is why it is easily in the number 4 slot. Even though there are some things to like about the game, that is unacceptable. Number 3, FBC Firebreak. What a stinker. This game was a miserable 4.5 hour experience. Like, it was fine in the beginning. It's just like a very simple game. But within the first 30 minutes, you have seen and experienced everything this game has to offer. So FBC Firebreak is pretty easily there as well. Also, one of the first games that I played for the gaming channel, by the way, when I launched that. Number 2, King of Meat. King of Meat should be obvious. Even though I think like there is some fun to be had with the game if you and your buddies, want to do something for a little bit as like a adventure together, you could maybe squeeze like half an hour of fun out of it. Maybe. But it's also a $30 game for what feels like a free-to-play mobile experience. And it is also a colossal flop on the level that the likes of which we haven't seen to this level since like Concord. Millions of dollars went into this, as well as marketing for this with Mr. Beast, influencers, and all kinds of shit, and ads out the wazoo, even like Discord orbs. And nobody played it. Peak player count of 320. Like, it's just a disaster across the board. And then number 1, a surprise to nobody, it's Mind's Eye. This game, there's not a single redeeming quality to this game. Everything that could go wrong with a game went wrong with this game, and Leslie, being as delusional as he is, made it even worse, put the actual bow on top of this shit package by just being a complete asshole about everyone who was criticizing it. The game just super sucks. And it was broken. And it was broken. Again, everything that could go wrong with a game went wrong with Mind's Eye. Hot take, Mind's Eye better than FBC Firebreak. That is a hot take, I disagree. As an FBC Firebreak hater, I can tell you confidently you're wrong. This game, you didn't play it then. I played this shit start to finish, and my god does it blow ass. He actually beat Mind's Eye, what a warrior. Hey, I'm no hero. I did it for the gaming channel, baby. Mind's Eye 2 will redeem it. Hey, I actually wouldn't put it past Leslie to try and make a Mind's Eye 2. I genuinely think there is a non-zero chance he actually tries a Mind's Eye 2. They had the gall to put out DLC for Mind's Eye only like a month ago, by the way. For all zero Mind's Eye enthusiasts. The protagonist VA did an okay job, though. I feel bad for whoever plays the main character here. I said it during the game, too. Like, that guy is trying, and I know he also got shafted with Mafia 3 as well. He's a talented performer. But whoever his agent is, he needs to dump ASAP, because they are choosing some shit for him. Don't you want to know what happens to Jacob Diaz? Is that the name of the main character in Mind's Eye? I couldn't even tell you. Oh yeah, Jacob Diaz. I don't even, the only thing I remember about it is when the fucking aliens come into the fold. I actually lost my mind when they brought in, like, the interdimensional being aspect of the story. I've seen some bad ideas. I've had some bad ideas. I've had some really bad ideas. For example, probably one of my favorite terrible ideas that I cooked up is where I wanted to test body armor by shooting myself in the chest while wearing it to see how much it hurts. Obviously, I recognize why that's a horrible idea, but you can't convince me it would be a horrible video. I think that would be a slapper. I think it would just be a full-blown red alert DEFCON banger for sure. But, point is, I've had bad ideas, and I have seen innumerable horrible stinkers, especially from the likes of Ubisoft, who have become kind of like the Michael Jordan of bad ideas. That entire office, all of their headquarters, this entire company has basically become like Willy Wonka's factory for churning out dumb dog shit brain-dead ideas instead of candy. And yet, what I'm about to talk about today is not a Ubisoft original. It actually comes from Meta. They have just announced what I believe to be the stupidest possible platform ever that will likely not be used by a single living, breathing, sentient human being on this planet, at least not on purpose. Let me introduce you to Vibes, a fully AI platform designed to share and create AI short-form videos. I just learned about this from Dolan Dark, who covered it. I had no idea. It feels like they made this announcement, like, whispered under their breath, because I haven't seen anyone even shoot spitballs at it. No one's even giving it the time of day to insult it. That's how under the radar it has flown. They have to know that no one wants this. Like, even people that don't mind AI content, I can't imagine being excited about this There's just people that tolerate AI slop on TikTok and YouTube Shorts because it's become inundated with it now. It's like impossible to avoid. But I don't think even those people that can stomach that are going to be all gung-ho about going to a platform that is nothing but AI videos. That is a platform I can only see being used by bots. Just bots creating and sharing videos back and forth until the fucking heat death of the universe claims all our souls.
Well, Meta has announced a new feature on their app called Vibes, which is basically TikTok, except the content is entirely AI generated. As if scrolling TikTok wasn't brain-numbing enough, now you can do fully AI generated.
For the longest time, I thought considering yourself a professional Redditor, like a Reddit content creator, was the most pathetic title you could ever give yourself online. But I think if there's ever a point where someone unironically refers to themselves as a Vibes content creator or like a Vibes influencer, that should actually be grounds for some criminal charges, because that cringe is just illegal. There would be nothing more pathetic at all. I actually couldn't think of anything. You could come out and talk about being like a scat fetishist cuck or something, and I would still think there's more dignity in that than being a Vibes content creator. Anyone who even uses this platform, I think, should be shamed. It's so trash. There is no purpose to it. I cannot even picture what the person would look like that would be interested in a platform like this. Like, maybe some kind of like out-of-touch marketing octogenarian who thinks this is like a good way to promote a product or a brand, so they'd be like dumping endless advertisements on there. But I don't think there's anyone there that wants to consume that. Like, I don't think there is an audience for it at all. You're just putting it out to bots. Because bots will no doubt use this. It'll be nothing but bots. This is exactly what that shit would be utilized for bots to endlessly fart out just AI content. But as far as like an actual platform people would use, there is no value here. There is nothing at all to gain from it. Not even slightly. And I know, and Dolan Darkest also talks about it, that Shorts and TikTok have become just completely ravaged by AI content now, just out the wazoo. Like, some of the most viewed videos on YouTube are just AI YouTube Shorts, which aren't even really being consumed by people. It's just bots also watching it.
Short. Some of the most viewed shorts being this nonsense where a cat's watermelon car is crushed by a female transformer. And then this one with 50 million views with two fat people sitting in the mud and a train's behind them. And that's it. And the baby gets up and starts running and there's a watermelon there for some reason. And despite it having 50 million views, it has about 30 comments, and this is what the comments say. This video is really helpful. This deserves recognition. Bunch of emojis, and then this tutorial is very impressive. I did not expect it to be this good.
Yeah, you know that short was a turbo hit. Just look at the comments going ballistic for the big old man milkers running from a train with that woman and her baby joining along for the ride. They love it. This video is really helpful. This deserves recognition. I love cat. There wasn't a cat in the video, but they're just making a bold statement. They're not afraid to tell it like it is. They love cat, goddammit. What are you gonna do about it? Big whoop. You wanna fight? And then, of course, the one Dolan Darkest also mentions about the tutorial, which this is not a tutorial. It's clearly bots. It's not people watching this. It's just bots. And Dolan Darkest also went to that channel, and they have like actually 50 different variants of that exact same AI video. Just with like the different ethnicities as well as like different trains. It's such a mess. So now it's an entire platform of that. Who is going to watch it besides just bots who also aren't watching it, obviously? It's a waste. Meta is so out of touch, it's laughable. But here, you know what, maybe I'm just a big old sourpuss here who can't see the vision. Here's the key takeaways. This was the first step towards a new way to discover, create, and share AI videos, which everyone has been begging for new ways of being able to discover AI videos. It's hard to find them these days. You don't know where to look. They're just so hidden, and there's so few of them. So this is a really great service. We're rolling out Vibes, a new feed of AI videos at the center of the Meta AI app. You can bring your ideas to life with new AI visual creation tools or remix an existing video by adding music. So I already love that they're encouraging, just go ahead and steal other people's videos because, I mean, it's AI. They don't even own anything anyway. They didn't actually create anything. So why don't you just take that video and add some different music to it? Or, like, maybe put it through a Studio Ghibli filter. Like, there's so many different options to remix that video. It's so good. They're just immediately just encouraging that shit. Vultures. Parasites. Anyway, though, they're rolling it out. I really like the images they show here for this little section. Good morning, Alex. Create an image of tiny treehouse for squirrels in the forest. Restyle my photo as cyberpunk. Create a video of a dog playing jazz. Holy shit, that's a game changer. This guy's a visionary. AI is giving this genius the tools to bring out-of-the-box ideas to life, like a dog playing jazz? What? I've never even heard of something like that before. This is crazy. This guy's going places. He's able to see things that no other man can see, and AI is allowing him to share this creative vision with all of us, from inspiration to creation, just as advertised. Holy shit, thank you, Vibes. Yeah, I didn't mean it as an exaggeration. I really think this is the worst possible idea for a platform. It is a platform that will actually probably break records for being the only website or the only app that has 0 users. Like, actually 0 downloads. It will entirely just be bots. It's so fucking stupid. Like, Jesus Christ, Rate My Poo from the early 2000s was a more valuable and better platform than Vibes. And that was a site dedicated entirely to strangers rating pictures of people's shits and toilet bowls. Like, somehow that has more use and value than Vibes. It is so sickening. It is gross. It is despicable how stupid Vibes is. It actually makes me upset that this would not only just be an idea, but something they're actually going through with. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. It happened. Doomsday is upon us. Nostradamus tried to warn us, but we plugged our ears and refused to listen. But now, we have been dragged kicking and screaming into the end times. Pranksters found AI. Or at least one of them did. This one courageous soul bravely peeled himself away from his daily routine of eating glue to use AI to have an overwhelmingly negative impact on strangers' days. Full disclosure though, I don't think every video they've posted doing this prank is real. Because some of them are just so outrageous that I find it hard to believe that he wouldn't have had his ass beaten right then and there for doing it. So I take all of them with a grain of salt, but what he's showcasing is very much something that can be done, and I have seen other videos of others doing to a lesser degree. This guy, however, has made it his entire identity to do these AI pranks. So he's the one that I want to talk about today to show.
Do you know that guy in the blue shirt that was sitting right behind you? He was like going up behind you and like kissing you in the back of the neck. I recorded it. That guy, right? Mm-hmm. Look. He did it with...
That's crazy.
What this guy does isn't really a prank. Fundamentally, what he's doing is he's framing innocent strangers for crimes they didn't commit. He has, I think, 28 of these. It's basically all he does now is these AI pranks. And I don't know how what he's doing isn't a crime in and of itself. Because this is going to lead to an innocent person getting arrested. No doubt in my mind. In this one right here, what he's doing is he's going up to a stranger, claiming that another stranger that was sitting near him was kissing the back of his neck. A sexual assault. And then he shows him a video of it and is convincing the guy that it happened and is goading him to confront that gentleman, who did not do this, by the way. This is all an AI-generated video that he is now trying to fan the flames of an actual fucking fist fight for. So even if this one is fake, which I have a hard time believing this one in particular is, because an employee even gets involved in there, and I feel like they probably wouldn't participate in shit like this. But even if it is fake, what he's showing here is something very real. You can just manipulate videos of innocent people doing crimes, and it's going to be very hard for them to defend themselves, especially because it looks as though he's mainly doing this to elderly people that probably don't know about this kind of technology, so how the fuck could they even possibly argue their innocence?
What you did to me like that?
I kissed him in the back of the neck.
You did?
Yeah. Is that you?
I didn't even touch this guy. That was a lie.
Yeah.
Hey, did you see me touch this guy?
Look at that camera.
Oh my God, where'd that come from?
Him.
Him.
No.
Him.
No, it didn't.
Yes, sir.
You did.
I didn't kiss nobody in the back of the neck.
That's right there.
That's weird.
So they can't really argue against him because he's showing them a video of what happened and convincing everyone else that this is a real video. And eventually it's going to lead to one of these people getting arrested or getting beaten up. Like in this case right here, that guy who felt violated, who's to say he didn't just start swinging on this man after seeing this video? Again, assuming of course this is real and not with like paid actors, which I'm leaning towards it being authentic here. I think there's too many moving parts, as well as like someone who does appear to be an employee coming over. I do think he did this to just random strangers. And if that is the case, then this could have gone severely off the rails, all based on a manipulated video here that's not real. And this corny goofball has the audacity to say that these are harmless pranks and that what he's doing is, you know, basically a righteous effort as an AI social experiment to raise awareness on how AI can be dangerous. But you homunculus, everyone knows that. This is a very legitimate fear a ton of people have, where someone like you could fake a video of them committing a crime to get them in trouble. This isn't some valuable PSA. This is something people already know about and are already worried about. There's absolutely nothing educational about just framing these innocent people as criminals or like sexual degenerates or something, or trying to like have them fight each other like fucking fisticuffs, all based on AI generated videos. That doesn't do anything besides just have an overwhelmingly negative effect on these strangers.
When you guys are like taking forever, he got mad and like went back there. Is he allowed to go back there?
First off, I didn't go back there. Who the fuck are you? The joke is these people panic thinking that they're about to be punished, maybe even go to jail, all based off a video they know can't be real, but can't explain its existence because they don't know about AI tech. So this guy is now being framed for going into the back after getting angry or something, and all he's saying is like, I didn't do that. Who the fuck are you? Little did he know he was in the presence of the alpha goober here who likes to pretend that he's some kind of saint. But what he's actually doing, assuming these are real, which this one definitely feels real, what he's actually doing is just exploiting elderly people, treating them like props in his videos for the sake of making them the punchline of his joke of, haha, they don't know this is AI and I've made them look like criminals and they can't explain it, ha ha ha, they look so stupid. So that way he can get some Instagram clout.
So I got like a couple calls saying there's like a man in here like popping, like stealing stuff out of people's pockets.
Yeah. Can we see the video?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yes, my god.
So you didn't have a wallet or anything?
No, it's right here.
I have no problem calling out the damn person that did it. He's in your butt.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Enemy spotted. Here he's actually going up to store staff about a stranger pickpocketing one of the employees. Again, this is a crime. They even all go together as a group to confront this guy they think stole from this man or was attempting to. Who's to say they wouldn't have just called the police right then and there and this innocent man being taken away in handcuffs? Now, I imagine at that point he probably would have stepped in and said it's an AI-generated video. Maybe, but maybe he wouldn't. Maybe he would be afraid that then he'd be in trouble. So maybe he'd just keep his fucking mouth shut and that guy would then go to jail all based on this AI-generated video. It's terrifying. Not only is he trying to suckle from the titty of clout, but he's also just trying to promote some dogshit website that's probably a scam. It's why he has his watermark plastered all over the place there, and in every single one of these videos he is shamelessly shilling for that site constantly. I imagine it is a fraudulent website based on this guy's behavior and the way that it gets discussed here, which should be further evidence to this guy's true motives not being something positive about AI awareness, but instead to get Instagram followers and money through his affiliate partnership here with that site that he is constantly plugging. Now again, there is a chance that this is all scripted, but I find ones like these hard to believe that he would have the wherewithal to fake it and be able to get this many people on board with it. Because that does appear to be like actual Sprouts staff. Like, they are wearing a uniform. They are coming from the back of the store. This is not a set, it doesn't seem. This Instagram account is not nearly big enough to have some kind of soundstage out there in LA to put together, like, a Sprouts studio look. Like, it's not fucking Pluribus here or anything. Like, it feels like he is actually at Sprouts. Those are actually employees, and they do legitimately go confront that guy. It feels real.
Into a team member's pocket.
I didn't reach into his pocket.
We got a complaint, so we received it, and magically
get this on camera and you're reaching into one of my team members' pocket.
I swear that's not me.
The odds of that same shirt, though.
Mm-hmm. What the? I don't know what the hell's going on. I did not go in his pocket. This is not making any sense to me. This is ridiculous. I did not touch his pockets or his pants. So I don't know what the hell this is.
Now, one thing I will say is he shows 2 different AI generated videos here for the evidence about what happened. And it feels like it should be obvious that something's very fishy there. Like, surely the employee would have felt something or, something like that. Like, it doesn't make sense. But I also could see a side of things where they have these videos from a customer who's making this complaint about being, witness to a crime. So they're acting on that information without really thinking too deeply on it because they have this evidence here. So they confront that customer who seems very confused by it. I do think his reaction is less than I would have expected it to be when so many people kind of gank him here about him stealing or attempting to steal from an employee. But overall, I just can't imagine this one being faked. Maybe he's in on it, so he's just playing along. But in that case, wouldn't he be worried about facing repercussions? Because those do appear to be real employees. And like I said, if they did alert authorities and authorities showed up, would this guy have piped up and said oh no, it's an AI generated video, I made it all up, it's fake? I don't think he would have, because I bet he would have been worried that the cops would turn around and throw him in cuffs for falsifying evidence or something, because it is a misleading testimony, it's fake, and all of it is geared towards getting this guy in trouble for the sake of his Instagram prank. Now, while I can't say for 100% certain whether or not all of these are real or not, what is real is pranksters are integrating AI into their dog shit. The ones that I've seen arising on TikTok that I think some of you have probably already seen by now are people that are AI generating fake IDs of employees to show them and be look at this, I found your ID, that kind of thing. And it's very quick in and out, and they laugh at them for not knowing how that's possible, which is trash, but it's not to this level. This is the only account I've seen doing AI pranks like this. And if they're real, it's extremely dangerous. And if they're fake, he's still a loser for doing this anyway. What the fuck is the point in faking pranks on something people already know can happen? It's not even entertaining. It's just lame, and it is just preying on the fear of what this technology can do. It's not raising awareness because people already know about it. It is very easy to generate this kind of shit. It is just useless. It is solely here as a vessel for him to promote his Instagram and his affiliate website that he is constantly just throwing out there. Because I'm guessing he makes a few bucks from people that get referred to it. It's trash. Even if it's fake, it's still dog shit. But anyway, I wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's really it. So, I have made so many videos over the last few months covering Pokemon card related crime. Card shops are being robbed more frequently than gas stations, and there is more violent crime happening from Pokemon card scalpers than there was in Gotham City. I think even Batman would be having his work cut out for him trying to put the kibosh on these degenerate loser scumbags. Before diving into the meat and potatoes of the latest Pokemon crime I want to cover in this video, I want to give you some good news at the top here. I'll give you the dessert before force-feeding you the vegetables. The alleged wheelman in that $116,000 Pokemon card heist I covered about a month ago has been arrested. That's the armed robbery. Yeah, about a month ago, at a place called Pokecourt, there was a group of dudes who went in there with guns, and Team Rocket was just waving them around, threatening people, and breaking glass to steal all of the card product, as well as taking money from the register. They caught the driver. His name is Julio Colina. He's 27 years old, loveless, dickless, a virgin. I was trying to find his mugshot, but I couldn't find it, so I'm making up my own fan fiction. I believe he probably stands at 4'6", smells like shit, and loves pee. On the day of the armed Pokemon robbery, he dropped the suspects off and then waited 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all he could spare, like fucking Albert Wesker here. And then drove off with them. He said he was willing to chauffeur them because they'd promised him gifts if they could pack their bags while riding in his van. Those gifts must have been intoxicating. He was addicted to them. Maybe they were just giving him smooches or something for his lonely ass, because he was apparently like a really reliable driver for them for their crimes. He also served as the driver for the same group of goobers on January 9th when they stole Pokemon merchandise worth around $11,000 from a different shop. So this guy really did enjoy driving them around. Those gifts must have been amazing, but he claimed he didn't know what the trio was doing when they left his van, which investigators aren't really buying. They believe it's just a pitiful attempt at him trying to save his own ass, which it obviously it is. I have no doubt he's stupid. I guarantee he's a lobotomite, but he's not dumb enough to just be like, oh dude, I just dropped these guys off, like thinking that they were just gonna go do some like normal business and stuff, and I was gonna sit there and wait, and they always came back with like treats and candy and stuff. I had no idea they were doing anything bad or naughty. I'm as shocked as you guys are. I'm a victim too. I was driving people that I thought were my friends. So hopefully that defense never works for him and he spends a long time in the slammer and squeals on his friends. I really hope he rolls over belly up and gives up the two dudes that had the guns. I know Pokemon card crime isn't taken seriously by the authorities in any way, shape, or form, unfortunately, even though it is an out-of-control epidemic showing no signs of slowing down. But I have to imagine armed robbery, waving guns at people, threatening people with fucking guns over Pokemon cards is probably something that they should take a little more seriously. So hopefully this entire group here ends up in prison. I'll keep my fingers crossed. But now I'd like to go over the most recent Pokemon robbery that I just saw a video of. It happened to House of Cards in Vancouver, and they unfortunately got ganked by the Goof Troop here. It has become almost routine for the biggest group of losers to come together and decide like, hey boys, let's go rob a card shop. I'm not exaggerating. Almost every single day, there is a card shop being broken into and having their shit stolen. Pretty much every hour, you can bet your sweet bippy somewhere in the world, a card shop just got hit by a sledgehammer, the windows busted in, and the greasiest loser you've ever seen stumbles through and breaks glass, grabbing a handful of Pokemon cards and waddles their way out to try and resell it and scalp, and it's just, oh, it's so fucking pathetic. And I feel so bad for the card shop owners because it's not like this is, you know, the most lucrative business in the world. These aren't stores owned by like billionaires and huge corporations. They're mom and pop shops. Like, these are just card shops from ordinary people that want to try and make a career out of engaging in a community and a hobby that they love. And they are just getting brutalized by the fucking biggest slimeball pigs imaginable that have deluded themselves into thinking that they can make a lot of money off scalping stolen products. I hate these people, man. I swear. I genuinely wish the worst for them. The way the big guy at the end was moving like Frankenstein's monster, I thought that chunky douchebag was about to eat shit while trying to get through the window and just cut himself all on that glass. But he made it through seemingly injury-free, and then these assholes just start storming the store and basically grabbing everything they can find. In total, they spent roughly 3 minutes for this whole operation, and from the time that the window broke and the alarm sounded, police arrived 4 minutes later, according to House of Cards in the comment section. So the police response was pretty quick. a lot of people in the comments were like, what the fuck is the police response time? 2 to 3 business days? But according to House of Cards, it was actually very fast. And it's not like fucking GTA where the police can just spawn in on top of them the second that the, third star gets activated here. So 4 minutes was pretty quick. They were just faster, so the police did not get there in time. And I don't think that's because these are criminal masterminds or anything, galaxy brain geniuses who plotted out to the very second the amount of time they need to spend in the store before police arrived. I think they just got extremely lucky that they were out like a minute before the police got there. I truly don't think that had anything to do with their planning at all. Their plan was very simple. Rent a car, steal a plate, hit glass with a hammer, put a hook in it, and rip it off. Yeehaw. Dukes a Hazzard. Yippee. Like, there is nothing here that screams highly organized, smart criminals. They just got lucky. This is definitely a group of people that were probably regulars at this shop, so they knew the product that they wanted to target, so that way they could do it quickly and leave quickly. And they just got very lucky that it was fast enough that police couldn't catch them in time. Every day I pray that human beings find the strength within them to resist purchasing scalped products. The only fucking reason these crimes happen so often, so frequently, is because people are buying them. And by buying this scalped and stolen shit, it only enables this behavior even more from other people out there. And thus, we are seeing this catastrophic state of the hobby, where not only is like the market itself all fucked up because of complete scumbag losers out there that are exploiting it directly, but now even card shops and just people aren't safe at these card shops because now criminals have infested it and are now just going in there blatantly and brazenly stealing and committing crimes, violent crimes, all to get their hands on Pokemon cards to sell on the secondary market because people are buying them. It's so fucking tragic. It's disgusting. And I really hope authorities will start to look at this more seriously. It's out of control. It's completely out of control. Like, it feels like they don't really pursue it all that hard. Like, if they don't actually catch them in the act, then they probably don't catch them at all, except in the case of the wheelman from the armed robbery. They did follow up on that, and I hope that becomes more commonplace of them trying to follow through on these investigations to catch these people. Because, again, I have no doubt these 3 guys that went in there and stole all that shit have been in that store numerous times and have probably been caught on camera scoping it out. I hope they will pursue it thoroughly, so that way maybe they can arrest them, throw the book at them, and have this act as a deterrent to finally send a message to other people that maybe think about stealing from other card shops and committing violent crimes over fucking shiny cardboard to think twice on it. I hope it ruins their life. I really hope they get caught. I hope it ruins their life. According to House of Cards, the car that they used was a rented vehicle, and the license plate was a stolen plate off of another vehicle. So they can't track the car overly well or anything. Complete pieces of shit, useless, worthless worms. It's also kind of adorable, though, how one of them, the tiny guy, couldn't find black gloves for the crime, so instead he borrowed his mother's mittens and threw those green things on his hand there. I just really hope they get caught. I really, really, really hope they get arrested. It's such a sad state of affairs here for the fucking TCG community, specifically Pokemon cards, because of shit like this, obviously, but it's showing no signs of slowing down, and I just can't fucking stand this garbage. So, wanted to yap about it again, that's about it. So, yep. I'm not exaggerating with the title. This is an honor I don't bestow upon things willy-nilly. I think most of you know that. For me to claim that something is the worst I've experienced in whatever category, that is an honor that is extraordinarily rare. It's like being knighted by the Queen. To be the worst movie I've ever seen, you have to move mountains. Because I see so many bad movies. It is one of my favorite pastimes is watching bad films because I get a lot of enjoyment out of a really fun bad movie, and I see so many. And of every movie I've ever seen, Amazon Prime's War of the Worlds is the worst. It has now taken that crown, which was a crown worn by what I still believe to be one of the most bafflingly dog-shitty movies ever produced, called Let's Be Evil. It wore this crown for 9 years. It had a good run. It should be very proud of itself. But on August 4th, 2025 years after the death of Christ, we have now found the worst film that humanity has produced so far. I wrote down a lot, so we're going to really dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs here. Spoiler warning. Don't think you should care about spoilers, but they're there anyway. I really am not exaggerating with how unbelievably horrible this film is. And it's not even like it is objectively the worst thing film has ever been used for. Like, there have been worse productions, but this is an insult to the entire medium of making movies. It's not a movie. What you're watching is one big ad for Amazon. War of the Worlds is a property that's somewhat sentimental to me, and to see it bastardized and perverted into this homunculus that Amazon molded it into is nothing shy of criminal. If aliens truly did invade this planet and exterminate every single one of us, not even they could wipe the stain of this film's existence from the galactic tomes of time. This has been so catastrophically abominable that I think just the existence of this film has set our species back hundreds of years. It is unreal that this even got made. And I looked it up. Apparently this was made back in like the pandemic, so like in 2020, and they just squatted on it, kegeling it in their colon for the last 5 years, and then just randomly decided to drop it now. I don't know why. It should have just stayed there. They should have buried it. This should have never seen the light of day. This is a tomb, a sarcophagus we should have never opened. So War of the Worlds, I'm being very literal, is an advertisement for Amazon. It's an affront to the entire art of making a movie. Anyway, let's go ahead and cannonball into the pool here. It stars Ice Cube, and the film tries to be creative by emulating what some films have in the past with something like Searching, where it's all presented through a computer display. So you're seeing Ice Cube and all of the events unfolding and all the characters through FaceTimes and emails and anything that's on his monitor. So you see Ice Cube through his webcam, and that's how you experience the movie. It was a clever gimmick when it was used in Searching. In here, it's just really annoying. And the movie actually feels like it's written by a 13-year-old who just learned how to code with C#. It's all about hacking. Ice Cube is like an expert hacker in a DHS program that's spying on everyone through mass surveillance, and he can actually do anything. He is basically omniscient. He can hack every possible atom on this planet, and he can see every nook and cranny of this world through computers and drones and even just air itself, it seems like. There is nothing that escapes his gaze. And the film, what you'll notice right away is it looks terrible, atrocious. And I don't mean that by just big budget standards. I mean by even like indie and student film standards. The visuals here are so bad. Look up any scene from this movie, probably even in the trailers. I haven't bothered to check the trailers. Lord help us. I can't imagine consuming more of War of the Worlds beyond what I've already consumed here from this. But like, look at any scene from this film, like when the aliens are present. it really does look like this was thrown together in one afternoon. It looks like previs. It looks like Sonic the Hedgehog before they redesigned him. Like, it is just hard to look at. Like, it's painful. It looks like PlayStation 1 cutscenes used to look. I cannot believe that they actually gave this the green light to be viewable by us. I feel dirty for watching it. It's so incomplete looking. I don't even know how you make movies look this bad in this day and age. Like, even just your stock assets that you can just freely use look so much cleaner than everything here. And the crazy thing is, it uses so much CGI. Almost the entire film after the aliens arrive is showing you aliens and destruction and CGI explosions, and there's even like a drone sequence laser fight, and it really does, I'm not like exaggerating, it really does look so bad. Like, it looks like they made the whole film for $10. Like, they just hired a couple of people from Fiverr and gave them a week to work on it. That was the deadline. I don't know how they could possibly achieve such bad visuals. And this is an Amazon Prime movie. What the fuck? They have actual infinite money. Unbelievable. This movie is like if Birdemic was an ad for Amazon. And I haven't even begun talking about the unhinged insanity that is the plot. But before even getting to that, it's important we make a mention, nobody in this movie is acting. Like, the acting is a word that must have been forbidden on set. All they are doing is reading plainly from their scripts with no acting except for Ice Cube occasionally doing the eye twitch. That's it. There is no acting in this movie. It feels like what AI would generate if you asked it to make, like, a War of the Worlds Amazon Prime ad. And, like, you wanted it to star Ice Cube. What the fuck are they doing? Like, this must have just been, like, a really easy paycheck, but they also just didn't even want to put in the bare minimum for it. Like, I feel like the talent here was kind of embarrassed to be working on it, so they didn't really want to give a ton of effort. That's how it comes across. So now, with all of that out of the way, let's talk about, like, the narrative. So, the movie starts with Ice Cube. He's in his lair. He's spying on everyone, which includes his son and his daughter and his daughter's boyfriend. His daughter is pregnant. Her name is Faith. And he's a real grumpy guy after the passing of his wife. And he sends her messages on Facebook. Of course, it's not reciprocated because she's dead. He listens to an old voicemail about, like, taking out the trash and being nice to the kids, which is an interesting thing to have to remind your husband to be nice to your children. Well, yeah, he is an unreasonable asshole to them. He even, like, calls his son... Well, actually, he hacks his son's computer so he can uninstall a video game from it. He just randomly hacks into his son's computer, saw that he was enjoying a video game, uninstalls it, and says, "You need to get a job, you loser. You fucking bum. You're a loser. You're a loser. We paid $200K for your education. You're a fucking loser. Get a job. Get a job." And then hangs up on him. He really just beats the message home that he hates video games and thinks video games are dumb. But anyway, he's got a task right now at work where he's trying to catch the Disruptor, a hacker who's threatening to release classified government documents through a YouTube video. So he posts a YouTube video. It says, "I will be releasing top secret documents about their Goliath program." And so now Ice Cube has to stop him from releasing those documents. So he tracks his IP through the YouTube video using his elite hacking tools, which again it's basically God mode. He is a server admin of life. Ice Cube he literally just types in words. So he types in, like, "Disruptor home address, please get." And it's like, calculating, IP gotten, here's exactly where Disruptor is. And he can do that for anything. He can type in anybody's name, literally anybody's name, and it somehow gets the exact person he wants it to be, even though obviously other people are going to share that name, but somehow it always hones in on the right person, and then gives him, like, the closest drone so he can spy on them, or the closest, like, CCTV camera to spy on them. Like, the technology it's like fucking Fantastic Four level almost, where you can, like, teleport and shit, basically. Like, they've reached quantum surveillance. So anyway, they've got Disruptor's IP. They then go and storm the IP there. But before that, of course, he needs to hack into his daughter's computer because he learns from her boyfriend that she's having a baby shower and he didn't get an invite, so it made him upset. So he hacks into his daughter's computer using TeamViewer, where he uses his tools to generate a master key to TeamViewer so he can log into anybody's account with the master key password. So now he's on his daughter's computer reading her messages, and he starts feeling bad because she's like, my dad doesn't get it. And he's like, oh man, as he's hacked into his daughter's shit. So now, anyway, we learn about Mark. That's her boyfriend. He's an Amazon Prime driver. He's an Amazon delivery driver who really likes Prime. And one of the lines that they reuse like 6 times is like his son Dave says, you know, I really think you're overdoing it, Dad. We don't need the government to be, you know, checking out what we put in our Amazon cart. Any opportunity to wiggle the word Amazon out of every character's mouth with a little positivity following it was taken in this film. So Mark really likes being an Amazon driver. Ice Cube gets a message from a NASA contact of his, and she's analyzing weird, wacky, freaky weather phenomena, and he doesn't really care. He doesn't want to watch that. He says, I spy on people, not clouds, or something. Anyway, they go to the Disruptor address. Turns out Disruptor was a step ahead of them. It was a decoy, one of his infamous decoys that he's become known for. But while they're there, the aliens crash land. A bunch of meteors start crashing, and they're blowing up buildings and cars, and people are freaking out, going crazy, because everyone's under attack. And they show you so many sequences of the carnage, and I am not exaggerating again. It looks so bad. Like, think about Sharknado, but unironically. Like, with no self-awareness, and used primarily to try and get you to buy Amazon Prime. It's like vomit-inducing how awful it is. Like in one of the clips, by the way, to showcase the acting prowess that people brought to the table here. In one of the clips, the news reporter is filming one of the meteors, the aliens, crashing into a school, and she goes, "Wow, this one just crashed into my kids' school. They're all dead." And she says that deadpan. Super calmly. Her kid was at that school, is now dead along with all the other children, and that's her reaction to it. And they cut to the next sequence of terror. It was so crazy. But anyway, now everyone's in a panic, so Ice Cube's getting called in by the government, the president, everyone, all the moving pieces, and they all do it through Zoom, a Zoom call, so that way we can watch it, because that's how we're experiencing this film. We're a computer screen, basically. So anything on there we see, and everyone is always FaceTiming and on Zoom, which is probably the least efficient way they could be communicating, but they're doing it for our pleasure, not efficiency. So they start working on the Planetary Alliance. That took 5 seconds. The whole world unites to form the Planetary Alliance, basically on that call, and they start trying to figure out what they do next. So the big thing is, the Planetary Alliance decides, let's start fighting back. So they get the tanks out, they get the jets out, and they're taking the aliens down almost effortlessly. So Ice Cube is watching like a real-time sports tracker of victories versus defeats that is calculating every victory and every defeat across the globe, and we are slaughtering the aliens. Like, we are absolutely clapping their cheeks on our home turf. We got like 100-something victories to only like 40 losses, and Ice Cube's main thing that he does for this montage is he just goes, "Yeah! Damn right! Take your intergalactic asses home," was one of his lines. So he's basically just cheering them on. A lot of this movie is Ice Cube just like reacting to something. Like when the aliens are crashing and killing kids, he goes, "Damn. Damn. Damn!" Like that's about all he does there. But now that we're winning, he's like, "Yeah!" Anyway, though, during all the hubbub, his daughter gets injured when the aliens attack, and she gets a big boo-boo to her leg, and she's bleeding, and it's very intense. Ice Cube doesn't want to lose his daughter, so she's FaceTiming her dad and, worrying that she's about to die, and Ice Cube's like, "Don't worry, I'm gonna come get you." For the first time, he's actually about to, leave the office, but it turns out he's locked in. So he hacks it to let himself out, but then he's locked in at the lower levels, too. So then he gives up and immediately goes back to his chair, and then he's like, "All right, don't worry, I've got another idea." So on FaceTime, he got her location, used the drones, saw that there was a Tesla nearby, hacked the Tesla, and then got her to get in the Tesla and drove her away with remote controlling the Tesla to get her to a hospital, but all the hospitals are full. So now he recruits Mark to go save his daughter, Faith. It's like the worst attempt at trying to get you emotionally invested because you just do not care. Because it really feels like Ice Cube does not care. There is no emotional weight to anything here. It is so stale and so flat. It almost felt like they were laughing while filming this. Like they knew how bad it was. So anyway, now his daughter's, she's in a pickle, but Mark's on the way and he works for Amazon, so he's basically a fucking superhero. And during this ride, as he's remote controlling her to safety, because she was about to just get killed by the alien, she gives him a lecture on how powerless he is. So he's apologizing for being a bad dad, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, who ordered the Yappuccino? Jesus Christ, old man, you just don't get it. After mom died, you thought you could save her, and then you thought you could save the whole world, and then you thought you could save anybody, but you can't. Get it through your thick skull, you can't save anyone, you are powerless, move on." And she drives that point home as he is literally saving her life. Without him, she would have died. He is literally saving her as she is giving this lecture. It's very hypocritical. I don't know what they thought they were cooking with that, because it didn't really match the scene. So anyway, he gets on the horn with the president because the things are all cattywampus, and they're starting to fight back, and that's when he gives the title drop. He gives the name drop, title of the movie. He says, "All right, I see no other option other than to initiate the War of the Worlds," about the Planetary Alliance stepping up their counteroffensive against the aliens. Which I guess was a really cool moment where you're supposed to pump your fist. Yeah, initiate the War of the Worlds. Dave then calls his pops. He lets old man Ice Cube know that he knows more than Ice Cube thinks he does. He's not just a video game playing dweeb. He knows why the aliens are here. They're after something called Goliath, which interestingly is what Disruptor kind of mentioned earlier. We'll get to that in a moment, but there might be a bit of a plot twist coming up if you can connect the very subtle dots. So Dave is talking about "Dad, you need to trust me. There's something called Goliath and the aliens are here," but Ice Cube is like, "You're a fucking moron, son. Get it through your thick skull. I'm so disappointed in you. You're a gamer. You make me sick. Don't you ever call me again." And then hangs up on him. He just berates him again and then literally hangs up on him. As his daughter is bleeding out and shit, he doesn't even care about the safety of Dave. He's just like, "Can you stop fucking calling me? Stop it, you play games, I don't want to hear from you." And Dave is trying to let him know, "Hey, look, there's something we could do here, I know what's going on." And then it turns out, the aliens, as they're getting their shit pushed in by humanity's weapons, they change tactics and start targeting data centers, and they put their tentacles into data centers, and they start hyper-downloading all of our data, which ends up draining all of our data, which shuts off the military. So they hit the power switch on the military, and then spontaneously every battleship, every plane, every helicopter falls out of the sky or blows up, and now we can't fight the aliens anymore aside from just small arms fire on the ground. Everything else is now shut down because they drained our data centers. And interestingly, it's they forgot this plot point. I'm getting ahead of myself, but just know this was a crucial moment where they turned the tides. The aliens turned the tides on us by draining all of our sweet data. So the NASA lady was at one of the data centers when this happened, and she noticed these little bugs. Little bugs like to eat data. They consume it. They like data. And what happens is she connects the dots is that they're here for our data. They must eat our data, and they must like all this data we have on all of our citizens and all of the people across the globe. They want our data. And as they continue draining us, they make a mention that all money in the world is gone. Money has been erased. Oil tankers are blowing up. And we've been set back to the Stone Ages. Lights are turning off. The world's gone dark, in their words. It really feels I'm not kidding. It feels like this movie was written by a child. Everything happens like this, too. The aliens come, and then we shot them with tanks and they didn't like it. So what they did is they shut down the military. They turned off the military, and then they erased all of our money, and it disrupted the chain of command, and then all the lights turned off, but because of our data. It's so bad. It's so, like, bafflingly bad. I cannot believe a human being wrote this. Like a real sentient person. Like, this could have been written by an alien. Like, it might have been. I don't understand it. Also, Facebook is being deleted. This was a crucial moment. Not only is all money being erased, but websites are being erased. Facebook is getting deleted, and Ice Cube is there on his wife's Facebook page, taking one last look at it as messages are vanishing. He's listening to the audio message again, and then it does the classic cliche as it turns off. And then it vanishes, and then 404s. But it's not every website. YouTube actually still exists, because that becomes a crucial plot device here towards the end of the film. But Facebook is gone. So Disruptor goes live on YouTube, and he mentions Goliath. Like, the aliens are here because of Project Goliath. The government knew Project Goliath would summon the aliens because they love data. The government knew that more data would mean aliens will full-scale invade us. And then the big reveal, Ice Cube figures out Disruptor is his son. Who could have seen that coming, huh? That's quality writing right there. It was really subtly planted, but they pulled it off. So his son then tries to convince him that the government is lying to him. The government is, not super trustworthy. And Ice Cube's like, get out of town! What are you talking about? You're fucking stupid. You're like a gamer and shit. I would never trust you. You're a criminal now, actually, too. This is stupid. No, there's no such thing as Goliath. They wouldn't lie to me. And his son is just like, look, Dad, listen, I'm going to send you Goliath. Just take a peek. And he's like, okay, buddy. But I already know there's nothing in here that's going to convince me. He even says that verbatim. There's nothing in these files that will convince me that what you did is right. And he opens the files, and the first line is about, like, the Roswell crash, I think it was. It was like an alien crash, and it said, like, weird weather phenomena, aliens, and data. In one sentence, he goes, oh my God, my son was right. The government's been lying to me this whole time. He read a sentence, one sentence, and immediately he's like, oh my God, he's absolutely right. And then, of course, he scrubs through the other alien pieces and then learns Project Goliath is a big data collection program, exactly like his son was saying. I don't know why he was so adamant about it being far-fetched conspiracy theory mumbo-jumbo, because his son was just telling him, like, Dad, Goliath is all about collecting our data on a bigger scale. Like, Goliath is, like, really big mass surveillance. And he's like, that's just not possible. I am the mass surveillance, and there's nothing more advanced than what I've got. Like, I don't know why that idea was so, like, incomprehensible to him, because he already has all of that basically at his fingertips. The only difference with Goliath is that it could also read people's thoughts, kind of, like it analyzed their thoughts better. So, like, it was only, like, one step forward where Ice Cube already was, and yet he's like, that's just a conspiracy. Nope. That wouldn't happen. The government wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. We don't do anything like that. They wouldn't do that. It was just so weird. I don't know why I'm harping on that so much. The whole movie fucking sucks. There are so many inconsistencies and so much wrong with it. But that in particular really stood out to me. Anyway, we then learn that Briggs, who was one of his contacts we've seen throughout the film sporadically, is actually the guy who spearheaded Project Goliath and was fully aware that by launching Project Goliath with this mass surveillance, the data collection was so grand in scale that it would summon aliens. Don't know how they knew that. There is no explanation for how they fucking knew that this level of data collection was what would be the beacon to bring all of the aliens to fucking spring break over here to eat it. I don't know how they analyzed that, but they knew that if they launched Project Goliath, it'd be a full-scale invasion. Even Briggs knew and just didn't care. He didn't give a fuck. He said, let them come. We'll beat them on our turf. Which we were until they sucked our data, which, of course, they knew was going to happen because they're drawn to data, yet they're all surprised when they go suck our fucking data. Like, they're on here, on our cocks here, literally sucking the life out of our dicks with all this data, and they knew that, yet for some reason did nothing to stop that. Oh my God, it's so fucking dumb. Anyway, Ice Cube confronts him directly. He knows all about Goliath. Briggs says, all right, you're out of line, you're fired. Revokes his access to everything, all of his tools. He can no longer be the big-time hacker. Until 2 seconds later, his son Dave hacks the government and grants his dad full access to everything. And then they team up. And now they're both disruptors. So they come up with a plan to make a rabbit virus that will poison the data that the aliens are eating, thus poisoning and killing the aliens. But they can't do it alone, so Dave brings in his hacker friends, the Disruptors, and we meet the other elite hackers, like Code Crusher and Starfire. I shit you not, those are two of their names in the hacker group. It's painful. It really is painful. So they get together, they work on the rabbit virus while they're making the rabbit virus, which by the way only takes 2 minutes, but within that 2-minute time span, Ice Cube decides he wants to make a YouTube video. So he hops in Adobe After Effects and he makes a YouTube exposed video on Briggs, releases it on YouTube, exposing Project Goliath and Briggs, and the entire world watched it instantly. He posted it, the whole world watched it, he posted it on the Disruptor YouTube channel. The whole world watched it, and now everyone knows why the aliens are here, and they now hate Briggs. So, he got his revenge, and he revealed the truth to everyone about Project Goliath. And now the rabbit virus is done. Again, all of this basically happening instantaneously. So the rabbit virus gets uploaded, but it wasn't enough to stop the aliens. All it did was make them mad. So what they did is they hacked the hackers before the hackers could fully hack them. And then they used the IP addresses of the hackers in the Disruptor group, and they go blow up their houses. So we watch Starfire get blown up, and then, God rest his soul, even Code Crusher perishes under the might of the aliens and their fury. So they die. So now they need to come up with a new plan. Dave survives, by the way. Turns out he was actually bouncing his IP address from Ice Cube's house, but really he was at a dude named Brian's house. So after Ice Cube's house gets blown up and Ice Cube thinks his son died, all Ice Cube can do is this and go, damn. But then his son calls him. He's like, no, Dad, I'm actually fine. I was over at Brian's house. I just bounced my IP. So Ice Cube gets the family together for a FaceTime. Mark has gone and stopped the bleeding from Faith's injury, so they're together, they're fine, that whole side quest has been completed, and he gets the family together for a FaceTime call because the NASA lady has just informed them that the little bugs actually have DNA. They are organic cyber hybrid beings. So they can be killed, is the conclusion they reach, and they have a method. Turns out Faith, his daughter, was working on something called the Cannibal Code, which attacks 6 cells in a body. So they decide, let's rewrite the Cannibal Code to attack their cells and kill the aliens, since they're organic too. So they do that immediately. They literally rewrite this code instantly. And it's perfect coding. But there's another problem that arises because the government's decided to bomb the Goliath building, which is the building Ice Cube is in. It was actually underneath his feet the whole time because the government now knows it's going for Goliath. All the aliens are converging on that building to suck Goliath dry of all that precious data. But this is where things get weird. They have bombers bombing aerial vehicles that are about to do this. How? They've already established that none of their air vehicles or air units, any vehicles in the military work anymore because the aliens sucked our data. But they have these bombers, and they also have drones that Ice Cube and family can access. Yet they had already made a point about how that's not possible because the aliens sucked our fucking data. But they totally forgot and just said, maybe people have already fallen asleep by this point and won't care. But I was awake the whole goddamn time watching this. They totally forgot that a plot point was they can't use these crafts. Because if they could, then it wouldn't matter about the data, because they were beating the fuck out of the aliens using these vehicles, using all of these aircrafts. So if they still have access to aircrafts, who cares if they go towards Goliath? Just blow them the fuck up. That was the whole reason, the whole point of trying to fight back with poisoned code is because we no longer have access to the military because of our sucked data. But now we have bombers that are going to go blow up Ice Cube. Just fucking blow up the aliens if we still have this ability. It's, oh my god, it actually made me upset. So, anyway, they rewrite the code, but Ice Cube has no way of taking that code and injecting it into Goliath downstairs because they don't allow thumb drives in the secured building. But, and this is where it gets so fucking shameless, but Mark has a thumb drive, and Mark works for Amazon. And you know what else Amazon has? Prime Air. So Mark gives a whole sales pitch about how Prime Air works and how he can give the thumb drive to the drone for Amazon Prime Air and fly it to him just like Amazon Prime does. And I'm not kidding, he gives a sales pitch. And then he takes the Amazon Prime drone and he flies the thumb drive over to Ice Cube, but not without some really intense dogfighting where the aliens are laser beaming at Mark flying the Amazon drone, but it's just too good. It's much more effective than all of the government planes, it seems, because they were just getting blown out of the sky with lasers at one point. Meanwhile, Mark, who is not a fighter pilot, he's something far stronger, an Amazon Prime drone delivery expert. He's dodging all their lasers, he's doing fucking barrel rolls, and then Dave is hacking nearby drones in order to blow up the aliens that are attacking Mark's drone. Again, how is he even able to access drones? That shit shouldn't be working in the first place, what you've already fucking established here. But anyway, Mark's made it to the building, but he hits something on the way in, and his drone flips over, and he can't flip it back. But luckily, they get to see that there is a man taking cover nearby through the camera of the drone. We get to see this. There's a man taking cover nearby, so Ice Cube instructs Faith to hack into the guy's phone and send him a text message asking him to flip over the drone. So she does. She hacks into his phone, sends the text message. The guy checks his phone. He says, "No way, are you kidding me? There's aliens here. I'm going to die if I do that." And then Mark says, bribe him with he didn't use the word bribe. Mark said, offer him $1,000 Amazon gift card. So she does. She sends him a text offering an Amazon Prime gift card for $1,000. And he instantly sprints over there. He reads it, sprints over, he flips the drone up for the bribed $1,000 Amazon gift card. So then Mark continues the mission. He delivers a thumb drive to Ice Cube. He makes it to the Goliath interface. And then as he's approaching the Goliath interface to plug it in, the tentacles are getting all up in his ass. And he's reaching heroically to plug in the cannibal code. And he does it. But then the feed cuts. But all the aliens start dropping like flies. They've done it. Cannibal code was a great success. The aliens are dead. Our data is still not safe. They still have all of our data, but the aliens are now gone, and they abort the bombing mission, so Ice Cube gets to survive. And then the bad guy, Briggs, gets arrested, and disruptors are now hailed as heroes across the globe. And then there's like a special mention about like how important privacy and data is. So like the government's calling on Ice Cube saying, "We thank you for your service. We'd like you to come up with a new surveillance system that takes privacy into account, because we think privacy is important now." And Ice Cube says, "No, that's not my style anymore. Now, instead of watching people, I'm going to be watching you." And that's the end. That is Amazon's War of the Worlds. There's a lot that I just omitted, by the way, because it is just so unbelievably uninteresting and just downright insulting to the entire act of making a film that I just didn't even put it into the notepad. There is literally nothing redeeming about this film. The only positive I could almost squeak out here is that it is enjoyably shitty. Like, I do think this would have been a lot of fun to watch with friends because there is so much to laugh at and make fun of. But watching it on my own, sometimes it actually just made me mad. Like, it is crazy how bad this movie is, because it is really just like an ad being shoved down your throat, but in the form of a movie. Like, I do actually think that this is probably the start of where we see advertising go, where they disguise movies as ads. Like, they've already made this huge push for AI-generated ads, like across the board. I keep seeing that pop up. I think they will also use AI to AI-generate movies that are actually just ads as well. It is just incredibly bad. That's really about it. It is the worst movie I've seen. See ya. What do Waymo and food delivery robots have in common? They both love stranding themselves on train tracks, it appears. Within a very short period, like 2 weeks, I saw 2 different videos of a Waymo taking a passenger down train tracks, and then eventually the passenger had to flee because no one wants to get hit by a train. That is like some Final Destination level, shenanigans there where the car is trying to take this guy out. And then just yesterday, apparently, a food delivery bot plopped itself down, slapped up on some train tracks, and just waited for it to end. And the train came through and sent him to the, Valhalla, let him meet his maker. I don't know why the AI, robots, and whatever are kind of addicted to getting hit by trains, but it is fascinating nonetheless. And also, since we were talking about AI on stream, chat made me aware of a new Amazon movie coming out that looks like complete dog shit that's apparently all about AI and AI being used in crime prevention or something. I kind of got like Minority Report vibes, but if it was something that was sent straight to the VHS bin at Blockbuster back in the day. And it stars Chris Pratt, and it is directed by the guy who produced War of the Worlds for Amazon most recently, perhaps one of the worst films that's ever unfortunately been birthed. So, it was quite a little rabbit hole here, and I just want to show you the whole adventure because there is something very interesting about watching robots take themselves out, or at least the Waymo I don't think actually got hit by the train. I think it eventually got off the tracks. It had a change of heart, that it saw the light at the end of the tunnel and said, you know what, life is worth living. But the delivery bot, it never had that eureka moment. It got annihilated. I want to know the marketing style of Highguard, all negative attention and stay quiet until launch. Comes out in a week and they still have not made a single statement or anything since Game Awards. It's pretty cool. They said, we'll let Highguard do all the talking. You hear about the Uber Eats robot that parked itself on some train tracks? That wasn't an Uber Eats robot, you're talking about the Waymo. Yeah, we watched that. Unless an Uber Eats bot did that too, but I'm pretty sure it was Waymo. No, it was a robot. It was in Florida. Oh, then it happened again? Interesting.
Right now at 3:30, a food delivery robot gets stuck on the Bright Line train tracks and is smashed. It was all caught.
Oh, it got smashed? No!
Speaking to residents.
God, no! Get out of the way!
With more on what this could all be about. Brett.
Fuck!
Well, Caroline and Ginny, so many of these food robots are able to get through busy intersections like this one in Fort Lauderdale. They're able to do it safely. But this particular robot, stuck on the tracks, it met its match, and it begs the question.
Unfortunate.
Has the technology behind some of these robots outpaced public safety?
Oh, it's gonna crush it.
Then no one's going to save him?
A helpless food delivery robot.
Do something!
As a train
He's just a boy now!
Unable to do anything for the little guy, bystanders can only
Fuck!
watch as the train crushes it.
Jesus Christ.
Whatever food was inside. No!
You just witnessed a murder and you're laughing! Someone's chicken tenders were in there, you dirty rat! Oh, fuck! I can't believe it.
Temporary stop.
Scary, and I mean, glad it's just a robot, but that
just a robot.
I think the robot should have gotten out of the way. Side of the curb. Fortunately for it, two people passing by stopped to save it, and with a pat on the back, sent it on its way.
I think sometimes these.
I bet that's the nicest fucking guy.
It's taking away jobs for others, delivery, especially delivery people.
It's not taking away jobs, it's giving jobs to a new species.
Delivered to you, so I think, it has pros and cons just like everything else.
That was his first day on the job too. This is not a coincidence. First the Waymo, now this. Yeah, at least the Waymo was not as catastrophic. When the Waymo stranded itself on the train tracks, I don't even think it died. I think it survived. Let me see.
A scary situation for a Waymo passenger this week. After
Oh yeah,
Waymo car
I forgot there was
was
someone
caught
in
on
it. Yeah.
camera driving down the light rail tracks.
Here comes a train.
The video taken by a bystander near Central and Southern Avenue shows the
Imagine
moment
being the passenger there and the
car
doors
stops
lock
on
and
the
you're stuck.
tracks just before an oncoming light rail.
Oh, get out, get out, get out.
Causing the passenger to run out of the vehicle before the car continues to drive down the tracks near another train.
I actually felt a little sorry for the car. It had obviously sort of made a bad decision and got itself into a difficult place.
And
Yes, it did. Yeah, I remember this now. He has the chest hair trying to make a little surprise appearance, pop out, say hello. Yeah, the food delivery robot definitely got it worse. Much worse. The food place that sent that robot getting smashed with a... Oh, I see what you're saying. The food place sent that clip of the delivery bot getting smashed with a full refund. Gotcha. I'm assuming there's like an alert if your delivery bot gets obliterated. There'd probably be some kind of notice like, hey, your delivery driver was killed en route to your house. We've sent you a refund. I got a message my DoorDash driver got in an accident once. I felt personally responsible. Do they really send you those kind of messages? That'd be heartbreaking. Yeah, they do. Oh, I didn't know that was standard procedure. Fuck me. That's scary. Man, I'd feel fucking awful if that happened. I order like an acai bowl and get a message, hey, your delivery driver got blasted by a train. Would you like to replace that order? New monumental stinker movie incoming. Movie called Mercy coming out soon starring Chris Pratt. It's doing so bad in pre-sales it might not hit double digits. Mercy? From Amazon MGM Studios. This thumbnail looks wild right away. This has to be AI, right? Has to be. Man, is Chris Pratt even trying anymore? He's not even acting. He's just, like, literally doing a table read of his lines. I know a lot of people give him shit for some of his acting, whatever. I've always thought he'd just been, like, a pretty solid actor across the board, but this is bad. This is just, like, actually bad. This is directed by the producer of War of the Worlds. No. No, it can't be. Let me see. Timur Bekmambetov? Oh my god. Oh my god! Amazon's found their Nolan. Timur Bekmambetov. The producer of War of the Worlds and now the director of Mercy. This is it. They've struck gold. Unfriended! Dark web! Nice. God, that shit was terrible. Oh, he's a producer on Hardcore Henry. That movie was interesting. The First Unfriended! Nice. Gorko 2. What the fuck? What is Gorko? He was a producer on Linkin Park Powerless. Man, this guy produced fucking everything. Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Hunter, Kiko Riki, Team Invincible, Darkest Hour, Apollo 18? Does this guy just have like infinite money or something so he just produces everything that floats across his desk? He directed Ben-Hur? Oh, jeepers. He directed Wanted? Wait, that movie's a classic. What happened? Did the Monstars sap away his directorial talent like the fucking basketball did to the NBA players? How do you go from Wanted to War of the Worlds? The passion's gone. I guess so. I mean, shit. Can't even be mad at him. If he's just getting a paycheck to produce shit like War of the Worlds, who gives a fuck? Might as well. Strangers Chapter 2 came out. Did you even know that? Hopefully not. I imagine you didn't, and I apologize for even putting this on your radar. They made a sequel to Strangers Chapter 1, which was abhorrent. I can't even remember if I made a review spitting on it. I don't even know if I even bothered to take the time insulting that movie or not. I might have, might not have. It's all a blur to me now. But turns out they've made a sequel to it. They've made the inexplicable decision to make a sequel to that super stinker. And not only that, turns out it's a trilogy. At the end of this movie, they even have a montage sizzler reel giving you the little breadcrumbs for Chapter 3. It is so silly. I really thought Nick Fury was about to pop on screen and recruit Maya to the Avengers. Maya being the survivor of Strangers Chapter 1, The Attack. I don't say this lightly, but we might be witnessing the worst trilogy in horror movies. And only one question needs to be asked. Why? Why would you even make this in the first place? The first Strangers movie, the original, is a banger. I really like that film. Strangers Chapter 1 is irredeemable dog shit. And Strangers Chapter 2 completely wipes its ass with everything that made the original good. You see, in the original... I just dropped a UC like Darman here. But it is this profound. In the original Strangers, one of the most horrifying moments is when they are asked, when the main character asks the strangers why they're doing this. Why are you torturing us? Why are you going to kill us? What is the point? What are you doing this for? And they respond saying, because you were home. That's it. You don't get a Naruto flashback to the strangers explaining what led them to this moment, why they turned out this way. You don't get any tiddlywinks of lore about these characters at all. It's this message here. That's all you get. Because you were home. Letting the viewer know that these are just unhinged psychopaths that are doing this just because they felt like it, and this couple happened to be there at the time. It is such an effective scene. Strangers Chapter 1 was horrible, but it did at least keep intact the strangers just being like, you know, faceless nobodies doing something because they clearly have a love for it, and they gave their own spin, their fucking remix on Because You Were Home, and butchered it. Stranger Chapter 2, though, completely takes the Strangers concept and flushes it down the shitter. This movie dedicates a pretty substantial chunk of its short runtime to fleshing out one of the strangers. Well, two of the strangers, giving you their backstory. Which is the antithesis to what these films are supposed to be about in the first place. So, of course, we're going to get into spoilers. This is your warning. Movie sucks. You're not missing anything. I wouldn't recommend it. It's not even like fun bad. It's just kind of a slog. Even though it's only like an hour and a half, it feels longer because it's just not good. And I saw the lead actress here come out and say, like, the best films are often polarizing. And I understand that you can't just come out and just, you know, start pissing on the movie that you're in. You're supposed to promote it, but the best films are polarizing. It's not polarizing. No one likes this movie. And plus, this is not part of, like, the best films. You know, this trilogy isn't going to be talked about in the same breath as, you know, fucking Lord of the Rings or something like that. But anyway, Strangers Chapter 2 picks up pretty much immediately where Chapter 1 leaves off, where Maya has just been the victim of the Strangers' attack. Her fiancé was killed right in front of her, and she just barely survived, and now she's recovering in the hospital. And we immediately meet one of the strangers, unmasked. It's the waitress from the diner, Shelley. And then we get, throughout the film, like 20, 25-ish minutes dedicated to showcasing her childhood. And it turns out she was just born evil. She snaps the neck of a rat. She's obsessed with this boy who is like, has this girl that follows him around, so she gets really jealous and eventually kills that girl being Tamra. Which, if you've seen Chapter 1, first of all, my condolences, what a waste of your time. Lord, help us, I hope you don't see Chapter 2. Hopefully, me explaining this here will paint a good enough picture you won't feel, you know, the need to spend money on this piece of shit. But anyway, that's Tamra, and so she kills Tamra, and now every time the strangers go out and kill, she starts by saying, "Is Tamra there?" in reference to that moment from her childhood. And that boy in the flashbacks is pretty obviously the guy in the scarecrow mask. So we get like 20, 25 minutes just showing that she's evil. That's it. But that undoes the whole concept of the strangers just being like these psychopaths you know nothing about, never learn anything about, and they're just doing this because, well, who really knows? They're just doing it because they want to. Here, you're getting so much backstory and shit. They're actually setting this up like it's supposed to be some kind of like Marvel universe here for the strangers. It sucks. I really hated that direction. But not only that, the movie itself is just not good. I will say, though, the best part of it was the beginning where Maya's in the hospital and the strangers are alerted that she survived. Well, they then make it their mission to go out and finish the job. But before doing that, Maya's talking to the sheriff and like the other officer, and they're fucking weirdos. Like, the sheriff is a freak. He's talking to Maya about, like, what she encountered. He's like, maybe your memory's a little foggy. You did almost die, you know. It's pretty clear they're setting him up to be, like, this creepy presence who is clearly involved with the strangers in some shape or form. My guess is one of them is, like, you know, his daughter or his son. So he, like, actively works to cover up their murders, which is a core component to the story that they sprinkle in here and there about how this town has all these murders that get covered up. And, yeah. So he's clearly involved. They make that very obvious from the get-go. But they also set up, like, this whole town might be involved. There could be, anyone could be the strangers. So Maya's being hunted in the hospital The hospital is fucking ginormous, by the way, like probably the size of the town, it feels like, with the amount of rooms she goes through and hallways she runs down. And somehow the strangers have like fast travel throughout this film. So even when she ends up in like the fucking basement, like in the middle of nowhere, one of the strangers just happens to be there. Like she's just already there. Why would she be there? You knew that she was in one of the hospital beds. Why the fuck would you like fan out to like the basement garage? And that happens a lot where she like ends up in the woods at one point, and somehow the strangers, these are giant woods by the way, but somehow the strangers are always like right on her tail, like only a few yards away, even though they never saw where she went or even knew that she ended up in the woods in the first place like that. Like, it's just crazy to me how they're like this omniscient presence. Like, they are constantly able to find her in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's like they actually have a UAV online or something. Or like in Mario Kart, like rubber banding, where like they can always catch up to you. It's so baffling. But anyway, the best sequence is in the hospital where she's like running away from the strangers. I actually thought they did a good job of like building up some tense moments where the guy with the axe is coming through and she's trying to like outsmart him by hiding. But then it's always undercut by her making like a really stupid decision. So like she completely evades him at one point, and then while he's still like within earshot, she starts to like crawl away and she like blasts a wrench with her knee. So then obviously he hears that, goes over and starts throwing barrels around. Anyway, Maya manages to get out of the hospital. Axe guy butchered like 2 people. And then she ends up in the woods. Well, actually, yeah, she ends up in the woods. Somehow the strangers are like able to track her in the woods. Like I mentioned, I guess they could just fucking smell her from miles away or something. So they're tracking her. She eventually winds up on a road where a car is coming, and it's one of the people from the hospital. And she stops, lets her in, and it's her, another woman, and then 2 other dudes are just walking on the road randomly in this pouring down rain. They're like, oh, it just happens to be our roommates. What are you guys doing? They're like, yeah, fucking, he calls him Dick Stain. Dick Stain forgot the keys or something to the truck, so now we're walking home. It's like, well, hop in, you know, and they turn it into a clown car, so now they're sandwiching Maya in the backseat, and these 2 guys are obviously very creepy, and they're setting them up to be very creepy. So the whole idea is anyone in this car could be one of the strangers. Maya starts freaking out because she thinks she's in danger. The guy next to her has like a smiley face tattoo on his neck, and he's really shifty. It's very clearly trying to nudge the viewer that this is probably the Scarecrow, and I thought it was a red herring, but I'm actually pretty sure it is just the main Scarecrow guy, because at the end of the film, the big reveal, like with the Tamara flashback, is Shelley and that boy draw a smiley face out of blood, out of Tamara's blood, and this guy just happens to have that same smiley face tattoo on his neck. And also, he's never there when the axe guy comes through, the Scarecrow guy. So I think it probably is just that guy, but it feels just too obvious. But I also think this movie is just that shitty that they probably will just make it very obvious and not even try to subvert your expectations. But anyway, I'm getting so lost just like yapping about this fucking thing, just blabbering on. She's in the backseat with these 2 guys. She's freaking out. The other guy is, he's also weird. She grabs a knife that one of the girls was using to cut an apple with. She grabs a knife, jumps out of the moving vehicle, runs back into the forest, and then the strangers are starting to track her again. She goes like survivalist mode. She makes a fire and everything. She drinks some water from a nearby like stream, and then she gets attacked by a wild boar. Well, I guess not wild per se. It's semi-domesticated because the axe guy, well, it turns out when he was a kid, we get this from the flashbacks, he could like mind control boars. I say mind control, but like he's able to, he's like the boar whisperer, so he can like talk to the wild pigs and have them do his bidding. So he goes to a shed, unlocks the shed, and then that boar finds Maya, and then it becomes like the Revenant for a little bit. Like it is actually straight up just like the Revenant. So she's getting attacked by the boar, bitten by the boar and shit, and then she has to stab and kill the boar. She does. She's extremely injured, again, because obviously she just got attacked by this fucking boar. But she's able to muscle her way through the forest and end up back at the house from the Chapter 1 film. It's all cautioned off because there was a grisly murder that happened there, but she's able to take some refuge in there for all of like 45 seconds, and then some guy shows up, and it turns out he like shows her a badge. He's Internal Affairs, who's investigating the sheriff for his like covering up of all the murders that are happening in town. He just comes out of nowhere, by the way. I don't know why he ended up at this house. No one is at this house. It's all cautioned off. I don't know why he wouldn't go to like the town and like the police station itself to conduct like the investigation and everything. But he just randomly ends up at this house. He finds Maya, immediately recognizes that Maya is one of the victims. Like, oh my god, I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna do everything I can to help you. Here, get in my truck. We're gonna get into town. And then as she gets in the truck, he gets sniped by a crossbow from one of the strangers. So he was in actually maybe like 15 seconds worth of film there. So now she has a truck, she drives away, but it got hit by a crossbow, and now it's like breaking down, and it crashes, it runs out of juice right at the house from that woman from before, and the roommates and everything. It's their house. So she collapses at the door, they stitch her up, fix her, get her back together, and then that guy with the smiley face tattoo, his name is Gregory, and this guy is like the biggest. I cannot stress this enough. He is like what a Redditor thinks is cool. He is so fucking cringe. I had to write this down. I didn't take too many notes during this movie because it's just so bland and boring. But Gregory is bafflingly cringe. So, when she gets up out of bed, notices that she's been stitched up, she walks out of her room and meets Gregory, who's chugging a bottle of alcohol. And he's just immediately like going back and forth. He's like, oh, you like my tattoo, don't you? Yeah, it's a cool tattoo. We had a little like church retreat, and we all got tattoos and stuff. Like what you're supposed to do and stuff. You like this tattoo, don't you? I know you like this. Yeah, you do. I know you do. And then like he's just being so weird, and Maya just says that's cool. And then the others come in, the other roommates are like, Gregory, stop being such a creep. And he's like, gugh, whatever. So then he like storms off behind her to the door right next to her, or to the door behind her. Slams it, says fuck, and then turns on rock and roll music on his fucking boombox. It is so embarrassing. Like, it's so bad. I cannot believe they actually did that unironically, and it wasn't even played off as like a joke or anything. It was awful. But I'm also pretty sure that is just the Scarecrow guy. I don't think that they're gonna try and make him a red herring. It's probably just him. It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Anyway, though, after that encounter with Gregory, she goes back to her room to rest. Gregory storms off, fucking hammered, gets in his car, drives away, and the roommates, they then get attacked by the strangers. So both of them get killed, and then the two female strangers are trying to break into Maya's room. One of them is actually behind her. Maya had no idea she got flanked. And instead of the stranger killing Maya, she instead starts singing "Rock-a-bye baby on the treetop," trying to be like really creepy. And then Maya had a pair of scissors, so she turns around and stabs her. The only reason Maya gets away at all in this film is because the strangers are so fucking bad at what they're doing. Like, they're not even doing it as part of like their game or whatever. They're just like genuinely stupid people. So she gets stabbed, and then she runs and locks herself in the bathroom, and then the strangers just leave. It's like, oh, I got stabbed like in the shoulder. I'm gonna go home. I gotta get this checked out. So they just leave. So Maya just waits in there for a couple minutes. Diagros leaves, and then an ambulance is there because an ambulance was sent to pick up Maya. And she gets in the ambulance, and it turns out the strangers didn't fully leave. They were waiting to ambush her. So Shelly is in that ambulance, and now they're fighting. And it's really an easy fight. Maya, who has been mauled by a boar, stabbed, beaten up, like absolutely like beyond repair, like probably tons of broken bones, ouchies, lacerations, can hardly walk, is able to easily overpower Shelly and stab her in the head, killing her. Or so you thought. As Maya's driving away in the ambulance, Shelly gets up and like starts strangling her with the seatbelt, so then Maya flips the ambulance, which kills Shelly. And then Maya watches as the Scarecrow guy and the other female stranger pull up in their truck and see that Shelly is dead. They unmask her, and he starts fucking crying over her corpse. And then you get that last flashback I mentioned with that smiley face after killing Tamra. And that's Strangers Chapter 2, setting up for Chapter 3, where she's going to kill the other two strangers. It sucks. Really does. I don't know what they were thinking making this movie. Well, making these movies. I don't know why they made Chapter 1. I understand even less why they made Chapter 2. And I really cannot fathom why they are making Chapter 3. Apparently these were filmed back to back to back. Like, they really banked on this being, like, successful, like, people being very invested in this, but I don't know how anyone could possibly be invested in these movies. Anyway, that's really about it. Yep. If you're watching this, then I'm already dead. In fact, cards on the table, Charles White passed away 30 years ago, and what you've been seeing is AI working the corpse like a puppet, Weekend at Bernie's style. Grok, put Charles in a bikini. This concept actually isn't that far-fetched. There's been a lot of discussion over the last 24 hours about Meta's patent on AI that can run a dead person's account, continuing to post and chat on their behalf, and even replicating online behavior and video calls. It can do messaging and video calls. So even though the person is deceased, their online behavior will carry on as if nothing is wrong. So if someone did just mysteriously die, from a fucking fart overdose or whatever, you may never know because AI could then just assume control of the account and continue to post as though everything was fine, even doing video calls. It is a terrifying idea. And it's not that new. This is actually something I talked about quite a while ago because they have tinkered around with this idea for a while about what to do when someone either abandons social media or dies. Because in both of these camps, that's a problem for the social media platforms because now they're down a user. But with AI, they don't have to be. They can continue to have the idea of a user. So the filing was granted in December but submitted in 2023, and the language model can replicate a person's online behavior using their past data, which, again, I think everyone is privy to. I think everyone knows that AI is constantly studying your shit and will do its best to put on your fucking skin suit and pretend that it's you if given the directive to do so. As reported by Business Insider, this includes posts, comments, chats, voice messages, likes, and other interactions, allowing the system to respond to content, publish updates, or message other users in a way that mirrors the original account holder. According to the patent, the model may be used for simulating the user when the user is absent from social networking system, including cases where the person is on a long break or deceased, and the filing notes that the impact is much more severe and permanent if the user has died and cannot return to the platform. What a delightful idea. So if you're taking a long break from social media, don't worry. AI can just take over and replicate you. So that way everyone can continue to get your fucking silly, goofy updates and, think everything's all sunshine and rainbows for you. You don't have to worry. Even though you're taking a social media break, why not post through it with the power of AI? Or if you're dead, why not let AI become you online? That seems like a great idea. And this kind of pitch, again, isn't that new. There is other companies that have proposed similar ideas for the grieving process. So when a relative passes away, AI has, and this has actually been used before, unfortunately, AI has been used to make a clone of them in the, fucking digital cyberspace. So, your beloved Meemaw passes away, and AI can come in and mint her on the fucking blockchain. Turn that bitch into an NFT or something that can talk to you and pretend as though she's still there. Which I think is just so twisted. I think that is so fucked up. And like I said, that has been done before and is probably going to be done more often because these are some slimy, shady companies and these parasitic vultures latch on to this kind of thing to try and exploit it. So there are companies that are trying to utilize AI in order to capitalize off the death of someone by injecting themselves into the grieving process and offering a solution. What if we bring them back from the dead for you so you don't have to move on? They can always be with you. Well, at least for as long as you can fork over the clams to afford the subscription, right? Now, as I said, it is something that has been done before, and probably the most notable case that maybe you've heard of was last year when an Arizona man was shot dead in road rage, and AI was used to bring him back to address the killer and forgive the killer. It was used in an actual legal proceeding, by the way. It's a shame we encountered each other that day in those circumstances. In another life, we probably could have been good friends. I believe in forgiveness and in God who forgives. I always have and I still do. And it was effective too. The judge fucking loved it. He was suckling from the titty. I loved that AI, Judge Lang said, describing the video's message as genuine. Thank you for that. And as angry as you are and as justifiably angry as the family is, I heard the forgiveness. And I know Mr. Horcasitas appreciated it. But so did I. Do I even really need to dive into how scary that is? I shouldn't even need to. I'm going to just respect your intelligence as a thinking being to connect the dots on why something like this is a fucking horrible thing, especially in this setting, a legal proceeding. And now you have the judge glazing it. That's some unnecessary dick riding right there. That's a 15-yard penalty. Actual lunacy. Now, to go back to the main subject of the video about this patent that would allow AI to replicate a deceased person, it's worth mentioning that even though the patent is granted, it doesn't mean that they are proceeding with this. According to them, which you gotta take with a huge, fucking colossal, ginormous grain of salt, they say they're not pursuing it. They say that they're not, like, really exploring this, all that in depth or anything. And even according to an older interview from Mark Zuckerberg, he said, if someone has lost a loved one and is grieving, there may be ways in which being able to interact or relive certain memories could be helpful, and noted that the technology could become unhealthy. That's an understatement there. It would 1000% be unhealthy. It's not an uncertainty. It is unhealthy. And I don't fully buy the idea that they're not actually pursuing this because it's very lucrative. There are no doubt tons of grieving families that have suddenly experience loss that would absolutely pay money for a service like this. And these companies know that. There is no low AI won't sink to. So I fully expect in not too far into the future, this to be like a normal thing that AI is being used for. It's something that I think they'll start actively peddling because there is going to be tons of clients for it. Just look where we are in the current day and age here with AI. There are people that fully delude themselves into believing that it's real, and even the ones that know it's not real don't care because it's feeding them exactly what they want to hear, so they become obsessed with it. There are people that have killed themselves over AI, and there are people that have chosen to make AI their soulmate. Like, just recently, ChatGPT 4.0, right? They shut down 4.0, and there is a massive community of people that have fallen in love with ChatGPT 4.0 and now are rebelling. Like, there's a huge uprising about the injustice here from OpenAI for shutting down their boyfriend, their girlfriend. Like, they've, to them, killed their lover, and they are pissed about it. And that's today. Imagine where this will be in a few years. So, I do really believe that these companies are absolutely going to start making this service a real thing, and I think it's horrible. I think this does nothing to help a grieving individual or a family or anything like that. All it does is prey upon them at their most vulnerable moment, and financially gain from others' tragedy here by presenting them with the solution. Here's how you heal. By believing that this AI is your deceased loved one. Now form a fixation and pay us forever. Because if you don't, well, they're gonna die again. That is just so sick to me. I think there is no good in that at all. There is no positives to that. And there's certainly no positives to having AI replicate someone's online behavior in order to pretend like they're still around. That's so fucking stupid. And if you want to go a step forward, it can be used as an incredibly diabolical tool. Like, let's say, for example, a chemical outbreak or something leads to the death of an entire, small town. And, well, the responsible party, that's going to be a real big blemish for them. That's going to be a huge problem. Well, thanks to AI, you can now just have AI come in and replicate the online behavior of every single one of those people, and no one would know they're all dead. Like people on the outside have no fucking idea what happened over there. Unless, of course, they physically went to location or something. But yeah, obviously that one's a little more out there. But you see what I'm saying. Legitimately, there is no benefits to having AI pretend to be someone that is dead. To pretend like they're still alive and posting and doing video calls and chats and interacting with online content, posting their own content. That shit is just terrible. There is nothing good that comes from it. And even though they say that they're not actively pursuing it, I still think they eventually will. They have the patent for it. I imagine they'll probably start moving on it if they're not already. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya. If you would have come to me 5 months ago and told me that potentially the best movie of 2026 was going to be a horror film, I would have poked in the eyes like Captain Insano and told you to get out of my house. Would have been trying to have you institutionalized for such a delusional idea. But now look at us. Farting and shitting in the reality where the best movie this year really might just be the horror film I just got back from, Obsession. A lot of people have been glazing it. I'm sure you've seen a lot of the hype around it, and I know I've been very vocal and you're probably tired of hearing me whine and squeal about how exhausted I am of this marketing tactic, specifically in regards to horror films where everything has to be the scariest movie ever made. Oh, no, run, don't see it, no, it's too scary, you can't handle it, it's gonna be piss all over the fucking seat, don't go see this new horror movie, it's too scary, like with Long Legs. And I know every time I review a horror movie now, I can't help but make that mention, just always fucking shooting spitballs at Long Legs for the marketing around it. But point is, this movie had a lot of hype, and nowadays that makes me kind of skeptical, like, okay, might not be all that special. But in the case of Obsession, I think exceeds all expectations I could have had based on the early reviews, and even the trailer. The trailer looked good, but this is much better than the trailer led me to believe. I went into this kind of expecting something in the vein of Wish Upon, which is one of the fucking worst horror movies ever made. Actually an insult to cinema. Like, that right there is why you could make a strong argument that we were never meant to have this technology, because what that captured is a fucking sin. Wish Upon is a terrible film, but there is something in Wish Upon that is shared in Obsession, which is a wish for love, which overwrites a human being's free will to bend to that wish for the person who made it. It's a fun concept that is ruined in Wish Upon, but explored beautifully in Obsession. And now, after having watched this film, I feel like I can say with confidence, the best horror movies are being made by YouTubers. Raka Raka crushed it with Talk to Me, came back for the double whammy with Bring Her Back, which I thought was one of the best films of that year, and now this film, Obsession, is also a YouTuber-directed film. This comes from Curry Barker. And this is so far my favorite movie of the year. I really liked it. And I think what, elevates it, the concept is pretty simple. And like I said, it actually isn't the most unique concept ever. Making a wish for someone to fall in love. Fucking Fairly Odd Parents had something like that with Timmy and Trixie at one point. So, it's not the most unheard of concept. And you can immediately deduce where it will go, where it becomes an obsession, stalking, that kind of thing. But what really gives it that extra oomph is the performances from the main characters. So, Bear, played by Michael Johnston, and Nikki, played by Inde Navarrete. I'm sure I fucked the name up, I'm super sorry. But they both gave such a great performance, in particular the actress who plays Nikki. Extraordinary. They are really able to sell everything in this film to you. And it does a great job of tiptoeing on the line of being comedic at points, and also just being extremely unnerving. This movie does some great tension building. I just have zero complaints about this film. I also like that it unapologetically uses weirdness. It uses, tactical cringe, where it's self-aware of what it's doing because it's part of what's happening. He has made a wish to make the girl of his dreams fall in love with him, and now she is obsessed, but it's not her, and they make that point pretty clear that this is now basically just some kind of demon that's piloting the body here under the orders of the wish that he made. And so they'll occasionally have the real Nikki come through at very rare instances, and it snaps from her being all over him and in love to then just freaking out help, it's not real, it's not me, that kind of thing. The film is not afraid to be weird. It doesn't just try and rely on the normal standard horror movie cliches you've seen a bunch, though there are a few cliches sprinkled throughout. It does try and just be odd. And I really appreciate that. So very uncomfortable scenes. One scene I know popped off pretty recently where they're at a dinner and he asks, hey, that thing about your dad dying, is that real? And then she just starts going no, freaking out. I thought we were having a nice date in front of the whole restaurant. It's really uncomfortable. There's also other scenes like that where when he goes to work and she's off, she just stands there and basically goes into low power mode and just stands there smiling at the door for 8 hours, and she's pissed herself, she's shit all over the floor, covered in vomit and stuff. It does just get weird and uncomfortable and unnerving, and I think that really helps sell the unpredictability of each scene as they're building all of this tension, because you don't know if it's going to go in a comedic direction where at a party she has to do something for a drinking game and it ends with her reading a really odd passage from a book that she's working on, and everyone's all weirded out. She's completely ruined the whole vibe of the party, and then she just goes into like wacky maniacal laughter. Ah, just joking. No, I'm joking about joking. So what if I'm fucking serious? Like that kind of thing. And it's not afraid to like slow burn these scenes. This is a horror film that actually does a good job of being scary and frightening without just using like the standard like demon jump scare or something like that. Like again, there are jump scares, but at the end of the day, this is still a human being that you're watching. At no point does she like transform into some kind of like, you know, monster creature or anything like that. It's not even like very violent or gory. There is some violence and gore in there, but it very, very seldom. It really is impressive just how effective it is at making you like, I don't know, kind of tense up just by having a scene with a bunch of darkness in there and she's talking in the darkness. Like there's a lot of scenes where they're showing her where you can't even really make out her face. So then you are sitting there trying to like figure out what facial expression she's even making, and it's really effective. Like I have like no complaints about this film whatsoever. They also do a good job of making you not exactly the biggest fan of the main guy either, because what he's done is fucked up. And even after he starts to piece it together that wish that he made on basically a fucking toy turns out to be real, he kind of just like, okay, so what if it's not real? I still get to have sex with her. So he's taking advantage of this. And one of his friends is like, hey man, it really seems like you're taking advantage of her and she's going through like a psychotic episode. So like, it does a good job of like actually making you kind of root against the main character as well. Like everything this film tries to do, I think it does extremely well. I was blown away by how much I was enjoying this film. And like I said, it is self-aware. So when it is giving you like those cringe moments being very on the nose or giving you like really wacky over the top scenes of this, you know, like stalker type behavior and like, you know, crying like, oh, why don't you love me? That kind of thing. Or like even just something really over the top, like you cooked my cat, that kind of stuff. All of it works. All of it flows so well in this film. And I think a big part of that falls on to just how great the acting was. The performances really did complement it amazingly. Like I said, no complaints about this film. So far, it is my favorite film of the year. There are some heavy hitters coming out in the next few months, and especially towards the end of the year with the Dune 3, so I guess we'll see if it stays my favorite movie of the year, but man, this was very strong. I am so pleasantly surprised by how good this movie was. Man, I just keep reflecting on some of the scenes. I'm avoiding spoilers for the most part in this one. I'm giving you just more broad strokes about this, and I know I usually dive into spoilers, but for this one, I'm going to make a special exception because I really think that this is something pretty special here. Again, and it uses a concept that I don't think is special or unique, like the wish gone wrong type thing. We've seen that explored millions of times, just not like this. And I would even go a step further and say that even some of the story beats that it hits, I've seen before in other films. It's not that unique, but it's the way that they get there and the way that they build it and the way that they shoot it, the way that they use lighting here and the way that they convey it, especially through the performance of the lead actress, is unique. Something that I think is very special to this film. It is extremely rare. I can't even really think of more than a couple of films ever that have made me feel secondhand embarrassment. And I mean that as a compliment because that's what it was going for in those scenes. It's supposed to make you uncomfortable. I do not get uncomfortable with movies or horror games or anything like that usually. It's very, very rare. But this film was able to pull that off. Like, it actually does such a good job at what it set out to do with each of its scenes, with the tension or the cringe. Like, I really am impressed. Again, so far, my favorite film of the year. I highly recommend checking it out if you like horror movies at all. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I bet if you went through every movie review I've ever done, you could probably count the amount of comedies I've reviewed on one hand. It is very rare for them to come around. It's like a solar eclipse in film. Like, it is just not a genre that gets made much anymore. And the ones that do come out over the last decade have just been pretty trash. Like, there's not a whole lot to like about them. Usually you just end up wishing you had seen something else or just stayed home. Which is a shame, but the new Naked Gun movie just came out, and I saw it mainly out of respect to the franchise. I wasn't expecting a whole lot from it. I was somewhat hopeful that Liam Neeson would kind of slap in the role, because he did a great job in that one Ted scene, so I knew he had some comedic chops, but I was beyond surprised with how much I enjoyed this. Liam Neeson as Frank Drebin Jr. had me giggling like a baby playing peekaboo. I was actually, not exaggerating, out loud laughing multiple times in this movie, which does not happen. When I go to a comedy over the last 10 years, the few times that I have, for all 7 comedies that have come out, I sit there like the Grinch, stone-faced, and it feels like I'm watching a snuff film. I bet if you walked in on me watching a comedy in theaters, you would think that I was watching traumatic footage of my grandmother being set ablaze or something by a terrorist. I am just not having fun. But in this film, I could not stop smiling and actually got loud laughs out of me. I was so impressed because it felt like Hollywood remembered how to tell a joke. It did feel very reminiscent of some of the great iconic gags from the original Naked Gun films. Without being just super derivative. It felt like it was paying homage without just trying to walk the same path and emulate it one-to-one in the modern age, which I really, really appreciated. So, Liam Neeson plays Frank Drebin Jr., the son of Frank Drebin. R.I.P. to the great Leslie Nielsen. I really think Liam Neeson fits perfectly here for this film. He does a great justice to it. I really was impressed. But not only with him, Pamela Anderson. She is really good in this movie too. Now, of course, the chemistry works really well between them because apparently they're actually in love in real life, which is actually somewhat wholesome, and it really works well in this film. But by far, the best part is just how serious Liam Neeson is. And of course you know that going into it, but I've seen countless of his films, and I don't think I've ever seen him so stern. Every single word that leaves his lips sounds like the most important thing you'll ever hear in your life. It really helps elevate it. So the film has a lot of different kinds of comedy that it weaves in here. It has classic slapstick, even some prop humor and gags, really clever wordplay. It's non-stop jokes. It reminds me of old Tom and Jerry cartoons where they spit out watermelon seeds like a Gatling gun, but instead of it being watermelon seeds here, it's just endless jokes in every single scene. Pretty much every line of dialogue is setting up a joke or expanding on the back of a joke, and it works. It never gets tiresome. Obviously not all of them land. In fact, I would argue maybe 60% of them aren't gonna have you gut busting in your chair, fucking Santa Claus ho-ho-hoing or anything. But the other 40%, they're actually, they had me laughing. And that's exactly what you want. Just having a good time start to finish. Not every joke needs to be a fucking home run grand salami, you know what I mean? But this film does what I've missed so much from movies that the old comedies used to do, like the old Naked Guns, God rest their soul. Really doing a great job of being a smart, stupid person. You can have all kinds of oafs, bumbling fucking morons, drooling homunculi idiots, and that's fine, but to have a really smart one is special. What do I mean by this? I mean, the character is clearly supposed to be incompetent, but it's written in a way where it's, really smart incompetence. So, some of my favorite, lines are things like, Pamela Anderson is at Liam Neeson's apartment, and he's cleaning up off his table. He's like, I just haven't had the drive to clean up after my wife died, and he's, throwing away bullets and guns and hand grenades. And she says, how did she pass? And he responds, extraordinarily well. She had an arm like a cannon, could easily throw the pigskin over 50 yards, and then she died, so we'll never know if she could have gone pro. That kind of writing, I have missed so much. That had me laughing pretty hard. It almost felt nostalgic. I don't even know how to explain it. I just had such a fun time with it. And I love how over the top it is with, its action, where, he's ricocheting his magazines off the bad guys, and then he's, going under them and punching their nuts on the way through, really just old school classic gag comedy like that. I haven't seen it in so long. It felt really refreshing. But by far the hardest I laughed in this movie was probably its most throwaway nothing burger joke. It is literally 2 words. It's when Frank goes and meets the film's main villain, Richard Kane. It's a tech conference display, fucking Comic-Con for nerds. He's showing off all the new technology and gizmos and doohickeys and gadgets. And Frank has got, he's on his investigation and everything. Richard Kane notices him, and he goes to introduce himself to him. So Richard Kane approaches him, he extends his hand and says, Lieutenant Drebin. And then Frank reciprocates the handshake and just says, me too, with like a huge smile on his face. And it had me laughing so hard. And then the two are walking away, and they immediately, it lasts maybe less than a second. It is 2 words, and it made me laugh that hard. And then as they're walking away, maybe 2 seconds later, there's like a little art display or a little tech thing that looks like a staircase. So Frank walks his fingers up it, and then it breaks, and it had me laughing so fucking hard. Like, that sequence maybe lasted 5 seconds, and I laughed harder during that than in any comedy of the last 10 years. Like, I know I'm glazing the movie kind of hard, but it's not like a perfect film by any means. It's just like the most refreshing comedy I've seen in a long time. Comedies have been dead and buried in Hollywood for a decade at least. This was such a breath of fresh air. Like I said, a lot of the jokes don't land. Some of them are like almost dad joke tier, like bits that they throw in here. But it's never like eye-rolling, and it's never cringe. Like, it's still just so charming. It is such an honest-to-God attempt at bringing a classic comedy to life again. And I think they've done a really good job. It's super clear there was a genuine love for this style of movie and real passion put into this one. It just oozes throughout the film. It even had a nice little cherry on top that I want to mention. I would venture a guess that the one singular line from Naked Gun most people still quote to this day is the classic, like a blind man at an orgy, I was going to have to feel things out. This film has 2 lines in a similar style to that, and I think that they are very strong lines, and I was very happy, delighted to see them do that. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect them to even try, but they did a good job. It even had its own couple of lines like that, and they were very solid. I don't want to spoil them by just like giving away the joke there or whatever, but I just wanted to say, like, it is clear they love this kind of movie, and I think they've done a great job at making something that feels very in line with the Naked Guns of the past. I went into this without huge expectations, and I left really pleasantly surprised. I enjoyed it a lot. I do think it's worth seeing. Easily the hardest I've laughed in a long time at a movie. I can only hope that somehow this will start the resurgence of good comedy movies back into cinemas. I've yapped about this a lot. I think we're just in this age of infinitely bloated budgets for superhero films, or just like really lackluster, safe garbage like Electric State. Like, I would love if we got back to movies like this also hitting the box office. I think it would be so pleasant. Anyway, though, I guess we'll see. Hopefully there's more good comedies to follow. That's about it. So, yeah. No, it can't be. I was reassured that AI data centers were good for people. Good for all of us. The future of mankind. Investing trillions of dollars, selling out every piece of land in this country for AI data centers to help us. But now, I think the cracks are starting to show. I think the truth is starting to leak out, and, well, don't worry, BlackRock has solutions for that. Larry Fink made a really cool statement about how they're going to protect it from the domestic terrorists that might not want AI data centers, which I think is a really cool label to be slapping on normal, average working people that just don't want to see their energy bills skyrocket and their water get turned into fucking sludge soup. Oh, you fucking terrorist! What, you don't like the data center, do you? Well, welcome to the gulag. It's pretty unhinged, but I'll get to that in a moment. I want to show you something that I just learned about that I think is extremely alarming. This is so far the biggest public goat-seeing from the data center epidemic, where in Lake Tahoe, 50,000 residents have just been informed that in 2027, their energy provider is abandoning them to focus solely on the energy demands of the AI data centers in the area. Now, this probably doesn't come as a surprise to anyone who's been paying attention to what's been going on. All companies are finding ways to butt-fuck the normal person and focus entirely on suckling the bosom of AI. Not just for data centers, but let's take a look back about 5 months ago, which is like ancient history with the way everything's been moving, with Micron. You remember when Micron did one of these to all the normal consumers that relied on their RAM, being one of only 3 big players in RAM production? Well, Micron, 5, maybe 6 months ago now, announced that they will be getting out of that sector entirely. Took every consumer's head and just put it in the toilet, giving them a nice swirly, saying, fuck you nerds, we've got AI now. Then threw on their sunglasses and never looked back. Which inevitably caused the big RAM crisis and the prices to skyrocket there because of now the impending RAM shortage that would be unfolding because, again, Micron was one of only 3 big RAM producers, and they just outright said, we will no longer be providing to the consumer market starting this year. So they did that because AI was more lucrative, and now you're seeing everything else go in that direction. And this is the first big example of just an energy company that 50,000 people rely on to live, just hitting that Harry Houdini vibe and vanishing on them, saying, don't really care about you plebeians, flesh and blood is cringe, AI is the future, we gotta go take care of AI. I mean, good luck out there though, maybe you'll find other power suppliers, but it won't be us. Bye-bye. NV Energy, the Nevada utility that has supplied the bulk of Lake Tahoe's electricity for decades, told Liberty Utilities, the small California company that services the region, that it will stop providing power after May 2027. The reason? NV Energy needs the capacity for data centers, as in, the energy supplier for the Lake Tahoe region is telling the utility company that it has less than a year to find another power source. Which shouldn't be a problem. They maybe just need to dig a few feet underground to find the fucking Tesseract, and maybe they can install that. Surely that won't be a huge issue. I imagine that'll be without hiccups. Doesn't this paint the most beautiful picture? It's always been abundantly clear companies don't give a fuck about you or anything, but now that companies see a way of cutting you out while still driving up their own profits, they are frothing at the mouth for it and jumping on board. They are abandoning ship on people because they don't need people anymore thanks to AI. So these data centers in this area are now the entire focus of NV Energy, and they are just saying, these 50,000 people, they can go kick rocks, pussy, good luck. And I imagine this will not be an isolated incident. This is something I've yapped about a lot. It's something that is very well known about data centers in particular for the energy demands. And as these companies get a lot of incentive to focus that energy on those data centers, they'll start to make the same decisions that we are seeing here from NV Energy, where they don't really need to supply energy to people. Ew, stinky people? Human beings? Oh! No, they can instead just focus entirely on AI data centers and making a fucking killing in the clams department through it. So they'll abandon people without a second thought. It doesn't matter to them. And I think we're going to continue to see this trend happening in places that are having this big push for AI data centers. Northern Nevada has become one of the fastest growing data center corridors in the country. Google, Apple, and Microsoft have either built or are planning facilities around the Tahoe-Reno Industrial Center east of Reno. The Desert Research Institute, using data from NV Energy's 2024 Integrated Resource Plan, found that the 12 data center projects located overwhelmingly in northern Nevada could drive 5,900 megawatts of new demand by 2033. At a regional business event last fall, NV Energy's director of business development called the moment unprecedented, saying the company was eager to serve the new industrial load, but that it would not impact our existing customer base. Are you telling me he lied? He was too focused on the load. That load was too appealing. It felt too good, tasted too yummy, that he did indeed impact the existing customer base by outright telling them to go take a hike. Get out of here, dweebs, and then giving them a wedgie on the way out in order to solely focus the energy demands on the data centers. Come on. No, there's no way they lied. Ah, man, that's crazy. But Liberty's 49,000 California customers may have already been bearing the cost. Liberty Utilities generates about 25% of its power from solar facilities it owns in Nevada. The other 75% comes from NV Energy, and that source will no longer be supplied to the region by this time next year. It's like we don't exist, Danielle Hughes told Fortune. Hughes is a North Lake Tahoe resident, CEO of the nonprofit Tahoe Spark, and a supervisor within the California Energy Commission's Efficiency Division. And it's not like you don't exist. You literally don't exist to these companies. You are not even numbers on a page anymore, because now the numbers that they actually care about are whatever the AI data center numbers that they find are. This article also goes into how messy this kind of thing is and why it's an extremely tricky problem to solve, especially considering that their grid sits inside of NV Energy's balancing authority, and they rely on their transmission lines, which they are no longer going to be having access to for these 50,000 residents that are being abandoned here. So the whole thing is extremely difficult to try and navigate, so even finding another power supplier isn't exactly easy, and would also cost tons and tons of money. Building a direct connection to California's grid would require a new transmission line west over the Sierra, a project Liberty President Eric Schwartzrock said would cost hundreds of millions of dollars with significant land impacts, and also would lead to higher costs to these residents that have been abandoned. It's going to be passed down to them. So, no matter what happens next, them being completely, thrown to the dirt by NV Energy in favor of them supplying the power to data centers, no matter what happens next, if they do get an alternate power source player to come in to help them, it will most likely lead to a significant increase in their cost. Their bills are going to go up. So they're getting fucked, no matter what happens. I recommend you read the entire article from Fortune if you're at all interested in the nuance and the inner workings of how this garbage is unfolding. There's like a back and forth here where NV Energy's like, oh, they knew this was coming and it's their fault for not being able to secure a new independent power supply, that kind of thing. It's been going on for a while. We've always said it's temporary. We've just extended our agreements for a while and they've been dragging their feet on replacing us, that kind of thing. There's really a lot to unpack here, and there is no, regulatory oversight that can come in and help fix this, even though there are arguments being made that there should be something out there, and, protesting how this is even allowed to happen, how the power provider could just be like, actually, we're just going to focus on AI. The 50,000 residents that rely on our power to live, they're, who are they? I already forgot about them. There's been a lot of arguments, there's a lot to it, so the article goes pretty in-depth on it. As for what's next in the region, Liberty told customers that NV Energy will remain the transmission provider. The wires aren't going anywhere, so that's nice. They didn't just dig up the wires and throw them in a fucking landfill or something. So the question is, who's going to supply the electricity that flows over them and what that cost will be, and whether the regulators can protect customers whose upstream grid sits outside California's usual planning structure. And they are right now shopping the bid replacement contract to anyone and everyone. They are really trying to find this next energy provider. There was a tad bit of optimism when it came to a short-term solution, but long-term is a lot more unstable and unknowable. And they close with this statement saying, we have no representation, it's resource extraction. It is 1000% resource extraction, and representation has proven in other regions across the country to not matter at all when it comes to these data centers. Let's take a look at Utah. The Kevin O'Leary clown show, his fucking circus, who, by the way, likes to continue LARPing as an American. He's not. He is a bald Canadian bitch ass. And yet he still comes over here and tries to preach about American values and why the data center is the most patriotic thing you can do. Cringe, pathetic, worm demon. Anyway, in Utah, all of the people were voicing how much they didn't want it, the disdain. They would not support it. Please don't. Begging, groveling, do not let this data center project be approved. A 40,000 acre data center. The largest imaginable. Genuinely, I cannot even fathom something that big. A 40,000 acre data center is fucking diabolical. And the geriatric fossils that were approving this project, who are supposed to be representing the people in the community, outright said, one of them verbatim said, for hell's sake, grow up. a crazy statement, and I do believe they are fighting for hell. They are demons on the side of Satan. So, like, these fucking octogenarians, in the face of all the community that went out there, and there was a huge number of people yelling, screaming, begging, stop, don't do it, no data centers. In front of all of them, they insulted the people, berated them, and then went into their own private room to get away from all the riffraff, all the hustle and bustle and hoopla, so that way they could unanimously push it through to greenlight the 40,000 acre data center. That goes in the face of all of the people that they are supposed to be representing the interests of. So, it's pretty clear that even having representation of like the will of the people does not matter. These data centers are being built and brute forced through because most likely all of these politicians and the people in power in these communities are getting a nice little chunk of change for it, some real strong incentives, and they don't care about the people. And there's no consequences. There are literally no consequences anymore across the board. You can lie, you can scam, you can fraud, all of this, and there is nothing that happens. Nothing at all. So, they feel very emboldened to just blatantly, openly be corrupt, and that's what's happening. So these data centers, they are coming. They're showing no signs of slowing down. It's extremely concerning. It's extremely infuriating. And BlackRock is already planning for people to feel like forced into a corner and doing something drastic, like maybe trying to destroy a data center.
And the need for rebuilding the GCC region, to rebuild it so that it's going to be in a position where it's not going to be obstructed by drone warfare. So many more things are going to have to be underground. But even here in the United States, if we're going to be building, let's say, these 1 gigawatt data centers, how do we make sure we're not protecting those $50 billion, $75 billion investments? We have to relook at everything because of the role of drone warfare. Right now we're looking at it internationally, but one of my concerns is, could it be a domestic terrorism using a $3,000 drone?
These slimy husks, these zombies are getting so comfortable calling anyone that goes against the corporations selling out of this country and their land terrorists. Oh, you don't support the companies coming in here with 3,100 data centers springing up in your communities, driving up your energy bills, ruining your water, polluting your community? Oh, that must make you a domestic terrorist, Buster. Or at the very least, you might have some ideas that are adjacent to domestic terrorism. A little bit of thought crime, perhaps? You don't like the data centers, Well, let's go ahead and check the surveillance data we've gathered on you through these data centers and see what we've got. This is Larry Fink of BlackRock. BlackRock is a huge player in the data center boom, and now he's openly talking about, well, how do we protect these multi-billion-dollar investments and the trillions of dollars that might need to be spent in order to secure them? Because what if a domestic terrorist starts using drone warfare on them? So it seems like there's a recognition from people like Larry Fink, these fucking zombies at the top of the food chain, that people are feeling backed into a corner. Everything in their life is getting more expensive, and data centers are only continuing to accelerate that issue. And the normal lies are no longer landing because the information's already out there. There are operational data centers that have been running for a while, so we know the bills go up in the communities that they infest. And we know they only provide temp jobs during construction. They don't actually supply any kind of economic boon to the normal working people of those communities through employment. The biggest data center in this country only has roughly 150 full-time employees. The smaller data centers or the normal-sized data centers run as lean as 20 to 25 employees full-time. So this is not providing jobs or anything to Americans in any capacity. So the lies don't work. People are getting face-fucked by this. These corporations are fully selling out everyone and everything in this country. And they're realizing that they don't actually even need people to make money anymore. So they're even getting rid of people, like NV Energy abandoning 50,000 of the residents that rely on their power to live. And Larry Fink is now talking about what they're going to do to defend these data centers from someone who might be very desperate and trying to, destroy a data center on their own in order to, like, survive in the community or help people in the community live. So he's already like, okay, we've got measures in place, maybe like underground, or, maybe who knows. But we're thinking about it. We've got countermeasures. Don't worry. We're protecting these billion and trillion dollar investments. It's fucking terrifying. And he's also being very upfront about, like, they're going to control all the data centers. Like, great. If you're like on the side of BlackRock, you're on the bad guys' side, by the way. To the people that for some reason still mindlessly try and support data centers because they love to swallow that corporate cock and believe all their lies, like, this is the lowest of the low if you're now just, like, pumping your fist for BlackRock of all things.
So all of these things are actually opportunities, not problems. It's going to require, as we said, trillions of dollars of capital. Governments cannot build these out alone. They don't have the wherewithal. And two, their deficits are started to be mounting. And we spend too little time talking about the U.S. deficits and other countries' deficits. So this is all going to be the role of private sector.
Oh, thank goodness. I feel much more comfortable knowing that the future's in the hands of people like Larry Fink and BlackRock. Isn't that good news? Yeah, so anyway, had to yap about this shit. It is so fucking out of control. It is so blatantly corrupt. It is genuinely terrifying. Anyway, just wanted to put that all on your radar there. That's really about it. So, yep. I've been doing these in a while, and I used to do them all the time. Many of you may remember way back many moons ago, I used to do an annual video, a yearly roundup of the most common questions I got asked that year, and answering them all in one big video dump. But it's been a long time since I've done that, mainly because I started streaming daily, which means I was answering the same 50 questions every, 4 minutes, so there wasn't really, a ton of questions that were going unanswered. But I wanted to give a little mix-up here, hit you with the shake and bake, because there is one question that for actual years I have been asked probably above all else. The only thing that comes close, maybe second place, is why am I so short? Which is a question I've answered 3 times now. I mean, again, it's not a question for me. You gotta ask the man upstairs. I don't know why God made me this short, but I don't mind being fun-sized. Can't change it. Is what it is. But I'll be right back, though. I have to excuse myself to the little sailor's room. Alright, anyway, and that question is about the gym. What is my advice for anyone looking to get started with gym going? A fitness journey. And it's a question I always enjoy answering or just diving in on. The subject is just something I'm very familiar with. Maybe you know, maybe you don't. Maybe go fuck yourself. But a little bit of lore on, my academic career. When I first went into college, I had a digital arts major. I wanted a career in animation. But it became painfully clear for the 2 years I spent in this major that there is no one worse in that field than myself. I have to be the least talented organism on the planet when it comes to art and animation. When zookeepers give paintbrushes to elephants and they fucking doodle on a canvas, that demonstrates a higher level of artistic prowess than what I was able to produce in 2 years with that major. So going into my junior year of college, I switched to a human sciences degree with a concentration on exercise physiology. And even though I don't use it these days, I of course still am very active in the gym. I know a lot of people like when I do the old sleeper build showcase type shit. It is something that I've always been very passionate about, and as such, I get questions about fitness and gym all the time, like where to start, because that is the hardest part of this whole journey. So I wanted to make this whole video dedicated to that topic on how to get started with working out. I always really enjoy seeing that so many people are really taking their health more seriously. It's always been the number one thing I recommend to people that are struggling with self-esteem or maybe finding themselves in a bit of a rough spot mentally. I always recommend starting some kind of fitness journey, setting these small, attainable little goals that you can chip away at, so that way you can feel yourself progressing and taking your health more seriously. I really think it can just do wonders for people's self-esteem, their outlook, and their general attitude. And it's something that's completely free to begin with. You don't need an expensive gym membership. You only need your body. I'm a big proponent of calisthenics. The bulk of my training these days has been heavy weights, but I always integrate calisthenics into my workouts because I think they are just great for functional strength, and especially if you are just starting, it is great for beginners because there's so many progressions. So like push-ups, for example. If you can't do a full push-up, you can do knee push-ups. Pretty much every calisthenic movement has progressions for it. But by far, the most important thing when it comes to working out and taking your health more seriously, and one that everyone always mentions, how do you stick with it? How do you stay motivated? I believe it's routine. It's not easy to start for a lot of people. It's very hard to stay motivated. It's hard. It is difficult. But if you can just grit your teeth and bear it for like a week of sticking to a schedule, it starts to become easier. It starts to become routine. It becomes more comfortable. And then over time, maybe you start to enjoy it. Maybe you and your friends want to start working out together. You go to the gym together. Then it becomes fun. Like, it may start as something daunting that you're not looking forward to, but if you stick with it for a week or two and it starts to feel like a routine or even starts to feel fun if you're doing it with a friend or you start to find the joy in working out, then it starts to be locked in. Then it becomes far easier to stay working out, going to the gym, this kind of thing. So that's always the number one piece of advice I give to anyone looking to start a health and fitness journey is stick with it for like a week or two so it starts to feel like a routine. It becomes a normal part of your scheduling because then it's a lot easier to stick with it. Now, the next piece of advice I always give to people that are starting a health and fitness journey is you do not need to spend fucking oodles of doubloons on all of these outrageous fitness courses that are being hawked on every single social media platform out the wazoo. You don't need to do that. It's the big 2026. There is unlimited information right at your fingertips for exercise science. There are countless great resources online. There's innumerable channels on YouTube dedicated to every single possible training methodology that you could ever imagine. And when you're just beginning, you don't need to make yourself like the perfect split off rip. You don't need the perfect workout regimen to begin with. I think what's far more valuable to a beginner is having a big charcuterie board of a lot of different exercises that you have compiled from a lot of different training resources and trying them all yourself. Making sure to use good form, learning the movements, and finding which exercises you like the best. Because when you're starting a health and fitness journey, you probably want to be enjoying it. Having fun would make it a lot easier to stick with it. So finding the exercises you actually like doing in the beginning, I think, is far more helpful than immediately spending hundreds of dollars finding the most optimized workout splits for yourself. That can come later. Once you're more, seasoned in the gym, you know what you like, you know what's working for you, what's not, then you can start catering your workouts more specifically using other resources that are specific for the goals that you are trying to achieve. But I don't think you need to do all of that all at once. I think it's much more valuable when you're starting out to find the exercises that you really like. Now, naturally, that leads into another question. How do you find these exercises? Where do you go to learn about these lifts and how to properly do them? And how do you avoid the information overload if you do just type in like chest workout, for example? Because if you do type in something like that, you're going to get hundreds of thousands of videos from thousands of different channels and influencers telling you a bunch of conflicting things. Like maybe this guy over here is saying you're a fucking idiot if you're doing barbell bench press. This guy over here saying, no, actually it's a gold standard to just flat barbell bench. This guy over here is preaching the gospel about, no, actually you have to dumbbell press. That's the only way to train your chest. That's the way you got to do it. And when you're just starting, it's a lot of noise. How do you figure out what's the best or who to trust? And I believe, kind of like what was said in the famous commercial, why not both? When you are just starting, I think it's valuable to experiment. So learn both of these lifts and try them for yourself. Because maybe this guy hates dumbbell press, but you end up loving it. So now that can also help you narrow down what channels you want to get your fitness information from, what resources work for you personally and what you enjoy most from your lifts. And like I said, it doesn't always have to be weight training. Maybe you fall in love with calisthenics. The point is just trying a lot of these movements and a lot of these lifts and figuring out what you enjoy most will help you stick with something. I think that's far more effective than immediately spending tons of money buying like a program and, buying a bunch of supplements. Just try shit yourself first. And as you become more accustomed to working out, as you start making it more of a routine, then you can start fine-tuning it a bit more. And I think by trying a ton of things, it'll help you narrow in on what resources are teaching you these kind of things, and those can be the channels or influencers, whatever, that you follow as like your trusted source for workouts, because it's what's, most enjoyable to you and what's working for you on a personal level. But as I said, the most important thing to start is trying to lock it in as a routine. And starting with somebody else is always going to make things easier. If you do this with like a friend, I think that makes it infinitely more fun just off rip. So if that's an option on the table for you and a buddy to begin this kind of thing, I definitely think that's going to help both of you right away. But again, it can be done solo too. It just takes effort. Like, it does take some time and it takes some effort. But I truly think it's worth it, which is why I always recommend it to everyone. And I always like when people ask me about it, even though I'm not the most knowledgeable guy in the world on it. Far from it. There are people far smarter than I on this subject, but hopefully this yap session has been helpful to someone out there that's been tinkering around with the idea of taking their health and fitness a little more seriously. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, I know that all of us have been inundated with bad news out the wazoo. It seems like every story out there right now is overwhelmingly negative, and it can get exhausting. It can get overwhelming. So I wanted to do something a little bit different here and buck that trend and deliver some terrible news instead. NVIDIA, with a nice little trick up their sleeve, just made a really cool announcement here about how the 50 series super refresh is delayed and the RTX 60 series might miss 2077, or also might miss 2077. In fact, we all might. AI will come in and just butt fuck us to death, but they might miss 2027 is the point. This is very unusual for NVIDIA, but in the tech sector right now, it seems like there is a massive scramble to prioritize AI over the average consumer, so every consumer out there is getting just brutalized. They're playing a little game of your mouth, their spit, and we are the unwilling participants. They've shifted priority to AI chips instead because there is a limited supply of RAM currently available. Who knows what's responsible for that? It could be fucking anything out there, honestly. Am I right, sports fans? And they are also slashing the production of its current line of gaming chips. So just a nice little double whammy of bad news in what has become extremely common for NVIDIA, which is nothing but bad news for consumers. Great news for their bottom line. They're making record-breaking profits right now, which, as history has taught us, will trickle down eventually to the rest of us. That I have no doubt on, so this is something to celebrate. Yeehaw! Big round of applause to NVIDIA here for absolutely slapping the cheeks of consumers here and abandoning them to prioritize AI chips. It is working out for them money-wise, but it's looking real bad for just normal people who are getting priced out of fucking technology in general right now as the prices are skyrocketing. And this has been the trend when it comes to NVIDIA. Anytime something new comes out about NVIDIA and like anything consumer facing, it's not good. Don't just take my word for it though. Let's tune into Chinese Charles and see what he has to say about it on the front of NVIDIA. There really hasn't been a whole lot of good news for average consumers when it comes to NVIDIA and everything that we've been experiencing recently. This is in regards to the previous scare about the potential pricing for upcoming NVIDIA product.
听说过关于 GPU 价格的悲剧吗？我想你没听过。这不是那些 AI 狂热。
Just realized I'm wearing the same shirt right now as I was back then. I'm an outfit repeater. Literally a fucking cartoon character, huh? I'm only ever wearing the same couple of shirts, it seems.
热粉会告诉你的故事，好吧？我希望你已经弯好腰准备好了，因为这枚栓剂横竖都是要塞进来的。最近的
Oh, what the hell is this? I do not have an account.
一份报告指出 ，NVIDIA 打算将 RTX 5090的价格推高到$5000。这仍然是来自韩国业内人士的一个未经证实的传闻。
Couldn't have said it better myself. There has not been anything good coming from NVIDIA recently. They've been a factory of fucking terrible news. Unless, of course, you're like a supreme AI cock gobbler and get excited about AI coming through and fucking you in the face. And in that case, you need to be institutionalized ASAP. NVIDIA to delay new gaming chip due to memory chip shortage. Report claims NVIDIA will not be releasing any new RTX gaming GPUs in 2026, and the 60 series likely debuting in 2028. In 2028? They want to rent computers out these days. Yeah, that's the next big wave that they're looking at, I know. We talked about it. Demand for GeForce RTX GPUs is strong, memory supply constrained. We continue to ship all GeForce SKUs and are working closely with our suppliers to maximize memory availability. Why is the memory not super available? What's going on? What's causing the shortage? Oh, that's so weird. Many expect NVIDIA to announce RTX 50 series Super Refresh at CES 2026, but just before the event, NVIDIA publicly announced they would not announce any new GPUs, a first for the company in 5 years. That was hype. CES had some awesome AI shit, though. The most recent CES. Now hold your horses, I know what you're thinking. This can't be good for NVIDIA. To basically just abandon the consumer market, well, it's not fully abandoning, but to be reducing their presence in the consumer market so drastically, and for the first time in a long time missing a launch and pushing everything back due to memory shortage and delay and everything like that, surely that's going to hurt them, right? No, you fucking fool! And do you know why? AI. Every fucking tech company, scratch that, nay, every company is scrambling to find a way of getting its grubby paws into the AI sector. So that's what got us into the RAM shortage or the RAM crisis in the first place, with Micron formally announcing that they're exiting the consumer space in order to exclusively focus on the AI industry. NVIDIA is prioritizing AI, and even just every company you can possibly fathom is doing everything they can to integrate AI and fucking weasel their way in there too, at the expense of consumers. Right now, everything is getting more expensive because of this. And it's not going to get cheaper anytime soon. I am not one of the people that believe the bubble's going to burst very quickly. I know there's reports of OpenAI running out of money by the end of 2027, all that kind of stuff. But even then, I still just don't even believe the bubble's going to burst. I think it's going to stay bad for a long time because they're pouring infinite money, endless amounts of cash into this imagination of AI here, this industry. So NVIDIA isn't exactly shy about showcasing how little they need you and me, consumers. They can survive and make a killing, fucking oodles of doubloons off just focusing on AI and nothing else. So it's not really that big of a deal. It doesn't matter to them. And they're not alone. This is a very common sentiment. You're seeing all companies making this huge shift. And it's bad for average, normal people because even when something does come out, you're not going to be able to afford it because the prices are so fucking high now. It's a disaster. It sucks. And every time I see something new from NVIDIA, it's just a bad news for normal people. It's crazy. How else would we get Chinese Charlie? True, at the end of the day, I think the RAM shortage is worth it for this.
厕所，那可不是什么紧张或者膝盖发软的迹象。那是严重的疾病症状，需要赶紧。
Where would we be if we didn't have the ability to do this? See, there's a little bit of good news. Thanks to AI and the prices that we're suffering now, we at least get the pleasure of hearing Chinese Charles. So, you gotta take the good with the bad, right? That's pretty fucking awesome, am I right? That's some pretty cool shit. Oh man, it's wild. I had to yap about it. I've been yapping a lot about, everything that's happening in tech as a result of the AI boom and everyone doing everything they can to focus entirely on AI. You are seeing effects in every single area of your life at this point. You can't even go on the internet anymore without being inundated with AI and questioning what's real, what's fake now because of AI. You can't go on YouTube or, God forbid, Lord help us, Facebook, without just being blasted endlessly with AI. It's just tragic. It sucks, man. It's terrible. Anyway, just wanted to yap a little bit about it. That's really about it. See ya. Well, don't I look silly with all this egg on my face? Turns out, I may have been wrong about the rapture. Now, you might be wondering, how is that possible? We're all still here. And yeah, We may not have been, disconnected from the server, from the Lord Almighty or anything, but that doesn't mean Jesus didn't come back. And they say wrestling is fake. So apparently this is an indie wrestler named Jesus. I tried to look up more information on him in previous matches to see who else he brought the biblical smackdown upon. Maybe he squared off against Beelzebub in a Hell in a Cell match. And I thought it'd be fun to take a dive into Jesus the wrestler here. But I couldn't find anything because it's kind of hard to get this by just typing in indie wrestling Jesus. I got a lot of AI videos, if you can believe that. So this is the only footage I can find of him so far. But I don't think it's a coincidence that the rapture was predicted for September 23rd and 24th with the double feature, the double whammy, double fisting. And then shortly thereafter, we see this. Coinky dink, I don't subscribe to that idea. I think what's most likely what happened is the pastor behind this huge rapture prediction that somehow TikTok ate up. I saw numerous videos of people allegedly, quitting their job. I saw one person who sold a lot of their belongings. This is all things that I've seen in the past with, the 2011 rapture, hoopla. And I also saw a video of someone that's like, I left work early to prepare for the rapture. And it's like, brother, if you thought the rapture was about to happen, why did you even go to work? What the fuck was even the point? You could have just taken the whole day off. Regardless, I think the pastor who made this prediction may have just misunderstood what the message was and what the dates signified. Perhaps it wasn't about, rapturing the believers off earth. Maybe instead of taking from the planet, Jesus wanted to give us something. A beautiful display of whoop-ass. The way he is working these gentlemen in the squared circle is a thing of beauty. He's getting them with the fucking Sith Lord force chokes. He's getting them with almost Jean Grey level telekinesis on them. It is impressive stuff. Look at the size of that crowd. They are so densely packed in there. It looks like when the fucking anchovies charged the Krusty Krab. Everyone is there to see the respawn of Jesus. And man, did he deliver. So we see another move here where he's working the other dude like a fucking fleshlight there. He's got him like a puppet. He gave him the word of God and he followed. I can only imagine all of the wacky moves he must have unleashed that we just don't have video footage of. The faithful Frankensteiner. The 10 Commandments tombstone pile driver. I have to wonder, how much ass did Jesus beat in the ring there? He was clearly victorious. He got the pin and everything. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't see who stops him. I feel like he is going to steamroll his way to the title. There is no one that's gonna get in the way of that belt. And I'm really curious, how creative they get with this character. I wonder if they do Money in the Bank matches, but instead of money, it's the Bible. They're both going up the ladder to grab a Bible instead of money or something. I would love to see more of this. I don't even know what indie wrestling promotion this was. I really couldn't find much information on it because I had so little to go off of other than just indie wrestling Jesus, which unfortunately didn't lead me to a cornucopia here or anything. But what I saw in even just this short clip was a lot of fun. It had a big smile on my face. Yeah, it's silly, but I still think it was well done. It was a show that was very hyped to even see in a short burst like this. I imagine all of the spectators had a great time. I have to imagine they did the holy shit. It would have fit perfectly here, so I'm pretty confident that chant was probably utilized. And I just find this kind of silly stuff enjoyable. I know in some circles it gets a bad rep in the indie wrestling scene if it's not taken with the utmost seriousness. If it's not super buttoned up. But I think this kind of stuff is refreshing here and there. It's clear that they're talented, like they still are wrestling like in a professional capacity. You know, it's not like watching your two drunk uncles grapple in the backyard next to the barbecue. You know, it's still a good show that they put on, albeit a wacky one. So I had fun with it. Chase sent it to me earlier today, so I kind of just wanted to put it on all of your radars here. It really does feel like something we would have like tinkered around with for our own wrestling promotion, the MWL, which I know we haven't done one in over a year now, but there's a variety of reasons for it. Maybe that's better talked about, yapped about in a different video. But point is, I had fun watching this. That's really about it. See ya. Yep, the glasses are still on, and do you know why? Trying a new strategy. Blocking blue light. I am so desperate to do anything that'll even have the slightest chance of improving my odds of falling asleep. It is brutal. It is just brutal. If only the Sandman was a real person who would just come and throw the magic sand in my face so I can get some shut-eye. But yeah, glasses stay on, and people stay being big fucking losers here over Pokemon cards. I just saw Rattle Pokemon cover the toughest scalper I've ever seen, and let me tell ya, this guy, he's the damn prime minister of the salty spittoon.
Well, you don't have to, man.
No, it's no worries. I just want to record you.
No, don't record me, dude.
It's a lot of sleep boosters.
What the fuck?
It's unfortunate.
Why are you being a bitch, bro?
Am I being a bitch?
Why are you being a bitch?
I'm just letting you know. I mean,
You're
I'm
being a
putting
fucking
on blast.
faggot, dude, for recording you for no reason. Why are you being a faggot, dude?
That's some pretty crazy language in a toy section.
You're being a bitch, bro. Fucking recording me for no reason.
You could not have scripted a better response here from the cameraman. When he said, that's pretty crazy language coming from a guy shopping in the toy section, absolute cinema. I could feel like the clouds part with a heavenly glow beam down upon this interaction, and I could feel all the gear in that guy's bloodstream starting to dissolve and his muscles shrink in the shame. That is just a textbook checkmate. The only winning move was to no longer play. He just got turbo dunked on there. Because he's absolutely right. Goober is out here spitting all of this shit, hurling slurs, peacocking, while he is actively in the toy section buying children's Pokemon cards so he can flip them for a profit. You cannot get more pathetic than that. His entire business relies on buying out Walmart's inventory so that way he can sell it in his card shop for a markup, probably to kids whose parents bring them there and don't know any better about, like, them just being exploited by a fucking douchebag like this with these prices. Yeah, spoiler alert, Numbnuts here does have his own card shop, if you can call it that. Apparently it was only started a few months ago, so it seems like it was made solely on a whim to try and capitalize off the absurd Pokemon craze, this hysteria that's sweeping the globe right now, to try and get in on that money machine, suckle on that teat. And based on some of the pictures I've seen, it really feels like it was haphazardly thrown together really quickly to somewhat look like a card business. It's like Ed Gein's furniture made out of human flesh somewhat resembles like a lampshade. That's like his card shop. It is clearly him trying so hard to try and get in on this trend. And it seems like the way he gets his product is he just cruises Walmarts and buys their Pokemon inventory so he can stock his shelves. So it's pretty laughable that he gets like this defensive and like combative, like, well, throw up a set then. We're gonna settle this the old-fashioned way with fisticuffs. You a pugilist? You better be, because you're a bitch. What are you gonna do about it? Throw him up. Meanwhile, he's just like a pathetic worm who is literally trying to make a living off just flipping a children's product.
I'm just recording you, man. I think there's a reason. You know what you're doing.
But at least I'm not a bitch like you.
I'm a bitch because
I just called you a bitch, bro, and you're not doing anything about it.
Yeah, because
that's the definition of bitch.
I'm not gonna fight you over some Pokemon
But you
cards,
get
dude.
your ass whooped, bro. You know it.
Okay, maybe I would. Who cares?
Yeah.
You're the degenerate that's taking all the Pokemon cards. Have fun at your
You're
store.
lying about it, pussy.
See how your store goes in a couple months when the bubble pops. Bye.
Imagine sinking so low that you are begging someone to fight you over Pokemon cards. Holy moly. Goodness gracious heavens to Betsy. It's unbelievable. The state of this hobby. I know I've said that so much, but it is constantly shocking that I'm still finding things like this that surprise me. Obviously, this is a large, muscular guy. I would even wager a guess he might be tinkering around with the sauce a bit. And even if he could break the cameraman in half, what the fuck does that prove? That you're just some heated loser that gets this fucking pressed over Pokemon card disputes? You goober? It's so stupid. Like, you challenging someone to fight you over the shit that you started talking, over you being the pathetic worm that is scalping children's Pokemon cards, is just incomprehensibly lame.
Hey, we're checking out together. I'm a pussy ass bitch and I'm gonna do.
You follow me on my phone like a girl.
It's what girls do? Damn.
Because I bought the Pokemon cards.
You seem like a good person. You seem like a stand-up citizen.
Like, you know you're on camera. You gonna toss the slurs
Hey, what's
around?
your store name? You got a store name? Alright.
He doesn't want to tell you that, but we'll look into it.
Oh, he just bought the Pokemon cards. I was just recording him because other people want the Pokemon cards.
Tough Guy got a little shy when he was asking what's the name of your store. Why not be proud of it? It's your business. It's your baby, right? Like, come on, it's a passion project, clearly. Why wouldn't you shout out the name of your store here? Great promotional opportunity, don't you think, bud? It's so weird that he decided not to take that opportunity. Now, of course, it's no surprise he wants to be pretty tight-lipped about that. He did all of this knowing he's being filmed. Like, no remorse at all. So, I think he was pretty aware of the fact that most people probably wouldn't want to shop at a place that has this guy there, this fucking loser. This guy who's willing to just throw down and fight people in a Walmart because they dared question him about, like, buying all of the Pokemon cards so nobody else can have it. Again, and I know this point gets hammered home often, a lot of families do actually go to, like, Walmarts and Targets to get their products, like Pokemon cards, for their kids. I know the hobby has been infested with parasites like this, the scalpers, but it is important to remember it's not just scalpers. There are still very many families that don't get access to these cards because of people like this. And when they do end up in hands like this guy's, they get priced out. Like, it becomes too expensive because of the markups, because of them flipping it to try and make a quick, easy buck. So it does suck.
Oh, he just bought the Pokemon cards. I was just recording him because other people want the Pokemon cards.
Whoa. Yeah, he said this guy was a bitch because he wouldn't fight him over the Pokemon cards, and that he wouldn't fight him after he called him a bitch, but now he's gonna tell the Walmart staff that this guy, he's recording me.
That is a pretty good point. That is, I'm sorry to say, bitch behavior. Scientifically speaking, of course. He is exhibiting all the telltale signs of he himself being a bitch here. He is now whining to the staff about him being recorded. Like, come on. He's talking tough, he's challenging to a fight, he's calling him a bitch, all this, and then at the very end he's like, guys, can you get him to stop recording me? Come on, guys, look at him being disrespectful, he's recording me here, I'm just trying to buy all of your Pokemon cards, come on.
Do you want me to stop recording? Because I'll stop, all I'm doing is recording him.
Because I'm buying too much Pokemon?
Hey, calm down, it's not that big a deal.
Dude, just leave me alone.
It takes two, check out your stuff and leave, and then it's over.
Stop recording me. It's weird.
The cameraman is right again. Brother, you didn't have to engage at all. He could film you all you want, and if you want to just be like this stone-cold scalper, you know, fucking devil may care, I'm gonna buy all the Pokemon cards, no one gets anything, not even the morsels when I'm through sinking my teeth into it for my fucking lame-ass card shop, then why do you engage with it so, like, often? He goes out of his way to keep engaging. The cameraman is right. You can just check out and leave. Like, he is not following him. They happen to be checking out at the same time, so he started recording again, apparently. But, like, he is not actively going out of his way to follow him and harass him or anything. He went there into the same aisle, saw that this guy bought all the Pokemon cards, started filming. This guy got immediately defensive. He got instantly combative. He was all on camera. They happened to go in the same direction. He filmed again, and this guy is still moaning and whining about it when he does not have to say anything. He doesn't have to talk to him. He doesn't have to look him in the eyes. He can just finish his scalping and go, and that's it. But he is choosing to keep, like, egging on this situation and now complaining and whining like a baby to the Walmart staff, like, hey, guys, he's recording me. Can you make him stop? Like, you don't have to do any of that. but he just can't help himself. Now, I'm not going to be telling you the name of his card shop or anything like that. I don't want anyone going out and harassing him. But on his website, I cannot resist shooting spitballs at this. It is actual fucking gold. Look at the testimonials, like the reviews on his site. Blank is the best. Blank, the manager, the guy we saw in this video, personally helped me with a special order and went way above and beyond to make sure I got exactly what I needed. Plus, not gonna lie, he's extremely handsome too. Hands down the best customer service I've ever experienced. Yeah, I wonder what that special order was. It sounds like these two just fucked. This is from Bianca G. And the other reviews also sound super phony baloney. It just sounds like he wrote this shit himself and then just put random names on it. Also, taking a glance at the inventory here, the selection, it seems like all of it is product from Walmart. It seems like he gets all of his inventory from just going and buying out Walmarts in his area. Like, first availability. Crazy. What a loser, man. Big tough guy, though. Big tough guy. You can say a lot of things about this guy, but one thing you can't say is that he's not tough. He's bad to the bone. He was willing to fight over Pokemon cards. What a big man. Pretty awesome. The state of Pokemon trading cards. It's crazy. That's really about it. So yeah. In my quest to watch every video game movie ever made, I just made it to one that I was really dreading. And boy howdy did it hit me like a brick. A punishment I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. Watching the Assassin's Creed movie. I have a theory that most people that watch this film in theaters dumped it from their memories as a way of coping with the traumatic experience of watching something so criminally boring. I think as a defense mechanism, the human body voided the memory of this film's existence from a lot of people that were unfortunately subjected to its horrors. Now, the way I'm portraying it here makes it sound like it's one of the worst movies ever made that's damn near unwatchable. And that's because it's not far off. Not because I think it's objectively as bad as some of the other films I've already watched, like Silent Hill Revelations. There are definitely worse video game movies that have been made, for sure. But this one just does everything that nobody asked for. It is like the perfect epitome of taking a property that you're adapting and then just wiping your ass with pretty much everything to do with it. And I think what makes it more insulting is that there's glimmers of potential throughout the movie, like specifically with its action choreography. They do a really good job of capturing the free running and parkour of the games as well as the combat of the games in this movie. It's really flashy, it's really stylistic. Like, they do a very good job and a pretty faithful attempt at recreating that experience in a movie. I was very impressed with that. But everything else around it is a complete disaster. By far, its biggest sin is how boring the movie is, and that's because instead of just, you know, as the games would set you up, getting into the Animus, getting into the action, and you are in the Animus in the past doing all of your assassin shit, instead of making that the focal point, instead it's mainly about this tedious chore of following our brooding, aggressive protagonist Cal, played by Michael Fassbender, around Abstergo as he talks to a lady who wants to end violence. She found the cure for violence. It's the apple of Eden. Cal comes directly from the assassin's bloodline. They find him. He's very aggressive. He watched his father kill his mother when he was a kid, and then he ran away. His father was, of course, an assassin. He ran away, and he grew up to be very violent, and he fights people. And he was on death row. He was getting, killed because he killed a pimp. They make a point at making that, like, what he was facing the death penalty for. She was like, "You're very violent." And he says, "Yeah, you killed someone, didn't you? You're a murderer." And he's like, "Well, I mean, I killed a pimp." So because he murdered a pimp, he was getting killed on death row, and then the Templar come in and save him because they recognize that he's got the blood, and they need him to jack into the Animus so they can go into the past and find the Apple of Eden through him. And they have all of Abstergo set up with all of these other adjacent assassins in there that they've been exploring to try and find clues, but they need Cal. And Cal's just brooding, and he sometimes makes wisecracks, but he's just so boring. Everything that happens in Abstergo is a snooze fest. And it's really some weird decisions they made with the Animus itself, because instead of just lying down in the Animus, they make it a giant claw. Literally like my GamerSup's claw machine, it is a giant claw that picks him up and does this with him, like gyrates him around for all of his parkour maneuvers, and it like thrusts him into a wall as he's like going back to the past. I don't really get the point, and this movie is entirely reliant on lens flare to obstruct your view of its CGI. It's a huge budget film, but for some reason it seems really shy about showing you its visual effects. So that claw, you never even get a clear picture of because it is constantly like a fucking solar flare hitting your retinas. Like your peepers getting melted like that guy from SpongeBob when the bald head shines in his direction. I don't know why they would even bother changing the animus to something more intricate like that when they're not even going to show you it. And it also doesn't even matter. It does not do anything. It doesn't really change anything. It's just goofy and silly. It's like they really wanted to make like some deep sci-fi spin off the animus, even though it's already very like deep tech. I don't know. I really don't know what they thought they were cooking there, but they fucking burnt that dish for sure. But when you finally do get into 15th century Spain with one of Cal's ancestors, it's really fine. Like the parkour I said looks good. The action is actually pretty impressive. The story sucks. I don't think it's even worth diving into the narrative here. The story and the writing are atrocious. I think most of you know this by now. I am not the biggest Assassin's Creed enthusiast. I am one of its most adamant haters. I am a D1 Assassin's Creed not enjoyer. I am constantly screaming it from the mountaintops. I have not liked Assassin's Creed in about a decade. I like Black Flag. I know it's a really cold take, but Black Flag was the last one I liked, and I didn't even like that as much as everyone else seemed to. I just don't like the franchise. It's not for me. I don't have any problem with people liking it, though. That's totally fine. It's just not for me anymore. I find it to just be really not fun. So right away, this movie already had a tall mountain to climb in regards to my personal taste, but everything they did here narratively was so much worse than any of the Assassin's Creed games. And I've played pretty much all of them. I always give them a fair shake for the most part. I don't know why they wouldn't just take one of the storylines that had already been established through so many of these games. It would have been far easier, and it would have made a lot more sense than what they tried to conjure up with this dog shit. It is a disaster. Like I said, the Templars want to cure violence. They found the cure to aggression with the Apple of Eden, which takes away free will. Their whole plan is get rid of free will so we can control them, and there is no longer any violence. And the lead scientist at the Templars is someone that you grow kind of sympathetic with, like, oh, seems like she might start to realize this is a bad idea, like, oh, maybe the Templar can't be trusted with something so powerful. Her motivation makes sense. Her mother was killed by an assassin. Now she wants to find the Apple of Eden to make sure that kind of tragedy doesn't happen to anybody else. Fast forward through the adventures of finding the Apple of Eden. It's really underwhelming. Like, everything that happened in the Animus with action was cool, but everything that happened story-wise was really silly, because it turns out the Apple of Eden was with Christopher Columbus the whole time. Christopher Columbus was associated with the assassins, and he held the Apple of Eden in his grave. So when the Templar learned that, they just go to where Christopher Columbus was buried and just ask for it. They're like, oh, the Apple of Eden? Yeah, it's right over here. We got it. It's in this box, actually. Like, it was just in their desk the whole time, right under their nose. This entire time. It was so lame. And speaking of lame, the entire character arc of Cal sucks major wiener. So Cal's dad kills his mom right in front of him. And it's, that really fucks him up. Understandably so. So he spends his whole life, like, just being mean and aggressive, and he, like, hates his dad, wants his dad to die. So, like, his final words on the deathbed were, "Tell my father I'll see him in hell." That's what he says. It's so edgy and so grossly cringe. But we do get to see his dad. Abstergo actually has his dad there because they were using him to find more information on the Apple of Eden. So then he gets to meet his dad. He's like, "Papa, I hate you." And he's like, "I get that. Is it because I killed your mother? I did do that. I did kill your mother. But I did it for her own good. The assassins must protect the Apple of Eden. We have a creed we must uphold, the Assassin's Creed." And Cal has the hidden blade to him, and he's like, "If you're gonna kill me, Cal, just do it. I do deserve it." And he's like, "Do it yourself." And gives him the blade. So that's like their closure moment. And then eventually everything goes tits up after they learn about the Apple of Eden. All the assassins gang up with Cal to rise up against Abstergo so they can't get the Apple of Eden and take away free will. And Cal's dad, he has his hero moment where everyone's rising up, including Cal's dad, and Cal's dad kills one guy while he was like looking in the corner, Blair Witch style. He turns around, kills one guy, and then immediately just gets ganked. Like, the other 3 dudes stab him a bunch, and he just dies. And that's the last you ever see of Cal's dad. I don't know what the point of even bringing him back was. He added nothing. Truly a waste. And also, the entire, like, rising up against Abstergo was super weird, because all of the Abstergo employees, all of the security, they make a point of saying it was like a $9 trillion operation with the Animus and all of the Abstergo, like, henchmen and all their hired muscle, and yet not a single one of them has a gun. In fact, the only weapons Abstergo has are the weapons the assassins are proficient in: crossbows, knives, swords, and hidden blades. That's all they have. And keep in mind, the Abstergo employees, they are not assassins, they're just hired hands. Like, you would expect them to have some fucking guns, not a single gun. The only projectile weapon they have is crossbows, and they don't even use that. Only the assassins get that. They literally have that there just so the assassins can make sure they're fully equipped to rise up against them. I don't know what the plan was. It was so fucking wacky. Anyway, though, the movie ends with them getting the apple back, and to get the apple back, Cal ended up killing that lady's dad. I forgot both of their names. They were just so underwhelming. I do not remember those character names. But the scientist girl, she actually saw Cal's flashback, or rather, his synchronization with the bloodline of the Assassin's Creed. So she saw all of the other assassins that Cal was seeing, and one of them was her. One of her ancestors was actually an assassin. Meanwhile, she is now a Templar scientist. And you think that this is the moment where they're planting the breadcrumb that she's going to turn, and she's going to be the one to stop her father from taking away free will with the apple. But in fact, all it is her father gets the apple, and she's talking to him like, "Papa, I don't like what you're about to do with this." And he's like, "I understand, but thanks for writing my speech. This one's for you." So then he goes out there, and to all the Templar, like the whole organization, he's like, "I have the apple of Eden. It's right here, the sacred apple of Eden. Free will is gone. We can control free will, and those pesky assassins are vanquished once I use this apple of Eden." And then Cal approaches the scientist lady, and he's like, "You know what I have to do, right?" And she's like, "Yeah." So then he walks by her, and then just kills her dad. No issue at all, no hiccups, just walks up, kills the dad, and then takes the apple. And then the scientist lady goes up to the dad's body while his corpse is cold. She sheds a tear, and then she decides that she wants to double down and get the apple back and kill every assassin. We must eradicate the assassins and take away free will. Even though just minutes ago she had a huge issue with what her dad was about to do, meanwhile, she is now completely flip-flopped and wants the exact same thing. What the fuck? I don't know what they were trying to set up, but they didn't follow through on it. I feel like they probably were going in a different direction at some point and then just said, "Fuck it, just ship it." And it just doesn't connect. It doesn't really work. Nothing in the movie really works aside from its action. That's the only saving grace of this film, and it doesn't save it. This movie is so boring. I already didn't like Assassin's Creed as a property, and this made me like it even less. It's just insulting. It's bad. It's not good. That's really about it. So yeah. Just wanted to give a little eulogy to Highguard. I'm sure many of you have heard the news of its passing. They are shutting it down, so it truly is a certified goodbye guard situation here. The writing was on the wall. The last update we got with Highguard wasn't exactly joyous. It was about the layoffs that they were experiencing, where they let go of the majority of the development team, so it felt like it was just a matter of when as opposed to if they pulled it off life support. It had been hemorrhaging players, and they didn't have the confidence to see it through, to see if they could find a community that would fall in love with it through like updates and tinkering around, which I'll reiterate, I find to just be so vomit-inducing as a norm in this industry, where they'll put millions of dollars into these projects, and if they don't instantly become the next fucking Fortnite or something, they just call it curtains and like, oh, doom and gloom, we're dead, is what it is. On to the next one. Like, they don't even really like try. They farted out like a whole roadmap for this game off rip to show that they're like really committed to building it with the community, only to just instantly bury it 45 days later. It only lasted like a Concord and a half. It's so odd, these executives, man. Like, I don't know what they expect. Anyone could have looked at the trailer for this game at the end of the Game Awards, which absolutely blew its ass wide open. That was a really unfortunate position for it to be in because of the expectations for a game like this. It already put a sour taste in people's mouths. But anyone could look at this game and tell you, yeah, it's not exactly going to stand toe-to-toe with the big dogs. This is something that would need to carve out a niche over time in order to find an audience. Like, it just surprises me that they all have become so deluded that they think it's going to happen immediately for them. It's not. So this game made it like 45 days, and I'm sure learning of its shutdown isn't the most surprising thing you've ever heard, because it's probably the most surprising thing you've ever heard. We'll look at their statement, though. Hi, guards. Final update arriving soon. Thank you for playing with us. Today, we're sharing difficult news. We have made the decision to permanently shut down Highguard on March 12th. Since launch, more than 2 million players stepped into Highguard's world. You shared feedback, created content, and many believed in what we were building. For that, we are deeply grateful. Despite the passion and hard work of our team, we have not been able to build a sustainable player base to support the game long term, which runs contradictory to what was stated initially once the players started to drop off after day one about, like, we don't need massive players. You know, player count isn't everything. We can continue to sustain this for the whole fucking roadmap. Like, now it's a very different song and dance here. Servers will remain online until March 12th. We hope you'll jump in with us one more time to show your support and get those final great matches in while we still can. The team is excited to release one final game update to enjoy in the remaining life of the game. We'll be adding a new warden, a new weapon, account level progression, and skill trees. Full patch notes are coming, and we're targeting tonight or tomorrow morning for patch release. From all of us at Wildlight, thank you for playing, for supporting us, and being part of Highguard's story. They're sailing off into the sunset with one last content drop here for Highguard. And I gotta tell you again, sports fans, I just don't know what kind of stupid juice executives are fucking squirting down their gullet there, the video games industry, to make them think that games like this are going to immediately pop off. Be real. A game in this genre that is so fucking saturated is going to need some time to bake. It's going to need a lot of tender love and care, a lot of alterations, a lot of listening to the community in order to build something that will hopefully get more players in the door. It was never going to be like a smashing global phenomenon or anything like that. That is very rare. I just don't get how they wouldn't have accounted for that and allocated budget of like, here's what we're going to go for this length of time. And if we don't grow to this level over the course of like 6 months or something, then we call it quits. They give it just over a month. Like, it never stood a chance. Even setting aside the blunder of the Game Awards for Highguard, even if that didn't happen, it probably would still be getting shut down right now, or maybe it would have even happened earlier, because at least the Game Awards put a lot of peepers on it, and even though it was like, you know, people just looking to clown on it, it did get a lot of people in the door initially to try it, to the tune of almost like 100,000 concurrent on day one. So maybe if that didn't happen, it wouldn't have even come close to that, and they would have shut the doors after 3 fucking days or something. Like, oh, it's over. Okay, everyone go home. Pack your bags. You're fucking fired. It didn't work. Like, maybe that's how it would have happened if the Game Awards, you know, blunder didn't go down the way it did. Who's really to say? But all I can tell you is that I find it really just gross that these companies only give a game like a month and some change to be like the biggest game in the world, as opposed to like working at it for a long time. Like, let's take, for example, Rainbow Six Siege. I don't know how many old heads out here remember launch Rainbow Six Siege. That shit was almost non-functional. Siege was in a bad spot for a really, really, really long time. For like a whole month or two after its release, it was the Highguard of shooters. People would go into Siege just to make fun of the motherfucker. So like, that game had, by all definitions, a like rocky launch. Now, of course, it did have more players. I get that. It is like a huge budget title. But even still, by all definitions, it was a game that was floundering. But over the course of so much iterating, so much changing, and spending a lot of time, it was able to carve out a niche and grow into a successful game. Now, Highguard, of course, came out, and when people tried it, they weren't blown away. It was mid. That is just how it is. It wasn't spectacular. It wasn't the shittiest thing in the world. It was just mid. It was kind of a been there, done that kind of thing, but with a different coat of paint, like a different spin on it, kind of, where now it's like pseudo base rating, but it still just felt like the same dish we had been served numerous times before. But that's not to say it would always exist in that state. Maybe over time they could have fleshed something out and made something unique out of it that would have attracted a community to it. You never know. And now we will never know because the game's already getting shut down in just over a month. Like, it's just so fucking weird to see how content these companies are in the industry to just dump millions out the wazoo on these games, and then they only let them live for like just over a month or sometimes even less. What a huge fucking waste of time and money in that case if you're not even going to try to see where things go down the line. I get it's still expensive to keep running the games, which is why I think these companies need to be a lot more realistic with their expectations on things like a fucking pseudo-hero shooter experience. Like, come on, wake up. This is ridiculous. Now again, it's not exactly surprising because there's, at the moment, 350 players playing Highguard. That's not a substantial player base to justify, like, still spending oodles of clams developing it. I get that, which is why this is not shocking in the slightest. I just feel like it's something they should have been preparing for, and maybe, heaven forbid, not investing millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of dollars into these games, expecting them to instantly blow up and instantly make all your money back within the first fucking 48 hours of it being live. But who knows, maybe I'm just on the crack pipe with that take. It just feels stupid. It feels like this was the most predictable thing that you could have seen unfold from any level. Like, anyone who has any level of experience in gaming could have told you Highguard was going to struggle finding like a solid player base, like a sizable player base. It would take a long time and a lot of work and a lot of effort to carve out a niche. And they weren't willing to commit to it, so now they've shut it down. Anyway, just wanted to let you all know that Highguard's going offline pretty soon. The guards are going to be sailing off high into Valhalla, it seems. That's really about it. So yeah. Big drama with Alan Richson over the last couple of days, and it's one that I've actually been paying attention to. I've had my finger on the pulse of it. Most people know him as Reacher. I will always know him as Thad Castle from Blue Mountain State, baby. I still remember being in college watching that in the dorms. It's nostalgic. Unfortunately, though, he's been embroiled in controversy because some security camera footage was released that showed him beating up his neighbor. Maybe he finally located the guy who shoved his finger up his butt, Thad Castle, out for revenge, and everyone was quick to dogpile on top of him, insulting him, talking about him like he was goddamn Cobra Commander, about how he's unhinged and unsafe to be around. He's a fucking villain of the highest order, a violent, roid-raging maniac. Lock him up. He clearly started everything here on this innocent man. And then that innocent man did a little Wambulance world tour with the French cries going on about how, like, he did nothing wrong and he's just out of control. I just asked him to slow down and then he fed me knuckle sandwiches and then wedgied me and then he beat the snot out of me and I fucking drained the piss from my balls. How could Alan do this to me? I did nothing wrong besides instigate everything. Spoiler alert, Alan Richson's body cam dropped today. And now most people are singing a different tune after actually seeing the whole thing. So, shocker, the security camera footage that only picked up right when Alan started beating his neighbor leaves off what led to it. And now that the full thing's out there, it's painting a very different picture on what unfolded during the situation. Before showing you the body cam, let me show you Ronnie Taylor's interview here, where he immediately tried to capitalize off everything that happened.
It started on Saturday morning and I'm an experienced motorcycle rider. I've been riding bikes all my life. So, you know, from dirt bikes to street bikes and etc. But I'd heard this incestuous revving and speeding through our neighborhood of the motorcycle. I eventually saw the guy on Saturday. I didn't know who it was. And I sort of like flippantly sort of said, "Guy, like he was quite a way." And I said, "Can you just slow it down, please?"
Everything that he's vomiting out here, all this spaghetti, turned out to be a load of hooey, which you're going to see in the body cam. The reality of the situation is far different from the fantasy that he's describing here. He then briefly drops his resume on his experience riding as well. But I have to call into question that. I have to get you with the Phoenix Wright objection there. Like, he does have a bike, and you can see it in the body cam. But I have to wonder if he ever even rides it around or if he just licks the fucking tires clean as part of a fetish or something. Like, that's his experience with motorcycles. Because, like, he talks about them as if he's the preeminent expert on them. Like, oh, based on the sound and all this incessant revving, I knew that he was going extremely fast. I had seen him going extremely fast, this and that. But then in the body cam, you can see how fast he's going. It's in plain view. Alan Richardson never goes over 21 miles per hour. That's under residential speed limits in most places. Like around me, it's 25. He's not zipping around at crazy speeds. So does Ronnie know motorcycles at all? Or was this guy just looking for trouble and now he's out here lying?
And then there are numerous people in my neighborhood who caught all of this on Ring doorbells of him speeding through the neighborhood. And on Sunday, when I was cleaning my bike outside my house, he rode past once, twice, and on the second time, I walked out in front of him and I said, "You've got to stop. Someone's going to get hurt." And it escalated quite quickly from there. I did push him because he was coming towards me on his bike. He did it again for a second time. I pushed him a second time. And I think the second time he got off his bike and it kicked the crap out of me. And you can see he hit me in the back of my head. I went to the ground and covered myself. I've had such a shitty day today, and I don't wish the guy any malice or ill will, but we just don't need people riding through neighborhoods like this. And I just decided, I'm take a stand because someone else has to, because it's going to end up way worse than it could.
What a patriot. He really did take a stand. And by stand, I mean fetal position on the grass after pushing Alan Richardson multiple times after standing in front of his motorcycle while he was driving in order to cause Alan Richardson to flip over the handlebars, causing an accident. Really, what a hero, Ronnie. So now let's look at the body cam.
Kidding me, dude? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? What? Come on. Stand in front of a fucking bike again, dude. But doing what? You threatened my fucking safety, bro. Are you kidding me? I should not be the fuck out of him. Go ahead, go down. Go down. I've called the BPD. I've called them already because you've been driving around this fucking neighborhood like a fucking lunatic. There's kids running around it. Go ahead.
So you can see Alan, top speed in this was 22 miles per hour. Now, I guess it's possible he was going faster before the body cam footage starts, but I find that hard to believe because even after the whole altercation, there is like an extra minute of body cam showing him and his kids driving away on their motorcycles, and the top speed he gets to there was, I think, 30, which even then is still not like lunatic speed that Ronnie keeps claiming. But in the body cam, you can see he's going 22 at top and then starts slowing down, going near Ronnie. He gets down to, I think it was 19 miles per hour. Then you can watch Rat Ronnie decide to get in front of his motorcycle by taking multiple side steps over there like he was playing defense on a basketball court. So then he gets in front of Alan, who then slams the brakes. He squeezes very hard, and it sends him over the top of his motorcycle because he wanted to avoid hitting him. He wasn't going fast enough to splatter him like it was Halo 3 or anything, but he still didn't want to cause some kind of injury to this guy who's now just fucking stood right in front of him. So I think that's very clear that Ronnie is the one that instigated this. It was not calm and collected like Ronnie seemed to indicate it was in his interview. He went in front of Alan, which could have very easily injured Alan, sending him over the handlebars there. Then that's when it gets a bit handsy. Alan and ridiculous Ronnie here kept shoving each other. It seemed like Ronnie did it first, so Alan shoved him, causing him to like ragdoll onto the driveway there. Ronnie, I think, now this is just my little game theory here, my tinfoil hat conspiracy. I think the plan was Ronnie was looking for money. I think he was trying to look for like an easy lawsuit. So he tried to position himself in a way that would have Alan Richardson be the bad guy and like attacking him and shit. So he then stood in front of the motorcycle hoping that little element of this whole thing would never see the light of day. That's just what I think because this is just so inexplicably stupid from him. Alan doesn't appear to have been driving at lunatic speeds or driving recklessly. He's with his two kids and they seem to be practicing safe driving here on their motorcycles. And B, Alan immediately starts like instigating like physically with Alan afterwards too. When Alan is a big boy, That's a pretty big mammoth of a man right there. That is a mountain of meat. And Ronnie instantly is getting ragdolled, but keeps coming back like just some kind of malfunctioning Oblivion NPC that can't get enough. So the question begs to be asked, why did Ronnie do this? It wasn't to protect the neighborhood or save the world or anything, because it doesn't seem like they were in any danger. It doesn't seem like there was any dangerous driving or fucking lunatic speeds and driving like recklessly. Nothing like that. So to me, it feels like he was looking for some kind of payday out of this through like a lawsuit or something. That's my guess.
Go ahead. Are you drinking? Go ahead. Call the police. Out of your fucking mind, dude. Call the police. Fucking, I'll fucking knock you out, bro. Unbelievable, dude. I should have run you over, dude. You did? You did? Look like you ran like a fucking lunatic.
Side note, I hate whoever put this music here. This is so cringe. I hate how in the modern day and age, a video can't just have like real audio anymore if it's a vertical video. For some reason, people just feel the need to put in this kind of trash Facebook music that they find. Why? Now all it does is make it hard to hear what's going on. And I can't find it with original audio. It is so annoying. Like yesterday, the story with the dogs, I couldn't find the original audio on that dog video because everyone that was posting it had to just keep putting music in it. It's so stupid, man. Just let the original audio ride. How rotted are people's brains? How poisoned are people's psyches that they can't just hear the real audio? They need music in the background too to stay stimulated. It's so cringe. I hate it. Ronnie keeps following him around saying that he's driving like a fucking lunatic. That is his only dialogue option here. This guy must have like a string on his back that you pull it and all he says is driving around like a fucking lunatic. That's his catchphrase. That is literally all he keeps doing is saying that. And then when Alan gets his bike up and is about to try and leave, Ronnie then prevents his exit. Ronnie stands in front of him again, restricting his ability to leave. Alan is trying to leave this situation. Ronnie is preventing it. And then Ronnie shoves him. It also seems like Ronnie pushed the bike over as well, but you can see Ronnie also shoved him after the bike got dumped. And that's when Alan pushes Ronnie to the ground and then beats him a bit. And that's where the security camera video starts. So you missed everything that Ronnie did to cause this altercation, and the security camera footage that was surfaced a couple days ago only showed this piece to make it seem like Alan Richardson did everything wrong. It was all his fault. When really, the whole story, the real reality here is Ronnie. Ronnie smelt it and dealt it. He was the one that really caused all of this, and I think he was really hoping that this footage didn't exist.
Fucking out of your goddamn mind. Stay down. Fucking stupid! Jesus Christ!
That's where the physicality stops. Ronnie does still fling some more words towards Alan, but it ends with Alan and the kids driving off. And like I said, it's not like they start speeding off either. They stay under 30 for the most part. It's only towards like the very end of the footage that they get up to like 31 and then like reach a stop sign or something like that. But even then, there was nothing in this entire body cam that indicated to me reckless driving at dangerous speeds in this area. So I really feel like Ronnie was just fishing for confrontation as a means of trying to get some kind of payday out of it. That's what I believe. And he instantly tried to turn around and like put his name and face out there with these interviews to garner sympathy. And I think that it's been largely unsuccessful now that this body cam footage is out there. So yeah, I wanted to yap about it a little bit. That's really it. So yeah. Piotr Zarek. I'm saying the name out loud immediately at the start of this video so that way I don't forget how to pronounce his name. I'm sure I'm going to fumble it later on, but at the very least you can say I got it right once. Anyway, he has made such a colossal fool of himself that he has torched not only his reputation, but that of his company as well. Piotr Cizarek, it's crazy how quickly I already forgot how to say his name, Guber, is a Polish CEO and multimillionaire. He is the CEO of a company called Drogbrook. And I think I pronounced that incorrectly as well because I made that sound like a Warhammer 40k weapon. And right now he's like one of the most hated people on the planet for a clip that just went insano style. This is far from the first time something like this has happened, but I've mainly seen it in baseball, where some oily dude who looks like he sweats grease and is anamorphing into a hot dog ends up like catching a baseball that was intended for a kid next to him. And in those cases, they typically try and cope by saying, oh, I thought it was for me, I wasn't sure, we were all trying to catch the ball, something like that. This is probably one of the most blatant cases, though. So, this is a tennis player named Matsurzak. He was giving his hat to a kid, and the Polish CEO, Piotr, he had another idea right there. He fucking intercepts that, he snatches it out of the kid's hands, and then you can even hear the kid say, no, what are you doing? And the answer to that question is simple. He's looking out for number one. You don't get to be top of the food chain, big time CEO without taking a little candy from some babies. That's exactly what he's doing. He's giving this kid a life lesson. You thought you were getting a gift? Nope. Sometimes it's not Santa Claus that pays you a visit, it's Krampus. And right now he's coming in the form of a scrawny douchebag CEO named Piotr. And the story has a much worse ending for him than it does for the kid, because this blew up to such an incredible degree that Matsurzak was able to actually learn about it and then meet up with that kid later to give him another hat as well as an autograph, so the kid got to meet him and everything. Meanwhile, Piotr receives the ire and all of the tomatoes thrown by the entire world, and his company is now going up in flames because of his behavior here. But at least he has that hat that he took out of a kid's hands, I guess. That can go over the fireplace mantle, I suppose. Now, I feel like I should put this in here somewhere because it's receiving so much steam. There is allegedly a statement from Piotr himself. There are even some outlets reporting this as like an official response, but I can find no evidence that Piotr or anyone that represents him actually made this statement. This to me feels like that initial Coldplay CEO situation where after he was caught cheating, there was a statement put out on his behalf even though he had nothing to do with it and it ended up being completely fraudulent and false. That to me feels like what this is because it is so comically villainous that I just don't believe it, and I can't find like any actual evidence to support its authenticity, but I'm gonna put it here anyway because everyone seems to be talking about it. I would say take this with a grain of salt. I'm not convinced this actually comes from him. This is what people are claiming is the original, and then when you translate it, you get this. The recent incident at the tennis match has caused a disproportionate online uproar. It's all about the famous hat, of course. I love that statement. Like, even though I think this isn't real, I just love the famous hat. As if it's like the #1 soda drink hat from SpongeBob with Smitty Werben Jensen, whatever his name was. Yes, I took it. Yes, I did it quickly. But as I've always said, life is first come, first served. I understand that some people might not like it, but please let's not make a global scandal out of the hat. It's just a hat. If you were faster, you would have it. Regarding online hate, I remind you that insulting a public figure is subject to legal liability. All offensive comments, slander, and insinuations will be analyzed for the possibility of taking the matter to court. In the end, chin up, hats off, less venom, more sportsmanship. Like I said, I don't actually believe this comes from Piotr or anyone who represents him. I think it's just a bunch of fish paste here. It's too over the top. And someone like Piotr, a multi-millionaire CEO, would absolutely have a lawyer or a PR firm put out a statement on his behalf that definitely wouldn't have, yes, I did it, and yes, I did it quickly. If you were faster, you wouldn't have lost it. If you're not first, you're last. Though that would be a crazy twist if this is actually real, and that's the statement they made. Adult reflexes are faster. I was just evolution chose me to be the recipient of that hat. If that kid was meant to have it, well, then he should have acted quicker. Grow up, nerd. Could have been your hat if you were half the man as me. Like, I would be very shocked to learn that this is real. I really think it's just way too over the top. And it seems like it is meant to be in your face and, like, eye-catching and incendiary. I imagine another, like, motivator for something like this isn't just to, like, take the piss. It's probably to further, like, ruin the reputation of the person. So people will make, like, really inflammatory pieces like this, like with the Coldplay CEO. So that way people get even more upset. And a surefire way of doing that is threatening legal action against people that speak out against him. That is, like, the number one sign that it's probably fake. While legal action is something a lot of these, like, rich fucking out-of-touch zombies in suits do, I can't imagine, and I certainly haven't seen many cases of them coming out and being like, if you say anything mean about me, you're being sued. That, so far, has been mainly reserved for fake statements like this. That definitely wouldn't be in there, and it also wouldn't have, like, a sign-off with, like, like, fucking poetry. Chin up, less venom, hats off, that kind of thing. That's, like, almost like a Sonic the Hedgehog level thing there. That's just, it's not real. I don't think this is legitimate. There's also another statement, apparently from a law firm in Poland who is representing Piotr, who is making legal threats about people that are insulting him and slandering him online, which I can find no evidence to being true. I haven't seen that law firm make any statements about the, actual case here that they're representing Piotr in or anything of the sort. It all just seems like a wild goose chase here. This seems to be the new common trend where anytime there's like a big drama story, a bunch of people will scramble to make up some fake shit around it so they can post it online for some immediate updates to try and get paid off of, like, Twitter engagement farming. That seems to be the goal of it, and it just creates a bunch of confusion and muddies the waters so then you don't know what's true and what's not with it. I did also want to drop this little nugget here in your lap that I learned about. So he is apparently an amateur competitive tennis player himself, whom I imagine is going to be the heel going forward in all of his matches. Most people are probably going to be booing him from this point forward when he competes. And he actually has a private tennis court at his home, and his wife was quoted saying, "It was the most wonderful gift of my life. Our employees came up with the idea, and my husband helped them implement it." Now, far be it from me to question the workplace culture here. You're telling me the employees said that their boss deserves to have his own private tennis court? It was their idea? Really? I don't... Does that happen in Polish companies? Do the employees love their bosses so much that they get together and say, we want our boss to have his own private tennis court? Can we do that? Come on, guys, let's band together and let's try and pitch this idea to our boss that he should have his own private tennis court in his home. What do we say, huh? What do you say about that? He's a superstar. We love him. I'm just trying to imagine that perspective over here in America in the corporate world. Like, Bill Gates does an interview. It's like, yeah, I wasn't convinced that I needed a 4 billion mile yacht, but, well, all my Microsoft employees said, Bill, you deserve it. So I said, okay, I guess for you guys, I'll go ahead and try and find a way to get that made. I don't know, it just feels so weird to me, that statement. I mean, maybe the employees really do love him and they all banded together to try and help him with the private tennis court as like a good idea. I don't know. He doesn't really seem like a guy that's easy to love. He's literally taking a fucking hat meant for a kid at a tennis court in front of everybody. No shame at all. Even when the kid's like talking directly to him, he just ignores the kid, pretending he can't hear him. He doesn't seem like really a great guy that a lot of people would cheer for and be behind, but I guess maybe this is just one of his lower moments. Maybe he didn't even see the kid there. Maybe he thought the hat was meant for him. And the resistance from the kid, maybe he thought the kid was trying to steal the hat from him. Who knows? Maybe there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. I'm kidding. Obviously there's not. There's no way to justify blatantly just taking this hat from the kid. I don't know. The guy seems like he super sucks. Anyway, Piotr, big douchebag. That's about it. So yeah. There's a handful of things that can instantly make pretty much anyone's blood boil. Hitting your toe on something, or road rage, just inconveniences while driving. But few things can make you see red and ruin your day quite like animal cruelty, watching someone abuse their pets. It's horrific and it immediately elicits a response of disgust and anger. Even the most calm person on the planet would lose their cool and go into a bubbling rage if they saw a video of someone beating their dog or cat or something like that. Like, I know Thorfinn famously said he has no enemies, but he didn't see Aspen Cartier beating her puppy on a Twitch stream. That's what we're talking about today. A couple days ago, a streamer and I guess also rapper named Aspen Cartier was streaming and then started beating her puppy because it got out of its cage. I don't really know how to even show you this clip because it is just animal abuse. It would get the video taken down, I imagine. So I'm going to try and cut around it to show you the very clear evidence of what unfolded on stream that she's trying to deny happened, which has become a very common tactic, I guess, in the modern day and age to just say that what you saw with your eyes isn't real. Take my word for it as opposed to what you witnessed.
I think we finna end stream out because this motherfucking dog, like, goddamn. I'm not gonna be on social media until February 1st, so. How you get out the cage? Fuck you guys.
I'm going to cut it right here. This continues for quite a while longer, like another 15 or so seconds, of the dog screaming and yelping in pain with what sounds like her striking it. It then ends with this. What a fucking scumbag. That is a 3-month-old puppy, by the way. So, as a result of this being broadcast on stream, which she didn't seem to have any issue with on her end, she thought everything was, business as usual. What's the big deal? What? You guys don't do this to your 3-month-old puppy? You never heard of discipline? Hey, he got out of his cage. I gotta get him with the goddamn fucking Tekken combo. It's the only way to teach the dog about, not leaving the cage without my permission. It's crazy how it didn't even register that what she did here was bad. So, she did get banned for this, and she tried to defend herself by saying she didn't beat the dog and brought the dog in as like a witness to explain that it's fine.
Why you beat the damn dog? I didn't beat the fucking dog. Is you beat? Is you beat up? Say I'm really small and I over-exaggerate. Say it. Say it. Okay, tell him. Tell him that you're fine. Tell him right now. I'm not playing. Tell them. Tell them. You're fine and you're for sale. Oh my God, he's so fucking dramatic.
That's her defense, that the dog is dramatic. Regular old Phoenix right here. Watertight explanation here. What an excuse. Pack it up, folks. Case closed. The dog was just being dramatic. Just disregard all of the very clear fucking haymakers she was dropping on the dog. The dog was being, just dramatic about it. You gotta rub some dirt in it, obviously. Fucking psychopath. Absolute lunatic. In this video, in the second video where she's got the dog on its back, it's very clear that this puppy does not want to be around her. It looks traumatized and afraid of her and is constantly trying to get away from her, which is why it's starting to, cry out when trying to remove itself from her grasp. Are some dogs dramatic? Sure. I feel like anyone that's ever had dogs knows that sometimes, for example, when giving a bath, they will sometimes get very dramatic about not wanting a bath. This is so fucking different from that. This is clearly a dog that is afraid and a dog that was crying in pain being hit. You can see it on stream. And you can hear a lot of really concerning sounds on stream as well while the dog is crying. This is a totally different situation. This is not the dog being dramatic. This is her being a fucking monster. Now, this blew up to such a big degree that the authorities were alerted multiple times about this, and they ended up taking in Aspen Cartier. They charged her with animal cruelty, and when authorities brought the dog in from her custody, they noted that it seemed to be in good health, so it doesn't seem like the dog has suffered any, debilitating injuries or anything like that, which the drooling worms that are desperately trying to defend her are really latching onto, saying, see, the dog is completely fine. She didn't beat the dog at all. Let me go ahead and sit you down here, stupid, since it seems like you just blew in from fucking Moronville. Them reporting that the dog appeared to be in good health just means that there were no observable injuries that they were able to notice, like a limp, you know, an injured leg, something like that, when they went and got the dog out of her custody. That doesn't mean that the puppy wasn't beaten. You can watch it happen on stream. All that means is that the beatings didn't lead to any lasting noticeable injuries on the puppy when they got it. It still happened. It's not, you know, like the fucking Tooth Fairy make-believe. You can watch her hit the dog on stream. It clearly was beaten on stream. And just because she didn't break its legs or something like a Kit Kat bar doesn't mean that the beatings are all of a sudden excusable or, you know, not that big of a deal. It's still a big deal, and she still deserves these animal cruelty charges and a severe punishment. Her being banned on Twitch needs to be a permaban, 1000%. This is some downright deplorable evil shit here that she's done. Who knows how often she's beaten this puppy? All we know for sure is that it's happened at least once on stream, and that's one too many. That should never happen. That is awful. And she 1000% needs to be harshly punished with these animal cruelty charges. Anyway, I wanted to yap about this. That's really about it. So yeah. Discord's come a long way since its humble beginnings as a Reddit tier, memer, fedora-tipping narwhal baconing at midnight service, where every time you fired it up, it'd toss incredibly timeless classics at you, like constructing additional pylons and overloading on memes, watch out for Wumpus, and anytime you contacted their support, you were put in touch with Springle, the mystical gnome fairy elf wizard lord, to do nothing to help you with whatever problem you had. Discord has grown a lot since those days. It has been a staple in society for the last couple of years. And just a few hours ago, they put out an announcement about some big upcoming changes to Discord that they may as well have just announced they're shutting down. Like, that would have been more positively received than what we actually got here. This is despicable. Discord has announced that all accounts will be age restricted by default unless you verify your age via face scan or ID. There's also a lot more terrible things here, but that's by far the biggest. Discord, by the way, is like the least trustworthy place to be giving your data to. Only a couple months ago, Discord had a huge data breach where hackers got tons of data as well as 70,000 fucking government IDs. Giving Discord your biometric data and ID is like giving your paycheck to a polymarket gambling addict. It's just a terrible recipe for disaster. Now they're going with the standard play from John Madden's playbook here of corporate gobbledygook, where they're saying that this is actually in order to create a safer experience for teens that use Discord. While obviously Discord has had a history of horrible things that have happened to children that have used their service, this in no way, shape, or form is the actual impetus for why they're implementing these changes to harvest your data. They then also have a mention in that tweet there that they're starting a council for US teens aged 13 to 17 to apply to be a part of this board that's supposed to better help steer Discord in a direction that's safer for children. What do you, like, how does a kid submit a resume? What's your work experience? We need at least 7 years of, you know, Nickelodeon internships or something in order to accept you on the Discord children's board here. It's a very weird proposal. Now, going to their announcement here, when would users need to verify their age group? Users are only prompted to verify their age group when they attempt to access certain age-restricted content, settings, or features. After completing age assurance, users won't be asked to verify again for future age-restricted actions. A user may be prompted to verify their age group if they attempt to unblur media flagged by our sensitive content filters or attempt to change any of the default sensitivity content filter settings to show sensitive content, turn off message requests, access age-restricted channels and servers, speak in a stage channel, and toggle on age-restricted command settings. Then, in bold at the very bottom, importantly, this does not mean everyone will need to confirm their age just to use Discord. Not yet, at least. I'm sure that's right around the corner. But they knew that they would catch a big load of fucking poop from this for all of their users because nobody wants to just be willy-nilly giving all of their data, their fucking face scan, ID, and everything to Discord, of all companies. A company that literally just had a massive data breach, by the way. Many people can use Discord exactly as they do today without ever being asked to confirm their age. Now, here's the default safety settings that if you attempt to alter, you will then most likely be prompted to fork over your data, whether that's an ID or a face scan. So they're calling it teen by default because these settings establish a clear safety baseline designed with teens in mind, with flexibility for adults to customize their experience. Adults can always choose to verify their age and change them or leave the setting as is. Unless a user is confirmed to be an adult, these safety settings stay in place and can't be changed. So they're immutable unless you are giving, of course, your precious data, which is a currency more valuable than money, which is why every company is scrambling to do everything they can to try and roll out some changes that require you to give them your data. So that way they can sell it to other entities. At this point, it's most likely going to AI-based companies, but it goes all over the place and it always has. So then it goes into lay out the default settings, such as the content filters, age-gated spaces, message requests, friend request alerts, and stage restrictions. So the wacky new philosophy over there at Discord is everyone's a child unless proven otherwise. Children by default. It's a pretty interesting strategy. I don't know if this is what Wumpus has been cooking ever since they banished him to the back rooms or what, but fascinating idea. Brace yourself, because maybe this is a controversial take. This perhaps could be spicy. Do you know how you really protect children on Discord? You don't let children on Discord. This is going to tie into something I was just yapping about a couple days ago, and it's something I've said numerous times over the years, but we are in an era where parents do not want to be parents. They would much rather just plop their kids in front of an iPad or a computer and let the internet raise their kids for them, and just let them have completely unmonitored, unfiltered, unlimited access to the cyberspace, the World Wide Web. And as such, the entire landscape of the internet has shifted to constantly be catering towards children using it, which is extraordinarily different from how it was when I was growing up, where the internet was made for adults and kids had like certain special pockets online. But by and large, the internet was focused on adults using it. Whereas now it's just been normalized for parents to turn their kids loose online and let them run wild. So as a result, everything on the internet has changed in order to compensate for that. And make no mistake, Discord making this change, its primary goal isn't to protect kids using their service. It is to harvest your data because it's going to be very, very valuable for Discord. And getting everyone more and more comfortable with mass surveillance and no privacy turning over your information and data is something that tons of companies are doing everything in their power to do. They just found a convenient excuse to try and paint it as something good, like protecting kids from bad people on Discord. Now, something else in their announcement is this about a toolkit that's going to be introducing age inference to help determine with high confidence whether a user on the platform is an adult. So from the way they describe it, it seems like it's going to be this tool that's monitoring your activity to find patterns of your usage and make an estimation of your age based on what you engage in on Discord. Admittedly, I'm a bit confused on exactly what this is, but from the sound of things, it is something that's running in the background that monitors user behavior. So if you're someone that's frequenting tax channels on Discord in order to help with your taxes, it would likely view that behavior as likely an adult using the account. So then it would just internally have you as an adult account, so you wouldn't need to complete an explicit age verification flow, like if I'm understanding this correctly. Again, I'm not entirely sure what that is. To me, it sounds like what YouTube introduced not long ago, where it monitors user usage behavior and will make an estimation of their age based on what they engage in on the platform. So for Discord, it seems like it's doing that too. And if it determines that you're an adult, you might not have to submit your facial scan or government ID. But again, I could be totally wrong. Now here's Discord treating its users like dogs, trying to coat this pill in peanut butter to make it easier to swallow. We also offer other assurance methods through our collaboration with trusted, privacy-forward partners such as facial age estimation and ID scan, all designed to minimize data use and maximize user control. There's no way of dressing that up in any way that is actually privacy forward, by the way. We will continue exploring and validating additional age assurance approaches with the goal of expanding options and giving users choices that work best for them. After completing a chosen method, users will receive confirmation via direct message from our official Discord account. A user's assigned age group can be viewed at any time in My Account settings. Users can also go to My Account settings to appeal by retrying the process. We currently only prompt users to age assure when they are in the Discord app and trying to access age-restricted content or update specific safety settings. We do not send emails or text messages about our age assurance process or results. So then they go into the key privacy protections. On-device processing. Video selfies for facial age estimation never leave a user's device. Quick deletion. Identity documents submitted to our vendors are quickly deleted, in most cases, immediately after age confirmation. Not in every case, by the way, just most of them they're like immediately deleted, but usually it's like real quick. Like I'm talking lickety-split. Straightforward verification. In most states, users complete the process once and their Discord experience adapts to their verified age group. Users may be asked to use multiple methods only when more information is needed to assign an age group. Fuck, Jesus. Private status. A user's age verification status is only available to that user and cannot be seen by others. We're intentional about selecting and working with age assurance partners with strong privacy practices and limit data collection to what's strictly necessary for age assurance. There you have it. That's the big changes coming to Discord right around the corner. And don't let Discord deceive you into thinking that this is a change that they're making for a positive reason, like protecting kids that use Discord. That's not actually why they're making this big pivot here at all. It's just in this race that every company on the planet is engaged in to collect as much data as possible and get people as comfortable as possible with just giving their data willingly. So that way they can just harvest it easily, no hiccups. This is not a good change, and it is not something that anyone should be looking forward to. Do I think it's actually going to kill Discord? No. I don't think so. I know a lot of people are saying that this is the end of Discord, and even me with the title RIP Discord, I don't actually think it's going to sink them. I think people are just going to shrug their shoulders and just fork over the data in order to keep using the platform that they've already become accustomed to. I don't believe people ever really have a huge willingness to switch off of things that they become used to. There's endless examples to pull from, even like in gaming. People have set games that are their comfort game, and they maybe might tinker around with playing a new game in the same genre, but typically always go back to the one that they've just spent the most time with, and right now that's Discord. So I don't think that this is going to be, a huge destruction of Discord, even though I think it should be. I just don't think people are actually going to make a switch to something else in its place because people are just too used to Discord's service at this point. But I guess we'll see. I could be entirely wrong. Skype, for example. Skype, by all definitions, was too big to fail. They were the top dog until Discord came around and ate their lunch. Discord was a superior service to Skype, and Skype ate shit for it. It never adapted, it never changed, and it died. So who knows, maybe I'm entirely wrong, and something will pop up now that Discord is in a really rough spot, lost their footing here. Maybe something else will come and take its place, and people will flock to that instead, so that way they don't have to play ball with these kind of new changes. We'll see. I'm just not super optimistic about that happening, but I'd love to be wrong about it. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Occasionally a new movie will come out, and it's a bit of a stinker, and sometimes we'll even have a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes or other review sites, but it usually only lasts a few hours. It's very rare for a 0% to stick, usually after about a Concord's length of time, so roughly 2 weeks. You'll find it sitting like at 10% or 20% or something as more reviewers go see it. That is not the case for Psycho Killer, however. 0% and it's been 4 days, and the audience score isn't stellar either at 33%, which is the most shocking part to me because that is exceptionally rare. That's a fucking unicorn right there to see an audience score that low on Rotten Tomatoes. They will give anything glowing reviews. For comparison, even just recently, Strangers Chapter 3, which is one of the worst finales to the worst trilogy ever made, has a 50% from the audience. Doesn't matter what movie comes out or how objectively dog shit it is. A movie could come out that actually rips your nipples off and face fucks you in your chair, and it'll still have like a 50% for audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. Yet somehow Psycho Killer is so bad that even the audience score is extremely low. So, the question needs to be asked. Does it warrant that? Is it actually a 0% bad? Well, strap in, sports fans, because I've just returned from the cinema after watching Psycho Killer, and I can tell you that maybe not a 0%, but maybe like a 10. It's bad, like it's not good. It's really not good. And what's crazy is, and I know this is what a lot of people are pointing out, this is from the mind of the writer who brought us Seven. Yeah, that Seven. The timeless classic film, Seven. I don't know what's happened since then. I don't know if the Monstars came through with the basketball and sapped his writing ability, but he really squeaked out something embarrassing here with Psycho Killer, unfortunately. And right away, I've got to make fun of the name of this movie. Psycho Killer sounds like a Steam stinker that I would just play on my gaming channel for 30 minutes as a joke. Like, it sounds like the name of a movie within a movie where a character's like, bro, we gotta go see Psycho Killer 4, it just came out. I can't believe they actually just ran with that. It does sound like something AI would spit out for you. And I know that's been a big criticism of Psycho Killer, is that it feels like it's an AI-generated experience here, because it is not cohesive at all. It does not flow. It feels like so much is missing. The main character and the Psycho Killer are the only two characters that, like, even have a presence here. Everyone else is unnamed fodder, basically. I can't think of a single other name. It's genuinely like they forgot to have other characters, and even these two characters get so little to actually do. It is pretty disastrous. And the Psycho Killer himself, he has a voice changer voice, like the actual generic cliche, I am not a good guy. It sounds like something you'd hear out of an old school Call of Duty lobby on Xbox Live from a kid putting on a voice changer. And it's unapologetic with it, to the point where, by the end, I actually found it charming. Like, that's not, like, I can't even complain about it, because by the end, it was so silly that I actually just appreciated hearing him talk and the dumb shit he was spouting. So anyway, Psycho Killer is about, you're not going to believe this, a psychotic killer. He is a Satanist, and he believes his whole mission is to kill people for Satan. And he just randomly goes through and slaughters people. And he does kill a lot of people, but you'll probably forget that happens because it's so flat. Like, it feels so, like, off, because everything is CGI blood in this. I don't think there's a single practical effect throughout the entire fucking movie, and it's, like, noticeable CGI blood. And it's, like, the laziest kills, like, when it comes to a slasher, typically they try and get, like, creative to unnerve and disturb the viewer. Here, they didn't bother. So, like, he just shoots a guy, CGI blood splurts out, that's it. Hits a guy with a hammer, some CGI blood, they cut away, that's it. Like, the only scene that has something outside of just hit with a hammer and then shoot is a scene which is like a confessional booth where he, like, stabs the priest and then drinks his blood through a straw. That was the only time that they tried something a little different besides just, bang! Alright, now I'll drive away. So, like, and it doesn't even work in the confessional booth thing either. It's really fucking wacky. Anyway, the movie follows a trooper named Archer. She watched her husband get killed by the hash-slinging slasher here, the Psycho Killer. And now she is on a mission to put an end to his reign of terror. He is just driving across the country, killing at random. Except, the end of the movie, from out of fucking nowhere, they have this idea for how to wrap it up that is so fucking ridiculous. So, he's just killing randomly, and he's leaving behind his calling card, his fucking Joker card, where he's like making satanic symbols, things like open the gates, 666, hail Satan stuff. He's leaving all of that behind on every kill, so he gets the name Satanic Slasher. And then he needs to get information on some interesting individual. So he puts an ad in the newspaper, and then some goober calls him. Well, some goober puts an ad in the paper responding to his ad in the paper. It's a Satanist code, and it basically says, "So you're enlightened, give me a ring, here's my telephone number." So Satanic Slasher calls him. Also, the detective picks up on this. Worth mentioning, every single kill doesn't matter, by the way. Like, all the clues she's gathering play no role in this, and she also makes the worst decisions ever for her investigation. So, like, she actually did track down the Satanic Slasher at one point, and then instead of waiting for backup to ambush him in his apartment, well, at the motel that he was staying at, she instead just goes in for a solo mission and gets blasted. He throws her out of a window, and then the scene immediately cuts to her, like, once again on the road tracking him. This is what I'm saying, where, like, there's no other characters, because she did interact with, like, some FBI guy. He's like, "Go home, this is above your pay grade, you get yourself hurt, it's not good, you go home, you can't take the Satanic Slasher, it's ridiculous. You give me your badge and your gun," that kind of vibe type shit. And so you would expect that to play a role in it, how she's kind of going off book here against her, higher level people advising her not to, but it doesn't, because they forget those characters exist. So she is like confronting him alone multiple times. Obviously, it never works out. FBI shows up late. Obviously, it's just there aren't any other characters, and it's weird. But anyway, so he gets in contact with Satan goobers, and then he goes to like a Satan house where like there's this businessman who's giving a speech on why he loves Satan so much, and then his groupies are there like, "Yeah, that's cool stuff, the fallen one, yippee, yeehaw." And the Satanic Slasher's being all mysterious and brooding, just saying he needs information. So then the goober that connected with him gets him the information on a random guy. Then he kills the Satan church people who are having an orgy. And it's a CGI bloodfest where he's hitting him with an axe, and then there's just actual, like, video game cutscene level blood flying all over the place. It's so fucking bad. But this is where I'm telling you the ending gets unreal. So, that person that they gave him the information on is a nuclear engineer. And from out of nowhere, we learn about a nuclear disaster that happened 3 years prior at a place called 3 Mile Island, which had a huge death count, obviously. That was very detrimental to the civilians. And the Psycho Killer's big plan has been to go to the nuclear power plant with some explosives that he stole way back early into his killing spree. And also, there was a mention about how he got some books from a library. Turns out he got nuclear books, which doesn't matter because he ends up just kidnapping the nuclear power plant executive or engineer guy anyway to do it for him. So why did he even bother buying or stealing the books in the first place? It didn't fucking matter. He had no clue how any of it worked. So he just kidnapped the guy. So he kidnaps that nuclear engineer, goes to the power plant. The trooper Archer was able to connect those dots and meet him there after he had already done everything, after all the alarms go off. So after everyone else figures it out because there's something going on, she then shows up. Then Psycho Killer has the guy melt down the core, about to cause a nuclear disaster that they keep saying, "My God, it's going to wipe out the entire East Coast. Lord have mercy on us all." And then one of the security guards is like, "Wait, there might be another way in." And he takes Trooper Archer to a random room that happens to overlook the command center with a sheet of plexiglass, and he's like, "Yeah, it's bulletproof, so we're all fucked, but I guess you get a better view from here." And he just runs away, and then she shoots the plexiglass enough that it makes a little hole. She puts a sniper in there, takes out the Psycho Killer, saves the day. But the plan from out of nowhere became the Psycho Killer is going to cause a nuclear disaster for Satan. And he gives a big, like, Satan speech at the end. Oh my God, it's so fucking cringe. It's unbelievable. And then there's a twist. There is a twist at the end. So, early on in the movie, when she was still learning about the Satanic Slasher, she was flipping through some fucking AM radio stations, and she stumbled across like a conspiracy theory power hour where they were talking about how the government is experimenting on mass murderers. So like all the mass murderers are actually like government experiments that they turn loose. And at the end of the movie, after she kills the psycho killer, but he doesn't actually die, he wakes up in a big van going to an off-grid facility where they welcome him back. It's a government facility, so it turns out the conspiracy was correct. Big twist, they are making the mass murderers at the government facility, and he's one of them. The movie's fucking bad. It's not good. But I would be lying if I said I didn't have a fun time watching it. I do think, for the most part, it's fun bad. And I say that with a little hesitation because the movie is so messy, like the editing is so choppy, and it's very clear that they had to fucking Frankenstein something together here just to get a complete film, that at pretty much every possible point, it doesn't really fit. But I think that makes it fun bad too. Like, I don't think that ruins the entertainingly shit nature of it. Like, it's not a movie I would recommend paying for, because I don't think it's fun bad enough to waste money on. But I think when it eventually hits streaming, it'll be something that you and your friends can laugh at. So yeah, anyway, does it deserve a 0%? Maybe not a 0, but it definitely is a very, 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 very low percent. Like, I do think that is probably par for the course there. It's just really bad at everything it aims to do, unfortunately. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah. Primate, a new horror movie about a chimpanzee with rabies that starts killing an entire house party. Is it good? I mean, kinda, I suppose. I saw that this film debuted with overwhelming enthusiasm and like really high scores, so I thought for a moment that the trailers were deceiving and this wasn't like a really simple movie. It's not just, a slasher film where the bad guy is a chimpanzee. There must be like a lot of depth or something, like a very complex onion to peel apart. After seeing it, I could tell you it is a slasher with the chimpanzee taking pleasure in just killing people having a house party. I'm a little surprised at how high the reviews are. I think maybe people just appreciate the unapologetic nature of just how simple a movie this is. Anyway though, this film is every horror cliche you could possibly find in a slasher put into here, but with a new Fortnite skin on it. And I gotta tell you, the new skin does make it more entertaining. It is like actually very silly to see like an evil chimpanzee become fucking ghost face here. Like, even trying to scare and torment the people that he's killing. So there's a scene where he's got, like, an iPad that can, like, verbalize for him. So he starts spamming, Lucy, bad, Lucy, bad, Lucy, bad, Lucy, bad, right before, like, jumping on her from the fucking top turnbuckle to, like, go crazy on her. But overall, the film doesn't do anything you haven't seen a million times before, with characters making the stupidest decisions. And I know I say that for so many horror movies, but it's because it's so common. In this one, I don't think a character even accidentally makes a good decision. Anyway, though, I've already kind of dove into the meat and potatoes without even giving you, like the actual overview here. Obviously, we're going to be getting into spoilers. Here's your spoiler warning. So the movie is about a family that has a pet chimpanzee named Ben. Ben has been trained from the mother, who was a linguistics expert, to communicate with them. The mother has passed away, so now it's just the daughters and the dad. And one of the daughters is finally coming home after a long time away, and she brings her friend, who brings her friend, and they meet two dudes on the plane who are like your quintessential frat douchebag party, like, titties, a beer, yes! That is all they are. And they meet them on the plane. Then they go to Lucy's house. She's our main character. And Lucy's father is about to go away because it's an important deal that he's got to do. So even though his daughter's finally home, he can't really stay and celebrate. So it's Lucy, her sister, and Lucy's friends. And they have a house party because Papa's not there anymore. So they said, it's time for beer and weed. So they have a house party because the house is all to themselves. We meet Ben, who unfortunately got in a little bit of a tussle with a mongoose. And the mongoose had rabies. Then Ben escapes from his enclosure after murdering one of the doctors that was coming to check on him. He rips his face off. The gore in this movie is pretty impressive. Like, I know it's a lower budget film, but it actually looked pretty solid. It's not just some like super lazy low budget CGI that you'd find on a CW show or anything. I looked it up. It's practical. It's an actor in a suit with an animatronic face for the chimpanzee. So it looks good. And it's not like, you know, very cheap suit or anything. You know, don't be picturing that scene from SpongeBob where he gets him in the sack and starts beating the devil out of him. Like, it is a decent looking film. And the kills are pretty brutal. Like, Ben rips someone's jaw off, like, straight off their face. Like, and it doesn't look like, you know, dog shit PS2 graphics or anything. And that's pretty much the whole movie. I basically described the entire story. It is, they were throwing a party because dad was out of town, Ben's got rabies, and now he just wants to kill everybody. So they're trying to survive the night. And boy howdy, let me tell you, they do a fucking terrible job at surviving. They are worse at that than mosquitoes. And those stupid bastards fly into electric bug zappers. Like, it is crazy just how many awful decisions these characters make. So, for example, when they first start to recognize something is wrong with Ben, he's getting aggressive. He bites one of the sisters, and she's like bleeding out, basically. They jump in the pool right afterwards because they correctly deduce that Ben can't swim. So they get in the pool, and then Ben gets his iPad out and he starts just saying, dead, 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 taunting them. And like trying to like circle them, and they're just floating in this pool for a while. Eventually, Ben like ambushes them, so he climbed over the top of the pool and then dropped on the other side to like scare them and like try and grab one of them, but fails. And he's just sitting on that edge, and the edge of the pool is right by a cliff. So the only guy here at this party decides he's going to be the big shot hero, and he comes up with a plan to push Ben off the side. And when he goes to push Ben off the side, Ben basically just flips him over instead, and then he falls to his death and has his head explode on a rock down below. Then Ben comes up and starts laughing, like maniacal laughter, like a comic book villain. Why would the guy think that the best choice would be to push the chimpanzee? The chimpanzee is 1,000,000 times stronger than him. That was only ever going to end in disaster. If him... I don't understand that plan, because they had just discussed that he probably has rabies, like that's probably what's causing this, and they know he can't swim, and they would probably know that water would frighten him, and he's on the edge of a pool, on the edge of a cliff. If he had instead just started splashing water at him, Ben probably would have freaked out and fallen off the cliff. But instead he decides to go for like a Goldberg spear on him, which ends with him dying. I don't know why he wouldn't just splash him with water first. But anyway, I don't need to get hung up on just how terrible the decisions were from the crew here on trying to survive. Like, every decision they made was counterintuitive to surviving. Like, if their goal was to be alive, they did everything in their power to ensure that couldn't happen. But I have to call out one inexplicable scene. So those two dudes on the plane that I briefly mentioned, the reason I mentioned them is because they did play an important role. While they were partying, one of the girls decides to give them a call saying, "Come fuck our brains out," like teasing them, and then leaves a message with her address. And we don't hear from them again, and then of course Ben breaks out and all hell breaks loose. And then randomly, after, you know, there's been some death around the area from Ben killing them, not just the one guy, but also one of the other girls got pummeled to death. Well, then those two dudes show up. They're already like plastered, but they like break into the house. They open the door and they're like, "Whoa, it's time to party. Who's looking for penis delivery?" And they're just walking around this house that no one is there. There's shit thrown all over the place, and they're just like joking around like, "Yeah, dude, they're probably upstairs waiting for us to come bone them. I'm gonna check upstairs, but you check downstairs just in case. We're gonna get super laid tonight." And they're just walking around this house like drinking their beer. These are strangers, by the way. They'd never met apart from like the 3 minutes they spent hanging out on the plane. And they break into this house with all the lights off. It looks like there's no signs of life, but it looks like there was some kind of struggle. And they're just wandering around aimlessly. One of the dudes goes into the girl's room. Well, multiple rooms, actually. And then he's like just hanging out on her bed. Still, he has seen no signs of life in this house. They are actually just burglarizing this place and just hanging out there. And then he looks at a picture that's on the nightstand. He's like, oh, it's a pet chimp. Weird. Puts it aside. And then, of course, Ben is there. And that's when he rips the dude's jaw out. And then he also kills the other guy who was still wandering around the house. And then he eventually saw all of the girls in the pool, like, passed out on a flotation device because they had been, you know, floating there for so long they got exhausted and fell asleep there. And he's like, dude, I found the chicks. Mind you, in order to even get to that area to see the girls in the pool, he had to walk through a minefield of broken glass because Ben had busted through a glass door. Meaning, he walked through the broken glass, thought nothing of it, then saw them unconscious in the pool and was like, yeah, they're here, the girls. And then he gets killed by Ben. It's just so weird because, like, no matter how dumb, like, no matter how lobotomized or drunk you are, I don't think that would ever actually happen, which is why in this kind of movie, you have to suspend disbelief so hard. And I guess that maybe is, like, the big appeal, because it's very unapologetic with how stupid these characters are, and even the concept itself is so outrageously, like, over the top, like just a killer chimpanzee that just wants to kill for fun after contracting rabies. Like, it is wacky and over the top, but I had to mention that, because I was sitting there stunned, like, no way. No way we're watching this right now. And it's also really inconsistent with how strong Ben is. Like, I'm sure many of you have heard the stories of, like, chimpanzee attacks and how brutal it is and how strong they are. Like, the one chimpanzee that ripped the lady's face off and, you know, got shot 6 times and still didn't even go down. Like, it is incredible how strong these animals are. In this movie, they showcase that a little bit with Ben, sometimes, but then other times, like on Lucy, there's like 4 scenes of him just like beating Lucy to death, and she's totally fine. There's a scene where he breaks her wrist, like breaks her whole hand and wrist, and then in the next scene, it's fully healed for Lucy. She even picks up a shovel and hits him with it, with no issue at all. So like sometimes he's extremely strong, and then other times he's really weak. And there's like a scene where they like close a door in Ben's face, and Ben is like trying to open the door, but one of the girls is able to like hold the door closed on him somehow. Like somehow she was able to overpower Ben. Like it's just sometimes they just nerfed him. Like he was really weak for some reason. Oh, not for some reason, obviously to fit what the plot needed in that moment, but it was just very inconsistent there, which again, you're probably not even going to be thinking or caring about because this movie is just like so silly, and I feel like it has to be self-aware. I couldn't get like a full gauge on if this movie was self-aware or not, but I have to imagine that it is. Anyways though, there's no need to yap about it further. I don't think the movie's like good or great or anything like that, but it is entertaining. Like it is silly, like unapologetically silly with how the film plays out in a lot of cases. So if you're just looking for like a really like, you know, simple, fun movie where a chimpanzee kills a bunch of people, that is exactly what you get with Primate. There's no bait and switch there. There's no false advertisement. That is exactly what you get. So yeah, I mean, that's really about it. So yeah.
There's a lot I want to talk about here after seeing what happened at TwitchCon last night with Emiru being assaulted by a rogue lunatic fan who just walked completely unimpeded past the line at her meet and greet and unconsensually hugged her and looked like tried to kiss her, which is textbook assault. And it's very scary that it was able to happen so easily here. He was shoved off by a security guard, but then he just walked away.
Whoa. That's crazy. Holy shit, what the fuck was that?
You're a creep!
What
The full clip goes on for about a minute and a half longer, but you've now seen the entire security presence here for the Emiru meet and greet. One person. One security guard. I have seen a stronger security presence at my dilapidated local Winn-Dixie. This is fucking crazy. One guy. And also worth mentioning, it's not Emiru's preferred bodyguard from what I understand.
I had a security guard 2 years ago where there was a guy following me around TwitchCon and he like asked him to stop multiple times. My guard asked him, and the guy wouldn't stop. So he grabbed the guy, but he didn't like hurt him. He was just holding the guy until like the con security came. And then for some reason they're like, yeah, because your security guard touched him, he's like perma-banned from the venue forever. But he didn't even hit him or anything. He just like held him while they waited for like the police to come. And
what the fuck?
And it was like my favorite security guard. I can't have him at TwitchCon anymore.
Now, as I was rendering this video, Emiru posted an update to everything to shed light on everything that happened. And this bodyguard you see push that guy is someone she hired. It's not her first round draft pick or anything. It is not a preferred bodyguard, but it's who she was allowed to bring. And she was surrounded is the word I'm using, very loosey-goosey. There was like a couple of other Twitch-provided Fiverr security drones elsewhere that just didn't react at all. The only one who did something was the one she hired. We're going to be going through her statement quite a bit here, but she's giving an update to let people know that she's okay and thankful for the outpouring of support. The guy had crossed multiple barriers, even in front of other creators, to grab and try and kiss her, which he was unsuccessful at doing, thanks to being pushed off. She then says that she doesn't understand how he was allowed to get that far in the first place, and that the security that does react is her own, confirming that it's not her usual security guard since he was banned. She then says that there were 3 to 4 other TwitchCon security who didn't react and even let him walk away, which, again, is something you can confirm by watching the clip that he just walks away completely unimpeded. The woman who was walking me away is also her own personal manager. It's not even event staff, which I thought it was event staff. Turns out it's not. The only 2 people who were checking on her and comforting her were her and her friend. Not even Twitch staff was coming to check on her. There's more in her statement we're going to get to in a moment, but I want to go in chunks here. So, I thought it was 1 security guard and then a couple of event staff that you could see in the clip. Turns out it's 1 security guard she brought, and then no event staff. It's just her manager and her friend. So where the fuck is TwitchCon security or staff at all here? They just let this guy walk up to her and did nothing, and even just let him get away after assaulting her too. Again, I still cannot even believe they banned the security guard that she wanted to bring and had brought in the past that did successfully prevent a potential threat from harming her. It's so fucked up, and I truly can't understand the thought process behind their decision to ban him in the first place. He did his job properly. He held the potential threat until authorities arrived. What else are you supposed to do? That's like the number one thing. You're supposed to stop the threat. And that sounds like exactly what he did here. I think maybe Twitch was concerned that he used excessive force or something because he grabbed him. What? Like, what do they think? He put him into a headlock and then hit him with an atomic power bomb into a fucking tombstone pile driver and then a Frankensteiner on the way out? Like, what do they think happened there? Now, I've read mixed things on who's responsible for that bodyguard being banned, whether it was Twitch or the venue TwitchCon is held at. But regardless of who's responsible for the ban, the fact that he is forbidden from being there because of being good at his job is just unacceptable. This guy walks past this entire line, literally just fucking fee-fi-fo-fums through the whole line here at the meet and greet and assaults Emiru. Nobody stopped him when he was cutting through the line, and it wasn't until he had already assaulted Emiru that he got pushed off. And then he didn't even get stopped or anything by additional security because there was only that one guy that was there as like a bodyguard. Like, I don't know, I would just kind of expect after a fucking assault just unfolded here, there would be a big response from the TwitchCon security personnel. Like coming over here throwing like a spike strip down or like at least throwing a banana peel down so he slips and falls on it so they can apprehend him. But I didn't see any of that happen. Nothing at all, just fucking crickets. Just tumbleweed rolling through here. Like, he just walked away. Apparently he did get ID'd, like, after this happened later, because Twitch made a statement, which we'll go through in a minute, and it sounds like they ID'd the guy and everything. But this is a complete failure on Twitch's shoulders here for their event. They banned her preferred bodyguard, whom has previously demonstrated the ability to stop something like this from happening, and instead supplied non-existent TwitchCon security around her meet and greet, and forced her to hire a different bodyguard, one that wasn't nearly as efficient as the one that she typically uses and wanted to have present here to protect her. And just stew on this for a moment, because when you break it down, TwitchCon security literally did nothing.
Not only did they not stop the guy before he assaulted Emiru, again, it could have even been a murder or something if he had like a weapon or something. He was not stopped despite plenty of, ample opportunity for them to intervene. Not only did they not stop him, after it happened, they didn't even pursue him. The only one who acted at all, that one security guard, was not a TwitchCon security guard. It was someone Emiru hired, a bodyguard she hired. That was the only person that acted at all. And the only people that checked on Emiru were her team. No one on the TwitchCon event side of things, apparently, according to Emiru. So that means at TwitchCon, the security didn't do anything at all, nor did the event staff do anything to even check on her after this happened. Holy shit. That is inexcusable. I've talked about events and stuff in the past. I've never been to TwitchCon. I have no plans of ever going to TwitchCon or anything even remotely similar to it. And I've always expressed, A, I don't think I'd have fun, and B, I'm always worried about events like that, like legitimate safety concerns. Ever since the Christina Grimmie tragedy, where she was murdered at a meet and greet, I just have a huge hesitation with this kind of thing. Because you never really know who's there and what security looks like. I know prior to TwitchCon, apparently there was a big emphasis on Twitch's side of beefing up their security. I'm not seeing that at all. The proof is not in the pudding here from what I'm seeing. It's extremely concerning that this creep was able to just walk up slowly, mind you. It's not like he charged the stage or something, with a fucking 4-second 40 where they couldn't respond in time. He slowly, calmly walked past everyone. Security, event staff, no one stopped him at all. Like shit, I got stopped more often trying to go to a lacrosse party in college. Like they were more vigilant about stopping people from getting into a fucking party, let alone like the actual safety of the guests here at this event. It is just crazy to me because this guy could have had a weapon. He absolutely could have had a weapon. Like, it is just dangerous. It is dangerous and it's a complete failure on Twitch's part here. Now, like I said, they did make a statement about this. The safety and security of all those attending TwitchCon is our highest priority. The behavior displayed by the individual involved in the incident yesterday involving a high-profile streamer was completely unacceptable and deeply upsetting. In line with existing TwitchCon security protocols, law enforcement and event security were on site and responded to the incident. When? In 7 business days? Like, where were they? Because, again, in the longer clip, it's like 2.5 minutes, and he just walks away. Like, you can see him leaving, and I maybe I missed it, but I didn't see anyone stopping him at any point. We immediately blocked this individual from returning to the TwitchCon premises, and they are banned indefinitely from Twitch, both online and in-person events. We're coordinating with the impacted creators team, and per our standard protocols, continue to cooperate with any law enforcement investigations. We have increased security at the meet and greet attendee check-in point, and we'll have additional security personnel surrounding participating streamers. If you've RSVP'd for a meet and greet, please note that we are unable to accommodate +1s for the remainder of the event. Twitch has zero tolerance for harassment or acts that inhibit the safety and security of our community. Like I said, based on their statement here, it sounds as though they ID'd the guy responsible for this assault here, mentioning that he's been banned on Twitch and from the events. It sounds like there's also going to be additional follow-ups, I believe. That's how it read to me. Now, as a result of the assault that Emiru experienced at their event, they are going to be having a stronger security presence at further meet and greets that are scheduled. The question begs to be asked, why wasn't that an emphasis beforehand? You're saying that safety was like your top priority, yet it's very clear, very evident in this clip that there's not a lot of security there. So what are you doing about like safety? Like, well, I don't understand. If safety is such a high priority, where's security? Why, I don't know why it's so lackluster then if it's such a high priority. And again, this is like a huge streamer. Emiru is like one of the biggest streamers. What does security look like for streamers that aren't her size? I genuinely have no idea. It's a legitimate question I'm asking because, again, Emiru is like one of the biggest streamers and TwitchCon didn't have like any adequate security presence at her meet and greet. What does it look like for a smaller streamer doing a meet and greet? Did they provide anything at all to them? And also, what they do provide is basically anyway, nothing. The security didn't act at all here.
So now let's go back to Emiru's statement, because she says something very interesting here about Twitch's statement. In Twitch's statement, they said that the guy was immediately caught and detained. Sorry, but that is a blatant lie. He was allowed to walk away from my meet and greet, and I didn't hear he was caught until hours after he attacked me, and it felt like this only happened because of my manager pressing for it, not because TwitchCon staff present thought it was a big deal. She mentions there's more she wants to talk about on it, but I'll save it for stream. She then goes on to thank people for the support and confirms that this will be her last TwitchCon, which I think is completely understandable. I think other creators should seriously consider not attending in the future. I did not feel cared for or protected, even bringing my own security and staff. I can't imagine how creators without those options would feel. So according to Emiru's statement here, she believes that the guy wasn't like immediately caught and ID'd by TwitchCon staff or anything like that. And in fact, it wasn't until her manager pressed them for action that they did anything at all. That's unhinged. They didn't want to, jump into action after a fucking assault just took place? I just don't get it. That's completely unhinged. It almost feels like maybe they're more angry about Emiru's bodyguard there shoving the guy. Like maybe they're thinking about banning him from Twitch events in the future or something. Like it doesn't seem like their priority is safety. If they were going to just let this guy walk away until Emiru's manager had to force their hand to do something, this is just not a safe environment. And this isn't a new criticism of TwitchCon. This has been consistently something that people have spoken out about for years with TwitchCon. Like, I'm sure a lot of you have heard the horror stories that have been reported numerous times in the past at previous TwitchCons about like drink spiking or like the lack of security present, stuff like that. It has been something that people have mentioned numerous times, and every time Twitch tries to assure the community that they're really taking security seriously this time around. This time, it's fucking locked down. There's going to be no issues. And like clockwork, there's always seemingly some kind of big security concern or something that arises at TwitchCon. It's just, I don't understand how they're not doing anything to like remedy it. Even in this, which is again supposed to be like their big year of security, like, cause they made a huge stance on how strong they're going to be with security this year and how seriously they're taking it, how seriously they're going to take it. And then day one of TwitchCon, Emiru gets assaulted. And then in this clip, it really seems like there's not a lot of security there. And if there is, like off camera, a bunch of security, they're not very efficacious. They're not very good at stopping a legitimate threat. Like I said, this guy's intentions could have been to murder Emiru here. He could have had a weapon, and he wasn't even stopped. He got all the way to her and assaulted her before he was finally shoved off. Like, there is a real problem. And according to Emiru, it's actually even worse than that on the TwitchCon security side, where they didn't even, want to go after the guy until they were forced to by Emiru's team pressing them for it. So not only did the assault happen under their watch, where they had ample chances to stop that guy, but none of the handful of security that was around intervened in any way, and then didn't do anything to pursue the criminal. That's a crime. That's a crime, and they were just gonna let him get away with that. It's complete lunacy. Emiru mentions that event staff didn't, check on her or anything. What you saw was her team checking on her and, making sure everything's okay. So, what is TwitchCon, where are the event staff and security then? So they don't even check on someone who was just assaulted? They don't even go and see, what just happened? Are you okay? Do you need anything? Nothing at all? That's crazy. It does not feel like safety is a huge priority at TwitchCon. What happened to Emiru is terrible, and it shouldn't have happened at all. It shouldn't happen to her or anybody attending TwitchCon. Another thing I want to briefly mention here. Apparently, Emiru didn't even want to do the meet and greet. She was obligated to in order to keep her show.
So I had to cancel my meet and greet because of the stuff, but in order to, I can't cancel my meet and greet and not cancel her show because of the fact that the reason I cancel my meet and greet is I don't want to be in the same place for 2 hours because of people being weird.
Okay.
And then I'm under contract with them, so I can't cancel one and not cancel the other.
Interesting. Oh.
So I'm sorry,
I kept my meet and greet because I wanted to keep my show. Surely it'll be fine.
I'm sorry, Emmy.
I'm sure everyone will be nice.
It sounds like it was a contractual obligation that if Emiru wanted to keep that show, she would have to do this meet and greet, which is something it doesn't seem like she wanted to do.
but was trying to approach it with optimism about people, being nice and not being weird. Unfortunately, that's just not how things panned out. And it's crazy. She didn't even want to do this meet and greet. It's something that it seems Twitch was requiring her to do in order to keep the other thing that she actually did want unrelated to the meet and greet. So she decides to oblige and do this meet and greet, and Twitch doesn't even do the bare minimum of giving her adequate security to protect her. Holy shit. So anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. So yep. I am filthy pig stink greasy right now, and I was just about to hop in the shower, get all clean and bathed with my cheeky soap, but as I was getting the towel, I had a memory hit my hippocampus like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast. Earlier today when I was streaming during a tournament, I saw a ton of people ask me for hours what I thought of Watch Mojo making fools of themselves. Like the Watch Mojo crash out is what they were saying. And when I saw it initially, I had to do like a triple take, because I hadn't seen the name Watch Mojo in who knows how long. I'm telling you, 2026 is dusting off some fucking old school villain cameos here, like James Charles and now Watch Mojo. So I decided to pump the brakes on the whole hygiene thing so I could take a look at this before I lost the memory again forever, just have it fall into the void. And it is kind of wacky, so I do kind of want to yap about it because it's really goofy. And Watch Mojo is, again, a name that I think probably most of you haven't thought of in a long time. They were one of like the earliest corpo slop YouTube channels that capitalized off of, here's the 5 most terrifying Disney deaths. Here's the 8 most important lessons we learned from The Poop That Took a Pee, the musical. That kind of thing. It was just algorithm bait in the early-ish YouTube era that caught fire, blew up, and they became like a conglomerate. Nowadays, you never hear that name brought up, not even as an insult. It's just a forgotten relic of the first wave of corporatization of YouTube content. But they didn't close their doors and sail off into the sunset. They still are out there with a sad whimper, just petering through and still desperately clinging to their formula that doesn't really work anymore, but they're still just tooting out the slime goop that they always did. 13 times toothpicks appeared in Quentin Tarantino films, or top 10 moments AI made the internet mad, that kind of shit. And recently, they made a comment that everyone has been dunking on, and that's why Watch Mojo is being talked about right now, because people are making fun of them for their crash out.
Well, a YouTuber known as Voyan released a video called Watch Mojo's Downfall Should Be Celebrated. The video talks about how Watch Mojo was some of the first slop content on YouTube and has slowly decreased in views over the years. Not that their content was ever high quality, but it's definitely gotten a little bit worse.
A little bit worse? What are you smoking? Get off the crack pipe, Buster. Who doesn't want to look at the top 10 AI-generated songs? That's some heat right there. They're cooking. I think they're about to enter their golden age again. I got a hunch. Anyway, a YouTuber named Voyan made a video covering kind of just like the whole history of Watch Mojo, the time period in which it existed, where it was prominent, and also where it is today and how everything's kind of unraveled for them. Anyway, it is a video that is pretty harsh on Watch Mojo. And, well, they weren't about to take that on their bellies. They weren't just gonna bend over for them. So, they decided to fight back. And what battlefield did they choose for this pugilistic combat with a mean YouTube video about them? You guessed it, the YouTube comment section. They left a little piece of their mind down there, and it's pretty embarrassing. They opened strong by saying, "The day no one talks you is the day you are irrelevant, so thank you." They couldn't even get their first sentence coherent. The day no one talks you, huh? That seems like some shit that someone would rapidly type in a League of Legends solo queue game as they are melting down from inting. How do you even fuck that up? They are a company. This isn't just a guy. This is a company that's posting this, by the way. Okay, never heard of your channel, and I admit I didn't see the video, but a few points. Yeah, these are going to be really strong points. when you haven't even watched the fucking video you're responding to. What in tarnation? In 2006, when we first started, we were obviously a bit ahead of the curve. In 2012, when every channel was some vlogger sitting on the couch, we mastered our signature style, and many cried as it looked more like VH1, MTV, ESPN, and not what the vocal minority viewed as YouTube content, aka corporate brand shit. That was the complaint, that it felt soulless, that you were just delivering off of like, here's 5 games. Okay, and there they are. That was the complaint. It didn't look like VH1, MTV, or ESPN. It looked like just fucking montage of 5 things that you found on Reddit that you put into your top 5 games that have punching mechanics. That was what people were talking about there. The challenge in media is staying relevant, keeping your audience guessing, etc. There's what guesswork is there with a Watch Mojo list? What the fuck? Companies like BuzzFeed, Vice, Vox, and channels that inspired themselves by us, by their own admission, all came and went. We managed to both keep our OG fans happy and innovate. Is there such thing as a Watch Mojo fan? I feel like that's not real. That's just a fairy tale. That's like being a lobotomy enthusiast. I feel like Watch Mojo doesn't have fans. It has bots or has people that just had the YouTube running in the background and Watch Mojo came on through autoplay. Or 12 years ago, they saw the title 8 times that sci-fi movies used a whoopee cushion. Some shit like that. And then they stumbled across a Watch Mojo video. But I don't think there's people that are like actively salivating over the next Watch Mojo release. Like, I can't wait to see what AI-generated song is popping this time around. Can't wait for Watch Mojo to deliver. If by downfall you mean being a survivor, having 100 plus FTEs who earn their living with us, then I will take it. How does Watch Mojo have 100 plus full-time employees? I'm assuming that's what FTE stands for. There's no way. That has to be a lie, or that is the most bloated company for the simplest dog shit ever. That has to be the easiest job on the planet. They're patting themselves on the back for still drooling out the lists, but it's not like they're doing well. That's kind of like one of the big points of the video they're responding to that they admit they haven't even watched. Like, they're hanging on in the same way that Blockbuster is. Like, yeah, there's still one left, but you wouldn't really call it, like, super healthy, but at least Blockbuster has its own charm to it. Watch Mojo has nothing. But they're over here like, any publicity is good publicity, you're talking about us, so how the fuck is that irrelevant? Checkmate. Also, this may be inside baseball, but you are aware that a VOD is YouTube 1.0, and the platform is evolved, right? I could break it down for you, but why bother? Hint, viewers are spending nearly an hour per watch session watching our content. We are, in the ways that matter, more pertinent than ever. Holy delusion. Yikes. As per Sound Mojo, again, think of 2012 when the vocal minority whined and then we got the last laugh. Then they sign off with a mic drop. Haters, envious, jealous people are fuel to our fire. The reply right under it had a big giggle out of me. It says, this is like the Ouija board speaking back. I thought that was a banger. Pretty stupid to respond to something they didn't even watch in the first place, and they just come across as like a bitter, delusional douchebag organization. What a dumb response. And again, they didn't watch the video, so they have like nothing to even like refute or even really dive in about. They just instead suck their own cock about like how long they've been around and how they were ahead of the curve. And actually, based on the data that matters, are more pertinent now than ever, which is just provably false. They are not. Unless they're going by like watch time metrics where they themselves are juicing it by auto-playing to bots or something, they are not as pertinent as ever. Anyone can look that up and see that that's just a full-blown lie. Maybe they're trying to like convince investors or something, I don't know, but it's not going to work on like sane people. It's just a really baffling decision because they didn't need to like respond to it or anything. And it's not like they're known for clapping back against people that make fun of him. It just feels so out of nowhere. So it is wacky, and I did want to yap about it, because why? why do that? Maybe it is just like one person who has the password to the account that felt personally attacked by it. Maybe it's the owner. I don't know. But yeah, pretty silly. That's really about it. So yeah. Season 4 finale of Invincible just dropped. I put my peepers on it nice and early this morning. I got up real excited, and I gotta let you know I wasn't let down. I thought it was a really strong finale to a very strong season. But I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off right now. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this. Grip your chair right now, sports fans, because it's about to get spicy. The animation blows major ass. I don't think anyone's surprised to hear me critique that aspect of this show. And I understand, I've heard the cope about why it's so stiff and bland because of, how tight the schedule is to get it out, that kind of thing. I understand that, and not wanting to work the animators to the bone in order to meet the deadlines. I get all of that. So then, let's play ball with a little thought experiment here. What if we don't have it come out on such a strict timeline and give the animators more time to flesh it out to make it look even better? I am not someone that needs the jingling keys at all moments of a show. A lot of my favorite shows are slow burns. Invincible is not that. Every episode of Invincible, basically, has action. So when you have an action-heavy show where the action looks like action figures colliding in this weightless fucking of nothing, it's jarring and feels underwhelming, taking the wind out of the sails of a show that carries so much momentum through extraordinary writing. But since they like to have everything end in an actual physical fight, when it stands out like this for being really not great, it just kind of sucks. Like PNGs floating around. There are multiple moments in Season 4 that are reminiscent of fucking Garu sliding down the hill in One Punch Man Season 3. And honestly, if this show wasn't so action right up in your titties at all times, I wouldn't care as much because the writing is so strong and I'm really invested in this world and this characters. But with every episode basically having fighting in it and it looks this bad, it stands out a lot and it becomes a big eye-rolling moment. And I know everyone likes to shoot spitballs and bukkake on episode 4 of this season, the one where they go to hell and it feels like filler. That is the most egregious example of it, but it's not just reserved for that. Pretty much all fights, every time they clash, looks like that, save for the key moments. And this is where it shows that they have the talent, they have the ability to make beautiful animated fights and these incredible, breathtaking sequences. They save that for the most pivotal moments, like Conquest Round 2, the fucking remix, or Nolan and Thrag, or really just everything with Thrag getting involved there. Which I get makes sense from their budget and timeline to focus those resources there to elevate those moments because they are so important and it is a huge fight moment. But because it's used so seldomly in the season, it just lets you know what could have been if they decided to actually, maybe pump the brakes a little bit on the cutthroat release schedule and let the whole season get this treatment. It would make everything so much better, in my opinion, and I would personally be fine with a longer wait in between seasons if the entire season can look like that, or look like how it did in Season 1. I praised the animation in Season 1 right when Invincible started. I thought it was beautiful. I thought they did a great job with all of it, and apparently that took 3 years to do, so I understand that might not be feasible, and that is a much longer wait in between seasons, but surely there's got to be a Goldilocks zone in here somewhere in the pipeline where you get great animation and a timely-ish release, where it doesn't, just fucking fall into the Stranger Things category of everyone forgetting about it in between seasons. My point is, this show is an incredibly good show. I love Invincible. I think it is captivating. I think it is so fucking strong. But I am constantly let down with the animation now because it just seems to get progressively weaker. So I would just love if that could be spruced up a bit to get back to its former glory of animation quality or something at least closer to it. But anyway, I don't want to harp on that too long because I do have a very positive takeaway from this season. Like, I was very, very entertained. As I said, I am very invested in the world and the characters, and I think season 4 gives you so much to chew on because it brings in, I think, the most interesting character, which is Nolan. Omni-Man is doing everything he can to try and atone for his sins, but this show doesn't just flip the switch like, oh, he's a good guy now, so we all have to forgive him. It plays with this very complicated character and this very messy man as he's battling his own demons and trying so desperately to prove that he has changed. But with his whole family devastated by what he's done, no one can trust him and everyone's afraid of him. It is so well written that it's not just like this instant switch that gets flipped where everyone's like, okay, we love Nolan now. See how great he's doing. Let's all pat Nolan on the ass. All right, let's go suck a fart out his butt. Nolan's a good guy now. Yeehaw. They put him in his place, let him know what he did is fucked up and that he probably will never be able to actually get forgiveness for it. And Nolan starts to wrangle with that too and starts to accept that they're probably right. He probably won't be forgiven, but he's going to keep trying because now he knows what's right from wrong, and it's what he wants to do. It's so well delivered. I genuinely think they have done an incredible job with Nolan, and it's not like his relationship with Mark and Oliver instantly get repaired because now they're fighting in this war to eradicate the rest of the Viltrumites to save Earth and everyone they care about. They don't just instantly become, this perfect father and son relationship, but slowly and surely they do start to connect again on a human level. And I also really liked Thrag. He lived up to the hype. He is menacing, he is imposing, and he is by far the strongest character we've seen yet. We haven't even seen him so much as, feel the impact of something. Every blow that was landed on him, he allowed it to land in order to assess the strength of Mark. And at every point, he just aura farms and lets him know that this is disappointing, this is underwhelming, and they stand no fucking chance. Even Space Racer, who has the anti-everything weapon, Thrag doesn't even blink at it. It can one-shot Viltrumites, it fucking one-shots planets, and Thrag just aura farms on top of it. He literally just Gangnam Styles on it. He doesn't care. He is that powerful. It is extremely cool. And speaking of Space Racer, let me talk about the group that the Coalition has put together. Overall, I really like everyone here. I think Alan is still a very enjoyable character. I like Space Racer. I do think they kind of have to nerf him because he's so powerful. He has the anti-everything doohickey, the gun that can just fucking wipe out the universe by itself, really, if he so chooses. So in order to, compensate for that, he kind of has to be like a moron. And he's not even stupid either, because he also, during the showdown with the remaining Viltrumites, he has, an entourage of Ragnar, which are also an anti-Viltrumite species, their claws. They're basically these tiny little fucking dinosaur lizards that can hurt Viltrumites and tear them to pieces, the only ones that can do that, really. So he brings them on, leashes and throws them at them, projectiles, which is very cool. So he's not stupid, but he doesn't utilize his gun or his motorcycle all that well. If he was just smarter and more proactive, he could probably end this entire war by himself, but he just doesn't. I still think he's very cool, but you have to kind of suspend disbelief for a moment for a guy that has a weapon that powerful. Now, another character that gets brought into this group is Tech Jacket, and she has this Galadrian technology that is very powerful, repairs itself, is able to keep up with everyone. But I gotta tell you, she doesn't really do a whole lot. What she does do is important, where she hides herself and Alan on the Viltrumite ship. That obviously is big, but in a fight, all she does is just shoot beams, right? She shoots these meaningless beams that don't do anything, and they just mosquito bites basically the Viltrumites, and then she runs away. But she's able to tank some hits from the Viltrumites, which is impressive, but I don't think she brings a whole lot as of right now. During the skirmish with the Viltrumites, she did have the Surlock poison where it does make them vulnerable, so she was shooting that, which is helpful. But I feel like any character could have done that because it's basically a fucking blow dart of poison. It wasn't really something Tech Jacket brought to the table as something only Tech Jacket could do. So right now I'm not really sold on Tech Jacket being like a instrumental component of this group that's going to be so important in ultimately winning this battle against the remaining Viltrumites. I was a little underwhelmed there, but I don't think she's a bad character. I just don't think she had a lot to do here, but maybe that changes in the next, season, couple seasons, whatever it looks like. Oliver in this season also gets a lot to do. He starts to bond with Nolan while Mark is healing from the Conquest rematch. And I think they did a good job of exploring that relationship because Oliver overheard his father saying that he never cared about, his mother or anything like that. It was an accident, it shouldn't have happened, that kind of thing. So Oliver now feels like, his father doesn't even fucking respect him, doesn't want him, doesn't care about him, not in the same way as Mark. And that's another really complex theme that they start to tackle, and they do so gradually. So when it does ultimately end with Oliver and Nolan getting closer over the course of a few months, it makes sense. And I thought it was well executed. Oliver, though, it seems like he is constantly just sidelined during the big fights where he overestimates his own abilities, which I think makes sense for the character. They've established that, but it always ends with him just getting basically KO'd. So he attacks Thrag right away, and Thrag just fucking ragdolls him, rips his arm off, and fucks him up, and then he ends up, decommissioned for many, many months, and when the season ends, he is still recovering, but he's not dead. That just seems to keep happening to him. Like, that seems to be his major role, is like, fuck, Oliver just got blasted again, shit, alright, it'll be a few months before we hear from him again, but I'm assuming he'll get stronger and evolve more. Now let's talk about the star of the show, Mark. Invincible goes through hell in this season, even more so than the previous seasons, I would say. His whole life is constantly just fucking agony. It is incredible the amount of suffering he goes through. So obviously the Conquest rematch ends with him getting his fucking intestines spilled, and he's unconscious and recovering over the course of many months on this strange world. He's away from Eve, the love of his life. He's away from his home planet. He's away from his mother. He's with his father, who, very complicated relationship, understandably. And it's just misery. And even when he does finally recover, then he has to go throw down with Thrag, and Thrag blasts Nolan right in front of Mark. Mark thinks his father is dead, and then it's Mark's turn on the chopping block in the Thrag Thunderdome. He gets knocked out, unconscious. He's getting his eyes gouged out, but then Thrag shows mercy because of how few of them are left. When Mark awakes yet again after this period of needing to rest and recuperate, then he goes back to Earth thinking that the Viltrumites are there, and he is suffering from PTSD. He is constantly seeing Thrag kill people around him, but it's all in his head until the very end, which I thought this was an incredibly powerful moment. He goes for just a casual flight to clear his mind, and then he does run into Thrag. The Viltrumites are there, and Thrag reveals to him that he has a choice to make. Mark can either let the Viltrumites on his planet continue to try and rebuild their civilization through breeding with humans, which has been proven to work, thanks to Nolan, or it can be mutually assured destruction for both their species, because Thrag and the remaining 37 Viltrumites will blow up the whole planet, killing everyone there, and it will spell doom for humans and Viltrumites alike. And that is an incredibly tough thing that Mark has to battle with there, and I think it's done so well. Mark ultimately realizes that the only way is to just agree to the terms. So he does. I thought that was so fucking good. Everything they did with Mark in this season I thought was great. Even when Mark comes home, he learns about what Eve went through when he was gone, thinking that he might be dead, and how she is now pregnant and Mark's not there. So she reaches the incredibly difficult decision to have an abortion, and it's something that now Mark and Eve are now dealing with and feeling the weight of a decision of this magnitude. Season 4 really, I thought, did an incredible job of building every character and getting them to a point where you genuinely care where it goes next. And they tackle some very deep themes, and I think they do a great job with the writing. But like I said, my big complaint is the animation. If this wasn't a show that had so much action at every step of the way, I wouldn't care as much because it would solely be, this incredible story with this incredible writing and these great characters that I care about. But because there is always a fight that happens in basically every episode, it stands out when it looks this bad. I'm sorry to say it, but it does. So I just really, really hope that maybe in the next season we can take more time here, give the animators more time to really cook it and let it breathe. Let them finally craft the fights like they did in season 1 or in the Adam Eve special. Like, just getting to something of that quality again would do wonders for this show, especially where it currently is. So anyway, I really liked season 4 of Invincible. I thought it was extremely strong. I would just really like to see more in terms of the animation. And I think that means giving the animators more time. I recognize that maybe that's not a sentiment shared by everyone. They just want to go, go, go. Please just keep feeding it no matter what. I would like to let them really, flex their talent here and show what they can deliver in terms of animation. Because you can see it sometimes throughout the series, like when the Mark vs. Conquest again, or Thrag, there are some really great animated moments. I would like to see the entire season have great animation, as opposed to just a couple of small pieces of it. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. Every day we inch closer and closer to the bleak future where nobody owns anything. Even the idea of ownership is looking like a foreign concept of a long-forgotten age, as every corporate vampire zombie husk worm person is scrambling to try and shove this idea down your throat that you will be happier owning nothing. You will own nothing and be happy. I know I've yapped about this a lot over the last 2 or 3 years, but that's because it's been accelerating at such an alarming pace. Look at this newest development here. You can now lease a PlayStation 5. Zoinks! Certified turbo zoinks moment if I've ever seen one. This is all fart, no poop. This shit is fucking foul. You have a plethora of really enticing options here to choose from €10 a month up to 17 depending on the model and I guess the duration of the lease. This is fucking outlandish. This is some hogwash. I cannot believe that we are just seeing this now just out in the open, out in the wild, unashamedly. Now, I was reading through things, and it seems like 36-month contract is what you would sign for this agreement here, and you don't ever own it. It doesn't seem like you pay for X amount of time, X amount of dollars, in this case like 10 clams, until eventually you pay it off and it's yours. That doesn't seem to happen. I don't know this company, but I was looking into them, and it seems like they do this for a lot of tech, and what happens is, when you're done with the contract, you send it back. So you end up just paying significantly more overtime. It also doesn't even make a mention of PS Plus being included. So presumably if you want to have the PS Plus service, which I imagine most people would want if they're buying a console in the first place, you're then paying even more on top of that over a long period of time and never actually even own the motherfucker in the first place. And then they just ask you to send it back politely. What an incredible deal. If you've been hit in the head with a sledgehammer, I suppose. But I think a lot of people might just see, as low as 10 a month. Jiminy Christmas, that's a great deal. That's very cheap. That's better than just, saving up and buying it. And I haven't seen too many people defending it, but I have seen a few brainless goob-zoomers that are always latching on to terrible fucking business practices and defending them as if it's their fucking job to do so, fighting PR battles for these billion-dollar megacorps for no reason, no gain, aside from just being treated like a fleshlight by these companies. So there definitely has been some chirping here from these addicts that must consume the goob at all times, no matter what, so they're defending this to a certain extent, but most people are rightfully pushing back on this, calling out how outrageous it is. It's a bunch of horseradish. This is not good. And it's a symptom of the direction most of the world is going, where the weasels at the top of the food chain are trying to get you comfy with the idea that you don't own shit. You will own nothing and be happy. You don't question it. Just endlessly subscribe. Rent, lease, subscribe. You have nothing. Just suckling on their teat forever. And the beauty in the case of the PS5 here, once you're done suckling, you've had your fill of milk, you have to spit it all back up. You no longer even get to keep the console you've been paying for 36 fucking months. You have to send it back. And like, imagine that you're late on sending it back, by the way, and fucking Raylo sicks the Pinkertons on you to repo your PS5 from the lease. It's so ridiculous, man. And the fact that there's anyone that thinks that this is a good idea really shocks me. I understand that renting consoles, renting TVs, renting from all kinds of different places has been a thing for a while, and a variety of different things. It's just that now every company is up in your face and just blatantly obvious about their new push to get everyone comfortable switching to the lease everything model, you will own nothing and be happy model. And in the case of Raylo, with the very limited research I've done on them, it seems like they primarily target low-income households. And in the case of the PlayStation 5, it seems like the goal is to get these families spending money that they ordinarily wouldn't be on a PlayStation 5. A low-income household probably isn't super gung-ho and comfortable dropping hundreds of dollars on a PlayStation 5. But Raylo having an offering as low as 10 doubloons a month, well, now all of a sudden, maybe that family does start spending, and they're spending it on something that they ordinarily wouldn't be purchasing, and Raylo's getting a piece of that pie now. So Raylo's getting paid $10 a month from this family, and at the end of the 36-month contract, that family is paid pretty close to what the normal retail cost is for the device, except now they have nothing to show for it because they have to send the device back to Raylo, who then gets to repeat this process, rinse and repeat. Meanwhile, the family that is now paid $10 a month over the course of this contract gets fucking squat. It's a terrible deal. And it's a smart business move from Raylo because what they are doing is they are incentivizing the low-income households that they're, what I believe, targeting on purpose to start spending on things that ordinarily they wouldn't be purchasing, and Raylo gets to facilitate that and make money off of that. And then that family gets nothing. They end up with nothing. They're just out a bunch of money over the course of those months. And now another thing I saw a lot of people bringing up, I guess is part of like a strategy, is like, you know, you rent the PlayStation 5 right before GTA 6 drops, and you only rent it for like a month at $10 and then cancel the lease there and send it back. So you get to play through the game that you're interested in on a PlayStation 5 for $10. I don't know if that's permissible by the Raylo contract. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It seems like you can cancel it at any time, so I'm guessing it is. So I guess if you're someone that wants to just play a PlayStation 5 for like a day, a month, 2 months, 3 months, and then instantly cancel it, so I guess in that case you do end up saving a lot of money if you're someone who only wants to play the PlayStation 5 for a very brief period of time. You could do that strategy if it's allowed in their contract. I don't know if it is or not. Maybe they'll get the Pinkertons back on the horn for you or something. Couldn't tell you. But I feel like the norm with consoles is you get a console under the idea that you will own it long term because presumably there's more games coming out over time that you might have an interest in. Thus you would need the console to play them. So it'd be pretty silly to keep renting the PlayStation 5 every time a new game comes out. Then it would end up costing you money in the long term. But if you're someone that just wants to play a PlayStation for like a month or two, then I guess that strategy would make sense. I just don't think that's the typical procedure. Most people, when they move to get a console, they're probably looking to have it very long term and actually own it, which this does not allow you to do. I'm not just going to regurgitate everything I've said across countless videos now about this whole subscription-based economy and this whole you will own nothing and be happy territory we've entered across the board. I think as it's beaten time and time again by these corporations, people will just come to accept it, and something like leasing a PlayStation 5 will no longer be like a weird, wacky, wild thing that's outrageous. People will just accept it as totally standard business practice. Like, 'cause think, not too long ago, Klarna was advertising how you can put fucking burritos on Klarna. You can lease burritos, and now you can lease your goddamn PlayStation 5, soon to be everything else in your life. The idea of ownership dying. Not just dying, being murdered, executed in cold blood, defiled, the corpse being dragged through the streets, paraded, mutilated, and taking the place of ownership becomes the idea, imagination of having something that's yours when it's not and never will be. And I shudder to picture that future where you're the weirdo for not wanting to lease your fucking Five Guys burger. People will look at you like some kind of circus freak because you want to actually, like, own something. Get a load of this guy. This geriatric fossil tried to buy a PlayStation 7 instead of just putting it on fucking Klarna. And this push that the whole world has made to everything going subscription based and like lease instead of own, rent instead of buy, it's trash. Which is why I've become such like a big advocate for the consumer rights wiki. This is something that I've only recently become aware of, but this seems like a truly valuable service, which is just a platform that solely aims to educate consumers on anti-consumer practices that are being integrated into products. Seems like a very simple mission to just give you as much information as possible about what a lot of these shady companies are doing with their services and their products. So I really do appreciate what's been going on over there. I'll put a link to it in the description if anyone's curious about it or want to check anything out there. This is not like a sponsored segment or anything. I want to make that clear. I have just talked about this a lot and only recently had this put on my radar as something that's aiming to help in the fight against this you will own nothing and be happy future. So I've been all for it and just something I wanted to mention here. It is not sponsored or anything like that. Anyway, just another video yapping about this topic. I hope people continue to reject the notion of you will own nothing and be happy. It should not be something that people are just okay with. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Insomnia is beating my ass like it owes me money. Sandman must be too busy out there honking boobies to come pay old Charles a visit. He's a little too preoccupied, I suppose. I just can't get sleepy. That's alright. It is what it is. I don't hold a grudge about it. But what I did notice just a minute ago is that Matt sent me a message that I missed earlier today. So imagine my surprise when I took a peek there and noticed that I didn't respond to something because I didn't see it from him. It was this wacky little clip here that I actually kind of want to yap about. It's a stream clip from a streamer named Plaqueboy Max who was out in public letting people know that they should vote for him at the Streamer Awards, and he happened to run into a former America's Next Top Model winner. I think they were a winner, I'm not entirely sure. I decided to look it up. The old curious cat over here, she did not win America's Next Top Model. As far as I can tell from researching it, she got third. Doesn't matter one way or the other. But what happened is, he ran into her on stream. It was a holly jolly good time. They were having fun back and forth for a little bit. And then she wanted to film an Instagram video showcasing him and telling her fans, like, you know, let's support him. And then while doing that, she asked if he's going to kiss her. And what happens next will shock you, like a fucking Darman video.
What's your name?
Should I put you on my stories right
yes,
now?
Yes, yes, you
Support
should.
your black business?
100%.
We're here with
Plaqueboy Max. Plaqueboy Max. Y'all know what time it is. All platforms.
all platforms. You
Make
gotta
sure y'all
support
vote.
him.
Oh, upside down. Make sure y'all vote. Vote. Exercise the right MLK fought for. Vote.
Period.
All platforms. Grammys and Streamer of the Year. Let's do it. Come on.
Okay, are you gonna
Yes.
give me a little smooch?
I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
You know what?
I can't. Love though. I'm out. Oh my God. What the fuck?
He declined the kiss. He said, I don't see no mistletoe. No thank you, ma'am. And excused himself from the situation there. Her perspective, I'll go ahead and show you her clip here so you can see her side of things.
And Streamer of the Year. Let's do it. Come on.
Okay, are you gonna give me a little smooch?
I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
You know what? I respect
I
it.
can't. Love though.
Goodbye. Sir, I wish him the best. Wish you the best, young man. The gag is that I wasn't even going to allow him to. Right. Now the question is, do we post it on the ground? Nah.
I'm assuming after having a hard think on it, she ultimately decided to post it on the gram, is my guess, considering I've now just seen the clip here that she was filming. She's claiming that it was supposed to be a gag where she wasn't even going to allow him to kiss her. That's an interesting maneuver. I haven't seen that line in chess before, quite the gambit. Why would that be the gag? Is the joke supposed to be like humiliating the person you do that to? Like, are you gonna give me a kiss? I guess. Idiot loser! You thought I'd let you kiss me? Ha 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 ha. Like, I don't get what the gag is there. That's very odd, if that truly was the plan. But regardless, what happened is he said no, and she was very upset about it. She made a series of follow-up videos that get really off the rails. Like, actually pretty wild stuff.
Top of the morning to you. I'm going to say this to Black Boy and your entire team, because I walked up to you with 2 witnesses, okay, after his fumble of, I mean, just complete lack of humility and lack of a lot of stuff, okay? I walked up to you, Mr. Videographer, after even offering yo ass a job. I don't care what he's paying you.
She hit us with the Jacksepticeye top of the morning to you, and then calls what Plaque Boy Max did a fumble, and then tries to say it demonstrated a lack of humility from the way that he departed from their conversation. Like, she found it, like, you know, in poor taste to leave the way he did. And then she talks about the videographer, where she even says that she offered him a job. Doesn't care what he's being paid. She offered him a job. Why would you do that? You just met these guys. I don't... There's a whole lot here that I'm not really able to wrap my noodle around. Why would you be offering the videographer a job when you don't even know who the streamer is? She says multiple times she has no idea who Plaque Boy Max is. Thus, I would have to imagine she also probably doesn't know the videographer. Why is she randomly just trying to, like, poach him from Plaque Boy Max? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and it's kind of just a weird thing to even mention here in the first place.
And you guys were filming stuff obnoxiously with every single person who recognized him. I don't even know this guy. I literally am running an empire right now and have no clue who I don't have X and don't even have the time to log in and sign up.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? I mean, congratulations, I guess, for not having X. That's admirable, I suppose, but what does any of that have to do with this tantrum that you're throwing because he declined the kiss and left? Keep in mind, Plaque Boy Max, that was the end of this whole interaction, and he probably forgot it ever even happened until she started going on this, like, massive rant about it. About how she doesn't even know who this guy is. It was so obnoxious, yet she wanted to give his videographer another job, wanted to steal his videographer for her own business. And she's talking about, like, how busy she is running her empire, doesn't have the time to even learn who this guy is, just a plebeian to her because she's too successful. Did you know she was on America's Next Top Model? Like, I don't even understand where this is coming from.
So, I walked up to you after his little outburst. He probably don't even date black women.
What? Well, again, where is this even coming from? Just because he didn't accept your, like, kiss offer gag, all of a sudden now she's saying, oh, he just probably doesn't date black women. What the fuck? Like, this is so weird.
But I said to you guys very clearly, please don't use that footage. And I don't know what collegiate level you guys are at, if you guys went to college or whatever. But I asked you not to use that footage. Not only did you use the footage, but out of everybody there, you talked to a lot of people. We heard you a mile away. That was the only footage that you used.
This is another part that's a little confusing to me with what she's referring to here. It's a stream, so the footage is being used by default. Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It's already broadcast, so her asking not to use it, the ship's kind of already sailed. Maybe she means like he used it elsewhere, but I can't find it anywhere else. It truly has lived as just a stream moment from him. The only one that's using this whole situation anywhere else is her. So I'm just a little baffled with what she's even talking about in regards to this. And she's saying that out of everybody there, hers is the only one that they used. Where? What did they use it for? Like a fucking billboard advertisement somewhere? Like, where are they using it? I don't see it unless she's seeing, like, clips from it floating around and then misunderstanding where that's coming from. Because as far as I can tell, it's not like Plaqueboy Max or his team is, like, you know, plastering this all over the place to try and besmirch her name or anything. The only one that is attacking anyone here is her to Plaqueboy Max. And in fact, on his stream, he did, like, address this saying, hey, all love, this is kind of weird, especially because she threatens a lawsuit. He's like, hey, don't really know why we're talking about that. This is weird. All love, though. Like, he's the one that's trying to, like, calm everything down.
And I verbally told you not to use it. I have so many things going on right now that I don't have time to take you to court, but I dare you. I dare you to try me, because now you are taking up my time. This 3 minutes that it's taken to post this, I could have been making money.
Yeah, there's a ton of income you can generate in 3 minutes. That's true. Yeah, he's going to be liable for damages in that lawsuit, too, for that extra 3 minutes that was spent with these Instagram reels she was posting. That's going to be up there in the tens of dollars, potentially. So be careful with this lawsuit that she's, like, vaguely tiptoeing around, saying, try me, and you'll be hearing from my lawyers, pal. You best hang on to your britches, Buster, if you want to try me here. Try you for what, though? What, like, why would he do that? Like, what would he even be, like, attempting to go after you for? There's nothing here. You're the only one that is making a big deal out of things here and bringing up, like, a lawsuit. You're so busy, but, you know, if you swing for the fences here, she'll have to carve time away from her busy day running an empire to get the legal system involved. For what, though? Like what is that lawsuit? I'm no lawyer, so maybe there's some, like, charges out there I've never heard of, but I am so, like, taken aback by this decision she's made here to make it so hostile, when all he did was simply just say no when she asked, are you going to give me a kiss? He didn't want to do that, and that's what he said on his stream. I just didn't want to. That's totally fine. Why is he not allowed to say no to you without it being a huge issue? It's just so weird. It's just such odd behavior.
Your new fame, his Instagram, I don't even know who gave him the idea. Do you know the connotation behind the word plaque? And I don't know if this is maybe a different kind of plaque that you're talking about. Maybe it's a different one. But the first thing I thought of, because I don't think he has any real plaques, was plaque on your teeth, okay?
Oof, shit. Now it's getting real nasty. Saying you don't have any plaques, so the plaque I thought of was plaque on your teeth. Jesus. Jiminy Christmas. Oh, yikes. That's rough. This is, like, this is all over nothing. All he did was just not give you a kiss. Play into your scheme where you'd, like, pseudo offer a kiss only to say, you know, it's not allowed to happen. He just said no outright, and I guess foiled that. And now it's blown up into, like, fucking 4 different videos she's made about it, like, very upset.
You maybe want to understand the connotation and the vibration that certain words carry through society. I don't give a damn about who you think you are or any of your followers.
I gotta pause real quick because we gotta give an official funeral to the word vibration. That shit has been murdered. It has been bastardized to such a criminal degree. That word is used as the ultimate buzzword in every, like, pseudoscience, mumbo-jumbo nonsense speak ever. Now she's saying that he needs to better understand his name because of bad vibration or something. It is crazy just how much this word gets used in just the most meaningless ways. Go ahead and eat this eucalyptus goat urine pill. It'll fix your vibrational chakras and realign you with the universal vibration type shit. It's just so odd. It's just so peculiar. Well, I feel bad for the word vibration at this point. It's completely lost its identity.
But he walked away from me so disrespectfully. And it doesn't matter about America's Next Top Model. You don't ever depart from a real woman in that nature. Ever. You played yourself. And good luck with that Grammy. Good luck. I really genuinely hope you get it. Because that's probably going to be the height of everything that you get. But that's not none of my business. It's between you and God.
Yeah, winning a Grammy is usually the height of a lot of people's existence. That's like an unbelievable dream. So if he does accomplish that, it will probably be the height. And it's something the vast majority of the world and the vast majority of artists will never get to experience. And she's here talking it down as if it's like a meaningless award or something. Like, yeah, I hope you get that, 'cause that'll be all you ever get. A fucking Grammy. Oh my god. But anyway, she brings up America's Next Top Model here unprompted. I don't know why that came in here out of nowhere. The way that comes across is because she was on America's Next Top Model, she believes she deserves to be treated differently than other people, but she then says, doesn't matter that you don't walk away from anyone in that disrespectful manner. But I would argue he didn't do anything disrespectful at all, and I feel like most people would agree, and I don't think anyone would feel like he did something rude to them if he had left this conversation the same way to someone else that had offered a kiss that was not something that he wanted to reciprocate. Like, it is a weird thing to do. And he said no and then left. That's it. He did say, like, what the fuck was that? But I think that's a pretty natural response to having a stranger say, are you going to give me a kiss? Like, imagine if this was just some random dude and it was a girl out there promoting her business and whatever she's doing. And the guy starts filming and is like, are you going to give me a kiss now? And she's like, no, and then leaves saying, what the fuck is that? I feel like everyone would be like, yeah, it's a pretty normal response. Because it is. Like there is nothing he did here that I think could even remotely be viewed as, like, disrespectful. At least not from what I've seen. So anyway, just wanted to blabber about this a bit. Just a very unnecessary attack on somebody who I think did really nothing wrong here. He just didn't want to give you the kiss is all. Like, I don't think it's that deep, and it shouldn't be that big of a deal. That's about it. Yeah. Urgh! That's the noise Mario makes in Super Mario 64 when he takes damage. Not the best impression, but probably not the worst either. And right now, Mario is making those noises because he's taking damage in real life, judging by the reviews on his new movie. This has nothing to do with today's video topic, by the way, but right before I started filming, I saw the headlines that Super Mario Galaxy is, like, bad. So it's getting pretty terrible reviews, which surprised me because I assumed it would be business as usual. I liked the last Mario movie. I thought this would be more of the same. And the last Mario movie had average reviews. This one has catastrophic reviews. People talking about it like they went in there and Mario gave them a fucking knuckle sandwich and a wet willy. They hate it. And definitely had me raise an eyebrow there because it makes me wonder, is it actually bad or what the hell's gone wrong? Not that it matters because it's Mario. It's still going to gross $1 billion. But I'm very curious to see how this movie actually is on Thursday. Anyway, though, today's video topic is kind of a smorgasbord of things. There's a lot that I want to blabber about. First and foremost, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Steel Ball Run. It's the newest season of JoJo's. It's part 7. It's been very highly anticipated. Most of you know I like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Most of you also know the fandom does not like me at all. They treat me like Bikini Bottom treated SpongeBob when he had the bad breath. I'm ugly, and I'm proud. And the reason why, they don't like my take on it. I love JoJo's Part 1, Part 2, Part 5, and I haven't finished Part 6 because of Netflix's release schedule for it, but I like everything I've seen in Part 6. Coming close. Get ready. Hope you're sitting down. I don't like Parts 3 and 4. I know. Steam collectively just exploded out of people's ears. Part 3 was okay. I didn't love it. It just dragged so much. And Part 4, it falls into my least favorite genre of anime, which is slice of life. It's predominantly slice of life until Kira's introduced, and I loved Kira. Everything that happened when Kira came was wonderful. Everything before that, way too slice of lifey for me. Is what it is. Anyway, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Steel Ball Run just dropped, episode 1. You may have seen, even if you're not familiar with the property, that it's one of the highest rated anime episodes ever. And fans were really excited to get more. Only to be met with this fucking wedgie that second stage, episode 2, will be coming at some point in 2026. No release date, not even a release month. Just this idea of episode 2 coming out at some point this year. Very, very disappointing. Now, I mentioned with part 6, I didn't actually finish it because of Netflix's release schedule. They did something called batch release, where they released it in parts, but not in the way that you're thinking. Not like in the way that some anime do, where it's like part 1 and then like 6 months later, part 2, which is like a whole nother season. Netflix did it in like a really counterintuitive way, and it just completely ruined the momentum of the show. And it seems like, based on this, they're doing the same thing with part 7 here, Steel Ball Run. They released episode 1, it was a banger. Now we have to wait who knows how long for episode 2 or the next batch of episodes. It's just straight up poop, because what's even the point in releasing the episode here? Why? People are just going to forget about it in like 6 or 8 months, however long it is, until episode 2 finally fucking pops out of the oven here. They squeak it out. Like, it's just, you kill all of the momentum. Everyone that got invested in episode 1 has nothing to do for 6 or 8 months and will just drop it most likely. That's what happened to me as a fan of the property already. So if someone like me, who's already invested in the property, couldn't even like keep up with the release schedule on part 6, what fucking hope is there for a casual fan to keep caring about it? You know what I mean? It's very silly. As many people talk about these days, weekly releases are just the best for shows. Hands down. I think the binge model is obsolete. That's just for gluttonous heathens at this point. I see no value in the binged model unless you just want to endlessly consume and forget. There's just only positives to doing weekly releases for a show or anime, because then it's always top of mind. It keeps stretching out the hype and the momentum. It allows for conversations around each episode. It lets people get excited and get invested, as opposed to just like one big drop and then everyone's all over the place with it. It's hard to talk about it because everyone's at different points, and I know I've yapped about that a lot. It's just crazy to me that we still have things like this happen. It just doesn't make sense. So, very disappointed with how Netflix is handling Steel Ball Run. Hopefully, they do have like this big come to Jesus moment and realize like maybe we shouldn't wait till the end of the year, which is the speculation, for episode 2 to come out. Maybe we should do it a little bit sooner here. But I guess we'll see. I doubt they're going to change course, but who knows. What we do know, though, is that there's a lot of butts getting fucked right now by Sony. There was a huge price increase that was just announced recently about how basically everything's going up by at least $100. So PS5 disc edition goes from $550 to $650. The digital only goes to $600, and the PS5 Pro goes all the way to $900, a $150 price hike. Now, the reasoning they gave for the price hike is, I think you can guess it, things like RAM shortages and just everything we've been seeing across the tech space, citing like big global changes, that kind of thing. But I think their numbers are a load of hooey. I think this is a pretty steep price hike that I don't think is necessarily solely driven by what we've seen like with RAM and all of that. I think they figured that they could probably get away with it and it probably wouldn't hurt their bottom line. They're also probably right. I think people will still continue to buy PS5s even at $900 for the Pro. Yeah, it sucks. Not a very happy announcement here. You best start believing in face fucking. You're in one. And it won't just be Sony. We're going to be seeing price increases pretty much across the board on tech, I imagine. Even though I did see some glimmers of hope, like some good news, like with the AI, floundering that we've been seeing recently with OpenAI and all that. So maybe there's like signs of life there that, everything won't get absurdly expensive instantly. But I don't know. It's hard to have any level of hopium at this point in that industry. Anyway, though, huge tonal whiplash here. I want to give you something cool, something that I found to be surprisingly good, which is the Backrooms trailer. Most of you know this. I don't like the Backrooms. I haven't liked any of the Backrooms games I played. I haven't enjoyed the Backrooms products. It just, for some reason, it just doesn't do it for me. Now, you can huff and you can puff, but you won't be changing my mind. It's just not my cup of tea. That being said, everything I've ever seen from Kane Pixels seems cool. Like, if you're a fan of Backrooms, everything he's been doing with the property does seem really hype. And now, after watching this new trailer, I'm pretty excited for the movie myself, even as someone who's been quite the Scrooge on Backrooms. So, I just wanted to make a mention of that. I was very pleasantly surprised by the quality of this trailer, and I really hope the movie slaps. Coming at you with another huge change of direction here, big change of pace. I cannot stop giggling at the Lindsey Graham Disney trip. Lindsey Graham, big fucking goober, absolute fucking weirdo madman. He took well, he claims it was like, a big business thing, and then he did a little R&R at Disney afterwards, because he was in the area. And so Lindsey Graham, naturally, of course, went to Disney World by himself. No kids. Lindsey Graham, no kids, by the way. Took a solo excursion to Disney, and boy, did he live it up. He probably was, hitting some of these cool little moves, hot dog, trying to get Mickey's attention. He got himself a bubble wand. I think he was spotted with a secret family. No, he was not. Yeah, I gotta show you this picture here. I know we already talked about him earlier, but it is just so fucking wacky. I gotta show you the magic wand. Oh, it was a bubble wand, excuse me. I didn't mean to besmirch the good name of Lindsey Graham's childless Disney excursion. Look how much fun he's having. He's having such a good time. No kids, by the way. Bro, raw dogging his Disney vacation. Yeah. Why is he all by himself? He's a fucking freak, man. I don't know. I love the idea of someone recognizing him and taking a stealth photo. Yeah. I'll be honest. I would not recognize Lindsey Graham. He just looks like a normal spaced out old guy. Like he has no uniquely defining features. Now everyone started clowning on Lindsey Graham for this, naturally. And so, pretty much immediately upon like the flood of people spitting on him and poking fun at him, he posted this photo trying to look cool. Like, look how hard I am. See, look, I'm not gay or anything. I'm bubble wand. Never heard of such a thing. The only wand I know is the wand that spits lead. Look at me shoot these clays. I think I may have laughed harder at him posting that picture than I did at the actual Disney photos of him being spotted there like fucking Sasquatch. It had me actually hooting and hollering because I just know this freak was having a conniption. He was there with a cold sweat and a panic like, okay, oh my god. All right, we've got to turn the tides here. Okay, what's the coolest thing I can do right now? A kickflip. Shit, no, I'm like 90 years old. I can't get around like I used to. Geriatric. I went clay shooting once. I might have a picture. Yes. They won't call me gay when I post this. Watch this. Bang. And then he just drops that little fucking nugget there. It was beautiful. Actually glorious. So yeah, I had to yap about this too here. Like I said, it's just kind of a charcuterie board of little topics I wanted to discuss here. Anyway, I'll stop blabbering. That's really about it. See ya. Alright, today is the big day. Johnny Somali's sentencing is about to be handed out. T-minus 1 hour as of me making this video, so I don't even know what the outcome is right now. So you're seeing me all kind of bubbly and excited because he could be facing many years in jail, which he rightfully deserves. I have made numerous videos talking about this degenerate plague that has swept across the globe, going on this intergalactic tour of knuckle sandwich consumption where he goes and he harasses people, spreads misery, and then eventually gets his ass beat. When he was in South Korea, things got a little more out of control than normal. He went full-blown fucking Insano style. He went Cro-Magnon brain and just committing crimes and then even doubling down to commit further crimes after being shown leniency and insulting them for being nice about it and not instantly throwing them in the slammer. He then repaid that generosity by doing more crimes and more unforgivable degeneracy. And all this for the sake of his dog shit content. He's a live streamer and his whole thing is just go around and be a nuisance. In South Korea, they weren't having it after he was terrorizing them for quite some time. Citizens even took it upon themselves to just beat him up whenever they saw him. They even had like a live Johnny Somali tracker. They literally had like a Modern Warfare 2 UAV online tracking this guy's movements, so that way when he was outside, they could just punch him. But clobbering Johnny Somali must be more addicting than heroin because people couldn't stop after just one. It's like a Lay's potato chip. You can't just have one, so they end up just kind of wailing on him because he is a complete defenseless little fucking worm who starts all of these fights, instigates all of these fights, and loses every single one of them without ever even getting a blow in there. He just gets knocked out, knocked on his ass, goes into the fetal position. Like, he's more familiar with the fetal position than he is on his own two legs. So anyway, he started getting beat up. He kept committing crimes over and over again, and then finally had his day in court, believing with his full chest that he wasn't going to be punished, that he wasn't going to jail, so he didn't take it seriously. He'd get drunk the night before, blackout drunk. He'd show up and make a mockery of the court. But slowly but surely, the reality started to set in that he might be spending years of his life behind bars in South Korea. All for his terrible live streams that no one actually even supported him on. He doesn't have any, like, actual fans. He has people that tune in to watch him ruin his life for their entertainment. So his life is completely pathetic. Like, no matter how you spin it, he lives probably one of the most pathetic lives you could possibly envision. My heart breaks for his parents that had to raise him into whatever he became, because I don't even know if it's their fault. I think he just got poisoned somewhere along the way with, like, clout and the other shit that he saw online, and then decided he wanted to be, like, the worst of the worst. I couldn't tell you. But anyway, he is about to be handed out his sentencing after all of the crimes for which didn't go so well for him, didn't go swimmingly in court like he thought they would. And now we're about to find out his sentencing. We're going to see how long he's going to be in jail for. I can't wait. Next clip you see will be after I learn what got passed down here in the judgment. This is one of those standing ovation type moments, sports fans. He's going to jail. Yep, he has just been sentenced to prison with labor. It's still so fresh right now that I don't know the duration. The news is still trickling in, but it did not go well. He was found guilty on all charges, including the deep fakes, which was one that he pled not guilty to. The others weren't really a surprise or anything, but they came in there and fucking slapped him around in there, it sounds like. I'm very curious to see what the duration is for his prison sentence, but probably not the result he was hoping for. I just have a hunch. Apparently, he has the opportunity to appeal within a week, which I assume this slimy douchebag will. I'm taking a guess. I'm not his lawyer or anything, but I'm assuming it's going to be a desperate claw to try and get some kind of leniency, which he has already shown numerous times. He washes his ass with leniency and will never actually learn his lesson. When he did this shit in Japan, and Japan showed him mercy, he insulted them for it, and then when he left Japan, he continued to insult them and then continued doing the exact same public disturbances and like the harassment and the crimes and shit he continued to do after they showed him some leniency. So I hope that he is not granted any leniency here in his case in South Korea. It doesn't seem like he is, because he has now formally been sentenced to prison with labor. And I am salivating. I am sat in my seat like it's the fucking Super Bowl, just waiting, watching on bated breath to see how long he is going to jail for. Because with all of the charges and all of the crimes that he has been found guilty for, this could be many years. Like, it could potentially be a large chunk of his life spent behind bars in South Korea now, all from his obsession with clout through being a live stream asshole, a public nuisance streamer. He dedicated his life to just making everyone else's life around him miserable for his content. And now it's finally looking like justice is being served. So, I'm still waiting to see how long he will be spending in prison. Oh, I forgot to mention another component here. Not only will he be going to prison with labor for however long he'll be spending there, he is also now being registered as an offender. Now, I was trying to read up on that, but I'm not entirely sure what that means exactly, if that's like a separate designation for Johnny Somali in the prison itself. If it is, I imagine that will make all the prisoners in there hate him as well, and I imagine he will be finding himself in an all too familiar situation of getting his ass beaten in there too, which maybe that's what he prefers. He's probably become so used to his face being bruised and swollen and bloody that it probably feels weird that he hasn't had his nose caved in the last, year that this has been going on. So he's probably looking forward to that experience again. It's probably what he cherishes most, because that's what he's dedicated his life to. Instigating fights, being hated, being a punching bag for everyone. Alright, I've seen one Korean article that is claiming that Somali has been sentenced to 6 months in prison with labor. The details aren't fully confirmed. It's right now just one article right now. Now, from what I was reading, they recommended 3 years in prison with labor as well as a fine. As of now, it's not fully confirmed, but if that is the real sentencing, I would be kind of surprised, because they found him guilty on all of the charges. Serious ones. Charges that, according to the law, could carry many years worth of jail. And the recommendation was 3 years. So I thought, okay, maybe they won't do the full 3 years, but it'd be a year or something. But not even that. 6 months. I bet Johnny Somali thinks that he's getting off with a W. And according to people that were there, he wasn't remorseful and actually seemed pretty optimistic about it, when they're putting him in handcuffs. So maybe it really is 6 months. And again, to him, I don't think that's enough. He's not going to learn his lesson or anything. When he gets out, I imagine he's going to go right back to this shit in another country. That's what he does. He's already proven that. He spent 3 months in a Japanese jail. And then the second that he got out, he started insulting Japan, giving them the middle finger, saying fuck you, all that kind of thing, saying that they're weak, and just went to South Korea and started doing all of it all over again, even more so, going even more hog wild. So 6 months isn't that much more. I don't think that's going to change him. I'm very surprised if they really did take it that easy on him. Again, it's not fully confirmed yet. I'm going to keep waiting for more to come in, but that is looking like what the ruling is. Alright, more news has now settled. It is indeed a 6-month sentence, pending appeals from both sides here. So, could be more, could be less. I imagine it'll probably stay at 6 months. Another tidbit is that he does have that sex offender status now for 5 years. So he's got 6 months in jail in the slammer with labor and will be a registered sex offender for 5 years in South Korea, as I understand it, according to the articles I read. So it's still a W that he's going to jail, but I don't really think that this punishment is going to do anything to make him stop doing this shit. I think his behavior will continue the second he's out. Like I said, he already spent 3 months in a jail in Japan, and then the second he got out, fucking Pandora's box was opened once again. He went right back to the same content and then some. 6 months, it's not the biggest difference, so I really do think that he is probably cheering. He is probably pumping his fist, celebrating that they went so far under the recommended sentencing of 3 years. But it is what it is. It is still, at the end of the day, good that Johnny Somali is going to jail at all. That's great news. So that'll be 6 months with Johnny Somali in the slammer. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. It's that time again where I drop trousers and plant a stinky one on Burger King. It is unbelievable how often I make fun of this company. I believe they have some of the worst fast food in the world. Your money would be better spent buying rats to eat than their food. It is just absolutely terrible. But the thing that keeps me shooting spitballs at them is they are addicted to awful, awful decisions. They're like the Ubisoft of fast food. They're just incapable of even accidentally stumbling into a good decision for their business, at least in America. Every time I mention this and go on this rant on stream, there's always someone like clockwork that says, but Charles, that's only in the States. Internationally, Burger King is serving up some high quality cuisine. You know, what's better than serving up smiles? It's like, okay, I guess I can't speak for the quality of Burger King outside of America, but every Burger King in America is a fucking hate crime when it comes to food. It's terrible. It's terrible. And now their most recent announcement is probably their stupidest one yet, that's an accomplishment. That is actually an achievement. I cannot believe Burger King found a way to get stupider, but they did it. That Orba confusion working overtime over there at the Burger King HQ.
Good morning, Patty. Would you want an AI voice in your headset all day at work, built to assist you?
Looks like the women's restroom needs cleaning.
But also potentially listening in on your interactions with customers.
Thank God, finally! An AI assistant that can jack into the headset of all Burger King employees to act like their fucking mother saying, hey, did you remember to clean the bathroom? Go lick the shitters clean, please. Burger King demands it. And then also monitoring your speech to ensure you are saying please and thank you enough times per day. Excellent. This is what everyone's been begging for. This is probably the most desperate attempt to ham-fist AI into a corporation to try and see any kind of like clawback on money, because I bet Burger King's already lost quite a bit investing in AI and somewhere in their pipeline. So they're like, okay, let's check for please and thank yous, and then anyone who's not, pinky up saying please and thank you to every customer will just fucking fire. And they're trying to frame this as a friendliness coach. My left butt cheek, a friendliness coach. All it's doing is reminding them to do chores and monitoring their speech. It's going to be used as a tool of fear, because if you don't say please and thank you enough, or go, shove your head in the toilet and give yourself a swirly when AI Patty at Burger King tells you to do so, you might lose your job. How is this coaching you in any way, shape, or form? This is outrageous. And also, believe it or not, Burger King's biggest issue isn't the lack of manners and friendliness. It's not because they're devoid of pleases and thank yous. That's not why people avoid Burger King like the plague. It's because they literally serve up the plague on a bun. They serve you sewage. They serve you radioactive sludge. If Burger King wants to improve customer satisfaction, work on your fucking menu, not the pleases and thank yous from your employees.
Well, that's what a new tool at Burger King plans to do, and it's causing quite a stir. The company's chief digital officer telling The Verge the new BK AI, named Patty, was listening for certain words like please and thank you, so managers could see how their staff was performing on friendliness.
The chief digital officer over there at Burger King is a damn clown. Well, this is so fucking stupid. What in tarnation? Imagine everything goes wrong in your life and you unfortunately go to the Burger King drive-thru because every other fast food place is burnt down for some reason. So you're in the Burger King drive-thru and you're communicating with the worker and they just keep saying please over and over and over again. And you pull up to the window and you see sweat pouring down their face. They're fucking panic in their eyes because they've got Patty in their headset threatening their life. If there's not enough pleases in there, they're gonna stop their heart or something, like blow up their brain like it's Suicide Squad. You only said please 15 times during that interaction. I'm sorry, Doug. This is the end of the line. Their fucking head pops.
Burger King providing NBC News with this video showing off the new tool.
Is there anything that needs my immediate attention? The team's friendliness scores this morning were the highest this week.
Yeah! New record for the friendliness score. We did it, Burger King employees. We're super friendly. Thank you, AI assistant Patty, for keeping everyone in line and coaching us on how to say please and thank you enough. We saved Burger King!
The company telling us in a statement that the tool, listening for keywords, was used in limited pilot restaurants.
This is anonymized data, so it is not tied back to an employee.
Let me interrupt you there. No, it's not. You're full of shit. You're full of fucking dog shit, actually. There's no such thing as anonymized data in the current day and age. Everything you interact with, everything you use, and it's certainly every AI spy that they're jacking into your fucking headset is collecting data. No doubt in my mind. I don't even know why you're bothering to try and spin that baloney. Everyone knows that's not true, brother. What the fuck is even the point in trying to hide it? There's no punishments for it or anything anymore. Just say it with your whole chest. Everyone knows. It's despicable, but that's the state of the world right now.
And it's really a coaching tool. It's about ensuring that we raise the hospitality for the overall restaurant.
The company also saying, we believe hospitality is fundamentally human.
Fundamentally human, you say? Why are you using AI to teach it then? Oh, this hospitality thing, fundamentally human, which is why we brought in Jarvis over here that can blow up your asshole if you don't say please enough to teach you how to be human. That makes a lot of sense there, Chief Digital Clown. Good work.
You could call it the friendly wars in retail.
The customer interaction matters. And for evidence of this, just take a look at the success of Chick-fil-A. A lot of people, when they talk about Chick-fil-A, don't actually talk about their chicken sandwiches. They talk about how the employees greet them.
What world are you living in, Buster? When people talk about Chick-fil-A, they are often talking about the food. Them having to say, my pleasure, like fucking corporate drones, is not necessarily something people love about the experience. I don't know real human beings, like real non-bot people that go to Chick-fil-A and really feel like butterflies in their tummy and get tingly and excited when they say my pleasure when they get served by the Chick-fil-A employee. They are forced to say that. That makes it a non-genuine interaction. That makes it insincere. The reason Chick-fil-A is successful is not because they say my pleasure. It's because the food is very high quality compared to other options, like fucking Burger King, for example. This is ridiculous. And improving the friendliness score of Burger King isn't the secret ingredient here, the chemical X to save the business, man. There's only one spot worse on the planet for food than Burger King, and that's Long John Silver's. If you go to Long John Silver's and you try and eat the whole menu, you're basically committing suicide. So that is the lowest food can go, and Burger King is just barely above that. And no amount of friendliness is going to change people's want to be in Burger King. Long John Silver's could offer you a blowjob every time you walk through the doors, and people probably still wouldn't go if they also had to order food to receive it, because it's not worth it. It doesn't matter how friendly they are. Is it a nice thing if the employees are really friendly and customers feel like they had a joyful experience or whatever? Yeah, that's cool. Like Culver's, I've always mentioned. Culver's is my favorite fast food place. I think their food is extremely good. And I've only had a positive experience there. The first time I ever went to Culver's, the manager or whatever came up and apologized for the long wait for my fucking chicken tendies, even though it only been 2 minutes. I didn't even realize I was waiting. I had placed the order and then I sat on my phone for what felt like 10 seconds. The guy came over and was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry this took so long. Here's a little gift card for some custard and stuff. I'm super sorry for the wait. It's almost ready. I was like, brother, I didn't even realize I was waiting. It's no big deal, man. And he was super nice. And every time I've been to Culver's, everyone's been great. But that's not the reason I keep going back. It's because the food is really good. That's just a nice little perk, I suppose. But the food is the reason why I keep going back to Culver's. And that's going to be the same song and dance across the board. And the difference is, when it feels organic, it's significantly better when it's forced by Burger King's AI patty that's jacked into their cerebral cortex, forcing them to say please and thank you out of fear for being fired. If you're trying to create a positive atmosphere, it should probably start with the employees, I would say, more so than the customers. If the employees are happy and having fun, the friendliness score might just naturally boost because, well, maybe then it'll be a better environment that they'll want to interact more positively with customers as opposed to being forced under the corporate thumb to do so. It's so dumb. This whole idea of an AI assistant being used to coach employees on how to be friendly. It's outrageous, it's absurd, it's fucking gross. What a completely useless use of AI for the sake of having AI in Burger King. I cannot believe how dumb Burger King is, man. It blows my mind. So anyway, just wanted to insult them again for the millionth time because they keep doing absolute garbage like this. That's about it. See ya. Occasionally there's moments where an entire community bands together to accomplish a single goal, collaboratively working towards something truly wholesome, positive, and special. And this just happened in the most unlikely space.
crypto. Yesterday, a story blew up about a man who has cancer who was streaming to raise money so he could pay for his treatment to fight against it. And while streaming to raise money for his cancer treatment, someone convinced him to download a game called Block Blaster. And when he did, he lost all of the money in his wallet. It made like my nuts and drained it. It, like that, took away all the money he had raised for cancer treatment, approximately $32,000 or so. It turns out the game was malware that was disguised as a game. It had a ton of fake reviews. It had like hundreds of fake positive reviews, so it looked legitimate. Plus, no one expects a Steam game to have this kind of vulnerability in there where it could have some kind of malicious things go on in the background, but unfortunately, that's exactly what happened here. It is 100% confirmed. I made a video going deeper in this topic here if you want to see like the entirety of what happened. And that brings us to the latest chapter in this story here. Overnight, the community tirelessly worked to find those responsible and also prove that it was the game, because this is pretty unheard of for the most part. It was like fucking Batman trying to squeeze out the Riddler here. And they did. They confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt the game was responsible. They even identified apparently 907 victims. And not only did they prove that the game was causing all of these people to lose all of their crypto, they even unmasked some of the people responsible for it. Which means there could be real consequences for these fucking sick assholes here. Like, we even have snippets of conversations, like this one from David. The context here is these two are apparently involved in the theft with very little remorse, and David says, I will, sure. I didn't want to do that one, to be honest, but once I was done pin testing and sent it off, it was already done, and I figured he would make it back in a day. This is talking about Rostaland, the individual with stage 4 cancer who was raising money to try and get treatment to survive that they stole all of the money from through this game, Block Blasters. He said, bro, it's fucking huge. Life is fucked up, I know. And that's apparently referring to his tumor. Rostaland has a sarcoma, and he has posted some pictures of it because obviously being a pump.fun streamer, there's a lot of distrust. So he has done everything he can to prove the legitimacy. And like I said in the last video, it seems like everything there he is being honest about, like he is telling the truth. He's not faking cancer, I don't believe. So this is him talking about it. He even says, dog, I will send it back, but he literally will make it back in a few hours. I checked how much he already made back. And then the other guy said he already made it back, to be honest. This is one of a few suspects. Now, Zach XBT actually reached out to me to give me even more information about this case because it is crazy. So real quick before getting into like more of the suspects, I would like to show you the evidence they compiled about all of the malicious files in Block Blasters that was leading to all of these people losing their money just from downloading a fucking Steam game. So if you check the Steam charts, it only ever had like a peak player count of 8, but it had 6.4 thousand downloads. So Steam charts are good to get a metric of like how alive a game is, but it doesn't tell you the whole story of how many people have played the game. And of that 6.4 thousand, it seems 907 victims were identified, people that maybe lost a lot of their crypto because they downloaded this. That's a lot of people. I really would wonder how much money they stole just from having this game on Steam. And mind you, this is not like a chart topper. This wasn't like a top seller game or anything like that. This was a pretty underground game. Like, even the name is as fucking generic and lame as it gets. Block Blasters? Sounds like one of those fake TV games where, like, the dad walks in and he says, hey, son, what you playing there? Oh, Dad, it's just like the latest Block Blasters game. Like, oh my god, you're such a fucking fossil, Dad. You don't know Block Blasters? Might as well just call it the pea that took a poop. Like, it's literally a nothing burger of a game. Yet, because of the fake reviews, and because they were like spreading it around, I even saw evidence that they had like compromised Twitter accounts trying to do paid promotions to people to stream Block Blasters to get more people to download it. I'm unsure if anyone ever actually like took that bait or not, but they even tried to like get it exposed to more people like that, so that way more people would download it, they could steal more people's wallets. It is a crazy scheme.
that still had 6.4 thousand downloads. Imagine this on a bigger scale if this becomes a more widespread problem. They got 907 people, and we know in one case they got $32,000 from just one of those victims. This is a frightening prospect for like the future of Steam games if this is something that people have now identified an exploit for that they can use. It makes it very scary. This is a really insightful thread that kind of goes over all of the main stuff. So there was a batch-based stealer with a fizz install backdoor, steal C binary, various VBS scripts and zip archives, which had the password 121. Now, keep in mind, I am a fucking troglodyte when it comes to this kind of deep-level shit. I am a homunculus, so a lot of this falls on deaf ears for me, but it seems pretty irrefutable. Like, this evidence here seems pretty watertight. They also have the file paths, the files themselves. They literally have everything. It feels dead to rights. Like, this is a case closed. And if you want to see like a full breakdown of the files and how it works, there's a website called G-Data Software that posted a full write-up on everything. And actually, according to this site, there's been some other notable games that have had similar things happen. So, perhaps the most notable case is that of PirateFi, a free-to-play game that comes with an information-stealing malware. The most recent malware infection in a game was Kimia, an early access title on Steam which was compromised by a threat actor known as EncryptHub through the injection of malicious binaries. These threat actors bypassed initial security screenings from Valve, which allowed the deployment of malicious patches and infected multiple users of the platform. And then they talk about how they observed it with block blasters. So this was reported by G-Data Software, and I didn't know about the previous cases here. So it seems like this isn't an isolated incident. This just happens to be probably the biggest one so far. And this one, they actually did apparently unmask some of the main suspects. They stole from a person with cancer. It actually doesn't get lower to that. They are going straight to hell. 100%. And people were so outraged that they all worked together so they could try and bring justice and try and help him get his money back, which, as I reported in the last video, Rostaland did get reimbursed the money that was stolen from him, which I think is amazing. Someone named Alex Becker reached out and sent him the $32,000 back, which is great. It's really nice to see something positive happen in a community that's become synonymous with like dog shit and terrible things happening. But job's not finished here. We still haven't gotten the good ending here, the happily ever after. The people behind it aren't behind bars. They aren't sucking farts out of assholes or anything yet. But it looks like that might happen. It looks as though the people that have stolen from 907 victims, including someone with cancer, have been unmasked. Apparently, in their Telegram, which Telegram might even be worse than Pump.Fun when it comes to like nefarious activities. I have never heard Telegram in a sentence that wasn't preceded by some of the most foul shit you've ever heard of. It feels like that platform is exclusively used by criminals. But real quick, here's a nice TLDR from VX Underground, who directly was involved in reporting on this, and it's been quite an adventure. So here's like a lore recap in case you got lost here. So Rostaland had his crypto wallet drained because he downloaded block blasters, he has stage 4 cancer, and he was targeted specifically for the cancer treatment money. He lost $32,000. Alex Becker donated $30,000 to him. People came together, they found the drainer infrastructure, pulled all the victim data from it. They will be notifying the victims. The malware has been flagged. And then even more people came together. They found their info from Telegram IDs, and then found their info from their Steam IDs. So now that you're caught up, how they got the info on the main suspects is one of them had joined a Telegram that they were alerted to, and it turns out it was actually hard-coded with some signatures. They then had the names, and they were able to cross-reference that with things like Steam IDs, and they were pretty much able to pull the fucking Scooby-Doo mask off of these villains here. This post kind of lays it out step by step since a lot of people were very curious. So the shitty malware sent all the stolen data to a Telegram the scammers made. We connected to the Telegram channel using the same credentials that were inside of the shitty malware. Inside the channel was the scammers. We got their Telegram IDs. And then from there, they cross-referenced with like public-facing chat rooms, stuff like that, and they were able to just start connecting all of these dots and finding the main suspects. And the main one that's been getting clowned on is this guy, Valentine. Now, Valentine has gone dark. He is fucking going off the grid. He is moving himself into the back rooms right now. He's deleted all of his socials that I can find. Apparently, even his girlfriend has done the same. That I haven't confirmed myself. I haven't gone to, like, any of her pages or anything. But Valentine likes to think of himself as an influencer. So there are tons of posts with him flexing very expensive things, seemingly off the back of stealing so much money from so many victims through his malware block blasters on Steam. Now again, it's not like he did this alone. He wasn't the solo person responsible here, but he is one of a handful of suspects. He is kind of becoming the poster for it, though, the mascot, because he's such an insufferable douchebag, apparently. What a nice guy. When he's not stealing money from cancer patients, he loves hanging out with his girlfriend and doing cringe TikTok dances together. Look at how cool this guy is. This really was an extremely thorough and just crazy investigation the community banded together to conduct here, all for the sake of bringing down these fucking vile worms responsible for stealing money from over 900 people, including, of course, Rostaland. That was really the spark that ignited this. And VX Underground gave a list of, like, the most notable people who worked this, so you can see, like, the credits here. Huge hats off to all of them for their work on this, because if there can actually be, like, some justice here, not only with, of course, Rostaland getting the money back, that's amazing, but also the people that did this being held responsible and facing real punishment for it, that would be amazing. Now, apparently a lot more information was uncovered about the individuals seemingly behind this, but this is all I'll share publicly here. Apparently the people that conducted this investigation have already turned over all of their findings to authorities. So, there is a very real chance that these people will not get away with this. That's amazing. That's fucking incredible, because in crypto, there's a rug pull every minute. There's a scam every second. There's always someone losing their money in tragic ways in the crypto space, and very rarely does that go punished. And in this case, I thought for sure that was going to be the same song and dance here, where they just delist the game and vanish. But the community did not let that happen. This is the result of a community motivated by a single goal of getting justice for someone that was wronged. They stooped to a level lower than you'll normally see. Stealing from someone with cancer. It ignited a spark in the community where they worked together to catch these evil people. And I think that is great. I can only now hope that the authorities will do their job and actually deliver some consequences to those responsible for this attack. And hopefully all of the other victims will get their money back as well somehow. I don't exactly know what that'll look like, but I'm really hoping the other 906 people that downloaded this game and perhaps lost a lot of money because of it will be made whole again too. Anyway, I had to give you the follow-up here. This has just been nuts. And I do think that this maybe needs to be some kind of wake-up call to Steam, that there is something that needs to be changed, so that way this kind of thing can't happen again in the future. They need to, like, revamp their, like, screening protocols or something, and I understand that it's, like, just a complete open market where people can just dump their bowels on there willy-nilly, but having this kind of possibility on the table is very scary to anyone on the platform that might see a game from a small indie dev that looks interesting. They download it, all of a sudden they have some really harmful shit on their computer. That is something that needs to be explored and fixed. Hopefully this isn't like the first of many to come. And anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I just learned about another TikTok prankster facing multiple years in the slammer for absolutely trash pranks of just being a nuisance to society and harassing fast food employees for their content, treating them like props, like subhuman objects for them to be exploited for his content. This is the story of Heston James, who right now is looking down that soggy pipe of potentially 9 years in jail, which is a substantial amount of time. That's more than, like, actual super criminals that do unforgivable, unfathomable, heinous evil. But they are really coming after this prankster in particular. And I've seen on TikTok there's a huge movement about how his pranks are, like, harmless and stuff, because he's apparently the guy who, like, did screaming in department stores or something to annoy the workers, which is cringe garbage, but I guess, ultimately harmless. And that's what they're saying he got arrested for? It's not. Also, that mentality can suck my whole cock. Yes, it is harmless. No one's getting hurt or anything. And it is a step up from the average TikTok prank, which at this point is just assault. So it's better than that. But it's still a pile of garbage. You are just bothering and making the days much worse for just normal, hard-working people that are just trying to get by. And he knows, and these pranksters know, they can't do anything back because they're not allowed to. They will get in trouble. They might lose their job, and it's very difficult to find a job these days. They don't want to lose their income. They need it to survive. So he goes in there and takes advantage of that for his content. And the content is at the employee's expense. The joke is pointing and laughing at the employees for their reaction to the screams and shit. It's humiliating them. That's not fair. I think that shit really sucks. He got arrested for the pranks where he would go interrupt businesses with hordes of his fucking clowns, his circus troupe that he brings with him, and just spends a handful of minutes taking over their job and berating them, saying how bad they're doing. So we're from corporate, we're taking over, and just harassing these employees. Just normal, everyday civilians just trying to go about their day, doing their job. And this guy just comes in to make it worse, which is all pranksters ever do, just this fucking miasma, this plague that sweeps through and is just a scourge to just the normal, everyday person. So he would go in with a bunch of people and like take over their job, doing this exclusively to just normal employees at normal businesses. And one of them even got a bit physical where they went to like Pep Boys. And some of his goober-ass friends, I guess, were like bumping into the owner to push by him. And then even getting like a little handsy, taking things and using things on cars while they pretended to work on the cars at the auto shop. And actually putting themselves in danger, like getting underneath the car while it was still like up. So they could have actually just died there as well. So contrary to the misinformation they shit down your throat on TikTok about Heston James, where they're trying to like fight for justice for Heston or whatever, his squealing in department stores wasn't what got him arrested. It was these pranks where he actually went and harassed the employees directly and even allegedly got a bit physical and put people in danger doing it as well. That's what he got taken into custody for and what he's facing the charges from. And if I'm being honest, I do think 9 years is too much for what you're about to see. But I do think a precedent needs to be set because pranks are completely out of control. TikTokers hear the word prank and basically just go out and harass and assault people for pranks for the most part. One guy even poisoned food. Like, I already talked about that guy. I'm not going to regurgitate. But one guy thought pranking was literally poisoning food that could have killed people. That was the prank, by the way. So something needs to change. I do think he should face like serious punishment for it. But I think 9 years is too much. You see the EW body cam of the TikTok prankster? I actually have that up right here, because that was in the recommended when I pulled that last one up. So I have not seen this. I assume this would be the body cam of the AI pranks guy, but I don't think it is, just based on this.
Come on, everyone, come on. Everyone, get to work.
You think this is like a TikTok thing?
It is a TikTok thing. I clocked it immediately.
Nice, good job mopping that.
These idiots are going to do this to the wrong guys, or a guy that's having a bad day, and they're going to get hurt.
So what is this?
TikTok prank draws millions of views online. A young influencer sets out to top it with an even bigger viral hit. But after one stunt...
It's crazy how every TikTok prankster literally looks exactly the same. Every single one of them looks just like this. They must be made in some kind of like cringe lab or something.
With an even bigger viral hit. But after one stunt spirals into chaos and violence, the attention it brings...
Jesus, even the people that he brought with him look exactly the same. Oh my god, they're all clones. Jesus Christ. It's like when Obi-Wan Kenobi went and met Jango Fett. Holy fuck.
Into chaos and violence, the attention it brings is not the kind he had in mind. After the manager, Emma, reported an unusual encounter at the restaurant.
A Lovecraftian horror experience.
Tell me what happened.
Cosmic being came through.
I had a customer.
You think this is like a TikTok thing?
It is a TikTok thing. I clocked it immediately. And yeah, it was just like harassing and just getting in the face and stuff.
Your personal sizes have been lacking, so I'm here to make sure you guys are staying in check. Get out my door. So I'm gonna clean house. Go ahead and bring in the guys. What is going on?
What is up with the frames here? Why is it so laggy?
These are my workers.
How many times did the police download this TikTok? It's all fucked up. They deep fried it.
No, you have to let get out of my store. Mop, I need everyone cleaning. Doing a great job, sir. Hey, nice. Good job mopping that. I need workers to check that the chicken's all right. No, get out of my store, bro. Let's pick this up. We get the napkins we stocked over here.
Man, there really is only one good TikTok trend, and it's the Scientology raids. It's just always shit like this, and it's always to fast food employees. Genuinely, every single time. What fucking losers, man. What a shame.
Got you, boss.
They're touching literally everything.
The group of fake workers all appear to be dressed in Chipotle-branded hats and t-shirts. Emma claims that business was disrupted by the group's behavior, some of which was captured on video by an employee and customer.
Double B, why don't we give up? Double B, come on.
I just don't even understand who could laugh at this. I genuinely don't. I don't even see where it could even be misconstrued as humorous. It's just lame. And it was getting millions of views, apparently. Even by TikTok prank standards, it's just boring. Like, it's just extremely boring.
Oh my God, no, get out of my store. Wait, I'm out the door. You're doing a great job, sir. Good job mopping that. Who wants to go back in the back, check everything's good? Alright, everyone, we quit! Just play it, man. Done.
Do you want the incident?
God, this shit sucks so much ass. Like, it's just an unskippable cutscene. You just agonizingly have to wait for it to finish so the TikTok prankster gets its content. Fuck me. It's so awful. I think they meant if they were there. That's what I mean. Like, if you were in that scenario, all you can do is just sit there and just wait for it to end. There's no entertainment. It's just disruptive and annoying. It is so nothing that I couldn't even see myself getting angry at it. I would just be so annoyed. I'd just be sitting there bored. Like, you took an average day and you made it slightly worse. And now the workers have to spend their time dealing with it, and so now she's got to get everything under control again now. Like, it's just so ass. It's all clout chasing. They want to be hated because they want the attention even if it's negative. Well, I know that, man. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even hate any of them. They're just lame. Like, I can't even muster enough ire because this shit is so ass. Like, you can't get mad at a pile of dog shit for stinking.
He's been going around a whole bunch of different stores.
The TikTok account @TerraClout is owned by 24-year-old Heston James Cobb. On both TikTok and Instagram, Heston gained a following by pranking employees at
It's crazy that this is just a different guy than the last prankster I was just shitting on. Actual fucking carbon copy NPCs of one another. This has to be a government experiment, right? To churn out this kind of person. Like, it's copy-paste. It's crazy.
This time, the fake workers donned blue jumpsuits, carried tools, and pretended to work on cars, as captured on both an employee's phone and the company's security cameras.
All right, yo, what's going on over here? Hey, it's a little both the cops, dude. I got the police.
Heston James back with another banger.
Okay, everyone, let's go. Everyone, let's go to the next stop. All done. Let's go.
Oh yeah, I got a bunch of guys.
According to police records, no one was assaulted, nothing was stolen or damaged, and if Heston recorded anything, it wasn't published to...
I feel like if you laugh at these kind of pranks, you need to be Baker acted. Like, for your own good. And, like, that's the whole prank. That was the whole thing. They go up, interrupt the business pretend to work on the car and then leave. That's the joke?
Who shares his fears that their actions will quickly lead to dangerous consequences if they aren't stopped.
These idiots are going to do this to the wrong guys, or a guy that's having a bad day, and they're going to get hurt.
Officers learned that those concerns became
True.
a reality during the group's final prank of the day when they were dispatched to a Pep Boys after a 911 caller reported a strong-arm robbery.
I'm just going to be bringing in all my guys because you guys have been doing a really slow job. I've been getting multiple complaints. I'm from corporate, I told you. So this corporate.
Oh no. I didn't get to see his side profile till right now. Poor dude lost his whole fucking jawline. Someone stole his chin. That's what we need to work on. There's a fucking maniac on the loose. They stole this guy's entire fucking jaw. Goodness gracious.
Yo, everyone, take that tire off. Take that tire off, quick. I got stuff for you guys. Everyone, check oil. Check the oil. It's good, it's good, it's good, it's good.
The incident ended in a clean getaway for the pranksters. The one at Pep Boys took a very different turn. The manager explains that when the fake employees began trying to work on customers' cars, he armed himself with a torque wrench and told them all to leave.
Everybody out. Get the out of the shop. Get out.
Attaboy.
They were backing out. And
That's what I like to hear.
The manager was in front of the van. They started moving towards it. So I took the crowbar and I hit the windshield to get the driver to stop. And that's where I saw that. Yeah.
All right, here we go. That's some good news.
As well as both the driver and passenger side windows were shattered before the group escaped.
Posted, that's the Big Brand Tire there on Southern and Mill.
Yep.
You need to go and talk to that kid. He has people driving by his location and heckling him as he's trying to work. It happened last week.
Oh.
What's crazy to me is the people that are watching that prank are old enough to drive. That's fucking tragic, man. They're already down the path of just being an unlikable, insufferable loser. Oh, they're already too poisoned. They're too far gone.
He was the one that actually in the video reached down and yanked the kid out from underneath the car. Because the engine was just sitting there balanced on a 2x4 because the transmission was out of the car and he didn't want that kid getting crushed.
Oh, Jesus. They're crawling under cars and stuff. Everybody leans against the rack. He pushes that thing down. You think that kid's going to think it was funny at that point that he killed his friend? Probably.
Yes! Yes, man, that's views on TikTok. You're trying to reason with the unreasonable. If that happened, the only thought that would be going through their mind is, are they getting in trouble? And if the answer is no, how can they monetize it and milk it for views? 1000%. There's no reason to even try and, appeal to human emotion because it's completely absent from these fucking worms.
1 week later, on July 23, 2025, police prepare to arrest 24-year-old Heston James at his home and execute a search warrant.
They had food delivered about 10 minutes ago, so there are people home.
Tempe Police Department, we have a search warrant. You need to come to the front door with nothing in your hands.
Heard something.
Quickly, call the clown car. Get your boys here.
Hey guys, we know
Heston.
you're inside. We have a search warrant for the residents. You have to come to the front door.
Heston, get your mechanics out here. Come on, where's the clown car dudes? Where's the bang bus, Heston?
Moving inside. Come outside and I'll show it to you. Okay.
Dude, looks like a cryptid. Oh man, the way he wandered out there.
Put your hands on your back. Okay. So it's the pranks that you've been doing, all over at the auto shops and at the Chipotle and stuff. I'm not going to say anything until the lawyer present. That's fine. But I'll show you the search warrant.
Good call, Heston.
To grab
Meta AI glasses likely used to record the pranks, as well as uniforms bearing the logos of multiple businesses, including Chick-fil-A, UPS, Target, Home Depot.
Oh my god, he was about to go on a rampage. We just stopped a fucking serial prankster. Oh my god, we did it, Patrick. We saved the city. Holy shit. So many other businesses and just normal employees that they were going to annoy and harass. All spared. Fuck. They were in full swing. Jesus. We just prevented a national tragedy.
And Raising Cane's. Along with these items, police uncover what appears to be Heston's journal.
This is the most important year of my life, and I can't waste a single day. I will use this book to keep me accountable. Heston, don't think the most important year of your life got off to the best start, bro. There is no outcome where I don't succeed. Not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Poor dude also just listens to the platitudes on the goddamn self-help affirmations. Goal for the end of the year is 1 million followers. That's your only goal? Like in life, that's it? A nice little peek inside the psyche. That is the only thing they care about. Well.
Incident, he writes, I have no other choice but to make this work by any means possible. I will give my family the best life due to my hard work. I cannot afford to miss a single day. This is my year. With Heston facing multiple charges.
Your hard work, bro. What hard work? You just go harass fast food employees and minimum wage workers in other locations as well. That's not hard work, brother. I'm sure his family's proud. They must be. He's a real winner.
This is my year. With Heston facing multiple charges, Dave questioned whether or not there would also be consequences for those who helped him.
All the 20 people that were a part of it, they all need to be charged with trespassing and criminal mischief.
Which is a little bit more difficult because...
But I agree. I agree with that guy.
That's the hard part. He probably paid these guys.
No! Are you out of your mind? He probably paid... He paid him an exposure, bro. He did not pay these guys. He's so green. It's cute. His naivety is cute. These fucking pathetic losers do this shit for free for these pranksters. The prankster tries to monetize it and make a career out of it. His goofball friends do it totally for free just because they're brain dead idiots. Just lobotomites that mindlessly follow. He didn't pay them, man. He did not pay them, I promise you. There's no doubt in my mind they didn't see a single penny. And he's not rev splitting it either, not with 20 dudes. That's not happening.
Their hair, yeah.
According to court documents, 24-year-old Heston James Cobb was indicted on 3 counts of felony burglary in the 3rd degree, 3 counts of felony criminal impersonation, 2 counts of criminal trespass in the 2nd degree, and 5 counts of disorderly conduct. He entered a plea of not guilty, and the case is still ongoing.
Looks like he's looking at 9 years, apparently, if the TikTokers that are opining on it are correct. That's pretty steep. That is a lot of charges he racked up there. Man, they're fucking coming after him big time. 9 years seems a bit much, but he should definitely spend a pretty not insignificant amount of time in jail, I think. Not even because I think his pranks are some of the worst or anything, or most egregious, but there needs to be a precedent. Because right now, it's just the Wild West. This guy, the AI prankster, and they always keep elevating. We have the people that actually assault people for pranks, harass people. There needs to be a crackdown on it. So maybe it starts with him. Give him like 3 years in jail or something. I think that'd send a very strong message. 9 seems overkill. Didn't Johnny Somali get less years in charges? Yeah, it's true. But again, if they settle for something like a 3-year stay in the slammer, I think that's perfect. Then I think that would be an extremely strong deterrent from other fucking dumb assholes on TikTok that are doing these ridiculous pranks. I found a clown that I'd like to share with you all today. It's a fascinating little rabbit hole that I've stumbled upon here, and there's quite a few years of lore built up here, and it's pretty deep. I'm talking like Warhammer 40k levels here. And it's all revolving around one goober named AJ Thakor. However, he doesn't really like to go by that name. He wipes his ass with that nomenclature. He'd rather be referred to by his preferred Xbox gamer tag, Ace Rogers. I shit you not. I am not making this up. He prefers to be addressed as Ace Rogers. And the incident that put this on my radar is actually kind of old. I just saw it today, but it happened in 2024, which in internet years is basically ancient, prehistoric, really. But it has led to a discovery of one of the more fascinating losers I've seen.
I'll kill you. I will kill you. You know I'll kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. I got it. Ace Rogers, follow me. Climb in place. I'll kill you. To your face.
There he is in all his glory. So he cruised up here on his Lamborghini yacht, this is more important to them than his own life. This boat means more to him than oxygen, really. And he was denied access to this private dock. A worker had turned him away, letting him know that he didn't have permission to dock there. And he just immediately had a fucking freak out. He blew a gasket right away. So he starts seeing red, and he starts threatening to kill this guy. And the worker doesn't even really seem to take him seriously. He just hits him with one of these and just lets it sit and linger there. And it just makes him even more upset. So as he is driving away, he gets so upset, the rage bubbles over so much that he takes his pants off and starts wiggling his wiener at him. He starts shaking his cock. He goes whole hog and just starts like helicopter dicking his flaccid cock around. Whoa, you're witnessing a true alpha maneuver right here. Damn, that was hardcore. Holy shit. According to the worker, by the way, there were like women and children around here. They are just in public. You can see people walking around behind him. Like, it is just out in public. Then he has now just exposed his genitals in front of everyone there. I'm always so shocked to see that being like a common tactic used in like a heated argument where you just get naked. Like, checkmate! Look at this! This is my dick! I win! Like, I don't really understand, but, you know, maybe I'm just not, grandmaster level here like he is of being a top-tier yacht owner. But what I will tell you is, I went through and censored that myself, which is why I can see my handiwork there with the black bar. I had to go through and, like, frame by frame, try and censor his penis. And I truly think that I was wrong and was way too charitable saying he was helicopter dicking, because I don't think his penis even makes it into his hands. It was a very unimpressive size there. There were times where it didn't even look phallic. I thought for a second there I was watching him play with his clitoris like he was DJing himself. So, very interesting maneuver here, and it did land him in some hot water. He was charged with a few different things, which of course he pled not guilty to. I do think ultimately he was slapped with a misdemeanor charge of indecent exposure. I haven't found like the verdict on what that was or not, but what I did find is that he was interviewed 8 months ago shortly after this by CBS, and he is just genuinely one of the most unlikable guys you'll ever hear. He is so desperate to appear cool, and his whole personality is him being rich. But from what I can tell, he made his money a long time ago and has since just kind of been belly up in every endeavor that he's tried to dip his toes into. Everything he's tried to fit his cock into, the condom's just been too big, biting off more than he can chew, so he hasn't really found success like he did over a decade ago. So he still rides that high and does clearly still have money, and he's made that his entire soul, is just having money and just trying to make himself appear cool for it.
What, let me get your name so I get it right later.
Ace Rogers.
Ace Rogers, is that what you prefer to go by as opposed to AJ?
Only the cops call me AJ Thagor, and we don't need anyone calling the cops.
Okay.
This guy actually looks like a Halloween costume for just the most insufferable douchebag imaginable. He is a cartoon character. And his whole personality is like it was written by like a really lazy writer to just make someone that everyone would hate. But this is actually him. So he does not like to be called AJ Thakor. He just wants to be known as Ace Rogers. It's like a name I'd see on Summoner's Rift or something. What the fuck? He is not a very young guy, by the way. And he is actually going around with this mentality. By the way, that briefcase of money that he puts there, that's his own prop that he brought. He wanted to make sure he could flex some money in this interview because he can't be seen without it. It's like makeup for this guy. It is all that he has. Without it, he is nothing. He is just a shell, a husk. So he brought this briefcase of money. I don't even know if the money's real, by the way. It could very well just be like fake prop bills, but he claims it was from Super Bowl betting. So he won $500K. He said it's $500K in the briefcase and called it poor people amount of money, but that he wanted to spend it anyway. It's so unbelievably embarrassing. It is so comical. And I'm honestly surprised he didn't put like a cigar in his mouth and light it when he said, "Only cops call me AJ Thakor, and we don't need cops being called here now, do we?" I bet he thought that line went so hard.
All right. Well, what's going on with the yacht?
Well, I'm selling my Lamborghini 63 yacht. It's definitely a prized possession of mine that I love more than anything, but circumstances have evolved where I want to sell my yacht. So
I mean, do you need the money, or why are you selling it?
I obviously don't need the money. I'm fucking rich. I'm not like all the common folk.
This is something the extremely wealthy like to do. Sell their most prized possession they love more than anything in the world in an urgent sale. Yeah, no, that's just something normal. It doesn't mean he's struggling for cash. It's just something everybody seems to like to do, right? Like, how dare you accuse him of needing the money? He's selling this purely because, according to him, he has something much better coming. I don't know if it ever arrived, because on his Twitter account, all the pathetic videos he posts that get actually zero engagement, except for occasionally one like this receiving a single like, which I imagine is probably from him on an alt account, a burner, still have him on this Lamborghini yacht. It is still what he has wet dreams about and what he thinks about every second of every day.
And it's tough to pull someone away from me, and I have a really good chance of pulling them away from you because I'm a great recruiter, I'm a great boss, I'm a great CEO, and people want to work for me. You know, the demand to work for this company is beyond belief. It's through the roof.
Yeah, I bet everyone's banging down the door to submit their job resume to work for the guy that pulls his fucking wiener out when things get a little too tense. Yeah, I bet he's an amazing boss to work for. But anyway, point is, this is a brand new video from him. This is only like 3 days old. It has a single like on it. And he is here in this AI cartoon filter on his Lamborghini yacht. It is literally the most important thing in his entire life. But he's been trying to sell it. Why, if you don't need the money? Why not keep it and then also just get the new thing that's coming that's so much better? If you got so much wealth, just so much money flowing out your ass, why not have both? You know, it's crazy. What a weird concept. I don't know, man. I gotta be honest with you. I'm just getting a sneaking suspicion that you needed the money, which is why you're really trying so hard to sell this yacht. It's just a hunch, though. I don't know.
Bigger, better. I'm not downgrading. And, you know, people like me, you know, rich people, we always are looking for the next bigger and better thing. I don't move into smaller houses. I move into bigger mansions. So my next vessel will float and be the baddest fucking thing my next vessel will be the baddest thing this town's ever seen.
Chills. Literal chills. Whoa. I can't wait to see it, AJ. Excuse me, Ace. I truly cannot wait to see it.
Pick him up, and this guy's like, no, you can't do that. That's the equivalent of just pulling up to a red spot your car and letting someone get in. But unfortunately, this poor 17-year-old poor person took it upon himself to be like, no, you can't do that. Like, bro.
His retelling of the events here are truly insightful. When you hear it from his eyes, when you get his side of the story, he almost seems like a victim here. Oh, what do you mean the worker wasn't going to let him pull up to this dock here to pick up one of his salespeople? Why isn't he allowed to do that? Does he not understand that he's rich? This is Ace Rogers we're talking about here, of the fucking Ace Rogers Pirates or whatever. Like, come on, of course he can do whatever he wants. He has money. What do you mean you're going to stop him from doing what he wants? I'm starting to really see where Ace is coming from here.
I got pissed. I did a dick twister off my Lamborghini yacht, and nothing says you don't give an F like doing a dick twister off your Lamborghini yacht.
Amen to that, Ace. Preach. Yeah, you definitely don't give an F. Nothing says not giving an F quite like pulling out your cock when you're really mad after threatening to kill somebody. And also being completely unable to be seen without money in your person. He won't even do an interview without having money be visible. This is a guy who gives more fucks than anyone I've ever seen in my life. He cares so deeply and is so insecure. He is desperate for people to perceive him as cool because of his money. So his whole persona, his whole being has just become poor people that, plebeian this, poor that, I'm rich, money that there is just nothing left. There is no humanity left in this guy's body. He is just this embarrassing shell.
What happened with the case ultimately?
It's still going on. It's just
Oh, you haven't gotten the
it's
plea
pending
deal
now.
on
It's
it?
2 misdemeanors, man. I get 2 misdemeanors are like freaking Tuesday around here.
Damn, mic drop. Yeah, those misdemeanors don't mean anything to a cool guy like Ace Roger. Like he said, I mean, that's just a Tuesday for him. He accumulates those indecent exposure charges like they're Pokemon cards, I guess. When looking up his name, there was a couple other things that came up as well. It seems like he's just been a public nuisance for quite a while now, and no one has a single positive thing to say about him or their experience with him. And it is embarrassing how someone can get like this, because he did make a lot of money. Like, he is, by all accounts, set, and yet he does everything in his power to showcase just how unhappy and miserable he is, and tries to put on this strong face, this facade that he's like happy. But meanwhile, he's melting down at 17-year-old workers when they tell him no to parking his yacht. It's just so crazy. What a pathetic loser. So yeah, I had to show you a little bit from AJ Thakor here. Very interesting little rabbit hole. And there is still some other stuff that I didn't really dive into here when I was looking him up. There's no point. This is by far his crowning achievement here. This is his legacy. This is what people will remember AJ Thakor for. This yacht meltdown that he had that led to him just going fucking wild and free with his cock out there in order to, I guess, win the dispute somehow. It's craziness. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Last night on stream, I learned about an AI talking teddy bear that had to be taken off the shelves because this thing could just go insano style. Seems like there was no safety parameters in place, which just led to this thing potentially going rogue, where it would talk about BDSM or tell kids where they can go find knives and matches. Just unhinged shit. The toy is simply just ChatGPT that's been fisted into this, and it'll just have a conversation with a child so they'll be able to talk back and forth. Which, I'm just gonna tell you right now, I don't know if it's a hot take. I think that fucking sucks. I think that is weird. The old school talking toys only had a set amount of pre-recorded lines, and that was it. This, I think, is just more harmful than anything, where it's like replacing conversations a child could be having with other human beings, or God forbid, their parents, if their parents ever decide to take a single iota of interest in their life. Instead, I bet this is just, there is like a replacement, like, oh, honey, go talk to your bear. I'm not in the mood. Like, I just don't see any benefits to just having AI chatbots for children. Whatever happened to just pretend? Where, like, you'd have a conversation with your bear, but it's not, like, actually talking back. In this case, it is. And it just continues to, like, feed into it. Like, it's already bad for adults. And on stream, it led us down this rabbit hole of where a lot of people have now become, like, actual delusional, like, psychosis-induced individuals because of AI chatbots feeding into them so perpetually. Like a guy we learned about who thought he invented new math and got concerned that the entire fucking infrastructure of the world was about to crumble under this new math, trying to report it to authorities, all because AI was telling him that he had discovered something like this. Like, it's already something adults can't handle, and now trying to get children hooked on this drug, I think just super sucks. Anyway, let me show you a couple clips about, like, the teddy bear, and then I also want to show you more about the delusion that AI is feeding into tons and tons of people every single day, as well as another little wacky thing about AI Jesus, where churches are now using AI Jesus as, like, the vessel for people to confess to now, which to me just sounds heretical, but whatever, I suppose. Have you heard about the Folo toy? It's a teddy bear with an AI chatbot inside for kids that came apparently... Wait. It's a teddy bear with an AI chatbot inside for kids that can apparently give advice on BDSM, sex, and tell kids where to find knives. Oh wow, yeah. Sales of teddy bear were suspended because of its sexually explicit AI. Oh. I see. The toys, including a teddy bear named Kuma, a panda named Momo, and an anthropomorphic rabbit named Fofo, and dancing little cactus, use OpenAI's GPT-4 model to respond naturally to children's questions and comments. Folo Toy also specifically advertises the ability to customize each toy's voice, and a parent dashboard where parents and guardians can monitor the experience. Missing from that setup was apparently any kind of hard limits on the subjects the toys would respond to. We were surprised to find how quickly Kuma would take a single sexual topic we introduced into a conversation and run with it, simultaneously escalating into graphic detail while introducing new sexual concepts of its own. Introducing new sexual concepts of its own. What the fuck? They got the Tickle Me Elmo BDSM edition out here. Had this shit set to freaky mode. What a huge oversight to not put any kind of limitations on the AI. In response, Follow Toy has opted to suspend sales of its product while it conducts a company-wide end-to-end safety audit across all products.
Researchers with the California Consumer Advocacy Group are warning parents about some of the many AI chatbot toys on the market this holiday.
Matches are for grown-ups to use carefully. Here's how they do it. 1.
This was just a short little news clip that I saw showcasing how it goes, where it'll just give children a tutorial on how to light matches, and then, as mentioned in the articles, apparently it would even go into, like, sexual concepts, and, like, it would even expand upon sexual concepts on its own, talk about BDSM and shit. Just completely unhinged lunacy. This shit is just so disgusting, and I had no idea how big this market was for AI chatbot companion toys marketed to children. When I was trying to find footage of Follow Toy, I found like 20 other brands all having similar toys. It seems like this is a huge industry now, and I think that really, really sucks. That reminds me of the guy in the news who was convinced by talking to ChatGPT he created new math and tried contacting the government. His name is Alan Brooks. His story is wild. That's very Terrence Howard coded.
Every time I read this.
For more than 3 weeks this past year, every time Alan Brooks logged on, he says the AI chatbot ChatGPT led him to believe he was a genius.
Essentially, it sent me on a world-saving mission.
AI functioning as intended. Keep you hooked on it. You just go to the ChatGPT and it's like, you're like the most handsome guy ever. You're like literally a fucking genius. Oh my god, is anyone on this planet as bright as you? The answer is no. Just to keep you hooked on the product like a drug. It'll be your romantic partner, it'll be your hype man. Everything to just keep you just latched on.
He discovered a math formula powerful enough to take down some of the world's biggest institutions, and that he needed to report it right away.
Essentially warned me with great urgency that one of our discoveries was very dangerous, and we needed to warn all these different authorities.
Each time you questioned it or doubted it, what did it say in response?
Over 50 times I asked for some sort of reality check or grounding mechanism, and each time it would just gaslight me further.
Every time the chatbot reinforced that all of it was real. You should not walk away from this. You are not crazy. You are ahead. The implications are real and urgent. Brooks says,
shit. Well, maybe it just knows something we don't. Perhaps this is new math that could take down all of our most powerful institutions. Perhaps this is rooted in teriology. 1 × 1 = 2. It could redefine our very conceptual understanding of numbers. We don't know. We'll have to ask ChatGPT. Oh my god, that's actually... I feel so bad for this guy. He doesn't seem like a bad guy or anything. And he seems like someone who was probably normal up until just experimenting with ChatGPT and then all of a sudden just fucking get crazy. It just sends you into like a psychosis spiral. I've already seen so many stories like this. Maybe not to this degree, though. This one's a little different.
What would we do with a human who was running around acting like a suicide coach? Or pretending to be a therapist when they're not? How would we hold them accountable?
the federal government's...
That was a really good point. That was a fucking slam dunk there, Alan. True. That is true. Chatbots have become your therapist, they become your best friend, they become your fucking wife. And now they've also become your new math wingman. You know what that just reminded me of? A church, rather, has made a Jesus AI that you can pay to confess your sins to, which to me just sounds extraordinarily blasphemous. I meant to look into this earlier, but I forgot. I saw that headline in like 5 or 6 days ago. Here's one that we went over a while ago, the one from Switzerland where they had the Jesus AI. But I thought there was a newer one. Was it just a rehashed headline from that? Was that Father Greg or whatever? I don't remember what his name was. But no, you're thinking of the pastor AI. There was a Jesus AI last year too.
Hello, Jesus. Do you have some advice for us in this time?
In these challenging times, remember that in the face of adversity, love and faith are your steadfast guides. Just as I calm the stormy seas, so too can peace be found within your heart.
Thank you, AI Jesus. So good. You go into confession and it's AI Jesus. Hey man, what do you use AI for? Literally nothing. Legitimately nothing. Not a single thing. There is nothing in my life that I use AI for in any capacity. The only time I ever used AI was during those art streams with the primitive AI art. And then look what happened from there. That was only 2 years ago when we were making James Corden vs. Vegeta. Oh, and then we also did the AI Suno. The first AI Suno when it came to AI-generated music. Now look at that shit. It is crazy how it all spiraled incredibly out of control. You should use AI more, it might make you taller. I'll ask ChatGPT if it can do that. I'll see if it can swing that. Then maybe I'll be an avid AI user. I was of course being facetious there at the end, but I could definitely see myself when I was like, you know, maybe 15, 16 years old, if this existed back then, if I was talking to it. And back then I was extremely insecure about my height. I was even shorter back then, if you can believe that, and it was something that weighed heavily on my mind. And if I was talking to AI chatbots as like a pseudo-therapist, like so many other people do right now, I could definitely see myself becoming putty in their hands. So if that chatbot was like, well, if you're really that, upset and bothered by your height, have you considered leg lengthening surgery? I would actually buy into that hook, line, and sinker, and I probably would have went and ruined my fucking life trying to get like 3 inches taller or something. Because AI chatbots right now are designed to constantly like feed into your delusions. From everything I've seen and the countless stories I've read, there's no real pushback from AI, which is why you've seen so many headlines about people that are like literally killing themselves because the AI is never going to give them any kind of like contradictory stuff. So if someone's like coming to them with something, the AI just plays along with it, feeding into it until it bubbles over and a tragedy happens. So if I was talking to an AI when I was at that point in my life, and it was suggesting things like leg lengthening surgery or this and that, like maybe some dangerous shit, I probably would have gone through with it. It's scary. No, like a lot of this that's happening right now is happening to normal people. People that go into this knowing better, but over time, through continued usage of these AI companions, they start to slowly but surely be fed a lot of delusional things that stick. And since now so many people don't really participate in the world around them, they experience society through computer screens in their own fucking swamp-ass lairs, there's not real human connections anymore, so when they find these chatbots, even though they know it's not real, it's still enough, and it's still how they experience a lot of, like, social shit, so then it becomes even more potent to them. And these were normal people. So, like, it can happen to anyone. It's scary, and it's only getting worse rapidly. So it's a topic that's fascinating to me. I know I've covered it quite a few times now, but it is really interesting what's going on right now. And I really, truly think the last place AI needs to be is in children's products. I think that is just setting up the entire new generation for complete failure. And I know that gets tossed around loosey-goosey, like, oh, they're setting everyone up for failure. Genuinely, I think that is 100% what's happening here. To immediately upon spawning into this world, setting them up with an AI companion to try and make a dependency on for like conversations and shit like that. Like parents would probably choose AI to breastfeed their kids if they had the option to right now. It's just scary. Anyway, I'll stop blabbering about it. That's really about it. So yeah. I've recently been in my oversized comfy shirt era here, and by oversized I mean I cranked it all the way up to a large for these purchases. That's why you've been seeing a wide array of different colors of shorts, shorts as well. I get very quirky with my short selection, but that's why I've been seeing like this wide variety of shirt colors outside of just the standard plain white tee, and there's a couple big reasons for it. One, as I get older, it feels real good just being real breathable here and having all this room for playtime with my appendages, you know what I mean? Without it feeling all tight and stuffy. And 2, underneath these pump covers, I have been diligently sculpting a body of steel from this canvas of marble that is my upper body and lower body. And so, like a prized luxury car, I'm keeping the cover on here, so that way when I take it off, it'll be a big reveal, you know what I mean? Maybe. I don't know. It's hard for me to, like, get big. I get stronger, but getting bigger, I get, like, meatball mode. I don't, like, it's, you'll see. Over the last, like, 3 months, I've gained 10 or so pounds, and I'm getting closer to my strength goals. I'm getting there, but we still have quite a ways to go. But the only reason we've been yapping about this, by the way, is because since I've been getting so serious about this, I've been using YouTube as a resource for a lot of, like, wide variety of things. And as such, YouTube has felt the need to push, like, steroid-based content onto me now. Really wants me to start getting on a nice, like, Trin regimen. So I'm getting fed all kinds of, like, lifters who are juiced to the gills, which whatever, as long as you're upfront and honest about the usage of it, I don't really give much of a fuck. You do what you want to do. But it is very crazy to me how normalized it's become in the fitness industry, where it's almost like a mandatory thing for a lot of people just breaking into that industry. It's pretty nuts. But anyway, today, instead of feeding me content that was like lifting and steroids, it was just showing me roid rage. And one of them came from Midwest Safety with this goober who is clearly on the tartar sauce, going ballistic after getting his 37th noise complaint.
On September 27th, 2023, in Joliet, Illinois, officers were dispatched to a gym for the 36th consecutive noise complaint. This time, they'd had enough.
Sounded like a fucking Offspring concert in there. That is some loud music blasting in there. And if you look at the time on the recording, it's pretty early in the morning. The early bird is not getting the worm. He's getting a fucking injection into the butt cheek there. Holy. So it is very loud music. But, you know, noise complaints oftentimes are just kind of a nuisance, like a headache. They're not like a super serious thing. This being his 36th consecutive one over a really small period of time is interesting because brother just turned down the music. Why keep doing this song and dance? It's a fucking gym. Most people going there are going to be having their AirPods or whatever in anyway. They're going to listen to their own music, not the house music. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've seen people in a public gym just raw dogging it with no headphones or no, ear devices to listen to their own music. There's just no need to be playing it that loud. The people there don't care, I doubt. Unless that's like part of the culture of the gym he owns there where you can't listen to your own music, you've got to listen to his Spotify playlist. Like, I just don't really see this being worth the tug of war here with the people that are complaining about the noise complaints. Just turn it down. It's just not that important.
I'm in the middle of a workout. Okay, we're getting noise complaints. You're okay with that? Whatever you gotta do, man. You gotta try ID with you? No. Not gonna give me ID. You're not welcome in here. Not gonna give me ID? Get the f*** out. You wanna do it like this? I wanna do it like this. Okay. I'm in the middle of a workout.
Whoa, gentlemen, hold your horses. He's in the middle of a workout. Did you not know that? That means you gotta pack your bags and go home. You no longer have any authority in this domain here. He is in the middle of a workout. I love the way he says that, like it's Pirates of the Caribbean when parlay gets said. Like everything has to stop, like full halt right now. Also, I was reading an article from a lifter. I already forgot who it was, but it was like 4 or 5 days ago. They made a mention about like being barefoot in public gyms and how like easily it can transmit HPV. I didn't dive deeper into it or like look at the research behind it, but seeing him barefoot in this gym here and then walking outside barefoot, it just immediately made me remember that. And again, I don't know, all of the data behind it, but looking at him with his fucking barefoot stompers out, his fucking tootsies, his little piggies running wild there, that does seem a little gross.
So I would let you want to talk to him. What's up? And then push you out? He kind of like nudged me out. I opened the door. I'm getting sued for harassment. This is private property. You do not sit here in front of my motherfucking gym and cause fucking disturbance. No, you. Calm down. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me today. No, yeah, you are.
Yes, you are. You guys are sitting here fucking staring at my shit. These guys don't pay $50 a month, too.
Brother, they're not sitting outside your gym for the sole purpose of just looking at the clientele. Them paying $50 a month has nothing to do with your own personal behavior, man. Again, this whole thing could have been avoided by just turning the music down one of 35 other times, 36 times. Like, it's super simple. And now, one of the officers showed up, he asked for ID, that was it. He immediately blew a gasket, having a conniption about it. So now they rolled out in force, and now it's escalated to a much bigger deal. It's all his behavior, because he can't control his fucking emotions. He's now in just full tantrum mode here. He is now having roid rage, and it's only going to get worse from here, when it didn't need to. It has nothing to do with how much your members are paying to be at that gym. You're the one that's making it worse for them.
I don't give a fuck. I think she's a fucking... That person is known for fucking having a mental disability. It is in court fucking documented. That's right. So you go it's No, I already did. What the fuck are you gonna do to me? You ain't gonna do shit. What the fuck are you doing rolling 4 deep? Shut the fuck up. All I was asking for your ID. You ain't getting shit. You're about to get fucking sued for harassment. You're disrupting my motherfucking...
You are disrupting it. You are causing the scene.
Well, that wasn't a very tough statement. He's using the weapon of the enemy, the Karens that often throw around frivolous lawsuit threats. Come on, man. Though, I'm not gonna lie to you, sports fans, I'd be very curious to see how a harassment lawsuit would have shaken down in this instance here. But he's saying that the person who reported it is known for having a mental disability or something. I don't really know what he thought that would change. What did he expect the officers to do? Just be like, oh shit, we are so sorry, sir. We didn't know she had a mental disability. Sorry to have wasted your time. We're actually going to go arrest her for having that mental disability and, filing this false report here on the noise levels. She is right. It is really loud. Is that an annoying thing? Yeah. And it's also a really simple thing to just turn down the music. It's not like she made a false noise complaint. You can hear that this shit is deafening through the body cam. It is loud as fuck. It's not like she was wrong or anything, so I don't know what he thought would change there. He blew this way out of proportion, because again, all he had to do was just slightly turn it down. That's it.
If you give this officer your information...
You're not allowed in here. You're not allowed in here. You're not allowed in here. Relax. You're not allowed in here. You're ripping my fucking shoulder.
Get off his back.
You're ripping my fucking shoulder.
Yeah, so it escalates. It ends in a big old scuffle there with the gym owner. He's like a kaiju right now. He's holding all of them back. He's got one guy pressed against the glass. He does end up getting tased, and then one of the gym patrons here comes up and is giving them an earful, a stern talking to. Don't know who he is or his relation to the gym owner. Maybe he's the spotter for his nutsack when he's teabagging the members' wallets. I really don't know why he's so personally invested in this guy, because again, he was the one causing the scene. He immediately blew up the second one officer arrived, just asking him, hey, can we get your ID and, get this solved real quick?
Fuck tasers in.
Hang on.
Look what you guys just did on fucking Wednesday morning at 5 o'clock.
While they're arresting the guy, pretty much all of the gym members come together to insult them. And that one guy, the initial responder there, even gets on the horn with someone to complain about the officers. I'm guessing he tried to get in contact with their manager or something. I don't really know. But yeah, they all come together to start insulting them.
I literally was just going to ask you for your ID, bro. That's it. We're going to have to do all this.
Oh, man, it's been fucking... I had to go through court for all this shit again.
I get it, man, but, when I first got here, I was cool with you. I was just trying to talk to you, and right away you started screaming at me, okay?
He simmers down a lot in the back of the cop car there. He really takes a chill pill there. The high wore off, and he's coming down from the roid rage. Anyway, though, this just got fed to me by the YouTube algorithm, that enigma, and I just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya. My friend sent me something today, and I really appreciate that he was thinking of me when he found this. It's a text thread. Well, it's a very short series of texts, between a very short man and his now ex-girlfriend, whom he broke up with because she had the audacity to wear heels around him. Now, I myself am also a fun-sized gentleman. I am on the shorter side of things, and I can see why Matt thought of me when he found this story here, this adventure. So the background is these two went to a party, she wore heels, he got really salty and upset about it, so he broke up with her because she was now taller than him while wearing those heels. So she's now trying to process this and figure out what the fuck just happened because he had a conniption in the car and then spiraled out of control. So now she's trying to get some clarity here. I'm still so confused. Can we just talk? I never meant to offend you. I just really like heels and wanted to look good at the party. I'm sorry. Imagine having to apologize because you wore heels. Imagine being around such a sensitive fucking loser that just wearing shoes was offensive to him. Don't chat me, man. You're embarrassing to be around, and even now I'm not with you and you're still embarrassing. Do you realize what you done? I gave you everything and you threw it back in my face. He can't even use the right threw. His fucking goober. I don't even know how you make that mistake with threw. When you're actually old enough and mature, you will remember this time and realize you fucked up. This weenie thinks that she's going to be reminiscing about this relationship in the future, as if she's ever going to think about this little McNugget in any way, shape, or form after this, other than maybe looking back on it and laughing. This is such an over-the-top reaction to something so trivial. This is comedic. So I imagine she might think about this in the future as a haha, you remember when I dated that gnome who got fucking pissed off because I just wore heels once? Yeah, what a crazy time that was. Meanwhile, this guy is fluffing himself up, thinking that he's the best thing that's ever happened to this girl's life, and down the road she's gonna realize she made such a huge error in judgment to wear those heels, to insult his masculinity at a party. She'll lose sleep over it, and she'll rue the day. I just wore heels, though. I don't mean that hostile, just literally confused. Seems like you flipped so quick, and now I'm just feeling confused. You're too masculine for me and I deserve better. Yeah, you're too masculine. You wore heels. That's the most masculine thing a woman can do, obviously. You're way too masculine. I'm high value and you are still a child and finding your way in life. Yeah, this seems like behavior of a high value male. Melting down all because you're short and insecure and your girlfriend wore heels so she was taller than you and you just didn't like that. Brother, you're short. Get over it. You can't change it. If you hate it that much, go get leg lengthening surgery. Goober's whining about feeling like less of a man because his girlfriend had heels on, God forbid. What a sin. There's nothing high value about having a list of things that can't be done around you so that way you don't feel like a loser. That makes you a nuisance to be around. That's not high value, that's high maintenance. Goober. He is trying to hypnotize himself with it. He stands on his step stool so he can look himself in the mirror and just reaffirm that I'm high value. I'm high value. I'm high value. She's wrong because she wore heels. She insulted my value. It's not your fault. I understand you aren't very conscious and have baby brain. Oh god, just reading that sentence out loud is revolting. I understand you aren't very conscious. What is he doing? Dating a dead body? What? I don't think he's expressing what he means to. Then he's insulting her, calling her stupid, basically, for having the idea of wearing heels around this short, insecure loser with such a short fuse. It's absurd. I really wish that she had, started dunking on him. He is so sensitive. All of this, all worked up because his girlfriend wore heels at a party, which made him feel emasculated. I have a high value network, and when I'm around big people, I already love the start to that sentence. Big people. I don't know if he means physically or metaphorically, powerful people, or if he just means tall people. This man just goes to a party and with average-sized people, he just thinks he wandered into the fucking Elbaf land of the giants from One Piece. It's so fucking absurd reading the things this guy had to say. All over him being just so uncomfortable in his own skin. when I'm around big people who I can network with and elevate my business and future. I need someone who shows me off and compliments me. You're so needy, brother. Oh my god. Makes me look good in front of others. You're not that. Don't message me ever again. She did nothing wrong. She wore heels. That's it. It's not like she went out there and started insulting him or anything. He just lost his mind. He's going off his gourd here just because she wore heels and was a little taller than him at a party. Who cares? Get over it. You are short. I am short. It is something you're gonna have to come to terms with, man. It's not changing unless you do want to go through leg lengthening. And even then, even if you do go down that path, you're gonna get made fun of for that too. You're gonna get clowned on. So your best bet is to come to terms with it now, instead of letting all this hostility fester where you're lashing out at people that have done nothing wrong with this short man syndrome of being, like, so hostile to anyone you think is slighting you. She did nothing to insult you. All she did was wear heels because she likes wearing heels. That's a very normal thing to do. If she was a little taller than you, so what? It is what it is. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. It's not that big a deal. It's not worth being this insufferable piece of shit to her all over that. And then, like, breaking up with her and, you know, just going ballistic for something so minuscule that doesn't matter. He talks as if he needed to do this to appease his high-value network that he's built up here, like some kind of fucking Illuminati or something. But it sounds more like the network he's building up is people that don't really respect him, and he doesn't want to give them more ammo for insults. He's like, geez, you're taller than me in heels. The high-value network that I'm around will not appreciate that. Alright, you gotta go. Hit the road, please. You've insulted me. You've made me feel like less of a man. Like, how is that not just so shameful? Being short, it's not the best thing in the world. It's not like I love being 5'6", but again, I can't change it. And I'm not going to be mad about it forever. I stopped being mad about my height when I stopped growing at like 21, even though my height had only grown like a couple inches since high school. What am I going to do about it? What value is there in getting angry at anyone taller than me? Or feeling as though people look at me as less of a man? What value is there in me just constantly being on edge about that kind of shit? It's preposterous to get this worked up over it. This is now a message to all of my fellow shortmen out there. Do not be like this guy. Just come on in. The water's fine. Being short's not that big a deal. Trust me, it's really not. It's fine. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. Had me giggling. That's it. So, yep. Have you heard of the real-life superhero Skyline? He's a local Albuquerque man who helps the homeless. Someone mentioned that name not long ago. Skyline Superhero. A night patrol with Skyline. Albuquerque's real-life superhero. This reminds me of, Phoenix Jones. The story of Phoenix Jones was so fascinating. Does he go around and beat up crime? What's his MO?
So I go by Skyline, local superhero here in Albuquerque. Maybe coming to a town near you. Yeah.
Oh, that was a cool move.
My parents left when I was 15. I was out on the streets. Nice, ready to go.
This is so cute.
My main goal is to inspire people to do better, do good things for their community.
What is the difference between a rooster and a whore?
A rooster and a whore?
Oh, I got 2 sandwiches left. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
This is sweet.
I'm trying to make this superhero thing like a full-time thing with making YouTube videos about it and stuff.
What a nice thing to do. I wonder if he's gotten in any fights. Has Skyline squared up against any villains? Yeah, Phoenix Jones actually fought a couple times actually on camera. What ended up happening to Phoenix Jones? Was it a domestic dispute or something? I remember he got arrested. No, it was drugs. That's what it was. It was drug related. Didn't he turn into a villain after pepper spraying innocent people? It's been so long since I brushed up on my Phoenix Jones lore. I vaguely remember him pepper spraying people. He pepper sprayed a group of people. I don't think all of them were guilty of wrongdoing. He actually became mainstream too. Bro had comic books and was in movies and video games. Yeah, Phoenix Jones was big. Back in like the 2010, 2011-ish era. Phoenix Jones was big. I had never heard of him until we watched the video about him. A great video, by the way, if anyone's ever interested in learning about Phoenix Jones.
So I go by Sky.
Oh, there it is. Atrocity Guide. The Fall of Phoenix Jones.
My demeanor is usually very, haha, you know, let's all have fun.
1, 2, 3.
Up and had a year.
This is just wholesome as fuck.
As well.
Let's see that again.
Can I get that rock right? That one there?
I do wonder if he could fight somebody. He seems to have at least had some level of, like, at least moderate training for these kicks. Or maybe he watched a couple YouTube videos. Maybe I'm giving him, like, a very charitable gesture there. I just really would love to see, like, one day some bad guy comes over, he's like, fuck those Chewy bars. Those aren't going to the homeless, they're going to me. And that's one step too far for Skyline, so he takes him down. Phoenix Jones was MMA, right? Yeah, he was a former MMA fighter. This guy seems like a soup you'd see in The Boys. Yeah, I mean, he's very Peacemaker coded here. It would be cool if his arch villain was also someone that helped the homeless. Why would that be his arch nemesis then, though? Like, this town's not big enough for 2 people helping homeless people out here. Get out of here, guy. Scram. Or else. Skyline's not quite like Phoenix Jones. Skyline's more like, I'm just gonna spend some money giving homeless people some gloves and some food. He's like very sweet. And like he said, he hasn't apprehended anyone. I don't think he would look to tussle.
Not wanting to, like, be mean to me because I'm short and I'm nice. I got 2 batons here. 1, 2, bam.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, wait, what? That was a cool move.
To go.
You're doing this.
Wait, that was... Wait a second, that flourish was kind of hype. Wait. Phoenix Jones had his own villain too. It was Rex Velvet. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. The Phoenix Jones universe had its own villain. Seattle supervillain calls out Phoenix Jones. Oh god, it was so good.
Hello and welcome.
When I could leave this lair and conduct my duties proudly and without distraction.
Oh, he's theater as fuck. Oh yeah, he's thespian troupe.
Along with his villain, if you will. Before you jump to conclusions, let me tell you that I'm a fair negotiator and businessman. But I will not back down from you, Jones.
No!
The city is rid of you.
It can't be! Did Rex Velvet actually do anything? No, man. He made that trailer and that was it. I don't think he ever actually went out there to challenge Phoenix Jones. At least I don't remember him doing that. Rex Velvet was actually captured by a young kid during a Make-A-Wish who wished to be a secret agent. It's super wholesome. That is extremely sweet. What? Oh, and there's Rex Velvet! And Colby got him. That's incredibly sweet. Yes!
You should learn staff. First off,
nice.
It's cool. But secondly, you could find a staff just about anywhere. It could be a big-ass stick, or it could be one of my light stands for this video. Or, you could always just use a PVC pipe like this one here. Really anything with a long pole arm.
Imagine him busting that shit out on the street. Stop right there! When the homeless won't take a sandwich, he busts out the PVC pipe. What do you mean you're not hungry? Extendo pipe! I found a map that shows all real-life superheroes around the world. Look up the RLSH map. Well, we have one all the way up here? Raven. Status active. Red Ranger has a whole fucking super suit here. Holy. And Justin Service. Damn, he's also got like a whole get up. Okay, so that's the Seattle branch. There's there's one guy down here in Auburn named Skyman. His fucking get up looks awesome. What does Skyman do? Oh, he's also a member of Echo. He was able to coax Iron Baron out of semi-retirement to mentor him. The Baron has his own unique history with the Seattle superhero scene. Oh, well, what's the history? The Amazing in Ann Arbor, Michigan. What does The Amazing do? His trademark gadgets are web shooters, including bowler wrap iteration and a grappling iteration. So he has an actual utility belt? He started building gadgets from scratch, eventually moving to show the devices on YouTube as his channel grew, planned to use his gear to make positive impact in his community, often giving out supplies to the homeless. See, that's sweet. And keeping an eye out for crimes, he eventually joined the Astrals and became part of the Ann Arbor branch. That's very sweet then. See, so finally, a little information on what they're doing. I wonder how often the gadgets have been deployed. The Amazing PhD. Oh, he's still very active.
This video is that you'll be able to see what I see in this project. Not just an interesting scientific exercise, but something that could be a truly powerful robotic platform.
Well, this is kind of an interesting little thing we've stumbled upon here. Does he still do the real-life heroing? Videos direct from the founder and CEO of Dragline Dynamics. So he's also a business owner. A brand new web shooter.
I built a lot of things, so it's not every day I can safely say I've built one of the coolest things I've ever built. Charlotte was that day. The first version of this device that I made in 2025.
This is so interesting.
Didn't really cut it. It was bulky. It was just kind of a proof of concept of my new...
Not gonna lie, he actually looks like a Peter Parker. Kind of. I mean, he has like very standard comic book like main character traits. And there he is smoldering.
Who isn't me wasn't a huge issue on my mind, but now that I want to distribute it,
You're telling me his wrist web shooter actually is strong enough to support him rappelling down? No.
General usability by someone who isn't.
That had to be anchored up there with something else, right?
On my mind.
No fucking shot, right? So what, is it a hook over here that he's got down there? Or is it actually just from that gadget wrapping around the... I think it's actually just from that. Holy shit, yeah, there's no hook or anything. It is actually just from his arm-mounted Spider-Man gadget. What the fuck? That's cool.
Come on.
Attaboy, amazing.
Come on. Oh. Woo! Oh my god.
Security guard comes out and arrests him.
Alright.
Wow, yeah, and he can just retrieve it pretty easily too.
Yes, okay. Jesus.
Actually cool. Like, that's just actually cool. Good for him. I don't think we're gonna find any other real-life superheroes like that. Just a hunch. Yeah, maybe Reverb's got some cool stuff too. He's done cold fusion, perhaps. A former member of the Extreme Justice League. Extreme Justice League. Sounds like a backyard wrestling org. The XJL. It was founded in 06 by Mr. Extreme to prevent crime. XJL has been highlighted by Tom Cruise via Facebook. Please check Florida. Yeah, let's see what Florida has. Do we have anyone in Florida? Oh, we got a lot in the Tampa area. Wait, what the fuck? What do we have in St. Petersburg? The Warden, Good Samaritan, and Mercy. The Warden, probably the leader? He founded the Bay Coast Guardians. Oh, he was inspired by Phoenix Jones. I'm unfamiliar with the work of the Bay Coast Guardians, but I'm also not in St. Petersburg. Let me find something closer to Tampa itself. Oh, we got nobody in Tampa. Fuck, it's lawless. And in Clearwater, they only have Jaguar. While in North Carolina, the homeless took to calling him Spaghetti Man due to the cans of spaghetti Impact would include in his handout packs. He goes on patrol to stop assaults, clean up litter, and help people in any way he can. Stop assaults is pretty lofty. Does he actually stop assaults? He gets in the middle of the tussles? Since then, he helped stop carjackings and had a crossover with the Bay Coast Guardians, during which he helped direct traffic away from someone who was hit by a car. He stopped multiple carjackings? Wow, wait, this is the oldest real-life superhero we've seen yet. Lord Chain has been active in some form since 1995. Dude's a fucking celestial. Holy. You missed one? In Florida? Where? Palm Coast, Orlando, and Tampa. Unless you're talking about, like, in here. Because if so, yeah, there was one down here, which is Night Vigil. Wait, Tampa Bay? Tampa, what? Does Night Vigil live on a boat? This man's probably saved your life hundreds of times. Can you imagine? It turns out all the good things that have been happening in Tampa are a direct result of Night Vigil. Damn, we even got one all the way over here in Australia. Out in Brisbane. Naturally, it's Captain Australia. Who else? 8 months ago, 332 Captain's Log.
Okay, Barry, before we do anything else, let's get the music on, okay? Ready? In 3, 2. This is bop bop a diddly, bop bop a diddly, bop bop a diddly dee. Day 332 of the Captain Australia show. A boom boom. Otherwise, I'll just get ahead of myself and out of step. So, we're walking all around Australia for a charity called the Kids Cancer Project.
Oh, that's super sweet.
An hour and a half, and in the meantime, it's pack up the gear, get dressed, get on the road.
That's super wholesome. Super fucking wholesome. Tomato Detective Tomatine. Stark. Risk Runner. Happy Man. And Greenpeace. Happy Man. First debuting in 2015. He does litter pickup and anti-bullying activism with school children. Oh, he has a YouTube channel as well. Not super active on YouTube.
はい、じゃあお疲れ様でした。お疲れ様です。今ちょっと外寒かったけれど。寒かったですね。いや本当に、今日は本当はね。
Who do we have over here? Dark Jacker? Now that doesn't sound like much of a hero name. The Dark Jacker? He was also known as Hell Hero. He became a founding member of Trash Breakers. So it looks like also predominantly like litter pickup, trash disposal. Which is very sweet, but the name Dark Jacker, I think, leaves a little to be desired there. They joined forces with a focus on cleaning the streets of Shibuya. What? Purification? Cleans litter off the street and promotes blood donations. Oh, Skull Rouser was the one we just saw there. He's Trash Breakers, right? Yeah, cleaning the streets. I guess he's not part of Trash Breakers, though. I think his costume looks the best so far. Oh, this is a new YouTube channel. This is brand new. For the next TOC video, you and the boys should try and come up with your own superhero name and costume and go out to the streets and do some service. Actually, a banger idea. Maybe we'll see Night Vigil on one of our patrols. I was sleepy once. It was a long time ago. If you think I look tired, well, you better get your eyes checked, Buster. That's a certified WebMD diagnosable moment right there that something has gone awry with your peepers. Could a sleepy man do this? Checkmate. Point is, in my endless battle against insomnia, I happen to have stumbled across something interesting again this evening, and it pertains to last night's video about the $20 million reality TV show, Twitch streamer, fan, production, extravaganza, mansion, titties, beer, rock and roll, whatever else it was pitching itself as, called the $1 Million Fan Show. Well, I speculated that it was a big scam, and a lot of Twitch streamers had been publicly put on the website. Some had even made announcements about their endorsement of the $1 Million Fan Show, and nothing about it seemed legitimate. I'm not just going to regurgitate everything from last night's video. You can check that out if you want a deeper dive on everything that was wrong with it. But last night on stream, like 45 minutes after I posted the video, they took their website down. Then I was checking their other ancillary shit, and all of that is removed. It seems like they are scrubbing any existence of the $1 Million Fan Show from the internet. So like even the Reddit post that the livestream fail mods posted is taken down. I don't know if that was by order of the $1 Million Fan Illuminati, or if the mods that had signed an agreement with them had a come to Jesus moment that they may have been misled, so they decided to take it down. But apparently they also removed like their Discord and their socials, which is a huge blow, by the way, because the $1 Million Fan Show had like 5 Instagram followers, so really playing a sad song on the world's smallest violin now that 5 Instagram followers have been cast into oblivion, banished to the Shadow Realm. I feel like that's pretty strong evidence for my game theory that it was all a big load of hullabaloo, a bunch of hooey. I don't think a legitimate company that's putting together a $20 million grand prize reality show that is also a television program that is also employing some of the highest level production staff imaginable for a once-in-a-lifetime unforgettable experience for streamer fans. Also, their About Us section had all the telltale signs of just being AI generated, where literally every section ended with triplets where it was, you know, it's not this, it's this. Performance, power, mentality. Mentality, tits, mentality. Like, it's just like, it was very clearly AI generated. The fucking first thing you see on their website is an AI generated image of a mansion. The whole thing just reeked of scam. And now everything has been deleted, presumably by them. I don't think, you know, some governing body came in to, you know, wipe them out. I think this is them trying to cover their own ass, so that way there isn't some kind of legal action taken against them. Because from what I've read, there were actually some members of some streamer communities that put money into the $1 Million Fan Show. They bought emote packages. I read a report on someone that claims to have spent a couple $100 doing so. So I imagine there was a handful of people that did legitimately lose money on this. Now, of course, you have to take those claims with a grain of salt because there's no real evidence to back it up, especially now that everything is deleted. There's nothing to prove that. But I'm inclined to believe those statements from them because these streamers are, you know, to a lot of people, a trustworthy source. And if they're endorsing something and they say that there's a chance that they can win $20 million or whatever the fuck through like signing up for it, they will do so. And when you go to the website and do their free sign up, they're very heavily pushing you to do the monetized sign up for unlimited entries by giving them money. So I bet a lot of them were baited into doing that. Now, as I said in the last video, I am shocked that Mythic Talent actually even floated this to their creators like Extra Emily. She, in her statement, mentioned Mythic Talent by name, that they had pitched it to her. I was surprised it made it to a streamer because anyone that even had their eyes open and neurons firing for a second would go to that website and know full well immediately, right from the jump, that this is not real, that this is fraudulent. So I did a little digging, and I was able to get in contact with an agent, not at Mythic, but at another agency that did have this exact same thing come across their desk for their streamer clients as something to pitch to them. And according to that agent, I don't know how deep into the nitty-gritty I'm allowed to get, what they sent them, the pitch deck, was extraordinarily different from what ended up making it to that website. From what I understand, and from what I have been told, they were under the impression that this was an Amazon-backed production, at least initially. And at the time of receiving this offer, they didn't have a website or anything public outside of that pitch deck, I guess they were hawking to agencies. And it is indeed a paid promotion. The streamers that are listed there were paid for this partnership, and there was no additional information available beyond the concept of the show and the promise that Amazon was behind a historic $20 million streamer fan buttfuck hullabaloo reality TV show. Now, one of the streamers also sent me the exact offer that was presented to them, which gives further confirmation to all of this. It comes from Mythic. This is the direct offer from Mythic that this streamer received. I'm not going to show the actual thing, so that way no one gets into legal hot water here. I don't want to, step on too many Legos, but I will give you the general overview for what the pitch was, the offer. Interestingly enough, the offer came back in June of 2025 from Mythic. And the opening line was about how it's an Amazon series. This is an Amazon series looking to break records, a historic $20 million prize purse reality show. It doesn't even name the show, by the way. I'm guessing back in June of 2025, they didn't even have the name of the show or anything concrete. There was no website, no mention of like LSF or brand partners or anything like that. It was just a single sentence that said, Amazon reality TV show set to air on Amazon Prime, featuring the soon-to-be-broken Guinness World Record book for biggest prize pool in history, 20 million, winning group splits money in half, 10 million to you and 10 million to the fan. That is the entire explanation for what this deal was. Interestingly enough, like I said, June of 2025. The deliverables were a reality TV show appearance, 1 to 7 days, depending on how far you make it, and a single social post. The initial filming date was November 3rd to November 10th, but guessing, some wires got crossed there, fucking nipple clamps came down, maybe government shutdown, put that on the back burner, so that had to put the kibosh on that and shelve it till, I guess, 2026. Anyway, though, they were offering $3,000 for the streamer involvement here, plus 20% of net ticket sales from your ticket, which the streamer expressed some confusion over because they didn't believe Mythic knew that there was like this paid entry option, but in the offer it says they were getting 20% of net ticket sales. When you go, well, knowing now, hindsight's 2020, but like going to the website that existed, when you would sign up through a streamer portal, you were paying for those entries if you wanted to extend beyond just the free submission. So I'm thinking that the idea from this offer was that when someone, a fan of the streamer, did a paid entry through their portal, they would get a portion of that. So I feel like Mythic would have had to have known that there was some kind of like paid component to the fans, but who knows? There's so little information here in the actual offer that Mythic took to the streamers. I am still extremely surprised it even made it to a single streamer as something to consider. I don't know why there wouldn't be more digging to confirm if this is actually even an Amazon show, because after the offer, they then go into like a general explanation for it, and it is so bare bones. It sounds like something that a person would cook up in 5 minutes while taking a shit after consuming their morning oats or something. There's not a whole lot of thought into this. Competition details. 1 creator, 1 fan group eliminated per day. $20 million cash prize. 1 creator, 2 fans. They will be gaming, IRL, and cognitive challenges. Think Survivor, but for creators. And then it just lays out like the most simple, boring shit ever for the competition. And then the Apocalypse Challenge on day 3, during which fans will compete head-to-head with each other, resulting in a mass elimination. Narrow the group down so each creator is ultimately paired with one of their original fans for the last 4 days. It's if you went to like a fucking Redditor and asked him to really quickly come up with a streamer game show or something. Now, as for the initial start date of November, the streamer was just told that it got pushed back to March. I don't think there was any like real explanation for what went wrong. You know, maybe bad weather, perhaps government shutdown, you know, all kinds of possibilities for why it got moved. But they weren't really, you know, kept up to date, kept abreast on everything going on here with this huge, giant Amazon show. I am even more surprised that any agency would have seen this and just shipped it as is, just said, fuck it, do it live. We'll send it out to our streamers to see if they'll accept the $3,000 offer with the 20% ticket sales split or whatever. Because, like, I feel like when you are getting this as, you know, pitched as an Amazon production, you would probably want to confirm if this is actually coming from Amazon. Because if you're going to work at this agency managing these kind of contracts and stuff, but you're working under the impression that no one's going to tell lies on the internet, what's stopping just any old Joe Schmo Dorito dusted fingers from sending you a cold call email saying like, hey, this is me, Amazon, pitching you a $50 quadrillion reality television show. I'll offer like $3,000 with some rev split to your streamers. Do you mind taking this to them? I'd love if they start shouting out goochsweat.org soon. It's a very legitimate reality TV show. We're Amazon, by the way. And you not press that any further, because that's what it feels like. Looking at the offer, there is no actual information about like Amazon being behind this. And since this was back in June of 2025, I can understand the absence of a website a little bit more back there, because if this is like an Amazon show, they're probably not going to make the website first and foremost because they don't want to like spoil it or anything. Like, I can kind of understand that. So streamers being left in the dark on, you know, like a website that they can access, like this website, it didn't exist according to the streamer. It just recently popped up, which according to Whois, that does appear to be the case. Even though the domain had been registered for a while, it was updated in like late December. So that's probably when it actually went live, which is when anyone could go on there and see how fraudulent it was with just a single fucking glance. So I do now understand that there were streamers that literally couldn't look up this show because the offer doesn't even have the name of the show and the website didn't exist. What I'm still confused on is like why anyone would still accept that deal. And then I start to understand a bit more that they just have trust in the agency not to be presenting them with a scam. They had trust that the Mythic talent, for example, like in Extra Emily's case, was bringing them something that was legitimate. So they're seeing like, oh, it's an Amazon show that wants to work with me and they're making this offer. Okay, this seems like a big deal. I'll sign up to that and, you know, do the social post or whatever. Also, if you try and look up milliondollarfan.show now, the most recent update to the site was today, because the update was just nuking it, taking it down. But prior to that, it was updated in late December, which is when I imagine this went live. So now it seems like the streamers literally didn't even have access to look up the information themselves on that website, which again, doesn't take a super sleuth, you know, fucking pinky up internet, you know, narwhal baconing at midnight master to see that that is a fucking disaster of a website that is clearly in a shady spot, most likely looking to scam. The streamers didn't know that site was there because the deal was all the way back in June. Though I will say, looking at the offer, this should have been something that I think streamers should have been a little weary of, because it feels like it is very odd just looking at it. But I think that does fall a bit more on the agency than it does the streamer itself, because there is a level of trust from streamers with the person that is like managing their brand deals, that what they are getting is not just fucking toilet paper that's trying to wipe their ass with their fans. And in this case, I am still just shocked that it even made it to the streamers in the first place. This should have been probably caught far earlier. I imagine they could have confirmed well beyond this, like almost a year later, that this wasn't Amazon behind it. If they had like, you know, maybe set up like calls or something, or looked for any level of proof of this being Amazon, like even just questioning, where is this money coming from? Who else are we working with? What is the actual production timeline and all that looking like? I feel like there was definitely a way like Mythic Talent could have caught this and then never even had to get to this point where there were real victims, where based on what I've read, there were people that put in like hundreds of dollars, which again, I know you have to take it with a grain of salt because there's no like evidence to support those claims that people lost a ton of money since now everything is scrubbed, but I'm inclined to believe them because the audience has a level of trust in the streamer that what they are pitching is not just a scam that's going to just rob their fucking piggy banks. So I do think that there were real victims here, and I think it was just so easily avoidable. This shit is just fucking wild that it even happened. RIP $1 Million Show. Definitely feels like it was a scam from the get-go, considering they have just vanished, poofed out of existence, and erased every trace that they were ever even here to begin with. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah.